দিদি ও দিদি তোমায় দিদি যাচ্ছে আসল পরিবর্তন আছে
আমরা কিন্তু জিতছি, মাথায় রাখবেন। বিজেপি আমাদের ধারে কাছেও আসতে পারেনি।
சிறப்பாக இருக்கும், அது உறுதி.
ഒരു സംശയവുമില്ല, LDFന് ചരിത്ര വിജയം.
लोगों का मन में काफी विश्वास जाग उठा है, सबको इंसाफ मिला है.
Hello and welcome to all our viewers here at CNN News 18. It's the D-Day, it's the Super Sunday where 4 states and a union territory will choose the government that is going to lead them over the next 5 years. The ballot has been cast across more than 820 assembly constituencies across these 4 states and union territories. Good morning, I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me is our managing editor CNN News 18, Zaka Jacob, and our political editor Maria Shakil. Zaka, it's the big day.
Oh, absolutely. It really is. And all eyes are on this big state, the state of Bengal. Who will get the prize catch is the question that everybody is asking. And understandably so. It's not like the other states are less important or the elections there don't matter as much. But this is the one state that has gone beyond just a political fight. I think it's become an ideological fight for the BJP and for the Trinamool. And that's why it's going to be the contest to watch out for.
Absolutely, and it becomes a narrative setter. Although there are many points to make as far as Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and a story within a story as far as Assam is concerned, Maria. But Bengal will set the tone for not just 2024, but ahead before that, even for UP 2022.
Yes, and it is in many ways being seen as mini general election, given the number of constituencies that are going to that have gone to polls and which will be deciding. So I think more than, as Zaka pointed out rightly, it's ideological battle, but it will also give fillip to the opposition if Mamata does well.
Yeah.
And on the other side, it will be Modi all the way. I mean, imagine 2022 UP is really not being seen as a contest as of now.
Yeah, it's not being seen as a contest, but the narrative being set for 2024. And like we say, it's the ideological positioning. What happens going forward, setting up the political narrative. It's the battle for the states. Let's start with the big state where everybody is wondering what's going to happen here. That is Bengal. And the Bengal, the road is for 148. Whoever gets to 148, that's the seat. Now, if you look at the polls, Axis My India, Sea Voter, Jan Ki Baat, CNX, and today's Chanakya, the poll of polls, it's somewhere mixed. Some of them are giving it to Trinamool Congress. Some of them are giving it straight away to the BJP. But there are stories which say it may just get stuck. Although, if it's a bipolar kind of contest, it's highly unlikely unless you have the left plus in the third front pulling away a significant share of the votes and creating the muddle that we are seeing with the likes of Axis My India and also with the likes of CNX. So this is where the question will be. Although Axis My India says upon the higher end, any of them can take it, which is also highly unlikely. You've got Sea Voter, which says that the Trinamool Congress is taking it. But here you have the BJP. Now, this is today's Chanakya, the outlier, which is all the way giving it to the Trinamool Congress. So it can swing this way, it can swing that way, or it can just hang in the balance.
Importantly, because I was speaking to Mr. Pradeep Gupta only last night to get a sense of his numbers. He is of the opinion that this is an edge to the BJP. So it's 142 average for the TMC,
this one.
147 for the BJP, midway number. And it is an edge for the BJP because if you look at his analysis that he has put out, he is saying very clearly that it's 50-50, which means 50% anti-incumbency and 50% pro-incumbency. And there's a very high percentage of fear factor, in almost like 10 to 20% fear factor, which means that
Well, if it is 10 to 20% fear
Fear
factor,
factor, yes.
then you are saying 50% pro-incumbency and 50%. It just somewhere says everybody wants, some people want to hedge their bets, some people want to put their neck on the line. Zakachaka, what do the walls say?
I suspect one of the reasons why we're getting no pollster has given a unanimity as far as the Bengal result is concerned is because A, of this fear factor, and B, I think it's a game of margins. The last 30 odd seats might just end up becoming a game of margins. Whoever wins a bulk of those 30-40 seats will eventually win the game there. I just want to go back to something that I've been fascinated by. I think there was a clear marker in this election in Bengal when that Sitalkuchi incident happened in phase 4. Also, if you look at the voter turnout figures, the first 4 phases, and you'll see that the first 4 phases were dominated by the BJP. This is the BJP's phase. This is the Jangal Mahal area. Out of the first 4 phases, only in one phase was the polling percentage less than 85% thereabouts. So all the other phases, Nandigram was in the second phase, it had 89% voter turnout in that phase, which means 9 out of 10 voters in that phase went and cast their ballot. So there, I think the BJP got its ground game right. There, it got a bulk of its supporters, its voters to come out and cast the franchise. So that's why in this phase, this is again 2019 Lok Sabha breakup. I think the BJP will do far more than these 53 seats out of the 135. They could likely even go almost towards 3 figures in these 135 seats. Then if you look at the next 4 phases, that is from phase 5 onwards, that's 5, 6, 7 and 8. Also remember, these are the phases where the voter turnout came down. Out of the 4 phases, I think only one phase the voter turnout was greater than 80%. Every other phase, it was less than 80%. Now that is still, compared to other states, compared to like Bihar or UP, 80% is still a big figure. But in Bengal, 80% is not that high. 80, 85. Last time it went up to 87, 89. But in this set of 4 phases, the last 4 phases, it's the Trinamool that is dominating, and it's a larger number of seats as well. If you look at it, it's 159, almost 160 seats. The first 4 phases had only 135 seats or so. Here, I suspect this is where the game will really be decided. The voters who did not turn up to vote, are they the TMC voters or are they the BJP voters? I think that really is, to my mind, the second phase, the second set of about 160 seats hold the key for Bengal.
Just about less than 2% difference in vote share, but a difference of 14 seats.
Yeah,
now
exactly.
that becomes
And
critical.
if you look at the analysis by Axis again, because it's almost seen as gold standard in psephology so far, they are saying 1% lead to the TMC, but that is because they will be candidates who will be winning by a bigger margin, particularly in Malda, Murshidabad region.
Right.
And BJP, according to Axis My India, perhaps will have a better conversion.
Yeah, it's possible.
No,
we have seen in the past where parties have a lesser vote share but greater number of seats.
So it's possible, but the fact is now within the BJP, when they claim that their numbers are anywhere between 165 and 190, and they believe by the time they got up to the 5th phase, they were closer to the halfway mark. That is the 148 number. They were somewhere between 140 to 145 seats. So what translates in 5, 6, 7, 8? The Trinamool Congress believes from phase 3 onwards, they started picking up, although the early momentum was with the BJP. Let's go across to those who've been spending so much time on ground. They have tracked every nook and cranny of Bengal over the last 2.5 months. Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor politics. Payal Mehta is with us. She's en route. Nandigram. Pallavi is right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence in Kolkata. But first, ladies, with your permission, I'm going to go across to Aparna Bose, who's right outside the counting center. Have the strong rooms been open in Bengal also? Neetu Raghukumar says they've opened in Kerala. What about you in Kolkata?
Well, yes, the strong rooms have opened, and as per COVID protocols this time, there have been no, the EC has said that there should be no gatherings outside the counting centers, and the counting center has been sanitized before the polling agents and the counting officers arrived here and started their counting. So the counting will start from 8 AM onwards, which is like half an hour from now. And the postal ballots will be counted first, followed by which the EVMs will be counted, EVM votes will be counted. And remember, there are several COVID protocols that have been put in place for this time. The candidates, the counting agents, whoever will be visiting the center will have to have a mandatory RT-PCR test, negative test within last 48 hours. or they should be having at least 2 doses of vaccines. Only then they will be allowed to enter. So these are the protocols, Anand, that have been put in place, especially this time around for the COVID situation that have been arising in this state.
Yes, overall, has the number of counting centers been increased? Number of agents who will be counting, has that been increased? Or because you know there'll be far more gaps everywhere,
yes,
they'll be
the
working with
counting
50%
centers have been
capacity.
increased.
Yes.
Well, yes, the counting centers have been increased more this time because of the COVID scenario, of course, because the state is recording more than 17,000 cases, remember, in a day. So that's why the counting centers have also been increased. There are several other protocols like the EVMs, the VVPATs are also being sanitized before the start counting. So these are several COVID measures that are being taken.
Okay, let me
To ensure
Right.
that there is more social distancing, more COVID measures this time.
Well, Aparna, I'm glad you've recovered from COVID-19 and you're back out in the field. Take care, hydrate, and don't exert yourself too much. Pallavi Ghosh is right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. Pallavi, what's the situation there? Before we go to Nandigram, headed Payal Mehta. Yes, Pallavi.
Yes, I mean, this is where, I mean, I would say the political future of Mamata Banerjee is going to be decided in a sense of Bengal as well. Just getting a sense of where I am for those who don't understand where the significance of this place. This is, of course, in Bhawanipur, which is her constituency till now. This time, of course, she hasn't contested from here. See the lane right behind me, which I'm trying to show you, is the Harish Chatterjee Street. Now, this is the road which completely leads up to her residence. We are being told she's only going to speak much later in the evening once there's a clarity as far as the results are concerned. Remember, this time round, as we've seen the examples of Bihar and other states also, voting is expected to, counting I would say, is expected to carry on till quite late. So the clarity on who has the edge, one does not hazard that guess. So this is the Kalighat area right over here. You can see over here. This is the Kalighat area which reaches up to the famous Kalighat Mandir over here. And as far as Mamata Banerjee's schedule goes, well, she is, of course, cooped up in her residence. She's going to be closely monitoring the results and also what the counting takes place. Party colleagues and leaders are also, of course, at their residence, and she's expected to speak. What we were told till day before is that only after 4 o'clock, and depending on what the results are all about. About her political future, we don't even have to mention that. We understand how important this election becomes for her. Strong anti-incumbency, a very strong and aggressive opponent in the name of the BJP. You people were talking about the silent voters. Bengalis are not known to be very reticent. I've covered several state elections, but this time round, what Bengal elections have taught me and shown me is that people don't want to talk about it. It's not just a fear factor, actually. It's also the factor is that many of them have made up their mind, but they don't want to be open about it. And therefore, that's going to be a very important factor. The silent voters, the voters who perhaps may not go up and talk to our pollsters and indicate where they have voted for. She faces a strong anti-incumbency. Certainly, there's a deep-rooted anger against her in many pockets of Bengal. Cut money, tolabazi, these are the factors which the BJP has used against her. But apart from that, what is she depending on? Two factors. She's one depending on what she calls a minority consolidation. She's hoping against hope that in Malda, where she parked herself for 5 days in Mushirabad, the Muslim votes will not be divided to say the ISF or the Congress or to the left. Second, of course, is a gender consolidation. That's why paid up this whole perception of being a fighter Didi, the only woman who's taken on so many men who came down from Delhi and repeatedly attacked her. So if she gets that minority plus the gender consolidation, Mamata Banerjee and TMC certainly thinks that they are kind of safe and they may pull it through.
And interestingly, as you pointed out, Pallavi, particularly the minority vote, just about every pollster is suggesting that there is clear consolidation of the minority vote, almost like 70% in favor of the TMC. We have Payal Mehta, who is on her way to Nandigram. Payal, is Shubhendu Adhikari in Nandigram or is he in Kolkata?
Well, he'll definitely be in Nandigram because he'll be monitoring the counting that is really happening. That's going to be important for him. It's a very envious seat to go into because that's the seat that possibly in a way could decide who becomes the next Chief Minister of Bengal, given the fact that the BJP has still not declared the Chief Ministerial phase. But of course, Shubhendu Adhikari taking on the might of Mamata Banerjee, the power of Mamata Banerjee, the sitting Chief Minister as well. And what an election it has been, Maria, 8-phase long election. You guys are talking about the numbers and the number games as well. If the BJP's own internal assessment is concerned,
Yes.
I've spoken to BJP leaders who say that, you know, probably by phase 6, they're looking at anywhere, you know, between 140 to 160 seats. That's
Yes.
what the internal assessment is going to be. This election has also been about, you know, the whole narrative of creating the Khala Hobe versus Khala Shesh, the whole narrative of Ram Mandir, I beg your pardon, Jai Shri Ram versus, you know, something else as well. So obviously the BJP and the TMC have been fiercely caught in this battle as well, and it's been a personal battle. It's been a battle for personal, ambitions as well. For example, it's been an ambition for Mamata Banerjee to prove to the whole of the BJP that she is the only one who has been able to take them on, you know, despite the fact that they have huge presence across the entire country. And also, you know, as far as the BJP is concerned, they can in fact break into any region, break into any bastion as well. And of course, Amit Shah, you know, one must think about the kind of stakes that really he has in Bengal. It was an unfinished agenda on his mind while he was the party's president. Of course, now JP Nadda is the party president.
Yes.
And both of them have put together everything that they could have, made multiple visits, probably had more than 100 roadshows and rallies themselves together as well, with the Prime Minister doing over 16 to 18 rallies in the state as well. So that's the kind of high stake battle as far as that is concerned. I'm going to the most envious seat. And let's see if Nandigram gives you the next Chief Minister of Bengal.
Yes, you know, interestingly, Payal was pointing out that personal battle of Mr. Shah. I had asked that specific question when I met him just before the 6th phase, and said that don't you think that it all began when you arrived here in 2017, and now you have been relentless on the ground, and what do you think it will be? It's your personal battle. And he said, koi kuch personal nahi hota, ye party ka ladai hai. And this is also BJP testing its own achievement. You know, they are realizing that whether if they can win in Assam, can they repeat it in Bengal? Because Bengal is a different ball game altogether.
Well, like you said, in 2017 itself, he had said that the BJP, if it wants to actually push forward the story of Vikas of the country, it has to bring about a balance, and it needs to get into power in the northeast, in Bihar and in Bengal. One of the bastions they've not conquered is the south. We'll talk about the south in just a bit. But if it stay with Bengal, the women voters and also the urban versus rural, you know, where do you think the BJP is going to score?
It's predominantly a rural constituency, rural state. I mean, out of the 294, we're looking at 163 constituencies as rural constituencies. A large part of them are in the southern, southeastern part, which is South 24 Parganas. And this is what I keep talking about. This is the guard of the Trinamool Congress. Also, Maria mentioned about the Muslim factor. Again, a lot is made out of it, particularly in the Malda, Murshidabad belt. But in those constituencies where Muslims are more than 50%, it's only 74, 75 seats. Yes, in the final analysis, in a game of margins, when it boils down to 30-odd seats, yes, those 74, 75 seats could be important, but it's all bunched up in a couple of districts. It's all bunched up in Malda and Murshidabad, which incidentally went to polls in the last phase. So even if the Trinamool does exceptionally well in those last two phases, it only adds up to about 70-odd seats. They need to win here. This is where they need to rack it up in huge numbers. We'll see how this plays out.
Interestingly, 2019, look at the Muslim vote share for the BJP is getting close to about 27-28%, even though 47%
but this could be the Hindu vote in these constituencies. For example, it could be the Hindu vote in these constituencies. This is a given for the BJP anyway. This is a starting point for the BJP. They started at 30%. The question is, will this remain intact? Will the Trinamool get almost 50%, almost 1 out of 2 in these seats? Because this is a very, very low figure. It's only 7%. If this number racks up, then naturally this number will go down, which means it will be advantage.
No, let me ask you this. I was about to come to that.
Yes.
Exactly. That's the left. That's what I'm saying. This is a combination of left plus ISF. Was only 7% in the 2019 Lok Sabha. This figure will not be 7% now. It will go up. And if it goes up because of ISF, then this number has to come down. And if this number comes down, then it means it's advantage to the BJP because
but
it
Zaka,
pushes up.
towards the later part, it became very clear who was the challenger of Mamata Banerjee. So, I think most voters had made up their mind in the later part, particularly when these almost like 74 seats went to polls towards the later part, that whether if it's BJP versus Mamata Banerjee, then they would rather try and stop BJP in those seats.
Yeah.
So
But-
whether
but
it will
there
be
is
going
a-
for some kind of split, that remains to be seen.
There is also the incumbency factor. As a voter, irrespective of whether Hindu, Muslim or whatever, if you are upset with Mamata Banerjee and you don't want to vote for her, you may not want to vote for the BJP.
Yes.
Then you will gravitate to another option which you believe in the future could emerge back, or it was my erstwhile support base. So there is a theory which says that because going forward the fight will be right versus left.
Yes.
There could be a gravitation which would already happen where people would have felt that if the BJP is taking this election, I'd rather strengthen a group which is perhaps going to emerge and become stronger. And then the left ISF combined, not even the Congress as much, but the left and the ISF
And
combined comes out.
Amphan is also
Yeah.
a factor there.
Yeah, Amphan is a factor in those seats where the Trinamool racks up numbers. Look at this. This is the entire coastal belt. This is, across the Bay of Bengal, the Sundarbans, the constituencies that border Bangladesh on the southern side. This is South 24 Parganas. And look at the TMC's domination, almost 100 out of the 125 seats. If there is anger in these constituencies at cut money and not getting Amphan relief money, then you will see a lot more saffron here. Look at the BJP. It's only 26.
Yeah.
It's only a quarter of less than a quarter.
Let me just check if we have Pallavi and Payal with us even now. Pallavi, you went to the Amphan region, so did Payal. So what is the sense that you got?
If you could just repeat your question.
No, the
Anand.
Amphan regions, was there a certain level of anti-incumbency or a sentiment that they have not been given justice, or there has been cut money, and this is cutting across communities?
Oh yes, absolutely. That's where the anger actually came in from. That's when this whole talk of cut money, tolabazi. Now, for example, when I went to Jhargram over there, and I remember that was the rally, the first rally of the Home Minister Amit Shah was being held over there. And we were talking offhand to the people. There was this anger about them, and I remember one particular village I went to in Jhargram itself, where the people told me, just 2 days back, water has started coming to our village. Thereby what they were trying to convey to us, that these were just a kind of optics which was being brought by the state government because elections are around the corner. Water is a huge issue over there. Water plus, for example, in those areas which have been affected by that Amphan cyclone, was also the fact that the money which was given out was actually not reaching the people it should have been reaching to.
Right.
Their complaint, and almost everywhere I went, was simple, is that they're the party workers and they call them goons or the gundas as they call it over here. They are the ones who kept the money for themselves. So if out of 10 we should have got at least 9, we ended up getting only 2 or 3. That could be something which is reflected, and I think the BJP understood that, which is why one leader after another, the Prime Minister of course himself, made this whole point about Tolabazi, Bhaipo, the two factors. That's
Right.
going to be interesting to watch, whether the Bhaipo factor, that's Abhishek Banerjee, and the corruption charges against him, and of course the whole thing of Tolabazi. Look, Mamata Banerjee came to power on the whole plank of being completely squeaky clean. Simple cotton tate, shari, Hawaii chappal, choti and all of that.
Yeah.
She's tried to maintain that image. But what then has started happening is that she is like the Dhritarashtra syndrome. She actually allowed this corruption to grow, and the
Right.
BJP has tried to build up on this narration and perception, and something which could hurt her is that's the calculation of the
Well,
BJP.
many say that there was a certain level of correction which she tried to attempt, while she said, when she openly came out and said, if you have taken cut money, give it back. And then there were also talks about stop doing all of this for now 6 months, and there were a lot of talk. But will that work? And did Abhishek Banerjee's interview where he said, I have no political ambitions, I'm not looking to replace or succeed Mamata Banerjee, come a little too late in the day? All of that, the ballot has been cast. We will know. We're going to take a short break here on the coverage. When we come back, we shift the spotlight down south. Tamil Nadu. What happens? It is Stalin's election to lose. That's what everybody says. Stay with us.
जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है, डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करके जो क्रेमेशन सेंटर तक ले करके जाती है, उन्होंने रेट्स अपने बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हाई कर रखे थे। इसी बीच में मैंने अपने एक दोस्त को राम मनोहर लोहिया अस्पताल में ही खोया, और खोने के बाद मैं खुद 4 घंटे हॉस्पिटल के बाहर वेट करती रही कि शायद कोई गाड़ी का अरेंजमेंट हो जाए, और मैं फेल हो गई वहाँ पे। दैट डे आई रियलाइज, आई डिसाइडेड कि मुझे कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा जरूर करना है कि जो मैंने सफर किया है अभी समाज में, हॉस्पिटल से बाहर जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज हैं, जो गरीब परिवार के लोग हैं, उन इस वजह से उनकी आंखों में आंसू नहीं आने देना है, क्योंकि उन्होंने अभी अपने परिवार का एक सदस्य खोया है। उनके ऊपर वो विपदा ही बहुत बड़ी होती है, और अगर उनके ऊपर पैसे की मार ऊपर से पड़ जाए तो फिर इंसान या तो सुसाइड के लिए सोचता है या कुछ गलत कदम के लिए सोचता है, बहुत निगेटिव हो जाता है समाज को लेकर के। तो ये निगेटिविटी से भी बचाना था और सेवा करनी थी, और मुझे कुछ ऐसा करना था कि हजारों लोगों के आंसू जो है मैं पोंछ सकूं एक अपनी छोटी सी सेवा के तहत।
तो ये बताइए वर्षा कि आपने परिवारों की बात की, आपको डर नहीं लगता, आपके परिवार को डर नहीं लगता? आखिरकार आप जा रही हैं कोविड हॉस्पिटल्स और कोविड वार्ड्स के बाहर, जिन बॉडीज से आप डील कर रहे हैं, जिनको हैंडल कर रहे हैं, वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हैं।
डर नहीं लगता है, और दिन पर दिन जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ मैं और भी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हो रही हूँ। मेरा डर अगर कहीं 10% या 5% जो रहा होगा, अब तो वो भी मर गया है। देखिए, जब आप इस तरह का कुछ काम कर रहे हैं और आपकी फैमिली आपको सपोर्ट कर रही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर कोई भी ताकत आपको कोई भी बड़े से बड़ा कार्य करने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग, आप तो बहुत लोगों के साथ, बहुत आपने डेड बॉडीज फेरी की होंगी, आपके लिए सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग मोमेंट कौन सा होता है?
बिल्कुल, मेरी बेटी हाई स्कूल में है, और इतनी बड़ी बेटी का मैं जब एक क्रिमेशन के लिए लेकर के जा रही थी, उस दिन मुझे सारी रात नींद नहीं आई थी। और ऐसे कई सारे परिवार हैं जिन्होंने 5 में से 3 लोगों को एक साथ खोया या एक दिन के गैप पे खोया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बताती हूँ। मैं राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाहर अपनी तख्ती लेकर के बैठी थी कि मुफ्त निःशुल्क सेवा के वाहन के लिए। वहाँ पे एक 22 साल का लगभग लड़का आता है मेरे पास, और वो मुझसे कहता है कि सुनो, आप ऐसा ऐसा काम करती हैं। तो मैंने बोला हाँ। उसने बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर पड़ा है। कि वो हार्ड लैंग्वेज बोल रहा था, और काफी मुझे लग रहा है शायद वो दिल्ली साइड का था। उसने बहुत रूड सा मुझसे बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए। मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए होगी। वो मुझसे ये बोल करके गया कि ये 2 दिन के बाद मर जाएगा, और तुम ऐसा काम कर रही हो तो ये सारा क्रिमेशन तुम देख लेना, और मैं जा रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? बोला मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा, मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है हर एक बॉडी के साथ एक किस्सा, हर एक केस के साथ एक ऐसी कहानी जुड़ी है जो आपके जहन को और झकझोर देती है, और आप और ज्यादा मदद करने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं।
बिफोर आई कम टू हरतीरथ, वर्षा, मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। रोज एक दिन में आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं? कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है, मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2:30 बजे हो, 3:30 बजे हो, 4 बजे हो, मेरे पास किसी भी समय आ जा रही है कॉल। और क्योंकि हमारी मैन पावर या जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मुझे लगता है कि 10 से 12 या कभी कभी 13 भी बॉडीज को हैंडल कर लेती हैं। क्योंकि एक बॉडी को क्रिमेट कराने में बॉडी लोड करके हॉस्पिटल से उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज होती हैं वो पूरा फुलफिल करके वैकुंठ धाम तक जाना, उसकी बॉडी को पूरा क्रिमेशन तक का पूरा प्रोसेस को निभा करके वापस आने में 40 to 45 मिनट्स लगते हैं। तो इस पीरियड में फिर 3 गाड़ियों में आप एवरेज निकालिए कि कम से कम 10 से 12 या 13 बॉडीज हो जाती है हमारे।
We are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis. We need to keep the faith. I have 2 people on debrief today who are keeping the faith, marching on and doing what they can to help others. Hartirath Singh is the Community Development Director at Hemkund Foundation, an organization that is helping people quite literally breathe in the city. And we have Varsha Verma. She's the founder of Ek Koshish Aisi Bhi. She ferries bodies of COVID-19 victims in Lucknow. I'm going to thank both of you for joining us on the show today. I know Varsha and I know Hartirath that both of you are very busy, that your phones are constantly ringing with people asking for help. Varsha Verma, I want to start with you. मुझे ये बताओ कि ये कैसे हुआ? I know people, I personally know of relatives who have passed away in hospitals, and there has been no one to ferry their bodies to the crematorium because people simply don't want to go anywhere near a COVID positive person. Why did you decide that it was okay for you with your little ambulance to do this job? Why did you want to do it?
सी अगर आपको मानव जन्म मिला है और उसमें एक छोटा सा दिल होता है और उसमें बहुत सारी फीलिंग्स, बहुत सारी इमोशंस होते हैं और जब आप अपनी उंगली आंखों से जब चारों तरफ त्राही त्राही देख रहे होते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर दिल है वो पसीजेगा जरूर। और जब आपके अंदर एक देशभक्ति, एक समाज सेवा की भावना होती है तो शायद उस समय आप फिर अपने आप को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, आप अपने आप को रोक नहीं सकते हैं। मुझे वैन को ऑर्गेनाइज प्लान करके पूरा लाने में मुझे 2 दिन का जो वक्त लगा, आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि मुझे रातों की नींद नहीं आ रही थी। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये 2 दिन मेरे पूरे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है, डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करके जो क्रेमेशन सेंटर तक ले करके जाती है, उन्होंने रेट्स अपने बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हाई कर रखे थे। इसी बीच में मैंने अपने एक दोस्त को राम मनोहर लोहिया अस्पताल में ही खोया और खोने के बाद
Welcome back, and we continue to focus on the battle for the states. The strong rooms are being opened. Counting will get underway in just about 31 minutes from now, and we'll get you the results as they come in here on CNN News 18, because if it's elections, it's CNN News 18. And this is an election now we'll focus on, which is for the challenger to lose. MK Stalin and the DMK in Tamil Nadu, it's their election to lose because they were running away with it post the 2019 Lok Sabha results. And what the pollsters say is that he is coasting, except for the Jan Ki Baat numbers, which say that things could get a little stuck because the halfway number is 118. So it's the Jan Ki Baat number, which perhaps is an outlier in this case, which says कि ये फंस जाएगा मामला. और अगर फंस गया, even then the DMK has the edge, just like similar to the situation with Axis My India in Bengal, where they said that the DMK has its nose ahead just by about 4 or 5 seats. And if this happens, then there is a problem, and it is only for Stalin to lose. Highly unlikely, though, no?
Yeah, I was just trying to rack my brains. Has Tamil Nadu ever had a hung assembly? I don't think so. I can't remember. I certainly don't think in the last 40-50 years Tamil Nadu has ever had a hung assembly. But I think, look at those numbers. I think if you leave the Jan Ki Baat poll aside, the smallest number, as in like for the DMK, the lowest end of the range is 160, right? 160 is the lowest. So if you're looking at 160, then you're looking at a massive election for the DMK, because this is the starting point. 136 last time ADMK won, and DMK was at 98, the alliance that is. Vote share difference is not much. It's in fact about 1% or so, a little over 1%. But look at the number of seat difference. And what happened last time, there were about 40 seats, 30-40 seats where there were low margins. Look at this. There were 30 seats where there were low margins. The ADMK got 17 of those seats, the DMK only 12. And they are spread across. They are spread in the northern part of the state, in the southern part of the state. But one of the things with Tamil Nadu has always been, and I keep saying this, the west is a critical factor. This is Salem, Coimbatore, Erode. The Chief Minister hails from here. In many of these constituencies, voter turnout was above the state average. The state average was about 74-75%. Here it was well above 80%. So in these constituencies, the ADMK might actually do well because, like I said, the Chief Minister is from there. A couple of his big ministers are also from that belt. But that's only about 50-60 seats. The remaining seats are all either in the northern part of the state, where traditionally the DMK has done well, Chennai and its outskirts, or in the southern part of the state, Madurai, Theni, Dindigul, that belt, which was the AIDMK stronghold. But this time, I'm afraid they might get hurt there because of the TTV factor.
The straight fights, will that decide?
Absolutely. In fact, I think it's about
156 seats?
180 odd constituencies, I think, where there is a direct fight between ADMK and 156. Correct. 156 seats. Because at the end of the day, the two national parties, Congress is only fighting 25 seats, BJP is only fighting 25 seats. I think if there's one state where both the national parties have been relegated, not just to second players, I mean 25 seats is 10% of the state total number of seats. So I think eventually it will be these direct fights. Again, the point that Anand was making last time, with the edge that the ADMK had was in these seats, where it won 93 out of the 156, DMK won only 63. If that situation flips, then I think the DMK will take.
Has it ever been that the incumbent has been reduced to such low numbers? Look at what happened last time around, Zaka.
Oh, it has happened worse. In fact, I remember in 1996, which was the wave election when DMK and TMC, the Tamil Manila Congress of GK Moopanar tied up. I think Jayalalitha was reduced to 4 seats.
4 seats.
Just 4 seats. This has been the worst sort of on-record performance of the ADMK.
Yeah.
I think the 1991 election, when Rajiv Gandhi died, the election happened in the aftermath of Rajiv Gandhi dying. The DMK was reduced to just 2 seats.
2 seats.
So it has happened.
It swings this way or that way, and for Jayalalitha in 1996 to come down to about 4 seats and then to win in 2011 and in 2016 was something which was unprecedented. Nobody expected her to be able to do what she's done.
EPS, OPS settling down the power. I mean, the power tussle was settled. They also had Sasikala at bay. Still, if the numbers are going down, what is going wrong with them?
That's that it's purely because DMK. It's like wave. The only thing is, in the last 18 months, if EPS, OPS have done some good work, and if it translates to something, and how they handled COVID, or whether they handled COVID well or not, and what people see, and if they see development which is happening, and of course the caste combinations and the aspects which come through. Otherwise, the Jan Ki Baat scenario is highly unlikely. Let's go to the people who are on ground, who have got a sense of what's going on. Deepa Balakrishnan is with us. Deepa Balakrishnan is with us. We have Jude Sanit also with us, and Purnima Murli with us. Purnima, what's the situation? Is it going to get stuck somewhere? Because there are those within the NDA and especially within the AIDMK who believe it will get close, but the DMK believes they are taking it.
Well, ADMK believes that the post-poll predictions may not be absolutely right. In 2016, the post-poll prediction was an advantage DMK, but ADMK came to power. That's what the ADMK maintains. However, DMK is extremely confident of winning this time around. In fact, MK Stalin had written to his party cadre asking them not to come out and celebrate, not to enter the counting centers, and stay at home and celebrate. That's the message that MK Stalin has said to the party cadre, district secretaries, asking them to celebrate at home and stay indoors, considering that the pandemic is raging and health and people's lives are more important. Therefore, DMK is extremely confident. ADMK sources say that they are pretty nervous because this is the election they are fighting in the absence of Jayalalitha. In 2019, they didn't win, but 2021, they hope that they could win a decent number. But ADMK continues to remain nervous as the counting is all set to begin at 8 a.m.
Well, 2016, I remember standing Deepa Balakrishnan on that corner of Post Garden, and I was the only one at that point in time, along with 2 or 3 other people, and then you had the AIDMK supporters coming through, and everybody was parked outside the DMK office, and then suddenly everything started changing. Is that going to happen this time around, Deepa? What's the situation outside the AIDMK office? It's no longer outside Post Garden, Jayalalitha's residence, isn't it? It's outside the party office now. Things changed.
Well, it's outside the party office and it's heavily barricaded. We are in fact hardly seeing anyone who has come in except people who have come in who are administrators at the party office. We hardly see anyone at all lining up here. One of the reasons could of course be that there is a general shutdown. So certainly there is no encouragement of any crowds here after the High Court's diktats. But very crucial election for ADMK, because this election is not just about the battle for Tamil Nadu. It's also, I think, in a way, the battle for supremacy among the different top ADMK leaders on who actually can be a better manager of the party affairs at the end of this election. If E. Palaniswamy, the Chief Minister, actually manages to win a decent number, he could sort of establish a supremacy over the party, while O. Pannirselvam, of course, who was a chosen man for Jayalalitha all along when she was alive, O. Pannirselvam is also, of course, trying to keep his standing, keep himself in the reckoning in this election. At the same time, there is a Sasikala factor. She has already staked claim to the party leadership in a civil court here in Tamil Nadu, where she is fighting for to be recognized as a party general secretary. So certainly the tussle between the top leaders of the AIDMK and also Shashikala, of course, who was earlier thrown out of the AIDMK, will probably be another of the side effects after this election that we are going to be seeing.
Yes, that will be playing out certainly after what happens, and if the numbers hold of the exit poll, then it's DMK all the way. Jude Sanith is live with us from outside Kamal Hassan's residence. Jude, yes, Kamal Hassan made all the headlines, but the pollsters are not giving him even a chance.
Well, and that's not exactly surprising because, you know, as elections past would have it, you put too many candidates in the mix and the Tamil Nadu voter only picks from two trusted candidates or parties, and that's pretty much exactly how pollsters have predicted that 2021 will go, with both Stalin and the AIADMK winning votes and the others, so to speak, including the MNM, being relegated to close to nothing really. But before I get any further, I just want to show you what a surreal scene it is like here in Tamil Nadu and Chennai. I mean, I've covered a few elections before, but the kind of emptiness that we're seeing here at the party office is something quite unlike anything else that we've witnessed before. But of course, that is not exactly surprising, since Kamal Hassan has instructed party members to go about not exactly gathering, celebrating, also having said, quote unquote, your family's health is more important than our success and failure. So he said, don't celebrate in the roads if we do well, don't get dejected if we don't do well, just stay home, stay safe. And that's pretty much the mood here right outside the MNM office. Really, given that the pollsters have not predicted too much for Kamal Hassan's MNM, we'll have to wait and see if they secure maybe small victories, 2 or 3 seats. I mean, Kamal Hassan winning Coimbatore is something that he's looking forward to. In fact, I'm told that he's not even at home yet. He left for Coimbatore a little earlier in the morning. So small victories really is what the MNM is looking forward to. Great if they do, but they won't exactly feel dejected if they don't, given Tamil Nadu.
Will Coimbatore South actually react positively to Kamal Hassan, and what does it mean for the Makkalnidhi Mayam are certain questions. But it's very unlikely scenes, isn't it, Purnima, this time around? Because by now, party cadre would have been outside the DMK office and also the AIDMK office. There have been a huge amount of hustle and bustle and a lot of noise and people coming out and shouting slogans and all of that. But do you believe this time around the Election Commission's guidelines and of course the current situation, political parties will be able to prevail over their cadre and say, let's stay at home, let's try and wait, and we'll make the celebrations will be far more muted this time?
Well, because the Madras High Court had come down heavily on the Election Commission, saying that it's because of them that the second wave in Tamil Nadu is happening. Therefore, all these political parties have in fact asked their party cadre to stay at home and celebrate. But there will be muted celebrations. But once the leads are out, we could perhaps see some movement at the AIADMK, DMK party offices, depending on which way the results go. There will be celebrations of sorts, at least at the party office, but once the leads are out. But it's not going to be as prominent as the ones we've seen before, especially in Tamil Nadu, where celebrations define the mood of the party. Therefore, this time muted celebrations in Tamil Nadu as the lockdown continues today.
Well, Zaka, how Jude said, Stalin and AIADMK.
Yeah.
So you see, earlier it used to be Jayalalitha and Karunanidhi. Yeah. Now it's Stalin and AIADMK, because AIADMK clearly does not have a leader of that stature. But do you think EPS and OPS has been, been able to
interesting, even for reporters covering the Tamil Nadu election, you were talking about how in 2016 you were outside Post Garden. I was outside Gopalapuram, Karunanidhi's residence, and it's not too far. It's just right on either side of RK Salai. Today, no reporters outside Gopalapuram because Stalin doesn't stay there. He stays in his own house in a different location from where Purnima was joining us. And nobody's obviously there at Post Garden because there's no Jayalalitha. So that itself, for reporters covering the Tamil Nadu story, it's a fascinating change. But just in terms of, what could be a swing factor, remember that 1 year quota, which was announced at the 11th hour, I think just an hour before the Model Code of Conduct came into effect. The PMK is an ally of the AIADMK. The AIADMK doesn't do that well in North and North Central. We're talking about places, between Chennai and Trichy. It's about a 5-hour drive between those two cities. We're looking at that entire belt, North Central, where the PMK, it's their stronghold. If the PMK can help win a few seats in this belt, and I talked about the Western belt, which is the Coimbatore, Erode, Salem belt, and the AIADMK, because of the chief minister coming from there and big ministers coming from there, if they manage to hold on to some there, then things could get interesting. What's also a factor is, just as much as, one caste group gets reservation, there will be other caste groups who will take offense to that, because ultimately the pie is the same. It has to come from the same pie. So there is the anti-1-year quota, which is the Tewars, again, mid-level caste, peasant caste. They are agrarian and also very, very, landed and rich, some would say, but they are in the southern part of the state. And here, the Tewars used to be the backbone of the AIDMK. I mean, MGR built this whole edifice of the AIDMK on the basis of the Tewar vote. The Tewars, if they are angry, not just for the 1-year quota, but also there's no Jayalalitha, the party is split, there is some pockets of influence for TTV and Shashikala. If they are angry here and they vote against the AIDMK, then in their stronghold, which is the southern part of the state, the AIDMK could take a bit of a dent.
The DKV also factor comes into play in this region only. The Devendra Kula Vellalar is a grouping of 7 castes, subcastes, and that could also work or be counterproductive depending upon how the Tewars actually react, because they're saying there are certain community anti-sentiment towards doing that with the DKVs. Ladies and gentlemen, just about 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go before the first results start coming in across the 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry, as we quickly take a look at what's happening in God's own country. We'll flip this and try and understand what's happening as far as Kerala is concerned, and everybody will be surprised because the kind of comeback that is being registered by Pinarayi Vijayan post Lok Sabha 2019 results is something which is surprising everyone. Now, is this also the rise of the left as a thought between left and right as a political narrative and the ideological narrative going forward for 2024? And or is it because Kerala is giving a thumbs up to somebody who's taken what is largely being seen as an anathema to what the left philosophy has been, Zaka? And I want you to talk a little more about it, because Pinarayi Vijayan is doing everything which is predominantly not an LDF genre.
Absolutely. He's open to business. He says, in fact, we were there at a Rising Kerala event a couple of years ago, and he was speaking to industrialists, and he said, if anybody in the name of the CPM or the party calls you and says, don't give money for this project, or we want cut money, the famous cut money thing that happens in Bengal used to happen in Kerala as well. He says, this is my direct number, you call me. I am the party. There is no bigger communist in this state than me, is what he said in that event. But one couple of factors that I'd like to highlight. One is COVID. I think COVID really changed the game between 2019 and now because of the manner in which the Pinarayi government addressed it. And this is, again, across the state. The bulk of the worst hit districts seem to be in the central part of the state. And these are pockets where the UDF, even as badly as they did last time, these are their pockets of influence. We're talking about the central part, Kottayam, Ernakulam there, as well as Palakkad, Thrissur, that belt. This is where, the game could get decided in the middle part of the state. And here, if the LDF, because of the work that it did for COVID, if the LDF performs, even if it does this well, 41 out of 70, I think it's on course to win the state. But if in these areas the LDF takes a hit and the UDF does well, because, like I said, it's their stronghold, then this could be an interesting result. If you go by at least, I think, couple of exit polls, Axis is one and I think Chanakya is the other, which have all given a median figure of 100 for the LDF. And I went back and checked. The LDF, since the beginning of coalitions, which is from the late 1970s, neither front has got to 3 figures. So it would be a phenomenal achievement. Not just the fact that the incumbent has been voted back, that has never happened in Kerala since 1977. And more importantly, the margin of victory. If he gets to 100 seats, then I think that is a phenomenal endorsement of Mr. Vijayan's leadership and of the LDF rule.
True, and if you were to look at this again, Jan Ki Baat becomes the only outlier. The only way this, Zaka, can happen is if the UDF vote share erosion happens in favor of the BJP. So the BJP gets into about 22% vote share, which they have never done in Kerala. And because of that, there is a seat translation which is happening with LDF holding on to its own share of votes.
Which is again similar to what we are seeing in Bengal. Now, this is the 2016 assembly. The BJP had only 10%. Let's say it goes up to 20%, right? A 10% jump from 10 to 20. Obviously, a lot of it will come from the two fronts. Let's say again, we're just making back of the book calculations. Let's say the UDF vote share drops from 37, even if it comes down to 30. So 7% out of this 10 comes from here and 3% comes from here. And this goes down again to about 37, 38%. Even then, the number of seats for the LDF will likely increase or be around that 90 range. The challenge for the BJP is, at 20% vote share, how many seats can you win? The challenge really for the BJP is you need to break that threshold, and usually that threshold is around 20, let's say 25% is the threshold that you need to break. If they break 25%, they will get a lot many seats. They could well possibly go into 7-8 seats. But if they don't break 25%, whatever the BJP gets will actually translate into advantage for the LDF, simply because the Iravas, who are the mid-level caste, who are dominantly LDF supporters, and then you have the Nayars, who are the upper castes. If the upper castes go with the BJP, then there will be Irava consolidation in favor of the LDF. Can the BJP make inroads into the Irava constituency of the LDF? We'll see. On that depends, I think, to a large extent, the BJP's success.
It also, the ideological battle, how it shapes up, ladies and gentlemen, because every state that the BJP has tried to make inroads, it's done over a period of 3 elections. And what they have done is they've gradually got up somewhere close to the 20-25% vote share, then pushed during the Lok Sabha elections, and then capitalized in the forthcoming assembly elections. That's exactly the template they followed in Bengal.
And
they're trying to follow that.
Number of shakas. The RSS shakas.
Yeah, but that's a very unique thing there in terms of left
and
or
it's also interesting that we haven't even discussed Congress in the last 45 minutes.
No way.
And this is like breaking away from tradition if Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan returns.
Absolutely.
And Rahul Gandhi is a member of parliament from Wayanad.
Yeah, look at the 2019 picture. I mean, they swept. The UDF got 19 out of 20 seats. The LDF had just 1 seat.
123 was
if that translated as is into assembly segments, the UDF should have got 123 seats. Today, none of those polls are saying that the UDF will win or will be on the verge of winning. Again, Kerala is a game of margins. You have to go back and look at the 2016 result. This difference of about 30 or 40 seats, there were at least 20 to 25 constituencies where the margins were less than 5,000 votes. So that's another factor in Kerala that you have to watch out for. Usually those marginal seats, which way they are going, would sort of likely decide.
Neetu Raghukumar is live with us. Neetu, we've given to understand Oommen Chandy is offering prayers at the Puthupalli church. He's also contesting from there. The strong rooms have been opened. Strict COVID protocols are also in place. Get us the situation on ground.
Strict COVID protocols are in place. Now, only those with RT-PCR negative certificates or those who have completed 2 rounds of vaccination will be allowed entry into a counting center. We are outside one such counting center here in Thiruvananthapuram, where for about 10 constituencies the counting is happening here. So, including the counting agents, the election officials and media can only enter from this part after you provide a RT-PCR negative or a 2-dose vaccination certificate. On the ground, what we are seeing right from morning here is that people are by and large trying to follow the COVID protocol, wearing gloves, a mask, and some even with head shields coming in. Not much of a crowding that we have witnessed here, but it also depends on after the election results how things will be. Will the people listen to the political leaders and not come out in large groups? Now, on the ground, there is a strong talk. Now, most of the exit polls have predicted that the LDF would come back to power, but on the ground, we cannot say that it is a given that this will happen, because the Congress still has a chance, and many hope that the margin, many say that the margin this time won't be high, whether it is either for the LDF or the UDF, but definitely it will be history created by Pinarayi Vijayan if he comes back to power, because since the 70s, no government has been able to do that. Kerala has always voted alternate governments into power. But this time, more constituents are with the LDF, including the Kerala Congress Mani group. Jose K. Mani, the son of K.M. Mani, is with the LDF. So in the central part of son of K. Mani is with LDF. So in the central part of Kerala, especially in Kottayam, in some parts of Ernakulam district, in Idukki area also, this could actually help the LDF traditionally the Christian voters have been normally with the UDF. So this is one way through which the LDF is hoping that, especially in the central part of Kerala, that they can make inroads. And the central part of Kerala has been a stronghold of the UDF.
Well, Neetu Raghukumar, stay safe and we'll come back to you as soon as the results come in. 7 minutes and 27 seconds till the time the first results start coming in. Counting gets underway at 8 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, across these 4 states in the Union Territory. Just enough time for us to look at another state up towards the northeast, which is critical for the BJP's fortunes and its control over the northeast and how it works. And it all boils down to whether or not Sarbananda Sonowal and Himanta Biswa Sarma have done enough to be able to get a mandate yet again. Access My India, C voter, if you look at the numbers, halfway mark is 64, and all of them are saying that the BJP plus should be able to get somewhere close to what they had got the last time around, that is about 74, the entire alliance. The Congress plus, this time around, it's Congress and the AIUDF which are forging or combining synergies, and it clearly shows that it should work in their favor. Gains are anywhere between 1 to 11 seats, which is being looked at by the pollsters, except for a C voter, which is saying that this synergy could actually give them huge amount of dividend, take them about 20 seats more, Zaka, compared to the last time around. And that also shows how polarized the narrative would be.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, even in Assam, you can break it down, Upper Assam and Lower Assam. Upper Assam went to polls in the first phase. Here's where the CAA factor had some kind of resonance, at least when the protests were happening. But in the elections, that factor seemed to have been muted. This is Lower Assam, of course, around the Silchar area, and this is where the alliance between the AIUDF and the Congress will be tested. This is the AIUDF stronghold, and then you have the urban constituencies, and then you have the autonomous hill council constituencies where the tribal vote will be a critical factor. In Assam, again, you look at all the exit polls, I think almost all of them have said that the BJP has the edge. I don't think any exit poll has given, in fact,
Chanakya, the only one, which is saying that it may just fall short. That's the lowest number of 64.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
everybody
is saying they're taking
BJP
it. But
edge.
this is the strongest gain. And Maria, this is what we are looking at, perhaps an ideological shift in terms of the political narrative, where it will be left versus right or Hindu versus Muslim, which is being done. CAA versus anti-CAA. That's what we are seeing building up, because there were a lot of people who asked whether or not the Congress should have actually tied up with the AIUDF. But in this case, it just looks like it will help the Congress party and the AIUDF. Who gains more is going to be another story.
But I think it's about forming the government. If a state is not going for the Congress, either in Assam, when they have put up a very good campaign, let's be sure about it, it was a united Congress. There were not too many factionalism, which is evident, say, in Kerala or in other parts. It was very united campaign, one of the phenomenal campaigns that they have run. Still, if they are away, they're not able to form the government, not even close to the halfway mark, the number of 64, then there is much for them to think. And plus also, the entire anti-CA, the Gamcha campaign.
Well, whether or not that was offset because of what Himanta Biswa Sarma and the likes of Sarbananda Sonowal or the Assam government was able to do during the COVID times. Niloy Bhattacharjee is joining us at this point from Guwahati. Niloy, what's the situation on ground? You think Sarbananda Sonowal, Himanta Biswa Sarma, the BJP plus is confident of being able to comfortably form government again?
Right, if you see the BJP or the friendly alliance between BJP, AGP and UPPL, they were initially going for a 100+ margin, but now they scaled down to 80, and as the exit poll predicts, somewhere between 65 to 75. Though Himanta Biswa Sarma asked yesterday, he said that I am confident of a good number, but he didn't predict the actual number. Normally, Himanta Sarma predicts his mathematics much ahead of the counting day. This time he didn't. And besides, if you see the BJP's performance, if BJP and the friendly alliance retains power, this would be for the first time in the political history of Assam that any non-Congress government shall come to the power consecutively. Now, this whether or not Himanta Biswa makes that history, or the Chief Minister Sarbananda Sonowal makes the history, that remains to be seen. But yes, of course, what BJP wants or BJP needs at this moment of time is that in Upper Assam, where 47 in the first phase, 47 seats were there, And out of the 47 seats, 37 seats were dominated by tea garden voters. Now, whether tea garden voters sticks to BJP, that needs to be seen. If it sticks to BJP, then definitely BJP has an edge. But Congress, on the other hand, this time, and with likes of Bhupesh Baghel, has worked on the tea gardens, and Bhupesh Baghel primarily worked on the tea garden to swing the votes to the Congress side. And if you see the swing, there is a predictable some 15 to 20% of the swing in the tea garden votes. And if that happens then if Congress manages to get some seats out of the tea garden, then Congress is on the edge. Now, on the second hand, Lurinjyoti Gogoi, or AJP, Assam Jatiya Porishad, and Raijo Dal, the two new parties that were floated just ahead of the elections on the planks of anti-CAA. Now, Lurinjyoti Gogoi or Raijo Dal, they are put in the cluster of the others, and the others gets, according to exit polls, somewhere between 0 to 3 votes. Now, if that be so, then Lurinjyoti Gogoi has said that what exit poll has omitted or has not delve into is the silent voters. Now, Lurinjyoti Gogoi says that the silent voters are the new voters, the young voters, and the women voters that have...
How are the allies of the BJP looking at the exit polls? Are they hoping that they'll get some space for flexing the muscle if these numbers hold?
If this number holds, definitely yes. AGP has contested in somewhere around 26 seats, and AGP is expecting somewhere around 13 to 14 seats. And if AGP manages, Assam Gana Porishad manages to get around 13 to 14 seats, then AGP had 3 ministers in the previous government. Definitely they would be able to have their pound of flesh this time too. If you count UPPL, it is very vital for UPPL because in the Bodoland areas, there are around 12 seats in Bodoland areas. The 12 seats, UPPL has contested in 8 seats. Now, if UPPL a new constituent in that...
Well, the story is also about how the government's handled COVID, and also the Vikas narrative, the projects that have been announced, and also there is a religious combine which is coming in because Amit Shah's appeal, his trip to Nagaon, him trying to go back to the Vaishnav and also the neo-Vaishnav roots of Assam, trying to revive that. All of that is going to come into play, and it's all coming down to the final 24 seconds before counting gets underway, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to get you across 820 assembly constituencies, crores of voters who have come and cast their ballot to try and decide and elect a government that is going to govern these critical states for the next 5 years. It's also going to set the political narrative. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway. Counting begins now across the 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry and across more than 820 assembly constituencies. The counting is going to begin now. The results should start trickling in. The postal votes in these COVID times under very, very strict protocols. The counting has begun in 822 seats across the states of Assam, Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Stand by for the first leads here on CNN News 18. We'll see which constituency, which state are the leads, early leads coming through. There is going to be perhaps a clear verdict which would come across all the states, although many believe Bengal could be a fight to the finish. It could be a photo finish. We'll have to see which state throws up the surprise, which state actually gives a clear mandate one way or the other to a political party. And it's also about setting the ideological, political narrative going forward into the big elections for Uttar Pradesh and, of course, 2024 Lok Sabha, the rise of regional satraps and leaders. Who's going to be the fulcrum of the opposition against PM Modi-led juggernaut of the BJP? All these questions come into play. And the man who's going to have a very, very busy time going forward is just getting all set on the magic wall. It's Zakir Jacob. Where do you suppose the first leads are going to come?
I have no idea. It could be Bengal simply because there are a larger number of constituencies. It could also be Tamil Nadu, again, larger constituencies, but you tend to get the leads faster from those states. But it could be anywhere. It could well be from Assam. Who knows? But so far, no, we're going to run by all the states. Bengal, we haven't got any leads yet. Tamil Nadu, nobody's opened their account yet. Let's take a look at Kerala. Again, nobody has opened their account yet. I suspect it will take about 5-10 minutes before you get the first leads.
Counting of postal votes has begun in Kerala. Each counting centre has 4 to 8 tables arranged for the counting of postal votes, and this time postal votes are more in number owing to COVID. 80 plus COVID positive areas, those in quarantine, were allowed postal ballots. So those people who were in quarantine, those people who are above the age of 80, they were all allowed to send in their ballot via post. So the postal ballots number in Kerala, Neetu Raghukumar telling us, is going to be high and much more, and that's why we would also start seeing a set of early leads coming through at this point in time, and we'll have to see where it comes from. They've got 292 constituencies going to the ballot in Bengal. 2 constituencies will be polling on the 16th of May. But across the other states, 234 coming in from Tamil Nadu. Halfway mark is 61 if you look at it, as far as 64 if you look at Assam. And then you also have the story coming through from God's own country, where the UDF was supposed to take it all away. If you look at the Lok Sabha 2019 projections, with more than 123 seats to their name out of 140. But this time around, will Pinarayi Vijayan claw his way back through? That is going to be critical. What about the star candidates? What about the incumbents? What about Nandigram? That's the big story that is going to be there. Will the Chief Minister hold on to, win the seat? Because in Bengal, they say, when the Chief Minister or when the government changes, then the incumbent Chief Minister loses her seat. His seat or her seat loses the seat, and that's been the story. That's true about all that, but there have been cases where perhaps the Chief Minister would win, but they would not get so many seats.
Interesting the number of VIP candidates that we have in all the states, and all these are like high-profile people. Himanta Biswa Sarma himself contesting from Jalukbari, 3-term MLA. Then you have Sarbanan Sonowal. All important people and all. KK Shailaja, the Kerala Health Minister herself, very busy with the entire COVID management. And the details that are coming from Kerala, with Neetu Kumar has just said, because as you said, there are 4 to 8 tables arranged for counting of postal ballots, and 80 plus COVID positive, those in quarantine, were allowed to, vote through postal ballot. Similarly, in other states as well, there is a COVID protocol that is in place. The counting center numbers have been increased overall. The candidates who are going inside these counting centers have been told to come with an RT-PCR negative test. Only then he and all others who are around there will be allowed. So all these precautions being taken, of course, all that is coming as an afterthought perhaps, and in the backdrop of what really happened at the
or 2 vaccination doses. Those who have got 2 shots of the vaccine and completed their period, they will be allowed to go in as long as you can show. So imagine if we are getting into a state where you're going to say, agar vaccine lagaya, to then you can walk into a counting center, or you can come closer to a counting center. How critical, how important it is. And India, get vaccinated is a message that we'll continue to keep sending.
And no celebrations at all.
Yeah, no celebrations. You got to stay away. No gathering.
Will be allowed to go only with 2 other people to collect the certificates finally. So all precautions in place. We are certainly hoping that the counting doesn't lead to increase in number of COVID cases in these states.
Well, that is something which is which the Election Commission has been bashed around by the high courts across multiple states, saying that what is it, why didn't you think about these COVID protocols and adherence to it during the rallies, etc., because of the surge that we are seeing. And this is not just in these 4 states, across the board, even with the panchayat elections and local body elections. Pallavi Ghosh is joining us on ground from right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. Aparna Bose is right outside the counting center in Kolkata. We'll try and go to Aparna in just a bit. But Pallavi, this is a make or break for Mamata Banerjee and also for the Trinamool. Do you believe that the Trinamool, or is the Trinamool worried that if they don't get an absolute number, or if they don't get back into government, the Trinamool may actually disintegrate?
Yes, this election has also been about, the test really for the Trinamool Congress. I mean, whether they have been managed to be united, and a huge, she's had an iron grip on her party till now. I think in this election, that iron grip has been shaken to a very great extent, because not just 1 or 2, many of those who were with her right from the start, who are stalwarts of the party, they have left the party to join the BJP. We all talk about Shubhendu Adhikari, but what about, say, someone like Ranjit Banerjee? What about people like, say, Mukul Roy? All of them have carved a way for themselves. Now now. So that's also going to be at stake. She's going to be watching very closely how they are also going to be doing. A win for them is going to be a double blow for her in that sense. The Harish Chatterjee street, which you're seeing right behind me, it's like any other lane in Kolkata, but this has always been a high-powered one and tight security, as you can see over here. Tight security over here, it's been barricaded. And it's been where she's began her politics in a many sense. I mean, taking on the left, and not winning over, then finally coming to power in 2006, preferring to stay here rather than any plush or affluent, kind of a chief minister's residence, to kind of make the point that Trinamool Congress is a party of Ma Mati Manush, and that perception of Ma Mati Manush is something which the BJP has tried to shake all along. So this election is also about the Trinamool Congress.
We got a lead.
Well, pulling away from you, Pallavi.
We
Yes,
got
first
a
lead.
It's
First lead's
constituency
coming
10, Kumar Gram, Manoj Kumar Oraon of the BJP. I suspect this might be, this is from the northern part of the state. This is a gain for the BJP. Last time around in 2016, this was a seat that was won by the Trinamool Congress. This particular seat was won by James Kujur. But now the BJP seems to have taken that lead. Two leads coming in. Second constituency, Madira Hart, Manoj Tigga of the BJP. This was again a BJP held seat, but the BJP getting two leads here. Two leads for the BJP in the state of West Bengal.
Oraon is the tribal belt. So again, once again, it will be.
You got a third lead now. This one for the Trinamool. This is Alipur Dwar. The Saurav Chakraborty of the TMC is leading from constituency number 12. So this is primarily we're getting it from the northern part of the state, Cooch Behar, Alipurdwar, that belt. You got another one, the next constituency. This is Falakata, which is the neighboring constituency. Subhash Chandra Roy of the TMC is leading. So it's neck and neck now. TMC 2, BJP 2. Very early days. I think you've got to give it at least an hour and a half before you
and
get.
All these constituencies went to polls in the first two phases.
Yes, correct. Then you have one from South 24, from North 24 Parganas, Chapra. Rukbanu Rahman of the Trinamool is leading there. So 3 and 3 now for the BJP and for the Trinamool. You've got the BJP leading in 3 seats, all in the northern part. Madira Hart, Kalchini, this has also just come in. Bishal Lama of the BJP, Kalchini in constituency number 3. It's all bunched up together. The 3 constituencies that the BJP is leading in are neighboring constituencies. So is the case for the Trinamool as well. So we have leads for about 7 seats in West Bengal. TMC 4, BJP 3. Let's look at Tamil Nadu. Are we getting any leads there? No change there yet. Let's take a look at Kerala as well. 1 LDF. This is the seat of, this is in the central part of the state. Kozhikode North. Totatil Ravindran of the CPM is leading there in Kozhikode North. It's interesting because you'd imagine that Malabar is the belt of the IUML. In fact, I think MT Ramesh was fighting from one of the 2 Kozhikode seats. I don't know if it's north or south. But MT Ravindran, Totatil Ravindran of the CPM leading there. Let's go back and check again in Tamil Nadu. Has there been a lead yet?
More leads in West Bengal, Zaka. No. And as you're looking at it and putting it up on the wall to our viewers, you can see West Bengal to the left of your screen, Tamil Nadu to the right of your screen, Kerala and Assam at the bottom of your screen. That's where you can see the numbers coming in real time.
More
Zaka.
states opening up, more constituencies opening up, more regions. Rajinagar, this is again in the central part of the state. You've got TMC leading. Kaliganj, again Nasruddin Ahmed. This is the Malda Murshidabad belt, by the way, which went to polls in the last phase. Nadia, Malda Murshidabad. So it's interesting that the TMC seems, Raghunath Ganj, Akhruzaman of the TMC is leading in that particular constituency. So you've got 9 leads so far, 6 to the TMC and 3 to the BJP. The BJP's leads are all coming in the northern part of the state, in Cooch Behar, Alipurdwar. The TMC getting a couple of seats there, as well as about 4 seats in the central part.
And that is the part they did well in 2019.
Yeah, of course.
The
BJP had done well in the northern part of the state in 2019. But here is where, I mean, we're not getting any reports for Kolkata or, North and South 24 Parganas. That's where the bulk of the seats are. But right now, the Trinamool is running up the numbers in this part, which is Malda Murshidabad, which went to polls in the last phase.
Interestingly, 3 seats minus for the left, 1 plus for the Trinamool and 2 for the BJP. So far the leads being pulled away. The BJP and the Trinamool are actually pulling away seats from the left. That's what it looks like. It's early days. It's just the postal ballot that is coming through. BJP Well,
10
Abhay Upadhyay is joining us from the Result Hub. What's the situation on ground? Abhay, good morning to you, to everybody at the Result Hub.
Yes, good morning. And the first trains we are getting from West Bengal. I am directly going to the desk and telling the exact current position. As of now, TMC is leading on 6, BJP is on 3. And total out of 9 trains, this is the equation, TMC 6 and BJP 3. Just again to re-emphasize that this is only the postal ballot trains, and actually when postal ballot counts completes, then we'll get the clear picture of what exactly happening there. But till now it is 6
Can you do a quick walk across to Kerala, because leads are coming through from Kerala, leads have come in from Assam also, and just give us a good sense. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the live Result Hub that you are seeing, from where we are getting you the results as and when the counting is going on. Go ahead, Amay.
Oh yes, I am coming to Assam. Just giving you that first train from Assam has come, and
we have got the first 2 leads from Assam, and that is from Nagaon district, and we are hoping that things will come because of COVID protocol and all. Things are delaying a bit because there will be less number of counting centers,
right?
And also the social distancing is also an issue.
So this is also the postal ballot trend, right?
Yeah, postal ballot trend.
So
right.
This is the
3 leads.
situation
3 leads. Nagaon was
I will go to the Kerala
Nagaon was a region where the Home Minister went. It was the first time a central Home Minister, Union Home Minister, has actually visited Nagaon, and that was Amit Shah's visit. The 2 leads coming for the BJP from there, and 1 lead for the Congress plus.
It's Nagaon is the constituency 86, and then you have the neighbouring constituency Barhampur, Jitu Goswami of the BJP leading there. As you'd expect, the Congress's lead has come from Baghbat. This is Lower Assam. This is where the AIUDF alliance will be tested. Sharman Ali Ahmed of the Congress leading in that constituency. And then you have Ranjit Kumar Das leading from Patakurchi in Assam. Let me just quickly also go to Kerala, because we're getting interesting sets of leads there. A whole bunch now racking up. 7 to the LDF, 4 to the UDF, 1 seat. This is Joske Mani's seat. This is Pala. This is where the flip has happened. This was a seat that was held by the UDF because his party, Kerala Congress Mani, was with the UDF in the last election. They've changed. Let's look at where the Congress is getting. PC Joseph in the neighbouring constituency of Toduvara. Again, a big fight. The fight in the Kerala Congress has been between the Joseph faction and the Mani faction. So they're fighting in neighbouring constituencies. Joske Mani leading here. Let's just take a look at the different regions. You got the number 1 seat from Kasargod. This is Manjeshwaram. K. Surendran of the BJP. Remember, he lost this election last time around by I think 15 votes or 20 votes or something of that sort. So Surendran will be hoping that he can make some inroads in that constituency. But right now the numbers seem to be racking up in favor of the LDF. 7 to the LDF. The LDF is leading. Largely we're getting results from the central and the southern part of the state. Let's take a look at some of these constituencies. Kottarakara, K. N. Balagopal of the CPM leading. Attingal used to be a Lok Sabha constituency that was represented by Sampath. OS Ambika is leading there. You have Karunagapalli, where C.R. Mahesh of the Congress is leading. Further south in Vatiurka, which is in the Trivandrum constituency, there V.K. Prashant of the CPM is leading. We'll see how that plays out. Aruvikara, K.S. Shabarinathan of the Congress is leading. And then from Kovalam, Advocate Vincent is leading. So it's racking up in favor of the LDF, but what we'll be interested in is who gains at whose expense.
Yes, K. Surendran, a key race alert. You just pointed it out from Manjeshwar. He's actually trailing at this point. That's what you had highlighted.
In Assam, the BJP state president is leading.
In Assam, the numbers that are flashing on the screen, 3 and 2, 3 in favor of the BJP. Let's quickly get a check on Bengal, because it's racing away. We got about 15 leads coming through, 11 for the Trinamool, 4 for the BJP. It's still early days, it's postal ballots, but then the early leads clearly for the Trinamool Congress. Out of 16, it's 11 and 5, Zaka.
Yeah, the BJP, this Vaishali Dalmia of the BJP is leading. Remember, she is Jagmohan Dalmia's daughter, was with the Trinamool in the constituency of Bali. She's leading again early days, so that will be a gain for the BJP. So the BJP is leading in 1 seat in Kolkata, a bulk of the seats in the northern part of the state, and 1 here, I think this is in Dinajpur, English Bazaar, Sri Rupa Mitra Chaudhary is leading there in constituency number 51. And then from Harish Chandrapur, Matibur Rahman, Muslim candidate of the BJP, is leading. But this is again in the chicken's neck.
19 now.
19 now, the Trinamool leading. Again, these areas are now racking up. And this is the Jangal Mahal, Bankura, Purulia area where the BJP is expected to do well. So just going through the constituencies, Rani Band, Kushiram Tund is leading. From Chatna, Satyanarayan Mukhopadhyay is leading. From Jargram, Sukhmay Satpati is leading of the BJP. From Nayagram, again, you have Bakul Murmu of the BJP leading. So the BJP is expectedly racking up the numbers in this part of the state, which is the Jhargram Jangal Mahal belt, as also in the north, in Cooch Behar, Alipurdwar. But in the other parts, and I keep saying this is where the bulk of the constituencies are: Kolkata, Howrah, Hugli, and then of course north and south.
And that's where one gain is coming from.
For the BJP, yeah, this is Vaishali Dalmia's seat.
And that's like a surprise one.
Well, I don't.
Because as far as BJP's own calculation is concerned, they are hoping that they'll be able to get 3 to 4 seats, particularly in the Kolkata region.
So the point is they're actually pulling away. BJP is pulling seats from the left. It's a touch screen, so I'll be careful. Pulling seats away from the left.
Six seats less for the left compared
and
to
2 from the Trinamool.
And 2 from the Trinamool. So which means that the BJP is expectedly running up numbers, but like I said, unless we start getting numbers from here, it'll be difficult to say.
So as expected from the exit polls early on, it just looks like it's going to be neck and neck and a tight fight as far as Bengal is concerned, going right down to the wire. LDF leading in Kerala, BJP plus leading in Assam, but Tamil Nadu first lead coming through DMK.
Yeah, it's a constituency called Velacheri. Again, it used to be outskirts of the city. Now it's very much within Chennai city. Asan Maulana of the INC of the Congress is leading in this constituency. This is, of course, part of the DMK alliance. So, surprisingly, the Tamil Nadu numbers are much slower than the other states. Even in Kerala, we've got much more leads. For example, now, out of 28 seats, LDF leading in 19. UDF leading only in 9. And the LDF is racking up the numbers in the southern and central part of the state. It'll be interesting to see how the north of Kerala
and Assam now.
Say 28 in Bengal, 28 in Kerala. Now it's 30 in Kerala, 20 and 9.
20 and 9. So
basically, LDF racing.
The LDF is getting almost twice, in fact, more than twice the number of seats that the UDF is getting.
And they're holding on to everything.
And they're holding on. They haven't lost a seat from 2016.
Yes.
Yeah, and then 30 seats now, and it's a tight fight, neck and neck between Trinamool and the BJP. They're equal in Bengal right now. Early leads coming through from 30 seats. It's 15-15, Trinamool and the BJP. So it's going to go right down to the wire as far as these early trends are concerned. In Assam, the BJP way ahead with 9 out of the 13
just
seats,
in
or
Bengal,
11,
pay attention to
seats,
this figure. 14 seats. So 15 seats where the BJP is leading. 14 of them they had not won in 2016. Of course, they only had 3 MLAs, so this number will be high. But 7 of those seats, half the gains that they are making, are from Trinamool seats. So just pay attention again. This part of the state, the constituencies bordering Bihar, Bankura, Purulia, Jhargram, that belt, you would expect the BJP to be in the lead. So they are raking up the numbers there. Also, you would expect the BJP to do well in the northern part of the state. Again, 4 constituencies that they're leading in are in the north. The Trinamool runs up the numbers in these parts: Malda, Murshidabad, Dinajpur, and then you come further south to north and south 24 Parganas, and then of course the Kolkata seats. So I'd be interested in seeing if the BJP can make inroads in these strongholds. We've got a couple of Kolkata seats reporting as well. We'll try and take you there. All right, Arup Biswas, this is the famous Tollygunj constituency. Babul Supriyo right now is leading against Arup Biswas, who's I think a 2-time minister. Him and his brother, they have a sort of a clout there in that particular constituency. So Babul Supriyo leading there. Then you have the constituency of Vaishali Dalmia, which is Bali. You have one more constituency in Kolkata, 165, which the BJP is leading in, but I'm not able to pull up which constituency that is.
Well, some cheer for Babul Supriyo early on, because second time he's been the virus has got him, so he's recovering. But he himself is very confident that he should be able to
and this is essentially the fight for in that space which is of intelligentsia.
Yeah.
The so-called Bhadralok.
Yeah,
and the film industry.
And he's moved out of his comfort area of Asansol. He's moved out of Asansol, come to Tollygunj, and he's challenging
among 5-6 MPs who are being fielded by the BJP this time around.
Yeah.
They wanted to ensure that these are the seats where they can make those gains. That's the reason why they decided that heavyweights.
We've
Yes,
got,
Rajiv
first
Banerjee.
Rajiv Banerjee, again, used to be with the Trinamool, was
Forest Minister.
considered very close to Mamata Banerjee. Again, neighboring to the Bali constituency. This is again in the Howrah-Hooghly belt. From Domjur, Rajiv Banerjee is leading.
Well, and Tollygunj was one of the seats which Mamata Banerjee playfully in the press conference had told Arup Biswas, I may also contest from there. This was that seat early on which many people thought, well, it was just in jest she had said it. So Arup Biswas also somebody who was very close to Mamata Banerjee, and that's Babu Supriya Arup Biswas. But Rajiv Banerjee, the former forest minister turned court, who then moved and joined the BJP, is currently leading from Domjur. So that's the key race alert that we've got for you at this point.
Now.
Yeah, 42 seats and 22-20. That's what it is. It's neck and neck.
Again, you know, I keep going back to the patterns. The patterns are clear. This belt, BJP is expected to do well. They are raking up the numbers there. This belt, Trinamool is expected to do well. Malda Murshidabad, they are raking up the numbers there. The northern belt, BJP is expected to do well. They are running up numbers. But the bulk of the seats, as you see, are here, which is basically Kolkata, Howrah-Hooghly, the neighboring constituencies, and then South and North 24 Parganas. That's where we need to start getting more numbers from, and that really...
More numbers coming through.
All
As you are speaking, Zaka, 23-22, 45 seats. Again, it's neck and neck. Before we come back to Bengal, can we get a quick check of Assam and what's happening in Assam? And then Kerala, because Bengal will continue to rack up numbers.
Shubhranshu Roy, who's Mukul Roy's son, again contesting from Beechpur, is leading right now. We're getting more leads in the Kolkata area from Behala East. Payal Sarkar used to be an actor. She joined the BJP just before the election. She's leading in Behala East. From Behala West, again, this is a big seat. Partha Chatterjee, right-hand man of Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee, he is trailing to Shrabanti Chatterjee of the BJP. Mahesh Tala, Umesh Das of the BJP is leading. Jadavpur. Rinku Naskar of the BJP is leading. Jadavpur used to be the...
That's a surprise.
So far it will likely swing, you know, back and forth. But you've got a whole bunch of constituencies now opening up in the Kolkata region, in the wider Kolkata region.
And now the numbers, Zaka, just look at this, 55,
Now the BJP has gone up
27.
into the lead. BJP in 28, Trinamool in 27. And Trinamool is losing 15 of the seats that they were leading in back in 2016.
Well, we've got to continue to say this, that these are just postal ballots. These are early trends that are coming through. A lot of things will happen over the course of the next 1.5, 2 hours when the leads will start setting in. And then by about noon, you may have a clearer picture, if not later, ladies and gentlemen. Assam, BJP taking the early leads. That's the alert that's coming through at this point. They're leading in 11 out of the 19 seats that have been called so far. So BJP taking the early leads, the BJP plus combined. Who's gaining between the Congress plus and the BJP plus will be an interesting story to look at, because the AIUDF, the AGP will want to consolidate their positions as far as the allies compared vis-a-vis the national parties. And it just looks like a race ahead for the left as far as Kerala is concerned. We'll come to Kerala in just a bit, but Assam, you've called up Kerala, so let's go to Kerala.
Pinarayi Vijayan is leading in Dharmadam. Nobody expects him to not win that constituency. Neighbouring constituency of Mattanur, where KK Shailaja teacher, the health minister of Kerala, is fighting from, so she's leading there as well. But it's getting a little more closer now, I think, between the LDF and the UDF. Also 2 leads for the BJP. I'm just trying to see where those 2 seats are. Constituency 126, Chatanur, BB Gopakumar of the BJP leading.
And Nemam, Kerala.
And then in Nemam, which was
Kumanam
the sitting
Rajashekaran.
seat of O. Rajagopal, he got replaced because of old age. Kumanam Rajashekaran is contesting from that seat. Again, a high-profile fight this. K. Muralidharan is the son of former Chief Minister K. Karunakaran. So in Nemam, which is the only seat that the BJP had, they are leading. Interestingly, in Palakkad, we haven't got results for Palakkad yet. But in Palakkad, where E. Sridharan is fighting from, I think he is trailing right now.
Well, so Kumanam Rajashekaran, this was O. Rajagopal's seat. Nemam was a BJP seat in the past, like Zaka was saying. So Kumanam Rajashekaran, key race alert that's come through that he's leading in Tripunithara. Neetu Raghukumar saying Tripunithara and Piravam, UDF is actually leading in these
Yeah, so
two
in the
places.
central part, I'm just going to run through the central figures. In Piravam, you have Anup Jacob of the Kerala Congress Joseph faction. He's leading there. I told you about Toduvara, where KCJ is leading. In Kadaturthi, again, KCJ candidate is leading. From Kottayam, Tiruvanjur Radhakrishnan of the Congress is leading. From Pudupalli, Ummanchandi is leading. No surprises there. So in the Kottayam Ernakulam belt, from Angamali, Roji M. John, again, young leader of the Congress, he's leading. Anwar Sadat of the Congress is leading from Alwar. So in the central belt, you might see a little more blue, and that would be good news for the UDF. Also in the north, and these are traditionally IUML seats, as you see from Manjeshwaram, K.M. Ashraf of the IUML is leading. From Kasargod, A. Nellikunna of the IUML is leading. Again, Sajeev Joseph of the Congress leading in Irikur. From Peravoor, again, Sunny Joseph leading. From Manandavadi, also a Congress candidate leading. Remember, Wayanad is also in the northern part of the state. So there will be the Rahul Gandhi factor, the Rahul Gandhi influence seats here as well. So if the Congress and the UDF do okay in the northern part and some in the central part, then this figure might be much closer than anticipated. UDF, in fact, has gained 8 seats and LDF is trailing in 6 seats compared to 2016. So watch out for this figure as much as you watch out for this one. This contest could get much narrower.
And KK Shailaja is also leading.
Yes,
Yeah,
Shailaja Teja, we mentioned she's from Matanur in the northern part.
Well, some of the alerts that have come through so far, BJP's Kumunam Rajshekaran Reddy is ahead in Nemam. And if you look at the updates, you have Shubhranshu Roy. Zaka was saying he's Mukul Roy's son. He's leading. Partha Chatterjee is trailing in West Behala. Behala is Dada's region, sort of Ganguly's area. He's called the Behala boy. Kerala Chief Minister leading in Dharmadam. That is the no-brainer there. Pinarayi Vijayan should coast to a big win there. Ummanchandi, the former Chief Minister of Kerala, also leading in Pudupalli.
Postal ballots only, of course, till 826. LDF at 38, UDF at 27, BJP at 2.
Yeah. Now, again, I want to go back to Bengal and the Kolkata seats, and I want to stress these are all postal ballots. So basically, these are non-resident Bengalis who are sending in their ballots, or folks who couldn't turn up because of COVID. That's why I think in the Kolkata region, you're seeing a lot more saffron. In fact, only 2 constituencies where the Trinamool is leading in. Metia Buruz, Abdul Khalik Mullah of the TMC is leading, and then in Baliganj, Subrata Mukherjee is leading. But I suspect this might change because if Kolkata falls and if Howrah and Hooghly fall for the Trinamool, then you can be rest assured that you will see that pattern wider across the state. But let's see how this plays out. Right now, BJP in the lead in 39 seats, TMC in 37 seats.
And these leads should consolidate in some time. Interesting story that is brewing. Out of 77, it is 39 and 38. That's the update on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. As I speak, you would see that to my right, you would see West Bengal. To the left of your screen, you will see Tamil Nadu. On the bottom, you have Kerala and Assam. So an update coming through on Locket Chatterjee, key race alert that she is leading in her constituency of Chunchura, West Bengal.
Yes, Locket Chatterjee among the 7 MPs fielded by the BJP. Important, she a prominent BJP woman face of the party, and now she is leading in that constituency. Rajiv Banerjee, important alert for the BJP. He is one of the turncoats. Decided to switch the party just 2 weeks before the final.
Locket Chatterjee was very active during Lok Sabha 2019 also, and she's one of those leaders who's done a lot of groundwork. We got our guest this morning, Abhijit Majumdar, founder and editor-in-chief of the audio platform earshot.in. We've got R.K. Radhakrishnan, senior journalist, also with us. Pratim Ranjan Bose, political analyst. Good morning to all of you, and I hope you and yours are safe in these tough times. But we're looking at the elections, and Abhijit Majumdar, the early trends show that it's going to be a fight to the finish. These are postal ballots, but out of 81, it's 42-39 in favor of the Trinamool. As we speak, things are changing. Abhijit, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, tell me.
So early days, early times, because postal ballots are being counted, 83 leads now, and it's 42-40. So it looks like going right down to the wire between the Trinamool and the BJP.
Anand, this is, I think, really too early to make any guess of that sort. I mean, I would still say that Bengal may actually throw up a very decisive verdict. But having said that, I mean, this is just, I don't even think, it must be in the hundreds, the first few votes that are being counted. So we have to see whether BJP can penetrate the very core. We already know that BJP is very strong in North Bengal. We know that, parts of Jangalmal, it's very, strong. Some of the border districts, it has made deep inroads into. We have to see how Trinamool holds in Calcutta,
North 24 Pargana and South 24 Pargana. You know, this is a you know, hugely populous area, and you know, we have to wait for the trends. I mean, but you know, while we are waiting for the for harder trends to emerge, you know, let me just tell the viewers that this is an election like no other. I don't think we have seen an election like this in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Since independence, hardly there have not been too many state elections which have been so high voltage, so you know, so on the edge, and which the ramifications would be so profound.
You know, but
you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I'll just
Yeah,
take
Maria.
that question to Pratim Ranjan. Pratim Ranjan, here are the postal ballots, of course. Let's say that it's postal ballots, it's 8:31, and these are very, very early trends. But tell me, these are people who are outside Bengal, or perhaps who are COVID positive, or who have chosen to stay at home and cast their vote through postal ballot. That kind of trend being seen, have you seen that in the past as well?
Postal ballot trends are very difficult to, you know, it's too difficult to talk on postal ballot trends, and I do agree with Abhijit. See, as per sheer, you know, just back on the envelope calculation, we will take 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours to complete the first round, and there will be 24 to 25 rounds on average this year, because of you know, the number of polling stations have gone up by roughly 80%, and the number of tables have per hall reduced by you know, at least 60-70%. So put together, in each round, what happens? One EVM is open. You know, one EVM.
Yes.
So you know, as per my understanding, it will take after the first round, we should take, let's consider half an hour per round. So to get the 14th or 15th round, you know, when things really start, a sizable number of votes are already
so roughly around
calculated.
11:30, 12, we'll get more clarity as to how things are. But right now it's 46, 46.
I think to complete the, you know, before 6 o'clock, we will take up to 6 o'clock when things will start, you know, consolidating. Kind of.
Well, by 6 o'clock you're saying, but many say that if it is going to be one-sided, in terms of it is going to be very, very clear, by afternoon you'll get the clear trends. But you're saying we'll have to wait till the 15th round happens. These are early trends, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say that again and again.
Only
These are just the
postal
postal ballots, and the BJP suddenly surging 47, 45. It's an interesting play of numbers which is happening. 93 seats, counting leads have come through. It's 46, 46 even as I speak. Down, if you look at it on the bottom of our screen, Pinarayi Vijayan is just 17 short of that halfway number in terms of the LDF out of 92 leads that have come in from out of 140. R.K. Radhakrishnan with us. Tamil Nadu also, interestingly, 14 leads have come through, and it's the DMK ahead by about 5 compared to the ADMK plus. But these are early leads, early trends. This will all settle, this will all change, R.K. Radhakrishnan.
And the the leads that are coming from Tamil Nadu, Zaka, are relatively slow in comparison to others.
Much slower. In fact, much slower than both Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I wonder what the reason for that is, though.
Kerala and Bengal much faster, closing in on about
Zaka,
100
why is
leads.
it? I mean, it's coming only from certain pockets?
No, it's coming from everywhere. It's coming from the west. We've got a bunch of constituencies. I was wondering which are the constituencies where the ADMK is leading in. Some in Modakurchi in the west. You've got Kumarapalayam again in the west. You've got a couple of constituencies where DMK candidates are leading. Perundurai, KK Balu is leading there. Erode West, again, DMK Muthuswamy is leading there. You've got a couple of constituencies in Chennai. Again, one of them, I think, is a Congress candidate who's leading. You're getting a couple from the Andipatti. One point of time, Jayalalitha had contested from there. DMK candidate A. Maharajan is leading from there. You have further south, just one second. From Thoothukudi, Geeta Jeevan of the DMK is leading. That's not a surprise because that's the Lok Sabha constituency of Kanimuri. From Ramanathapuram, Kadar Bacha, Muthuramalingam of the DMK is leading. So early trends again, 12 to the DMK alliance and 6 to the AIADMK alliance.
AIADMK. Updates coming through from Assam, where you have Atul Bora of the BJP leading in Dispur, Himanta Biswa Sarma leading in Jalukbari, Guwahati East and West, Siddhartha Bhattacharya and Ramendra Narayan Kolita coming through. So this is the leaderboard at this point. West Bengal, it is the BJP that is leading. Now the Trinamool Congress leading. It keeps flipping. DMK has the early lead as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. Pinarayi Vijayan and the LDF-led NDF comfortably ahead in Kerala, and in Assam, it's the BJP which is leading by about 2 seats out of 23 leads that's come in, 12, 10 and 1. That's the breakup as far as Assam is concerned. But the focus at this point is 50-50 as far as the Trinamool BJP is concerned. Out of 101 leads, 1 seat going to the left. R.K. Radhakrishnan, looks like Bengal will be a tight fight from the early trends, and there could be some clear pictures emerging very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I also think. What we have seen in Tamil Nadu is particularly significant in the sense that, see, yes, these are postal votes, but then we are talking about more than 5 lakh postal votes being polled, and that I think is significant, and that will give you an idea as to where the state is heading. And the one thing that has not come up in the discussion so far is there is also a state called, Union Territory of Puducherry, which is going to the polls, where we have trends for 9 of the 30 seats, and ANRC, the BJP NDA ally, is leading in 5, and the Congress is leading in 4. That's a neck-and-neck race. But I believe that the NDA is expected to win that state. And yeah, just one more thing, and thank you for concentrating on the elections this time, unlike a few other channels, because this is where policy is said. Politicians said policy. And without policy, there is no control of corona, where officials alone can't do it. So thank you for going ahead with your election coverage.
Well, we are going to do what we have to do. Just quickly going across, Maria, just hold on to your thoughts. We're going to go across to the result hub in Hyderabad, get a quick update of what's coming through, what are the trends coming through. Going back to Amay. Amay, bataiye, result hub, what's going on? Where are you? Which desk are you at right now?
In fact, out of 101 trends which are coming right now, TMC Plus is leading on 52 and BJP on 48. A few moments ago, BJP was leading with 38, but the numbers have changed very speedily. And now the situation is TMC Plus is 52 and BJP is leading on 48, while Congress and Left Morcha is on 1 seat leading. So out of some VVIP candidates, I am giving you the update of the VVIP candidates. Swapan Dasgupta from BJP is leading, and Loket Chatterjee is also leading from BJP. Anirban Ganguly is leading. Anirban Ganguly is trailing, and Partha Chatterjee from TMC is also trailing. So these are some VVIP candidates. From where the trends are coming. Now, altogether, this is 101 trends which we have right now.
Yes, so Tarakeshwar, Swapan Dasgupta, BJP leading. Remember, he was a member of parliament of the Rajya Sabha. He had to resign before he could contest. And let me go straight to R.K. Radhakrishnan. R.K. Radhakrishnan, yes, you were talking about that specific point about policy, because politicians have to be made accountable for what they decide. And these elections, particularly when we look at some states, say Kerala, for example, is known to have handled COVID crisis so far pretty well. If you have K.K. Shailaja, the health minister, leading right now, and if these exit poll numbers hold and the numbers which are coming right now, early leads hold, this is also an endorsement of the state government which has done well in its COVID management.
Absolutely. You see the LDF, even in postal votes, leading. See, Dharmadam, for instance, over 100 votes, the chief minister is leading.
Well, R.K. Radhakrishnan, please hold on to your thoughts. Update coming through. Mamata Banerjee has spoken to her party candidates. That's the message coming through. She has sent across a message. She is expected to speak only later towards the day. But what we are given to understand is that she has spoken to her party candidates. Pallavi Ghosh joining us with more details. What's the message that she has sent across?
Well, it's a kind of a pep talk, and of course she's keeping very close tabs on the electoral results, which of course is again expected. But what we are picking up latest, of course, is that she's been in touch with senior party leaders and of course with all the candidates, and this has been going on since late last evening. Just day before, she had a video conferencing with many of the party leaders and also all the candidates, and essentially what she's trying to tell them is that don't worry, we are going to win. It's just keep the whole monitoring going. Also, a very quick word, she's also told the observers of the party, especially those who are at the counting booths like the one I am at this point of time, that just keep watch. Her insinuation right from day one has been, I don't believe or trust the Election Commission. There's going to be some mischief which the BJP is going to try and do in cahoots with the EC. And therefore, the word which has gone to the party observers is very, very simple, is that just keep track of the votes which are being counted.
Well, the early trends show that she's got 52 and BJP has 49 out of the 102 leads. So I don't think right now, the Trinamool would have any problems with the counting. The big update coming through from Kerala is that counting of electronic votes has begun. Neetu Raghukumar getting us that update. And the LDF is just now 8 short of the halfway mark with 104 leads that have come in so far. That is very, very interesting.
Yeah, 63. 70 is the halfway mark. 63 is where the LDF is leading. They are basically running up the numbers in the southern part, which is the Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, Pathanamthitta belt. And they're also doing surprisingly well in Malabar, which used to be the stronghold of the IUML. The left winning a large number of seats there. In the central part, I think it's still up for grabs. You are seeing a lot more blues in the central part. So the Christian vote in the central part of the state, we'll see how that swings. But this is, running away with it. Just
Sabrimala votes going to LDF.
Running away with it, yes.
Pathanamthitta is what you said.
Yeah, so even in the southern part of the state, around the Pathanamthitta constituency, the Blues have only one constituency, which is Chandia Mangalam, where Konni, from where Sabrimala is, again, an LDF candidate, is leading there. So I think, again, it's early days, but these kind of numbers, the LDF is getting almost twice the numbers of the UDF. That I don't think bodes well for the Congress, because
and
it
Ramesh
seems
Channitala, Congress leader, is leading
in.
So is it coming from a predictable belt, Zaka? Ramesh Channitala's lead?
Yeah, he is in the central part of the state, in the Alapura district, but he is a popular. He's contesting from Haripad constituency in Alapura, very popular leader. But I'm looking at region-wise trends. I think in the southern part of the state, the LDF is doing much better than the UDF, and certainly also in the north, in Malabar.
And if you split Kerala, it is Muslims are largely Muslim-dominated in the north. Yes. Center is Christian-dominated, and down south it's Hindu-dominated. Yeah. So you have to get two of the three regions combined right, and it just looks like Pinarayi Vijayan seems to be saddling not just the top and the tail, but also somewhere making inroads in the center, ladies and gentlemen. So the Kerala numbers at the bottom of the screen, 66 to the LDF. So just about 4 short of the halfway mark, 5 short of majority absolute clarity. And then you have Ramesh Channitala leading in terms of the key race alert that's coming through. We'll also look at the leaderboard in just a bit and also go across to the live result hub and check with Amey Upadhyay as the electronic votes start coming through. But key race alert, KJ Alphonse of the BJP is actually trailing in Kanjurapalli, where
which is again hardcore Christian belt. You're seeing the only blues, a bulk of the blues that you're seeing are in the Kottayam, Ernakulam, Alapura, Idukki belt. If you come further south, which is south of these places, whether it is Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, Pathanamthitta, there it's the left. And the left generally, other than 2016, this is not a stronghold area of the left, but they're raking up the numbers in such huge proportions. In fact, in Thiruvananthapuram constituency, I think all the 7 seats, it is the LDF that is leading. I can't see a single seat. There is one. Kovalam. In Kovalam, Advocate Vincent is leading. And in Thiruvananthapuram main, V.S. Shivakumar is leading. But all the other seats, it's the LDF that's raking up the
numbers are coming in from Tamil Nadu. Let's shift.
We go to Tamil Nadu in just a bit. Just a quick check of the leaderboard. West Bengal, Trinamool Congress leading. DMK up ahead by about 12 seats in the early leads that have come through. Out of 36, the DMK has 24 compared to the ADMK with 12. Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan almost there, close to the halfway mark, just 4 short of the halfway mark, with leads coming in out of 110 seats. Electronic vote counting has begun in Kerala. Assam, it's the BJP that is leading, 16 out of the 28 seats going to the BJP plus combined, as far as under the leadership of Sarbananda Sonowal and Hemanta Biswa Sharma. That's the leaderboard, and let's get a quick check of Tamil Nadu now.
Yeah, EPS is leading from the constituency of Edappadi, constituency number 86. No surprises there. A bunch of AIDMK seats in this part. You've got Darapuram, which is where L. Murugan, the state BJP president, is fighting from. So in the west, again, not surprisingly, the ADMK seems to be doing okay. Here in the south, this is the famous Bodhinayakanur fight between Tanga Selvan and O Pannirselvam. Right now, O Pannirselvam is leading there, and in the neighboring constituency of Uslampatti, again, the ADMK candidate is leading. So far, 23 to the DMK, 14 to the AIDMK. I don't think the AIDMK is getting routed, as some of the exit polls seem to be suggesting. It's minus 10 from last time, plus 9 for the DMK. The DMK is raking up the numbers as you would expect in Chennai city. We have, I think, 4 or 5 leads. In Anna Nagar, MK Mohan is leading. In Virugambakam, Advocate Prabhakar Raja is leading. In Saidapet, Ma Subramanian is leading. No surprises there. From Velicheri, which is the first lead that we got. Again, the INC candidate there is leading. So, in the 5 constituencies in the city, DMK candidates or DMK alliance candidates are leading everywhere. Just want a quick check. TTV Dinakaran is leading right now in Kovilpatti. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there is an upset there. But that's the only seat where the AMMK is leading currently in. But otherwise, it's 25 to the DMK, 16 to the AIDMK.
Let's go to R.K. Radhakrishnan. R.K. Radhakrishnan, any surprises till now?
Not at all. Some of the seats where the ADMK is leading is by a few votes. In Tiruchi East, if you see, the ADMK candidate is leading the DMK candidate by just 3 postal votes. Whereas you look at the DMK candidates, Alangudi, for instance, 366 to 152. I mean, the leads are significant, 100 plus and all of that. But when it comes to the ADMK, it is slightly insignificant, the leads. So we'll have to wait and see, but then these are early leads. I'm very happy that, AMMK, Dinakaran is leading. He and the minister, Kadambur Raju, were locked in an extremely vicious fight in the constituency, Koilpatti. And the CPM candidate there, a guy called Srinivasan, was from one from among the masses. Obviously, he's not been able to make a headway so far, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, to the left of your screens, as we are bringing you this non-stop election broadcast, are the numbers being updated live. Even as Zaka is calling it out on the magic wall, it's getting updated on your screens. To your left, ladies and gentlemen, is West Bengal. To your right is Tamil Nadu. At the bottom left is Kerala, and bottom right is Assam. So these are the numbers that you need to focus on, and the updates are coming through. Let's go back to Bengal. Pratim Ranjan Bose with us. 53-50. It just looks like it's going to be a thrilling finish. These leads, the electronic vote counting should start in just a bit, but Mamata Banerjee's message, Pratim Ranjan Bose, how would you see that? Telling the election observers, keep a watch out. I believe there is mischief. I don't trust the election commission.
This is actually very sad. This is very sad. Being a constitutional position, she is challenging a constitutional body, and this has been going on through this election season. It has before the election season. The questions that were raised not merely by her, by a section of opposition on EVM, this is very sad. You can blame your opposition, you can do anything, that is well taken. But if you just destruct the structure in which you belong, then or weaken the structure, then it's bad for the democracy. People will lose faith. Unfortunately, I am very clear about it.
Well, okay, Vivek Narayan, Managing Editor South, also joining us in just a bit. But Maria, let's just get a quick check of the results. Hub, Amay is with us. Amay, Kerala electronic vote counting has started. So round 1 in Kerala is already on, and LDF just has hit the halfway mark. 116 leads में से 70 are to the LDF. Amay.
हाँ, अभी एलडीएफ के पास अभी मेरे पास जो ट्रेंड है उसमें एक कम हो गई उनकी सीटें और वो 69 पर हैं, जबकि यूडीएफ के पास है 46। एनडीए यानी बीजेपी वहीं पर नियमन सीट से आगे चल रही है और यही हमारे पास लेटेस्ट अपडेट है। 117 के जो ट्रेंड्स हैं अभी हमारे पास आ रहे हैं। एलडीएफ अभी और एक और कम होकर 68 और यूडीएफ 47, एनडीए 1 and others 1. So altogether 117 trends we are getting out of this is the present situation.
Perhaps Kerala will be closing first. All the trends and everything will be.
Well, the counting has begun. Electronic rounds has also begun. That means they are going at they have set a particular pace in terms of the counting is concerned, and they'll continue
What's happening in Assam?
Get there. Assam, at this point, it looks like out of 30, it's 18 BJP plus.
18 to the BJP and 11 to the Congress. Again, the Congress seats are coming in, the parts of Lower Assam where I said the alliance will be important. The 18 seats, BJP will be keenly watching Upper Assam, the T tribes as we call them. 18 seats, no gains though for the BJP alliance from last time. One down for the Congress alliance and one gain to the others. But I think Assam will take more time than the other states, I suspect.
Yes, look, quick check with Vivek Narayan. The trends, early trends, what do they suggest? Oh, we'll try and go across to Vivek in just a bit. Yeah.
Yes, let me go to Abhijit Majumdar. Abhijit Majumdar, this call that has been made by Mamata Banerjee, one may say that here is the leader who's trying to really ensure that her candidates and all those who are observers who are there inside polling booth, the counting booth, remain upbeat. But how would you be reading that?
No, I don't understand. I mean, apart from more of what she has been doing, I don't understand why she should be worried about vote counting. This is not from the CPIM era in West Bengal, right? Where there was, we used to talk about scientific rigging, where paper ballots were counted. Here, there is a completely foolproof system. There are VVPATs. There is absolutely no need for, this kind of brinkmanship, this kind of, irresponsible politics. This has been happening. She has been doing it since the elections, where she has been actually provoking people to go and confront the security forces violently. And we have seen what has happened at Shitalkuchi, at other places. We have seen the result of this. She heads the state. She had no business. I mean, she should just wait for the results to come in.
Yes.
Instead of, actually, there is also a nervousness, Maria. There is a fear that people who are winning, some of the candidates who are winning from Trinamool may yet cross over to BJP.
And interestingly, Abhijit, even as we speak, the trend that is coming in, most of the turncoats of the TMC are leading at the moment, including Rajiv Banerjee, Baishali Dalmia, all of those who just switched weeks before the elections took place.
In 8 of those seats that we have results for, I'm sure there are more people. All 8 seats BJP is leading. All 8 seats where the ex-Trinamool leaders joined the BJP, all 8 seats the BJP is leading.
And they're pulling it away from Trinamool and the
and
left.
Tarakeshwar, another very interesting battle.
Just updates coming in from Tamil Nadu. Let's get a quick check of the updates. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Edappadi Palaniswamy leading from his constituency of Edappadi. No surprises there, but and he should win comfortably. We are also getting to understand O Paneerselvam is leading. Kerala Chief Minister is leading in Dharmadam. We've got O Paneerselvam leading from Bodhinayakanur. BJP's Kumaram Rajashekaram is leading from Nemam. This is coming from Kerala. These are just the quick updates. KJ Alphonse trailing from Kanjirapalli as far as Kerala is concerned. BJP's K. Surendran trailing from Konni. These and Oman Chandi leading from Pudupalli. He had just visited and offered prayers at the Pudupalli church early this morning. Ramesh Chanitala is leading from Haripad. These are the numbers. And in terms of O Paneerselvam, he is leading from Bodhinayakanur. So in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu, you are having a little bit of a contest, if you are seeing, with the LDF one short of the halfway mark right now with the leads in 122 out of 140, 121 out of 140 seats. And then we have in Tamil Nadu, where out of 59 leads that are coming through, DMK is 38. But it's not that the AIADMK is too far behind. 16 behind at the moment, but 22 leads for the ADMK.
We're getting the
also
lead
shows.
from Palakkad. E. Sridharan is leading there. So the BJP is leading in 2, E. Sridharan's constituency in Palakkad, and I think Nemam, where Kumaram Rajashekaran is fighting from. So 2 leads for the BJP. But like I said, what is really happening is also pay attention to this figure. The LDF is down 8 compared to last time, but last time they had 91, so they can afford to fall a bit. The UDF, on the other hand, has gained 12, but they need to do much better than that to actually come within close distance of the halfway mark. The BJP leading in 2, but early days, very, very early days. Now, right now, it's touched the halfway mark. The LDF tally at 70 and the UDF at 48.
And usually,
who are the others from whom seats are being pinched?
I think 1 seat. Let me see who's leading.
Because
in
5 seats going away from the others means LDF is gaining.
Shibu Baby John is leading right now in Chavara. But like I said, it's still very much early days in a state where you know that it leads. Now they've gone past the halfway mark. They've reached 71 out of 121 seats that are reporting in Kerala. But it has to be said that in Kerala, at least 25 to 30 seats always have very, very low polling margins. One broad trend we're picking up in Kerala, in the southern part of the state, Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, Pathanamthitta, LDF raking up the numbers. In the northern part of the state, Kannur, Talasheri, Kasargod, Kozhikode, again LDF raking up the numbers. That will have serious implications, because if the Muslim League, which for the last 20, 30, 40 years has been dominant here, is losing in its gud, in its backyard, then it will have far-reaching implications that could well go beyond this election cycle.
And Bengal will have more rounds in terms of 20, 25 rounds in Kerala, and in Assam it will be roughly around 13 to 15 rounds.
Yeah. One thing, again, broad trend, I don't want to get into the details, but broad trend we're picking up in Bengal, Kolkata seats, Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly seats, Trinamool leading only in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The rest of them are all being led by the BJP. And I think there, again, I want to add the caveat, these are postal ballots, these are non-resident Bengalis, non-resident Kolkatans who are voting. So it's likely that they have sympathies for the BJP. But if this trend holds, if BJP wins a lot of seats in Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, then we're looking at a watershed.
Well, in the state, if you look at it, the first two phases which happened, and then phase 3 was obviously a Trinamool Congress lead. But otherwise, if you were to see the spread, the Trinamool Congress is it holding on to some of its traditional bastions, South 24 Parganas?
Fourth phase onwards.
Yeah, we're not getting much here. We're not getting much in South 24 Parganas, a little bit here in North 24. The trend I think we're still seeing again in the central part in Birbhum and Bardwan. The BJP is doing well in those seats. That again, Birbhum and Bardwan went in the last couple of phases. But in Jungle Mahal, about half an hour ago, it was all BJP. Now there are pockets of green opening up there. Again, early, very, very early trends in the Jungle Mahal belt. In the northern part, again, initially in the first half hour, it was all BJP. Now suddenly you're seeing pockets of green. So I think this is going to go on for a very, very long time in the battle for Bengal. For me, like I said, Kolkata seems to be an interesting trend.
It's a two-horse race, but the early trends show very clearly it's a two-horse race. That the third front, that is the left, is not minus 21.
Minus 21. So there's a big fall. In fact, almost half of the gains that the BJP is making, plus 54, is actually coming from the left seats, and the other half is coming from the Trinamool seats. So that, I think, is a trend we can safely say that the left is not going to get much. I'd be surprised if they get to double digits.
And that others that we have in the North Bengal, Zaka, that on the top, which exactly party? Which party
this
is
is from Kalimpong. Ruden Sada Lepcha is an independent who is fighting from Kalimpong. So he's leading there in that constituency.
Yeah, but in this case, what happens with the BJP is they had only 3 seats last time around. So anything that they show is going to look a big plus in terms of the gains number. But with their 3 seats that they held, 54 are seats that they have actually pinched from the Trinamool and the left so far. So out of the 55 seats that the BJP has got, it's only holding on to 1 of its seats out of the 3 that it had in terms of the leads that have coming through. We've got more news coming through. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to meet experts at 9:30 a.m. today to review the oxygen and medicine availability. That's the news that is coming through. So the Prime Minister, right in the thick of COVID preparations, and this is a COVID review meet that is going to happen at 9:30 a.m. this morning. So even as the results come in, Prime Minister looking at what is going to be priority, Maria, is that is to try and ensure that the supply of oxygen and availability of drugs is augmented, and it's there basis the requirement.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the 7th meeting, if I'm not wrong, in the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
Series of meetings being held with various stakeholders, ministers who are involved in interministerial coordination, then meetings with secretaries, meetings with members of the pharma company, also with vaccine makers. So series of such meetings, and particularly the emphasis is on oxygen, because reports coming in of shortage of oxygen from several parts of India. And also that even if you have enough oxygen, it is about transportation. So the supply chain and the entire movement is being ensured. So that is the reason why this meeting at 9:30 is very
We've got
crucial.
more cryogenic containers also coming through, which are being brought in from abroad, and they land into IGI, and then they're being immediately taken by the Indian Air Force to the filling stations. From there, they can go to the respective locations. One of the other aspect is augmentation of manpower services, because people like Devi Shetty and the others had said that it's high time we look at mid-year medical service students to be brought in to be helping and augment the nursing staff, because there is a criticality there. So is there a call that could also be taken on that?
Yes, possible, because several states have gone ahead and said that those who are medical students or perhaps who have passed out of completed the MBBS, they should be brought in for the entire COVID management now, because that is the need of the hour. So manpower augmentation, a decision that has been taken by several states, perhaps it will get formalized in this review meeting that is being chaired by the Prime
Well,
Minister.
we'll get you more updates on this meeting that is scheduled to start in about half an hour from now. But 9 a.m., 1 hour into counting, ladies and gentlemen, and we turn the focus and the spotlight back on the leads. It's 61-58 between the Trinamool and the BJP. Bengal, 122 out of the 292 seats leads coming in. The Left Plus only at 2 seats so far. Kerala, 129 out of 140, and the LDF is leading. It's past the halfway mark at 72 seats, 51 to the UDF. BJP Plus at 4 leads, which is surprising, which means that they are making some inroads as far as the vote share is concerned. Assam, it's 24-11 out of 36, with others taking 1. And Tamil Nadu, 81 leads coming in so far. It's still early stages. It's still postal ballots. We've not gotten into the electronic rounds as far as the 51 and 30. So this is the leaderboard. Bengal, Trinamool Congress just ahead by about 5 seats at this point in time. Tamil Nadu, it's the DMK which is comfortably ahead by about 20 seats. Kerala, it is the LDF which is now past the halfway mark with 74 leads, and then Assam, it is Sarbananda Sonowal led BJP Plus with 25 out of the 37 leads that have come in so far. Let's go across to Purnima Murli. Purnima, 51-33, 84 seats. So the ADMK is trailing, the DMK is in the lead with the early numbers coming through, but the pace of the counting seems to be slower compared to Kerala, compared to Bengal.
Absolutely. Compared to Bengal and Kerala, the numbers here, the leads here are pretty slow. And clearly so far, the DMK is leading in the first rounds. But we'll have to wait and see how the development pans out. Even as the counting is underway, we are at MK Stalin's residence, where senior leader T.R. Balu had arrived. A. Raja of the DMK is also here. Senior leaders of the DMK are arriving at MK Stalin's residence. Even as the counting is underway, DMK extremely confident that it is going to be an advantage DMK this time around. As the counting is underway, no celebrations. It's comparatively deserted, not just at MK Stalin's residence, even at the DMK office, the ADMK, it's deserted because it's a complete lockdown in Chennai, and political parties have urged party cadre to not come out and celebrate, considering that the pandemic is raging. All the political parties are asked to ensure that they do not have party cadre gathered outside the party offices. So here at MK Stalin's residence, even as the counting is underway, senior leaders are arriving here as the counting continues. But it's comparatively slower if you look at other states like Bengal and Kerala. In Tamil Nadu, the counting process is pretty slow, at least till now.
Well, 21-seat lead that the DMK has opened up right now. But let's go back to Bengal, ladies and gentlemen, where it's all happening. And it just looks like it's a similar trend like Bihar, where you had Tejasvi Yadav and all taking the lead sometime on. And then it was neck and neck between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan. This time around, it's a two-party fight. Trinamool Congress, BJP, 6-seat lead that the Trinamool Congress has opened up. But the BJP making strong grounds. Even now, we're not even gotten into round 1 of the electronic vote counting
Absolutely. 130 seats reporting so far. Again, I'm looking at broad trends in the Jhargram Jungle Mahal area. It is, the BJP was expected to rake up the numbers here, but it seems to be a mix of green and orange. For me, the surprising thing is this: Kolkata seats, the BJP running up with the numbers there. Trinamool just beginning to open up about 4 or 5 seats in that region. In the northern part of the state, again, this constituency that Maria was referring to, Kalimpong. This person is he's fighting as an independent. Remember, there was a fight between the two factions of the GJM. This gentleman, though, is aligned with the Trinamool Congress. But again, the numbers in the northern part of the state, again, BJP is not running away with the numbers here in the north. It is still, evenly split between the BJP and the Trinamool.
Let's switch to Kerala if we can, and I'm going to check if we can go to the result hub and see where all electronic counting or votes have begun outside of Kerala. Now the numbers coming through: Kasaragod, Nemam, Palakkad, where E. Sridharan is leading by about 1,500 votes. Neetu Raghukumar and Vivek Narayan getting us those.
Yeah, so in Palakkad, E. Sridharan is leading. In Kozhikode South, Navya Haridas of the BJP is leading. So BJP, surprisingly, 4 seats lead. In Kasaragod, again, Advocate Shrikant of the BJP is leading. And then in Nemam, like we said, which is Kumaram Rajashekharan. So 4 seats where the BJP is leading. But I suspect, that's going to go on for some time. Here, what you need to understand is this number needs to be much higher for the UDF. Last time around, they were about 40-45 seats. They need to rake up the numbers here. Here, the LDF can afford to fall because they had 91 last time around. One interesting trend for me is the LDF is winning big time in North Kerala, in Kasaragod, Kannur, Talcherry, Malappuram, which used to be the guard of the IUML. I can't, let me just break down the UDF numbers and see. IUML is leading in only 10 constituencies. That is down 7 from last time. The Congress has got +8. Therefore, the UDF overall is doing okay. The Kerala Congress, one of the factions, has also got +3. So those guys are doing okay. The IUML seems to be doing much more relatively worse off than last time. And that's where the LDF is really raking up the numbers here in the northern part of the state.
Well, let me just quickly go across to Ilmaz Saeed at our live results hub in Hyderabad, where these numbers are coming in real time. So here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations. And this is what we are proud of, ladies and gentlemen. No jacking up, artificial jacking up of numbers. These are the leads as they are coming in. And Ilmaz, good morning. I just want you to take us through some of the states which you are also tracking, and Jahan, where you're seeing a lot of activity. Tamil Nadu, suddenly there is a surge for the ADMK also, which has happened. But where all have the electronic votes begun? Electronic counting kahan ho gaya? Postal ballots kahan has it ended, Ilmaz?
Yeah, good morning, first of all. And right now I'm standing in the biggest election hub of the biggest news network of India, and I'm just going to tell you about the trends that are going in. I'm going to ask my VJ to come in and show us the live trends as we are getting. First, let me tell you, we're not jacking up any numbers. The entire software that we use, from the counting centers till our election hub, it's an authentic figures. Right now I'm looking at Bengal, and Bengal, it's the postal ballots initial trend, but Nandigram is an important seat, and in Nandigram we've got the EVM and postal ballots. They have opened together. There have been 3 counting halls, and the counting has started. TMC is leading in 68 seats as of now. BJP is leading in 63 seats, and Morcha is leading in 2 seats. You've got Ashok Bhattacharjee who's leading, and you've got a Congress person who's leading. Now, if I look at Tamil Nadu, 234 constituencies battling it out. AIDMK leading in 41 seats. DMK going up in 62. Total 103 seats that have been declared. Quickly, we'll take you on to Assam right now. Assam, where there are polls in 126 seats. BJP is leading right now on 29 seats. Congress Alliance is leading in 14 seats, and there is just 1 declared in others. I'll just take you through to Puducherry, 30 seats that have gone on for election. BJP leading in 6, Congress leading in 5, and in Kerala, 140 seats in total. LDF, as you were seeing, gone up 79, UDF 40, NDA at 4, and others at 1. This is the trend that we are seeing right now, here, right now, live from the election hub. And let me tell you, this is just not any other election hub. The biggest news network of India. That's
Ilmaz, can you tell me, can you speak to one of our experts who are looking, who are manning the booths and the desks, and tell us which states the electronic voting has also started? Has EVM counting started in all the states?
दादा अभी which states में कौन-कौन states में EVM counting चालू हो गया है सर?
अभी EVM वेस्ट बंगाल में शुरू हो गया है EVM का, और तमिलनाडु में 2 स्टेट्स में अभी स्टार्ट हो गया है.
So Bengal and Tamil Nadu.
Bengal.
There are 2 states where the EVMs have opened up.
Is it first round?
Bengal and Tamil Nadu.
Because it's 9 o'clock already, so it's first round.
Yeah,
right?
it's definitely the first round, because from 8 o'clock, once the counting started, it was the postal ballots that were going on. We've seen the postal ballot trends. They were the early trends.
Can you give
but
us
right
some
now,
idea
2 states,
for the
Tamil
benefit
Nadu
of our
and West Bengal.
viewers, particularly West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, in all, how many rounds will be there?
West Bengal is going to go real late, because this time, BJP over there, they have gone in for a total go in there. They are eyeing Bengal. We've seen the entire BJP central leadership coming in. About 1 lakh booths have been added. We had 70,000 last time. This year about 1 lakh booths have been added. So it's going to be at least 10 to 12 rounds. And as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, which is going in for 234 seats, the initial thing is that there might be about 8 rounds of polling, 8 rounds of counting that might go on before we get a clear picture.
Well,
so
so
that's
it-
what we are getting in.
so-
Initially, this might change. Subject that there's a place for change, but we'll have to keep an eye out.
Well, we'll have to check how many rounds in Kerala, in Assam, in Tamil Nadu and in Bengal. So once we get a fix on how many rounds of counting in each of these states, we'll also know where, at what point in time will the results start settling in. Early trends coming through. So Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Assam, EVM vote counting has already been, and Bengal, beg your pardon. Assam, we'll get a check if EVM vote counting. It should have started because we are at 9:09 at this point. If you look at the leads and the trends, it's getting neck and neck as far as Bengal is concerned, Zaka. But in Tamil Nadu, the 22 seat opened up gap. That seems consistent with the DMK and the ADMK. 22 seats lead with the DMK has.
I think on the one hand, I think I'm surprised by the fact that the ADMK is holding on. 42 minus 19 is not as much as you would have expected, but then less than half the constituencies are reporting right now. We've got one update, constituency of Coimbatore South. Now it shows Kamal Haasan is leading. 5 minutes back I checked. Kamal Haasan was not leading, so this is going to be an interesting fight, this one. This is for the MNM, Kamal Haasan, actor turned politician, right now leading in Coimbatore South. But I think one interesting trend again in Tamil Nadu, we talked about this, in the western part of the state, it seems like the AIDMK is doing okay. It's not as bad as the rest of the state. In Chennai city, no leads at all, not even one. About 30 constituencies in Chennai and its outskirts, not one for the AIDMK. MK Stalin leading in Kolattur, which incidentally is constituency number 13. I don't know if he believes in numerology. But anyway, nonetheless, so no surprises in Chennai city. In the western part, AIDMK doing better than expected. We're still to see, large parts of the south and north and north central filling up. I guess we will know in let's say about half an hour or so.
Well,
TTV is trailing, yes.
Yeah, that pocket that you talked about, South Central Tamil Nadu, this aspect is going to be now key race coming through. TTV Dinakaran is trailing currently in Kovilpatti. That's that's surprising. And then we also have Kamal Haasan, who's now leading against his BJP candidate Sridevasan. O Paneerselvam is leading from Bodinaikanur. So he's expected to comfortably win that constituency. It's supposed to be his guard. Edappadi Palaniswamy should also be leading from Edappadi. You have District President, Kerala President L. Murugan is also leading from Dharapuram. He was trailing some time back. He is now currently leading from Dharapuram. So that's the key alert coming through. The next key race alert that we have from Tamil Nadu is Edappadi Palaniswamy, the incumbent Chief Minister. He is also leading from Edappadi. And we'll have MK Stalin, Kolattur, and he should be undoubtedly coasting to a one-sided, lopsided victory. At this point, he's leading comfortably, we are given to understand, from Kolattur. So these are the seats. We'll also see how Udayanidhi is doing from Chepauk. That will be, Chepauk is not reporting yet. That's what we are given to understand. So that will be another story which comes in because he is the heir apparent who should be coming in.
In Chennai seats, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 seats are reporting, all of which is for the DMK alliance. That's again no surprise. The Chennai seats have been sort of the DMK's guard. I'm interested in some of the outskirts seats, for example, Sri Perumbudur. Let's just run you through these numbers. Arakonam, again, AIDMK leading. Sholingur, AIDMK leading. In Uttaramerur, AIDMK leading. Sri Perumbudur, again, AIDMK leading. These are not traditional AIDMK seats. These are sort of outskirts of Chennai, northern part of the state. Kanchipuram, AIDMK leading. I'm surprised that the AIDMK is doing better than expected here. I'm not saying they'll win these seats, but they are putting up a fight in areas where you traditionally don't expect them to do that well.
There was some policy where we also have the BJP spokesperson from West Bengal, Shatrupa, I think, is with us. So we also have Radhika Ramaswamy also with us, Radhika Ramseshan also with us at this point. So plenty of aspects to discuss. Tamil Nadu, there is something brewing. Bengal, there is something brewing. Let's go across to Bengal. Right now, it looks like an 8-seat lead for the Trinamool Congress. The BJP making lots of gains. Shotarupaji, good morning. The BJP making lot of gains, but still trailing to the Trinamool. 139 leads that have come in. EVM counting has begun. We are given to understand first rounds are on. 64 for the BJP, 72 for the Trinamool. 65 for the BJP, 72 for the Trinamool, as we speak.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and it is a privilege to be on the show on such a historic day.
Yes, like we are saying constantly, the morning shows the day. And we've just about finished, I think, the postal ballots and the actual ballots where the Election Commission had sent people to collect votes from the senior citizens. So I think it's a very clear indication, and we are headed for, I know it's too early to say, but like I said, the morning shows the day, and I think people of West Bengal have definitely very clearly voted for the Ashol Poriborton. So I would just say that wait a bit more and...
Yes. Radhika, before I come to you, I'll ask Zaka to particularly show us on the magic wall about the turncoats, because the reports that are coming in, of course, of the alerts, key race alert, most of the turncoats from Rajiv Banerjee to others are leading.
Yeah,
Zaka,
the
in
TMC rebels, there are 10 seats, of which 9 of them the BJP is leading in. The only seat where the TMC is leading in happens to be from Shaptagram, where Tapan Das Gupta of the TMC is leading. But in 9 out of those 10 seats, it's the BJP candidates who are leading, including in Domjur, where, of course, Rajiv Banerjee is leading. This is the seat of Domjur. Rajiv Banerjee leading there. You have the neighboring constituency of Shibpur, where Ratin Chakrabarti is leading, and then again you have Baishali Dalmia leading in Bali. So you can bunch together these 3 constituencies, all of them members of the TMC earlier. They shifted to the BJP just before the election, and they're all leading. Also, Shingur, this is where it started for Mamata Banerjee.
Yes.
Rabindranath Bhattacharya, Master Moshai as he's known, he again flipped. He was not given the ticket this time around on the consideration of age. I think he's well into his late 80s. Master Moshai is leading from Shingur. So interesting. That strategy so far at least seems to be paying off for the BJP.
Constituency number 210?
Well, I'll have to
Nandigram?
No, Nandigram incidentally is not reporting. It's not showing any numbers yet, which is surprising because, you know, it's such a high-profile constituency, a VVIP constituency. No leads yet from the constituency of Nandigram. It's still not open.
Radhika, based on early trends, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the TMC is leading very marginally in West Bengal, and the fact that the renegades, traitors, whatever you call them, are leading in their respective constituencies is not exactly comforting news for Mamata Banerjee, because it just shows that party loyalty is not really a factor, and people are willing to vote these so-called turncoats even after they switched sides from Mamata Banerjee. So my inference is Mamata Banerjee the central factor in this election, or is it the call for Poribartan, for change? And you know, if the turncoats are leading and leading comfortably, it just means that sorry.
Radhika, it's still the second round perhaps that would have opened of the EVM machines. So we'll have to just hold on to our thoughts that as to how much that significant lead is. Because even as we speak, from Tarakeshwar, Swapan Das Gupta is now trailing. That is, of course, perhaps in the first round itself. Firhad Hakim of the TMC is now leading. These are important alerts that are coming in. Abhijit Majumdar, Kolkata Port, TMC candidate Firhad Hakim.
Yeah, it's unsurprising. It's his backyard. I mean, we are seeing early leads. We didn't expect anything else from there. That would be a very, very difficult.
And Tarakeshwar, Swapan Das Gupta, who's now trailing. This is RSS backyard.
Yeah, but again, Maria, I mean, I would say it's not even the first round that got completed. We have to wait a little longer to say anything at all. But again, we have to keep watching what, places that the BJP went strong, how are they doing in this election? I mean, that would probably show the trend and probably, eventually go on to decide the elections. What are the results? What is North Bengal showing right now?
Yes.
Well, North Bengal, let's get Zaka to say.
Again, it's more or less even Stevens. The TMC is not doing as badly. You know, this is what it is looking right now. If you go back and look at the 2019 results, it was a sea of saffron. It was a sea of saffron, but that's not how it is this time around, because like I said, that's split within the GJM, one faction supporting Mamta, one faction against. In fact, I'll tell you the constituencies where BJP is leading in the Cooch Behar Alipurdwar belt. In Kalchini they are leading, in Tufanganj they are leading, in Sitalkuchi, constituency number 5, the BJP candidate is leading there right now. Again, very, very early days. I'll be interested to see how this constituency ends up. In Mekhliganj, also the BJP candidate leading. In Jalpaiguri, the BJP candidate leading. It's really even, Stevens. If you were to ask me a trend, I think what the gains, the complete sweep of North Bengal that the BJP was expecting, that hasn't happened.
Well, Babu Supriyo is leading in Toliganj at this point in time. Down, I'm just keeping an eye as we continue to stay on Bengal, but down on the leaderboard, if you look at it, the LDF is leading in 84 seats. The UDF is at 50, and in Assam, the Congress is at 21, whereas the BJP Plus is at 36 out of 59 leads. These are the two states where the Congress put all its might and muscle because it was hoping to make a lot of gains, and it's not. So there is a story there as far as the Congress party also, and even with the left. Now we got news coming through on the COVID front. Runjun Sharma joining us with news that's coming through right at this point. The big news coming through. 3.92 lakh COVID cases have been reported. That's the update coming through. So it is inching up to hovering around that 400,000 mark. 3,689 deaths that have been reported in the last 24 hours. A little bit of a slide and perhaps coming down below the 400,000 mark compared to yesterday. Maharashtra, Karnataka are the worst hit states at this point. That's what we're going to understand. There are at least 10 states which have got at least more than 100,000 active cases of COVID-19 in our country. But largely 70% of the COVID caseload is also limited to these states. Runjun Sharma joining us with more details. Yes, Runjun.
Anand, the numbers are worrisome, but what's also worrisome is the deaths that are being reported. Again, we've reported over 3,000 deaths just in a matter of 24 hours. In fact, for over a week now, every single day, we have been reporting over 3,000 deaths, and that's the worrisome bit. In fact, like you were just pointing out, Maharashtra, Karnataka, they do remain the biggest contributor, but other states as well, like Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, they also are contributing a huge chunk to these numbers. Now, despite the restrictions that have been imposed in several parts of the country, we're not seeing any respite in numbers. Yes, in some cities, the numbers are stagnating now, like here in the national capital and also in the financial capital, Mumbai. But the overall situation is still green. The states that need to watch out for are Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and West Bengal also to a certain extent. That's what the medical experts are pointing out.
Right.
But Anand, the peak is not here. And what the government is saying is that next 2 weeks are extremely crucial.
Yes, till the 15th of May, it's going to be very, very critical. But there are 3,07,000 recoveries also. And in percentage terms, yes, 3,689 fatalities are painful, but it is still just around 1% in terms of the mortality rate to the total COVID caseload that we are carrying. And that way, we've seen large number of recoveries also happening. As we can only hope and pray that the number of recoveries continue to mount and the number of mortalities or deaths keep coming down. Runjun Sharma, thank you for your inputs. Now, back to the election coverage, ladies and gentlemen. And Himanta Biswa Sarma is leading from Jalukbari. Sarbananda Sonowal is leading from Majuli. Let's get a quick check of Assam before we turn south towards God's own country and get a check on what's happening in Kerala. Zaka Jacob is with us. Here's the leaderboard. Before I go to Zaka, quick check on the leaderboard. Trinamool Congress leading by about 9 seats at this point in time. 12 seats at this point in time. Tamil Nadu, it's the DMK that has a comfortable 30-seat lead ahead of the ADMK. Kerala, it's the LDF which is leading in about 89 seats now out of 139 leads coming through from almost all constituencies. And in Assam, it's the BJP that is leading in about 38 out of the 60 seats. So comfortable leads there too. And in critical constituencies, the incumbents are all holding on to their positions and to their leads as far as Assam is concerned. So where are the leads for the BJP coming from?
BJP was very, very worried about Upper Assam, the phase that went to polls in the first phase, 47 seats or so. They are managing to hold on to a bulk of the gains that they made last time around. 2 seats stand out for me. One is Lurinjyoti Gogoi from the seat of Duliajan. He's leading there. there. And then Akhil Gogoi is leading from the constituency of Shivsagar. These two guys, of course, were the face of the anti-CAA protest. I don't know if they'll go on to win, but right now they are leading. If that happens, it will also be interesting because if it came down to a situation of a hung assembly, then these guys could play a very, very important role. For now, the big headline from Assam is in Upper Assam, where the BJP was thinking, because it had the remnants of the CAA, anti-CAA movement and so on, they might get badly hurt there. That has not happened. In fact, the Congress has only 1, 2, 3, 4 leads out of those 47 seats. So Upper Assam seems to be going the BJP's
Interestingly, BJPs are now leading in 39 and they've held on to all their seats. They've not ceded any of the seats to the Congress AIUDF combined. Quick check from Kerala, Zaka, and then we've got Neetu Raghukumar also joining us. It's a surge. It's what the exit pollsters were
all
were
140
predicting.
seats. All 140 seats are reporting. Very, very similar to what the LDF had last time around. They had 91, right now leading in 89. In the UDF leading only in 47. The BJP surprisingly leading in 3, that is Kasaragod, Palakkad and Nemam. We'll see which of those seats they actually go on to win.
But big leads for the LDF, 89, especially after the Lok Sabha 2019 results, which showed 123 seats for the UDF. Pinarayi Vijayan is making a very, very strong comeback. But Mercy-Kuti Amma seems to be in some trouble because of the deep sea fishing scam. She is trailing to youth leader of the Congress, Vishnu Nath, in the Kundara constituency. Neetu Raghukumar, electronic vote counting has happened. How many rounds are we expecting of counting in Kerala?
See, about 21 rounds in many booths. But in Kundara, at the moment, this is what the information that we are getting. But we cannot say that this will be how it is going, because traditionally that has stood with the left most of the times, and even only about one round is over there. And officially from the Election Commission, we have not yet got the update for the Kundara constituency at the moment. So the postal ballot counting is also in the progress, and at 8:30 the EVMs have started. Now, initially we are seeing a lead from Palakkad also for E. Sridharan. The BJP had come second in Palakkad constituency in the 2016 assembly elections also, when Shobha Surendran was contesting. So the BJP had high hopes in Palakkad. But right now what we understand is that the counting in most of these booths are predominantly BJP dominant areas where the counting is happening. So there also there could be changes, but at the moment we can see that E. Sridharan is leading, but these booths are predominantly BJP dominated booths.
Well, thank you for your inputs. On the wall, it looks like north, south and center LDF is making
in fact,
gains.
LDF is doing extremely well in the central part, which could be a Joske Mani factor. He himself is leading from the constituency of Pala. This is Joske Mani. But look at the amount of red. This is normally not the case. Even you go back and check 2016 also, there's a lot more blue around here. There's a lot more red now because of that Kerala Congress Mani factor. So in a lot of the Idukki, Pala, Kottayam seats, KJ Alphonse is trailing from Kanjarappalli. Again, you come further south to the Pathanamthitta seats. Again, the LDF seems to be leading there. But the biggest takeaway for me will be in the north. In Malabar, I think if these trends hold, if the IOML does as badly as it's doing now, then you're going to see a tectonic shift in the seats there in Malabar. The IOML was not just the second largest party in the UDF coalition, but also had, outsized influence in the UDF. I feel if the left does and holds on to these leads in Malabar, I have a feeling that the IUML will have some very, very difficult questions to face through the course of this election result and beyond.
Well, some key race alerts, and it's some seats in Kerala seem to be tight fights, because there is a flip which is happening right now. The LDF back at 89 leads. Dharmadam, it's the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan who's comfortably leading. Ramesh Chennithala, let's get a quick check. The opposition leader, he's also in Haripad. He's continuing to lead at this point in time. The next we'll call on KJ Alphonse, who Zaka said currently is actually trailing from Kanjirappalli, and he continues to trail from Kanjirappalli. We'll also get a check on K. Surendran, what the situation is. Kunjaran Surendran contesting from Konni in Kerala, and he's also trailing. So the BJP is leading only in 3 right now. KK Shailaja, teacher, let's see how she is doing. She's been at the forefront of the COVID fight as the health minister of the state, and she is leading from Mattanur. So big news coming through. First lead in from Nandigram, constituency number 210, where everybody's got their focus on, and Shuvendu Adhikari is leading from Nandigram. 3 counting centers, postal ballots and EVM being counted together. And the latest coming through is that the Bengal Chief Minister is trailing from Nandigram.
And
Yes,
a quick update.
Maria.
Shuvendu Adhikari 7,287 votes, Mamata Banerjee 5,790. In all, there are 21 rounds to go in this particular constituency. On an average, there are 16 to 17 rounds in Bengal. The highest is in Chinchura with 32 rounds, lowest in Metia Bruce with 11 rounds.
Yeah.
But right now, out of the first, of course, this is the first EVM machine, first round. The news coming in, Shuvendu Adhikari 7,287, Mamata Banerjee 5,790. This is the biggest battle of it all.
2,86,000 votes. That's the total number that of votes which come through as far as Nandigram is concerned, and there was about a 79 to 80% voter turnout. So let's look at 2,60,000 votes which have to come in, and of which about 76,000 votes were coming in from the Muslim votes. That were the Muslim votes.
It'll be interesting. I mean, this is of course the cynosure of all eyes, if you will, this particular fight. But also remember, the Adhikaris have influence in both of those districts, East and West Midnapur. Is the BJP doing okay? It's doing much better. Manas Bunia is leading from Sabang. You have a whole bunch of constituencies here where suddenly you're seeing a lot more saffron pop up. This is not the case. Go back and check 2016. It's just green. It's just a sea of green, pockets of red. But right now, there's a lot more saffron in this belt, in the Mednipur belt, than the Trinamool would have liked. One interesting thing, though, the Trinamool is holding on to a large part of its gains, both in South and in North 24 Parganas. And this is where a bulk of the seats are. Kolkata is an interesting story as well. Right now, with postal ballots, it seems to be more or less even Stevens between the Trinamool and the BJP. But in some of these high-profile constituencies, for example, in Partha Chatterjee's seat in Behala Paschim, he is trailing right now. So the BJP doing well in Kolkata, urban seats, is expected to go beyond just this election, because you can ask Abhijit Majumdar also about this. The Bhadralok, who always the intelligentsia as they are in Calcutta, are they shifting towards the BJP? Like I said, it's very, very early days, but in many of these high profile constituencies, Tollygunj as well, where Babul Supriyo is currently leading over Arup Bishwas. If these things happen, then you have a big trend coming through in
Abhijit Majumdar, take that please.
Yeah. The Bhadralok has been a very, very elusive and unreliable creature, Zaka and Anand. The Bhadralok had got, huge, land during the CPM era and voted against the CPM almost every time towards the end. So, and also I think we overestimate the Bhadralok vote, while the Bhadralok sets the narrative in some ways. But it is, on ground, CPIM, for instance, has held power for 34 years without really winning Calcutta. Calcutta had always been the Congress stronghold. So, the Bhadralok vote is a bit overrated. The Bhadralok, of course, I mean, every household now has a BJP voters, whether it's traditionally absolutely a left household or a household that had entirely voted for TMC, but there is in every family one can see that there is a vote for the BJP.
Well,
but more than the Bhadralok vote, I would say the ground vote.
Well, news coming through. The Trinamool Congress has touched 100 leads. It's leading by about 16 seats from the BJP. It's touched about 100 seats, but the BJP has pinched 49 of its 83 extra seats that it's got. It's got it from the left, and 33 from the Trinamool.
There is not a single constituency where the left ISF or Congress are leading in right now. It's been, what, an hour and a half since counting began? Not one constituency out of 294 is the left Congress ISF leading in. They're down 49 from the last time. So essentially, that whole three-horse race, that's not happening. This is essentially a two-horse fight between the TMC and the BJP.
Two-horse race, neck and neck?
Yes. I'm just saying that Tamil Nadu also, it's 3-digit for the DMK now.
Yeah.
It's 108, but AIA DMK Zaka, it's not doing as badly
Yeah,
as was
in
being
fact,
predicted.
75, I don't think any of the exit polls gave them 75,
Yes.
if I remember correctly. So, again, you look at the pattern. In the western part of the state, this is expected. Like I said, the chief minister hails from there. Some of his high-profile ministers hail from there. You see a lot more red in this part of the state. What I'm surprised by is this pocket here. This is in the northern part of the state, not central. Some of the constituencies bordering Karnataka or Andhra Pradesh. This is probably where the 1-year sort of quota influence seats. This is that move playing itself out.
Well, but just 9 short of the halfway mark for the DMK in terms of the leads at this point
Correct.
in time.
117 is the halfway mark, so 109 they've gotten up to.
I
mean, look, it's not like if MK Stalin gets 118, he's going to say, I'm not going to be chief minister.
Yeah.
Of course he will. It's just the question of the degree of the victory. They were expecting, when I met him off rec, I can share this now, he said 150 minimum he's expecting. Will this lead up to 150? Well, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
Because if it gets close, then the DMK is going to be a little nervous. They did not want a situation where they have 125 or 130 seats, because then the crown would rest very, very uneasy on the head. They wanted a clear number above 150 so that they are firmly in control of proceedings as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. Let's just quickly go back to Bengal, and Shaturupa is with us. Udayanidhi Stalin, big news coming through. Key race alert from Tamil Nadu. Udayanidhi Stalin is leading from Chepauk. Chepauk was not coming in. Chepauk leads have just come in, and the heir apparent Udayanidhi Stalin is also leading from Chepauk, which is again within Chennai. So these are the
seat expected.
Yeah. In fact, look at the Chennai
Khushbu
seats.
is trailing. Khushbu is trailing.
None of the Chennai seats ADMK or BJP is leading. All the Chennai seats, there are 30 of them. It's the DMK that's leading.
Well, 1,000 lights. So Khushbu Sundar is currently trailing. These are again first, second round numbers which are coming through. There will be at least 15 to 20 rounds. How many rounds in each state, and where are we as of now, and how many rounds have been counted so far in each state? Before we go back to Bengal and Shaturupa, let's just quickly go across to Ilmas, who's joining us from the Live Results Hub. This is where direct coordination with the counting centers, the numbers are coming through and we're putting them out. It's directly electronically linked, no artificial feeding up of the numbers. But Ilmas, how many rounds in each state are already done, and how many rounds in each state is expected, average number of rounds?
See, I'm going to tell you, start off with Bengal, because Bengal, there's a big news coming in. That's Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal. She's trailing by about 1,500 votes in Nandigram. First round over. It's supposed to go on till 10 rounds at least. That's what the initial reports are coming in. And if I look at the trends, if I look at Tamil Nadu is also done up with the first round. First 2 rounds, they've gone into second round. And Tamil Nadu right now, AIDMK has got 78. DMK has got 111 lead. If I go off to Kerala, that they're also in the second round of counting. LDF with 84, UDF with 51. I've got the editor of Assam with me over here, Mr. Sujoy Paul, the editor of News 18 Assam is here with me. Sujoy sir, what's the trend right now in Assam? How's it going in Assam? How many rounds there?
See, basically, the first and second round is going on in most of the constituencies. And if you go by the trend, you know, as expected, as you have seen in the exit poll, BJP is at present and its ally is leading in 46 seats. So it's a quite, you know, it's more than half to that of Congress.
How many rounds are you expecting today in Assam?
See, as per Election Commission, since because the COVID protocol is there, they have reduced the number of counting tables, but the numbers would be more. So results probably would be delayed. And
it's going to go in late into the night.
But as far as the latest trend that has come in, Congress President Ripun Bola is trailing. And in fact, Congress leader Debabrata Saikia, who was one of the legislative party leader, ex-legislative party leader, he is also trailing. So these are the two important things from Assam. And Ajanta Nyuk, who has switched over her side from BJP to, from Congress to BJP recently, she was trailing, but just now she got a
She's got a lead right now.
little edge.
So the
So that's what we've seen from Assam so far.
Great, Ilmas. We'll come back to you. Let's just go back to Zakir Jacob. So he's saying the Congress leader of the state president and Ripun Bora is trailing, and the turncoat to switch from Congress to BJP is actually now leading.
Yes, that gives you a trend. I think trend-wise, the one thing that the BJP was worried about was Upper Assam. This was the first phase of polls, 47 seats. In Upper Assam, the BJP is holding on to most of the gains that it made in 2016. Two candidates who stand out, Akhil Gogoi and Lurinjyoti Gogoi, both of them leading. Akhil Gogoi in Shivsagar, constituency 108, and Lurinjyoti Gogoi of the AJP leading in Duliajan. So both of those folks will also be important because, like I said, if it came to a situation where they need the support of these people to form a government, it could be interesting what the pound of flesh would be. But Congress doing badly. Congress was supposed to do well with the tea garden workers. In fact, Rahul Gandhi went there. I think Priyanka Gandhi went there on more than one occasion. They are not making inroads back into. It used to be at one point of time Congress heartland, it used to be their stronghold, as it were. The BJP breached that in 2016 and they are holding on to those gains in 2021.
Interestingly, the Congress or the BJP Plus is holding on to all their seats. They have not ceded anything, and it's the Congress Plus that has actually ceded 2 seats to the others.
Let's also take a look at how the AIUDF is doing. The AIUDF is gaining 3, the Congress is down 2, and the BPF is down 3. So it's the Congress and the BPF that are bringing down this alliance. The AIUDF is doing okay. It's +3 from last time.
Well, numbers coming through at this point, as per the ECI, Election Commission of India, so far, based on the votes that have been counted so far, the vote share for the BJP is 37.6% in Assam, 32.28% for the Congress Plus, and BOPF is 12.33%. If you look at it in Bengal, it's 51.8% for the Trinamool Congress and 35% for the BJP. That is what the party-wise vote share of Bengal as far as the Election Commission website is concerned. This is just numbers. Right now, Shatarupa ji, it's an Trinamool Congress seems to have opened up quite a bit of a lead. 85 for the BJP and 113 for the Trinamool. So it's not run away, even though it's early stages. Second round tak to pahunch hi rahe hain.
Thank you very much again for having me. Yes, I know it's not a runaway. It will not be a runaway because we have always depended on the people's verdict, what the people want, and we are patiently waiting for the people's verdict to come out very finally, very, very clearly. And I think once again, morning shows the day. And like you said, Shubhendu is leading, whether it is by 2,000 or whether it is 1,500. And I think this itself is an extremely distinctive factor. And the number of seats that you are reading out, because I have no way of finding out on my own, the way you are going on, that Bengal is slowly but very steadily and clearly turning saffron. And that itself...
Shaturpa and Zaka and Anand is that CPIM's Mohammad Salim is trailing from Chanditala.
Can you imagine, the left does not have a single lead, 199, 200 seats are reporting. The left does not have a single lead. Loket Chatterjee now trailing in constituency 190, which is Chunchura. Let's take a look at some of the other BJP names who are leading right now. Ravindra Bhattacharya, like I said, was with the TMC in Shingur, went to the BJP, he's leading there. In Jagat Ballabhpur, Anupam Ghosh of the BJP leading, Rajiv Banerjee leading in Domjur, no surprises there. In Bali, where Vaishali Dalmia was leading up until 15 minutes ago, now she's trailing. Rana Chatterjee of the TMC is leading there. In Shibpur, again, Ratin Chakravarti of the BJP was with the TMC, joined the BJP just before, and this is where Manoj Tiwari, again here, the cricketer turned politician, he's trailing in this particular constituency in Shibpur. Let's take a look also in Howrah Uttar, where Gautam Chaudhary of the TMC is leading right now. But again, you go back to the famous constituencies, Behala East and West. Partha Chatterjee trailing from Behala West, but in the neighboring constituency of Behala East, Ratan Chatterjee of the TMC is now leading. Payal Sarkar was leading there till about 15 minutes ago. In Toliganj, Babul Supriyo still managing to continue to keep his lead. In Jadavpur, can you believe this? This used to be, this is where Mamata Banerjee started her political sort of career from. She was MP from Jadavpur for a number of years. There, the TMC candidate, the BJP candidate, Rinku Naskar, is currently leading in. So, Bengal, I think, will go down to the wire. It's 115 to 86 right now, but I suspect you know, you will have these swings, these wild way swings going on.
It's interesting what the Election Commission data is suggesting, that they have 33 leads so far. The TMC is ahead on 21 with 50% vote share. The BJP is ahead in 11 seats with 35% vote share. But interestingly, complete collapse of the left is also coming from West Bengal, where CPIM leader from Shiliguri, Ashok Bhattacharya, is also trailing. But for the BJP, there is some good news coming in from Balurghat, where economist Ashok Lahiri is now leading.
Well, and Assam, first round voting, after the first round of counting, beg your pardon, South Salmara, Wajid Ali Chaudhary of the Congress is leading by about 7,586 votes. Arshadul Islam of the BJP is leading by 500 votes. Nurul Islam Mullah is leading by just 396 votes. And then Manakchar Aminul Islam, AIUDF, 6,102 votes. And Zabid Islam of the AGP, 3,099 votes. So there are clear leads in some cases. They're going to go neck and neck in some cases. It's going to be swinging either ways. But there seems to be an early trend that's been set in terms of comfortable holds for the BJP in Assam, comfortable holds for the LDF as far as Kerala is concerned. It could go down to a bit of a photo finish or little close as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. And all eyes on Bengal and what's going to happen in Bengal. Puducherry, early days out of the 30 seats, it looks like the NDA is a little ahead, but the Congress is also playing catch up. We'll get you updates on Puducherry in just a bit. Radhika Ramaseshan stays on with us. Shatarupa is with us. Abhijit Majumdar is with us. But Tamil Nadu right now as we speak, 117 for the DMK in terms of leads. So it's hit that halfway number at this point. Out of 206 leads that have come in, DMK getting 117, and in critical pockets they're making big gains.
Look, all of Chennai, not one Chennai seat has gone to the AIDMK, no surprises there. In the southern part, and this is what we were talking about, in the Madurai-Theni belt, it's the DMK that's actually doing better. Where the AIDMK is scoring and scoring big, again, no surprises here, is in the western part of the state, Erode, Salem, that belt, Coimbatore belt. It's also getting a bunch of seats here in the north central, which is not their traditional stronghold. This is the one-year dominated seat. So maybe we can ask RK if he's there, if this is the effect of the one-year quota that was announced at the last minute. But really, it's not a runaway victory for the DMK. They're still far, far away from the 150, 160 that Stalin was confident of. Eventually, they might get there. But look at this figure, AIDMK at 88. None of the exit polls gave AIDMK 88.
Yeah, RK Radhakrishnan.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, my own prediction was that the DMK will end up with about 165. And my wish was that the AIDMK ends up with at least 60, because only then it will exist as a party. Otherwise, there will be too many internal forces which will, make it implode. Now, what we are seeing, obviously, it was exactly what Zaka said. The one-year quota has played out very big in the northern part of the state, and it is holding. I mean, there were a lot of, concerns. In fact, I wrote about this as to what happens when a non-one-year consolidation happens, because the other castes have joined hands with the SC community in the northern parts of Tamil Nadu, and that becomes a majority in Tamil Nadu, in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. But it looks like the one-year consolidation has beaten even that calculation and has forged ahead, and that is what the, these are early trends, yes, but we are looking into the second round of the counting in most of these constituencies. So I think this will hold, and I think this was a strategically master move on the part of Edappadi Palanichami that he granted this 10.5% reservation to 1 year.
And the women voters, just about all the parties were out there coming up with sops to woo this crucial constituency. Which way do you think they are going? I mean, it was largely seen that they vote out an incumbent, they go with the trend in the state.
Yeah, absolutely. I think initially Kanimozhi had a lot of traction in Tamil Nadu because she was the only female face which went around the entire state into all constituencies, and she has been campaigning for about 3 months. I think a lot of that was undone by the comment of Mr. A. Raja, former union minister, who talked derogatively about the chief minister's mother, and which was picked up and played out fantastically well by the AIDMK BJP combined. In fact, the Prime Minister talked about it, JP Nadda talked about it, the Chief Minister cried because of the reference to his mother and whatnot. And I think that traction is awesome, so to speak. And it brought back memories of the DMK not being nice to women and generally being a being a party which is not really catered to the needs of women. And at that point, whatever Jayalalitha was done also was played up. I think this might have had a dent on the women voters as well. So whatever good work that Kanimozhi did, possibly if some of it was undone because of this just one comment, which BJP combined.
They tried to capitalize on what A. Raja had said at that point in time. Now, Premlata Vijayakant is trailing from Vridhachalam. That's the DMDK's Premlata Vijayakant. Let's go across to Vivek Narayan, Managing Editor South. Oh, it's a busy morning for you. Multiple activities there. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry. What do you want to start with? Let's start with Tamil Nadu because you're there joining us from Chennai. Vivek.
With Tamil Nadu, of course, Anand. The story from here is that it's not a completely clean sweep as we thought for DMK. AIDMK is putting up a semblance of a fight. If you look at especially the western zone, which is known as the Kongu belt, the AIDMK is doing fairly well. Even down south in the Delta regions, they're doing not so bad. If you look at the people who are leading, Seeman of the Nam Tamil Kutchi is actually trailing. He's the leader of the party. And Kamala Hassan is leading in Coimbatore South. That's his home constituency. He's leading there. In Koilpatti, GTV Dinakaran of the AMMK is trailing. And Edappadi Palaniswamy, of course, leading in his home constituency of Edappadi. And in Kolattur, NK Stalin is leading. So things are going more
to the lines that we thought. The ministers in the AIDMK are holding on to their fort. But remember one thing, the BJP is not doing exceptionally well. Among the leads, we just have one BJP leader who is leading. Apart from that, all the leads which are going the NDA way are the AIADMK leaders. But another interesting point, let me tell you, Anand, is that we've all through been saying it's a 5-state elections. We are forgetting Pondicherry, and Pondicherry clearly the NDA is heading towards a massive victory. It is nobody's, it's quite clear, evident from the way that the leads are going on, that the NR Congress, which is a partner of the BJP there, is leading. It's steamrolling. In fact, the leader of the opposition, Narayanaswamy, did not even fight the elections. Quite evident that Pondicherry is one among the 5 states which is clearly in the BJP's kitty, Anand.
Vivek, just some clarity we want for our viewers. How many rounds in all in Tamil Nadu? Because if we look at these numbers, it would be perhaps second or the third round which would be through, and DMK and AIADMK, the gap is not much, although of course DMK has crossed the halfway mark.
Yeah, it is 91-20. The gap isn't much. Technically, the AIADMK still can go ahead. From what we learned, we are in the middle of the second round of counting. There is still, depending on the constituency, it can go up to eight rounds. So that way, perhaps it is quite possible that that things are changing. But as we speak, we get information that BJP is leading not in 1 but 7 places. Overall, they are not doing as bad as initially thought to be. They are, so the changes are quite dynamic. From 1 to 7, the BJP lead has jumped. So as I said, things are flowing, and it's not an unassailable lead that DMK has taken.
Where the BJP is leading. Darapuram, the state president L. Murugan is leading. In Udagamandlam, Bojarajan of the BJP is leading. Nainar Nagendran, last I checked, from Tirunelveli, he's again, interesting character. You can ask RK about him. Nainar Nagendran is leading. That's from Tirunelveli. And then you have H. Raja. Again, BJP leader is leading from Karaikudi. H. Raja had taken on Karthi Chidambaram in Sivagangai in the Lok Sabha election. So he's leading in Karaikudi. So the BJP leading in 6 seats. The PMK, another ally, leading in 8 seats. That's a gain of 8. This is exactly the one-year quota that RK was referring to. The AIDMK is down 52 from last time. If you take a look at the direct fights between the DMK and the AIDMK, take a look at the direct fights in that 150, 160 constituencies that we were talking about. DMK leading in 85, AIDMK in 57.
It's just flipped.
It's completely flipped. Go back and check in 2016. It was the AIDMK which won a bulk of those seats. DMK got only 63. AIDMK got 93 at that time. In 2021, it's the opposite. DMK has got 85. ADMK has only 50.
So the straight fights between AIDMK and the DMK, it's the DMK that's taking the lead now. Congress is contesting 25 seats. The BJP is contesting 25 seats. The BJP is now +6 in the 25 seats that it is contesting. How is the Congress faring in Tamil Nadu is going to be critical. But before we dwell a little more on the Congress
leading in 10 seats. 10 seats the Congress is leading in right now. I'm not sure of the in Tiruvadinai, there is a Congress candidate leading. In Arandangi, T. Ramachandran is leading. You have a constituency up in the north, outskirts of Chennai. In Ponneri, Chandrasekhar of the INC is leading. Here and there, the constituencies out of 25, in Udangarai, Congress leading. So 10 constituencies out of the 25 that they are contesting in, they are leading in right now.
So 3 gains. So out of the 10 seats, 3 are something which the Congress has gained. So that means that's good news for the Congress party in terms of its ally DMK also pulling it up. But the story, because Vivek Narayan is also with us, and we have to talk Kerala. Vivek Narayan, compared to 2019 Lok Sabha elections, Pinarayi Vijayan is coasting. He's coasting. He's doing very well. He's almost as good as what his 2016 numbers were.
Well, yes, it is good news for Pinarayi Vijayan from Kerala. If we look at the overall numbers, there is no need for the CPM to be worried about. It is 89. Yes, he's pushing the exact numbers where he was last time. The UDF is at 47 and the NDA now leading at 4. It is interesting the way that the Bharatiya Janata Party, including actor Suresh Gopi, are doing. They're all doing fairly good. But as I said, it seems to be an LDF bucking the trend. It has never, in the past 40 years of Kerala's political history, that a chief minister has come back. It's after C. Achyuta Menon of the CPI, who came with Congress support in 70s. It is going to be Pinarayi Vijayan, perhaps, if he retains the lead, who will be creating history. And that way, perhaps a leader of opposition from the south coming out and standing up against the NDA-led union government. That will be one individual. Remember, Pinarayi Vijayan is not just party. All through the elections, the CPM and the left has been asking the votes, not in terms of for the party, not for the front, but for Pinarayi Vijayan. He's been known as the captain. He's been perhaps not to the discomfiture of many of those who speak about communist ideology. It is more of an individual who's been promoted. And to be fair, he seems to have come up trumps.
Well, he has it.
He absolutely has. In fact, their slogan, it would have just Pinarayi's image and it says Urappana LDF, which means for sure LDF is coming back. And for sure, I mean, look at this. Two broad trends that I pick up. In the southern and south central part of the state, which is Hindu dominated, including in this constituency of Konni, which is where Sabarimala is, it's the LDF candidate who's leading there right now. So LDF raking up the numbers here in the southern part. Also LDF doing reasonably well in the central part, the Christian belt, because of Jose K. Mani and the Kerala Congress Mani. Even in a constituency like Kanjirapalli, KJ Alphonse is trailing. Also LDF doing extremely well in the north, in Malabar. And this, I think, could have consequences because the IUML, and I want to just check how much the IUML is leading in right now. It's leading in 15, down 3 from last time. The Congress is leading in 25, up 3 from last time. So if the IUML is doing worse than expected in Malabar, we could have an interesting trend that could go beyond this election. But I think the longer term trend as far as the LDF is concerned is that that Sabarimala factor seems to have now filtered out. Yes, the people did punish the LDF in the Lok Sabha election. Out of the 18 seats, LDF is leading in 12. The BJP, in fact, is gaining in those seats as opposed to the UDF in those seats. And 2, the COVID. I think the way in which Pinarayi Vijayan handled COVID, particularly in 2020, out of the 70 seats which were COVID worst hit, almost 40 seats the LDF is leading in, the UDF leading in only 29. So I think that is a critical factor as well.
Well, let's get a quick check of the leaderboard where in Assam, in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu, there has been clear leads past the halfway mark. So the DMK passed the halfway mark, leading in 125 seats in Tamil Nadu. We've got Sarbananda Sonowal led BJP Plus, which is leading in 66, so past the halfway mark. And in 89 seats, the lead for the LDF. So Pinarayi Vijayan passed the halfway mark. But it's in Bengal where there's a story brewing. 50-seat lead opened up by the Trinamool Congress. Just 12 seats short, 13 seats short of the halfway mark in terms of leads at this point in time. Trinamool Congress leading with a 135-seat lead out of 221 seats that have been declared, or leads which have come through out of 292 seats. 135-seat lead for Trinamool Congress, BJP in 85 and others 1. Suddenly, the Trinamool seems to have taken a march ahead and leading in 50 seats.
I keep coming back to these seats. These are the seats. This is the Trinamool stronghold. This is South 24 Parganas, North 24 Parganas. They're holding on to their gains there. The Trinamool was expected to do badly in Jungle Mahal, Jhargram. They're not doing badly. In fact, the BJP, if you compare this to go back to the 2019 Lok Sabha, where the BJP swept this belt, there's a lot more saffron here. And there is a lot less saffron now in the Jungle Mahal, Bankura, Purulia area, a lot more greens. In the northern part, in North Bengal, Alipurdar, Cooch Behar, yes, the BJP is sweeping, but there are pockets of the TMC as well. And here in Murshidabad, Malda, you are anyway expecting the TMC to do well because of the minority factor they are. The BJP has made some gains in the central districts, in Bardwan, in Birbhum, and also, of course, in Kolkata. We've been talking about it in Greater Kolkata, although now I think it's turning out to be more neck and neck.
It's interesting that from 2019 we are seeing this shift almost. So Mamata Banerjee goes back to the same region that the BJP gained in 2019.
Because it was all left.
Yeah.
It was all left votes which went to the BJP.
And
now it's likely, I mean, we'll have to get into the details, but if the Trinamool is doing okay in Jhargram, in Bankura, Purulia, if it's not doing as badly as it did in 2019 Lok Sabha, then it means that some of that left vote has gone back.
But Zaka, it's these regions where the caste factor is at play as well.
Sure.
The Rajbanshis, the Matuas, which means the Matua vote also, as per the initial trend, has not voted completely in one way that they
because
did in
the Matua vote was split.
Matua vote was split. Again, almost neck and neck, but the TMC is still leading. TMC down only 9.
Yes.
The BJP has gained every one of these seats except one they've gained. But look at this. The left has lost 17 seats in the Matua dominated seats. Let's also look at the Rajbanshi factor. That's of course in North Bengal. Where the BJP is expected to do well. Yes, the BJP is leading 12, the Trinamool in 7. But yes, one thing is clear, like I said, the Trinamool is raking up the numbers in South 24 Parganas and in North 24 Parganas. Some pockets of influence in Medinipur. We talked about how in Nandigram, Shubhendu Adhikari is leading, but there is a lot more saffron in East and West Medinipur. In Jungle Mahal, Jhargram, where BJP was expected to do well, it was in the first few phases of the election, the TMC has actually managed to claw back some of the losses that it had.
Well, leads in about 69 seats. Seats in 69 seats have not yet been, counting has not yet been shown. Leads have not yet come in. It's 223 seats. We will take the discussion forward on Bengal only. Pallavi Ghosh joining us. It's a 52-seat lead that the Trinamool Congress right now has opened up vis-a-vis the BJP. This will encourage a lot of the Trinamool Congress supporters and also Mamata Banerjee. She would want to actually take a screenshot of this moment and keep.
Well, she's watching, she's being apprehensive, and all of them are with bated breath, really, Anand. I don't think, they all know, we all know which way the counting goes. These are early trends, they are early leads. And often the turnaround movement happens very, very close to when the counting is about to end. We saw that happen in the case of Bihar also, for example. But as an update, what I can say is that she has been keeping tabs, and she and her team of IPAC, in fact, Prashant Kishore, all of them are watching very, very closely what the trends are going. And now, according to Trinamool Congress, their calculation was that there was a turning of the back of, say, the Dalits or the tribal votes, which is why she tried to walk that extra mile to try and ensure that that particular vote bank comes back to her. And apart from this, what we were talking about, Anand, the need for the Muslim consolidation, the need for the gender consolidation. If you notice, in the last 4 to 5 phases, there was suddenly a barrage of these animations, these cartoons, and this very obvious reaching out to the woman candidate vote bank when she tried to project herself as a fighter Didi. And the most recent one was that of COVID, where she tried to paint the Prime Minister as someone who was not hands-on on governance. Now, every time the BJP talked about a double engine ki sarkar, the counter and the reason why the TMC tried to bring the narrative towards COVID was a simple fact that she tried to tell the people that are these the kind of political party you really want to vote for who have not been able to manage one of the biggest disasters which has hit our country.
Right.
That's the narrative that she tried to build up.
Yes.
So the last three phases, I would say, COVID made an entry into the poll arena. Whether that's going to be a factor which is going to be reflecting in the results, I mean, the jury is still out on that.
One narrative which was increasingly being played throughout the elections was about subaltern Hindutva. That when the BJP made these caste social identities realize that they can assert themselves as Hindus rather than under the larger umbrella of everybody being a Bengali, the linguistic identity versus the larger Hindutva identity. Do you think that narrative also started playing perhaps less towards the later part when you saw this almost consolidation, perhaps on the gender lines also, because here was Mamata Banerjee taking on the entire machinery of the BJP, the only woman standing against this juggernaut?
See, Maya, I'm a Bengali. I belong to this state. All my relatives over here. And yes, religion initially did play a role, because if it hadn't, then I don't think Mamata Banerjee would try to project herself as also a devout Hindu. Remember, Nandigram, she starts off before nomination by Chondi Path. She goes to temples. All of that she did. But at the end of the day, if there's a tussle between what you call Bengali Asmita or I'm a Bengali identity versus about a religion identity, I think the first one actually clearly wins. At the end of the day, a Bengali is going to vote because he feels that my Bengali Asmita is at stake. She did try to push, I would say when you look at a political strategy and campaigning, it was inherent with a lot of contradictions and a lot of changing track. She began by suddenly talking about one Bengal and we Bengalis versus outsiders. Then she realized that, if you look at Chandranagar and all those areas where actually the whole Ramnavami narrative began from, it just started by Dilip Ghosh, she started talking about Chondi Path, Shiv Puja, Durga Puja. Suddenly she starts talking about COVID. Then she talks about these are outsiders. Now when we move to the last two phases, which is Joda Shako, which was Manik Tola, Chorungi, which is a substantial Hindi-speaking voters, people from UP, Gujarat, suddenly you have them talking about the fact, no, we don't consider even the Prime Minister to be an outsider. The problem we have is that they come to Bengal only during elections and they try and push and provoke political violence. So there were contradictions. She was becoming very reactive. And in that sense, I would say, in comparison to the other two elections of West Bengal, where Mamata versus the left was there, this time she was more on the defensive, she was more reactive, rather than actually leading the agenda.
Right. Pallavi Ghosh, you've broken it down brilliantly. The ECI has also said that right now it is calling out 74 leads in Bengal Election Commission website, which is giving about 49.77% vote share to the Trinamool Congress and about 36.75% to the BJP. Early days, ladies and gentlemen, let me just underline that. 45 seats to the Trinamool and 29 for the BJP. As far as the Election Commission website, just let's quickly get a check of some of the key race alerts. BJP's Lockett Chatterjee is trailing. Before I go back to Zaka on the wall on Bengal. Shuvendu Adhikari is leading in Nandigram. That's the key race alert that's come through. We'll go through all of that one by one. Each of the candidates. Mamata Banerjee is currently trailing from Nandigram. It was a straight-on fight between Shuvendu and Mamata Banerjee. Early days, I'll keep saying that. Lockett Chatterjee is trailing from her constituency at this point in time from Chunchura. She is trailing. Early days again, it's only we are just perhaps getting into the second round or from the second into the third round in some cases, but it's very, very early days. Mukul Roy at this point in time is leading from Krishnanagar North. Mukul Roy is leading. His son is also there. We'll try and see what he is doing. Rajiv Banerjee, the turncoat, the forest minister who's joined the BJP ranks just ahead of the elections. He also continues to lead and he's from Domjur. He continues to lead. Then we also have more news coming through, more of the key leads which will come through. Let's see who comes up next. This is Shubhranshu Roy, Mukul Roy's son, who's leading from Bijpur in Bengal. June Malia of the Trinamool Congress. Now, last we had checked that she was actually leading from her seat of Medinipur. And then the concern for the BJP from where there is a strong guard of the RSS. You have Swapan Das Gupta who's contesting from Tarkeshwar and he's currently trailing. Now, will this change as we get into the next round? We'll have to wait and watch. Babul Supriyo in Toliganj against Arup Bishwas. At this point, he's continuing to lead. Babul was very, very confident when I had spoken to him that he will be able to take this despite the fact that he had a few challenges on ground and also health-wise. Now we have Nishit Pramanik also leading from Dinhata in West Bengal. So some of the big faces of the BJP are leading. The rebels are doing well. But where is it that the Trinamool is actually holding? One aspect is we have to see that Trinamool is operating at a 211 base.
Of course.
So even if they lose about 30-40 seats,
it's still,
they still have majority.
Place. You know, one thing interesting, we talked about this on exit poll day as well, that we expect phases 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go towards the BJP. Actually, on ground, the opposite seems to be happening, because on the first 4 phases, it's a runaway lead, almost 70-36 for the TMC. This is in the Jungle Mahal area. This is where the BJP should have been raking up the numbers. You just compare this to 2019 Lok Sabha. Look at this belt. Look at the sea of saffron around here. You don't see that in 2021 Vidhan Sabha. You see a lot more green here. This is South and North 24 Parganas. This is where TMC is expected to do well. They're doing okay. This is the first 4 phases. Let's take a look at the next 4 phases. And I said Sitalkuchi might play a role. It's in the next 4 phases. The BJP is doing better than it did in the first 4 phases. It's 50-74. The margin is not as much as it was in the first 4 phases. Here, interestingly, yes, BJP was expected to do well in the northern part that they are doing. Here in Burdwan and Birbhum, which used to be erstwhile sort of strongholds of the left, it's the BJP raking up the numbers there. This is Murshidabad, Malda. Nobody expected the BJP to do much there in Murshidabad, Malda. And some Calcutta seats also where they're doing okay. So I think really the story so far, 2 hours into counting, is this belt, Jhargram, Jungle Mahal, Bankura, Purulia, first few phases, where BJP was expected to run away as they did in 2019 Lok Sabha, they're not doing as well here. Trinamool has managed to claw back, and that's perhaps why this result right now, or this leads right now, seem to be clearly favoring the TMC approaching that 150 mark. In fact, 147 is the halfway,
yeah,
right?
And
147,
the
so they have crossed the halfway mark.
It's the TMC which seems to be gaining at the collapse of the left.
Yeah, 56 seats down. The left is down 56 seats. I mean, there's only one constituency, I think it's called Ashok Nagar, in the outskirts of Calcutta, where a left candidate is leading right now. Let me just try and get that. That's constituency number 101, Ashok Nagar, Tapas Banerjee. Not even a CPM candidate. This is an ISF candidate. Tapas Banerjee of the RSMP, which I think is an ally of the CPM.
What this actually shows, Zaka, is that the Trinamool is largely holding on to what it is doing. The left is ceding a lot of ground to the BJP.
Yeah.
But interestingly, Shatarupaji are still with us. The BJP and even Amit Shah claimed that out of the first 60 seats, the BJP was taking 40. And in the first 4 phases, the BJP was already crossing, getting closer to the 90 number, because the third phase was a Trinamool strong phase. Even there, the BJP said that they've got about 12 to 15 seats compared to the last time when the Trinamool took away 29 out of the 30-31 seats. So, but right now what the leads show, I know it's early days, it's just we are into the second round, but it's the first 2 phases where again the Trinamool has done well.
You want me to respond?
Yes, Ji.
Yes. You see, now I think there's going to be a little bit of a seesaw, because we're into the second round, and maybe there are some booths that Trinamool has done well, but I think we have to wait till the rest of the results are out, the rest of the counting is done, and I think then we'll get a clearer picture. So it's still too early to decide that Trinamool is leading or BJP is not doing so well. I think the fact that BJP from a party of which had only 3 clear MLAs, I think we are doing very well as far as the second round is concerned. We have definitely made a big dent, and we are already saffronizing Bengal in a very, very big way.
68 seats का lead open कर लिया शत्रुपा जी, थोड़ा तो आपको concern होगा, because the left plus is not making any dent. And it's just 151, so past the halfway mark in terms of leads at this point.
No,
if it was a close fight, one would not have seen. So, are you saying that this can be overturned to a certain extent, that the BJP will then surge ahead and the Trinamool will come back in the latter phases of counting, latter half of the counting? That's what you believe?
I definitely believe that, because it's a very distinct either Trinamool or BJP wave. It's either them or us. So definitely the counting, the parties which the vote
and the CPM that has gone either to Trinamool or to us. Now what I'm trying to say is,
we are into the second round only, and you will definitely understand. Yes, 65 seats. It can be more, it can be less.
65
but there are
seats is a
still
huge
into the second round.
And yes, we are still into the second round. We are saying it again and again.
It is not a declared lead.
Yes,
that is not a declared lead. It is only a second round. So one has to understand that these margins can change at the drop of a hat. Please wait patiently. Let the counting continue. I think we are still definitely well on our way to form our government.
Well, there are still about
49 seats.
but only out of 238, there are 292 seats, so which the leads have to be declared. The leads have come out only for 238. Already, we are seeing a little bit of a seesaw. From 66, it's dropped to 64. The lead of the Trinamool Congress, but the BJP will have to play really have to play catch up, especially the early first 4 phases, which they thought that they have done very well. As on the wall, it just looks like it's not happened. But it's early days. We're going to continue to say that, especially when it comes to Bengal. We've got about 20-25 rounds of counting to go. We are only into the second round of counting, and these are early leads, and all the leads have not yet come in. Let's look at the state where all the leads have come in. It seems more or less settled, and it's just that the left continues to be surging. LDF continues, not 89, now they're surging. As more counting is happening, more numbers are coming through. It is inching closer to the 100 mark. 91, 93 seats. This is better than what they did the last time in 2016.
Yeah, in 2016 he was 91. Now he's gone up to 93, which is why I'm saying, look at the blotches of red in the southern part of the state, in the central part of the state, in the north. Remember, we talked about you have to win at least 2 out of the 3 regions in Kerala to come to power. This kind of a mandate, and I wouldn't be surprised if it inches towards the late 90s, possibly even towards 3 digits. This kind of a mandate can only happen if the CPM and the LDF are doing well in all 3 regions, and that's exactly what they're doing. If you just go back and check on the UDF numbers, the IUML leading in 16, down only 2. The Congress has not made any gains, not a single seat gain compared to 2016. 0 gains. They're leading in 22 seats. The Kerala Congress is leading in 2. That's a gain of 2. And independents are leading in 2. Look at the LDF, for example. The CPM has not lost any of the seats where it won in 2016. Remember, they dropped a lot of senior leaders. They dropped about 30-odd leaders. And yet, that doesn't seem to have impacted the sitting candidates or the change candidates, as it were, in any of those seats. The LDF. So this is a vote not so much for the candidate. This is really a vote for Pinarayi Vijayan. It is him on every seat that the LDF was fighting in. 93 out of 140 is where the LDF is leading in. The BJP also leading in 2.
UDF has also gained 2 seats.
No, but it is not to the Congress. The Congress has not gained anything. The Congress is still 0, which is again one of the worst performances that they've had. The 22 seats that they were leading in last time, they're only leading there. The IUML is down 2. And then smaller parties are down as well. But the UDF needed to do much more than in the 40s or 50s.
And given the kind of investment that was done by the Congress.
Exactly. Not just that, Lok Sabha 2019, if you look at the projection, assembly projections, the UDF was supposed to get 121 seats out of 140. So if that has the case, then this should be UDF and this should be LDF.
Exactly.
If that had to translate like that, that's not what we are seeing.
This is a vote for Pinarayi Vijayan.
Absolutely.
Whatever his model of governance and also his style of functioning. You may call him autocratic, but people of Kerala
are liking it.
They are saying what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is to the right and to the BJP. It is Pinarayi Vijayan projecting himself similarly on the planks of development, on the planks of industry, enterprise, and solid governance and straightforward leadership, saying it's me. That's what it is, and that's what Pinarayi Vijayan is doing. So does that emerge? Does he emerge as perhaps the strongest faces in the opposition to challenge Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP? And is that narrative coming in from the south? Well, right now, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't look like it, because the Trinamool Congress is also very clear. At this point, 2 hours, 15 minutes into counting, into the second round of counting in some states, maybe third or fourth round of counting, what we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory. Whichever party takes it, eventually, right now, the LDF is leading in Kerala. The BJP Plus very clearly passed the halfway mark in Assam. Tamil Nadu, the DMK passed the halfway mark, and Trinamool Congress passed the halfway mark in terms of leads also in West Bengal. And the NDA-backed team, the NRC, is leading in Puducherry, in Pondicherry. So West Bengal, Trinamool Congress passed the halfway mark, Tamil Nadu, DMK passed the halfway mark, Kerala, LDF passed the halfway mark, and Assam, BJP Plus passed the halfway mark in terms of leads only. And we'll continue to say that it's in terms of leads at this time. But But there is a clear, decisive trend that is emerging. We have Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, who's also with us. Rajiv ji, good morning. On a day when it is a celebration of democracy and the democratic right, and also governments which are going to drive policy in these tough times. What we are seeing is, it's early days. What we are seeing is clear, decisive trends emerging, clear, decisive mandates emerging. And what's being reflective in West Bengal should be a cause for concern, because the Trinamool seems to have opened quite a sizable lead vis-a-vis the BJP. It's not neck and neck.
We still have to reach the final figures, and I'm still very convinced that as far as West Bengal is concerned, BJP is going to be in a better position, much better than what you are reflecting now. But nonetheless, as far as you say, we rose from 3 to whatever figures which we have. So we are in a win-win situation, and the party which needs to be disturbed today is the TMC, because it has lost virtually absolutely total grounds, where it stood at a majority of governance and being there for 15 years, and now almost being wiped off in a different way. There is a situation which possibly you would appreciate, that it's time to celebrate in West Bengal. In Assam, we are doing considerably well, and we'll wait for the final outcome as far as West Bengal is concerned.
Certainly, the manner in which the elections were fought, the bitterness and the sheer force with which the BJP went into these elections, it was not about gaining, it was about forming the government. It was not about ensuring that you gain from 3 to perhaps even a 90 or 100. You were expecting a number which will ensure you to form the government. Of course, these are leads, sir.
Of course, I would say these are not the final figures, and we still find, and some of the channels otherwise except yours possibly are also reporting a lead or maybe a very close fight for us. So let's wait for another 2 hours or 3 hours, and we can actually fight it out on different issues. But when you say the glass is half empty or the glass is half full, I find it's full. And that's how we look at it, because in the political process, it's the gain which matters, it is the lead which matters, it is the political messaging which matters, it is the effort which matters. The paradigm is completely different when you go to a state where it did not exist. And there you have gone to a state which you did not exist at all. And hats off to the Prime Minister and the team, Modi, and of course Mr. Amit Shah and the entire team, which did a fantastic job. It's a fantastic beginning, and I'm sure when the end of the results come in, you'll be also very happy to note that there is a completely different scenario.
Even as we speak, news coming in that Babul Supriyo is now trailing from Tollygunge. Mr. Rudy, the fact is that in Kerala, it's almost certain that Pinarayi Vijayan is returning. In Assam, it's also very clear that Sarbanand Sonowal is returning. This is also about return of certain incumbents. And perhaps, I mean, as per the leads right now, although there are several leads on several seats which are yet to come in. Kerala and Assam in particular, and Assam, because you are an incumbent party, what do you think could be working for you?
Well, of course, it's the issues which were there and which people thought would be going against us actually went in favor of us. And of course, there was no anti-incumbency, and I think that's been visible. But good management, good support of the political parties, and a good leadership, all combination. And there is nothing which we thought would go wrong in Assam as far as we are concerned. Though the Congress ran a very intense and a very subdued but an intense campaign.
Sir, a quick update for our viewers now. Shuvendu Adhikari of the BJP is leading by 8,000 votes in Nandigram. Of course, there are several more rounds to go, but Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is trailing a lead of 8,000 for Shuvendu Adhikari, the BJP candidate. Once a close aide of Mamata Banerjee, seen as almost the right-hand man of Mamata Banerjee during the entire Shingur Nandigram movement. Now, Shuvendu Adhikari is leading by 8,000. That's a huge margin. How do you look at it, Abhijit Majumdar? Even as we look at the overall numbers, the kind of gain that has been made, 70 seats lead for the TMC, but Shuvendu Adhikari also leading in Nandigram.
Mariel keeps saying that these are very, very early trends. This is the second round, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. We are into the second or third round. So it will, in a fight like this, it could go any direction from here. But if the trends hold, and if Mamata Banerjee wins this, there would be, one can safely say that BJP would have then failed to convince Bengal that it is the party of
entirely, and maybe the Boiragato factor would have worked. Again, I'm saying this with a lot of caveat that these are very early rounds and we can't this thing, and also that if Mamata Banerjee wins this election, it would be a reflection on the work that she has done in some of her schemes that must have touched the lives of very poor people, which sometimes we as commentators, as analysts, we miss when we are analyzing Mamata Banerjee as a phenomenon and only look at the polarization and
so
stuff like that.
Perhaps a lot of course correction, be it on the caste aspect, be it reaching out to the women, all that could have happened by Mamata Banerjee if these leads actually hold and more seats get converted. If that actually happens, then that course correction from 2019 to 2021, Dware Sarkar, for example, where there was distribution of caste certificates.
No, absolutely, because in 2019 it seemed like the tribes, also the scheduled castes, the Namashudras, Matuas, and others, they were completely going out of TMC's fold. Now this election, again, very early trends, but we have to see whether TMC has worked to get some of those votes back.
Right.
Also, I am not, which are the areas that are yet to be counted. That is something that we also need to see. And, North and South 24 Parganas, that is something that I do not have sight on.
Well, right now, South 24 Parganas, the Trinamool seems to be doing much better, and it seems to be holding on to a lot of its seats. It's lost ground, but the BJP's gains are BJP's gains are from the left. That's what we are seeing. 162, 89, and 1. That's the story in Bengal right now, and we still have about 39 seats from where leads have not yet started coming in.
And Zakir, all TMC candidates in Jharkhand are leading.
Yeah. So North and South 24 Parganas, which Abhijit asked about, 54 seats in both of those districts. TMC leading in 39, down only 10, BJP only in 14. So she's managing to stick to her strongholds. I just want to go back and check the first phase seats, as it were. Let's just go district-wise. Jhargram, you had Bankura Purulia and Cooch Behar. No, I just want to stick to the Jungle Mahal area and take a look at this. These are three districts, 18 seats, Trinamool leading in 12. BJP only in 6. So this is the first few phases that went to polls, first, second and third, where you thought that the BJP would do much more. The TMC has seemingly managed to claw its way back.
Rajiv Pratap Rudy ji is with us. Rajiv ji, Kailash Vijayvargiya said अभी बहुत time है, अभी तो और भी rounds आएंगे और BJP को आराम से बहुमत मिलेगा. That's what he's also saying. There seems to be a certain quiet confidence despite this disparity, despite this opening up of a lead by the Trinamool Congress.
We have been watching results over last few decades, and as a politician myself, and I've been contesting elections for 30 years, it's best to keep, when I contest elections, I keep my results count off from myself for at least 8 to 10, and then I start watching it because it has been ups and downs. So with 2 rounds in a big state like West Bengal, with so much of speculation, with so much, but I can tell you what the figures which you see is not reflective of the final results. And what Kailash Vijayvargiya has said is, I'm very close to what he has said, and that it would be quite different. But I would not put my stakes now right away arguing something. But I am sure the BJP is going to fare much better than what is reflected in the first 2 rounds, which is absolutely almost
3 rounds
1/10 of the entire.
3 rounds in Nandigram, 8,106 vote lead for
more than 15 rounds.
So we'll have to wait for at least 10 rounds for leads to consolidate. This scene could change, ladies and gentlemen. To the right of to my right or to the left of your screen, this scene as far as West Bengal could change. But let's get a quick check of what's happening down south in Tamil Nadu. Radhika R.K. Radhakrishnan with us. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, this is also a mandate for the NDA backing the AIDMK. Edapadi Palisamy, Opadi Salvam, Suman Sumansi Raman is also with us. Purnima Murli is on ground. Purnima, 133 seats is the lead. 233 out of 234 seats counting leads have started coming in. Now it's 134 for the DMK. ADMK is 99. What's the word on ground?
Well, DMK is expecting at least 150 plus. They are waiting for a few more rounds. But this time, the early trends show that ADMK is doing well in the western Tamil Nadu, while the DMK is leading in many constituencies in Chennai and also the southern part of Tamil Nadu. DMK is still hoping that the numbers may increase for them. No celebrations, no party cadre gathering outside MK Stalin's residence or DMK, but the DMK is confident of sweeping polls this time around. They say that they'll wait for a couple of more rounds so that the numbers on their side could increase. That's the expectation from the DMK.
All right, if you look at the map of the state, it's very interesting what Purnima was saying. The western part of the state, Coimbatore, Erode, Salem, yes, the chief minister is from there. Some of his biggest ministers are there, Thangamani, Velumani, Vijay Bhaskar, etc. So the western part of the state, as expected, the ADMK is doing well. This is almost similar to what we saw in 2016, except it's flipped around. Last time, 2016, ADMK alliance had 136, DMK had 98. Right now, it's the opposite. DMK has 135 and the ADMK has 98. It's not a runaway victory like the exit polls were predicting. What is also interesting is there is this whole belt here. This is around the Jinji, Tindivanam, Pandruti, Ulundurpet, that area where the ADMK, this is not traditionally the ADMK's stronghold areas. The ADMK alliance has done better than expected here in this belt, some pockets of North Central as well. Primarily, I think because of that one-year quota. I could be wrong, I don't know. But this is not an area where the ADMK alliance was supposed to do well. This is an area where the DMK and its allies traditionally do well. But seems like the one-year quota has worked in these north and north central constituencies to some extent, which is why the AIDMK, instead of finishing at 50-60, is right now in the 90s.
Well, Sumansi Raman, how do you look at the numbers so far, the leads coming in so far? Good morning to you.
Anand, the AIADMK so far, and these are early trends, but so far they are doing incredibly well. And I think right now, as I see on a local channel, it is 128 for the DMK Alliance and 103 for the AIADMK. Whatever it is, I think that Mr. Edappadi Palaniswamy has surpassed whatever be the final result. If the AIADMK is going to be somewhere in the range of 100, I don't think a single pollster predicted that.
Yes, nobody.
I predicted a very close fight yesterday, Anand. On multiple channels, I said this is going to be a close fight. This is not what the exit polls predicted. And my prediction was 130 to 135 for the DMK and 90 to 100 thereabouts for the AIADMK. So far, it looks like going that way, but you never know. This could still change. These are just first and second round, possibly. So
you're actually saying it could be a reverse of what happened in 2016, where the AIADMK got 134, DMK got 91. So you are saying it could be just a flip of that. It could come around to that.
In fact, I had predicted three things, Anand. One of them was that the Congo belt would still stick with the AIADMK, and the second, that the one-year belt would not be a sweep, as many were predicting. So both of them seem to be holding good, because the PMK at this point of time is leading in 10 out of the 20 seats that they are contesting in, 21 seats. They are leading in 10 of them. So this is exactly what many of us predicted, but the DMK still has an edge. And I expect that they would probably pull through a little bit, but clearly this is not the 180, 190 that the exit pollsters predicted. That's completely off the mark.
Yes, now we are actually showing that number, DMK 132 and AIADMK at 100. So it's not as bad as you were pointing out rightly as the exit pollsters had predicted. But what do you think would have worked for AIADMK? They settled a lot of issues, particularly to do with the internal tussle. There was a clear leadership, positions that had been defined between EPS, OPS, Sasikala. Debate was also settled. What happens now?
Look, I think what has really happened on the ground is that Tamil Nadu has voted as regions. It's not voted as one big state in a common manner. Different regions have voted differently. And I think the reason the AIADMK is doing well is they have managed to hold so far their traditional bastion of the Congo belt. They have managed to hold a reasonable number of seats thanks to the alliance with the PMK in the northern belt. And in the south, it's too early to say this, but if the AIADMK crosses 16 to 17 seats in southern Tamil Nadu, then you can see that the AMMK of Mr. Dinakaran would have underperformed significantly.
Right.
So I think that was another thing that was expected after the elections. A lot of people said AMMK may be underperforming, but at the moment, certainly this is a result which some of us did expect.
Interestingly,
Let's wait and see.
Interestingly, TTV Dinakaran is trailing from Kovilpatti. That's the latest, that's the key race alert that we have.
This 1 year quota this 1 year quota, I think, has played a very, very critical role. We mapped it down to about 44 constituencies, many of them in this, Tindivanam sort of belt, Jinji, Arakonam, North Central, which is the DMK's stronghold. Here, the ADMK alliance is leading in 25 out of these 44 seats. DMK alliance only in 19. That is down 6 from last time. Check the ADMK alliance. The PMK in these 44 is leading in 4. The ADMK is leading in 20 of these constituencies. And I think this has played a very, very critical role. You go back and check in 2016, it's a lot more yellow. In fact, it's the DMK which had 25 seats in this belt. The ADMK at that time had only 19. Right now, it's the opposite that seems to have happened. It is, I come back and check 2021, the ADMK is doing far better than expected in this belt, a belt where they normally are not expected to do well. And I think this 1 year quota seems to have worked.
Well, it does. And RK, do you want to make a point?
Strangely, in Madurai, we see all the ADMK candidates leading, and which comes as a surprise to me, because these factors did not play out there. The 1 year quota did not play out. The Devendra Kula Velalar also did not work in Madurai. Now, coming to the northern belt, it is extremely interesting that the gamble actually has paid off, that giving 10.5% to the 1 year. And I think the PMK has been able to take that message to the people, saying that, to the 1 year people, saying that we have to stand together and this is our last election if we don't stand together. I think that gamble seems to have paid off. I just got some breaking news here. Bodinaikanur, O. Panneerselvam's constituency, he is behind by about 350 votes. Tanga Tamilchelvan is leading in that constituency. But these are, again, it's only 350 votes. It can go either way. Rajendra Balaji, in fact, barring C. Vijay Bhaskar and Sellur Raju, both the prominent ministers are trailing, which is OPS and Rajendra Balaji are trailing in their respective constituencies. This is in the south. But yes, Chennai, it seems to be a complete sweep for the DMK. And the north is holding still for the ADMK. And that is not surprising. But at the same time, it seems to be that this factor has worked. At least in the second round, these results are holding.
True. In Chennai, Chepauk, Udayanidhi Stalin is leading. Khushbu Sundar of the BJP is trailing. Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, perhaps there may be support of the BJP and the NDA faction may come in and form the government in Puducherry, where Narayanaswamy himself is not contesting the election. It's a race to 30 seats. But Tamil Nadu, 25 seats that the BJP is... Yeah, O. Panneerselvam currently is trailing. That's what RK was saying, and we've got confirmation of that coming through it. Khushbu Sundar of the BJP is trailing. So you have some big candidates, and also it was a big announcement, some big announcements that were made to try and make some caste considerations, and also the narrative of Vikas, which was trying to be pushed, development, especially in the last 18 months post the Lok Sabha 2019 debacle for the BJP and the NDA in Tamil Nadu. How would you see the current trends that show the DMK coasting? Clearly 133 seats and the ADMK at 100 right now. All leads have come through, 234 seats. Leads for all seats have come through. Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy.
Yeah, well, I'm not very familiar to what happens but except for what I read in newspapers and the overall politics, it's a change and no very specific reason to explain. But of course, we in BJP actually per se has not found its positioned itself in Tamil Nadu. While talking about the DMK and the AIADMK, for us, it's almost a game which has changes from one political party with, of course, a lot of leadership changes and a lot of young people getting
Yeah, but
into
I'm asking you, Rajiv ji, because I know for Lok Sabha 2024, making inroads into Tamil Nadu, Kerala and also Telangana, Andhra Pradesh is very, very critical along with what you're doing in Karnataka. And if you look at it in Kerala, it just looks like the left has pulled back. And how? 95 seats leads is what it's coming through. Let me just quickly ask you about Assam also. Assam is interesting because all the leads have not yet come in. 6 seats, the leads have not yet started coming in. But out of 120, the BJP plus is already one better than its last time. That is 74. Last time score of 74. The BJP is right now at 75. So is CAA a factor or is it not a factor?
Well, let's, as far as Assam is concerned, we have certainly been able to retain and it's been there. And basically it was governance which mattered at the end of the day. And I think it was the leadership which mattered, whether it was in Assam or even the good management which the party did with the leaders there, and even for that matter at the national level. So there is not much to be discussed as far as Assam is concerned.
But
as far as Tamil Nadu was concerned, we had a very, very little stake, and we just had contested 20 seats in partnership with AIDMK. I'm sure our stakes, and as you say, for the next 2024, that's enough time. There's much more time left for us to decide the strategy there all. But but I can tell you, the BJP with AIDMK did stand recharged in its presence, and the buzz could be felt, and it would not be long before something like West Bengal happens there. So I'm sure the strategists in the party know exactly what they have to do. As far as the left front is concerned, yes, we have to admit it's a good comeback it looks like a good comeback. It's not actually the final phase. It looks like a good comeback. But more or less, except for West Bengal, where BJP has surged, and the political party which has to speculate or which has to introspect is the TMC, whatever gains we are getting. Because after the third round, we cannot come to the final figures,
Yes.
but yet what we see, the trends are indicative.
Yes.
So overall, there's no disappointment as far as BJP is concerned.
80 seats lead now, Mr. Rudy. Abhijit Majumdar, let's go back to Bengal and analyze these numbers. 85 seats lead clearly now between the two parties. The question is that, yes, it's the early trend, yes, but can the BJP just say that they were looking at surge, they were looking at growing the party from what they were earlier at 3 seats in this 2016 assembly to what they have arrived at this, which is of course a phenomenal growth and exponential rise?
Yeah, no, the gap seems to be widening, although yeah, it seems to be widening. So it's TMC seems to be holding their ground, and BJP, I disagree with Mr. Rudy. If actually these trends hold, then BJP also has a fair bit to introspect, because it has been confident of a victory. It has actually worked very hard on the ground, but there must have been some factors which which did not work. But again, I mean, these are, this is the third round, fourth round. There are about 20 more rounds to go, 18 or 20 more rounds to go, I suppose. So, we have to see in such a contest where it goes. But I do not, it's a gain for BJP, but it's not new. BJP had gained in 2019 itself. So if it fares worse than 2019, then it is actually BJP's loss.
And if you look at it, particularly Jhargram and certain constituencies which had seen BJP wave in 2019, TMC candidates are leading there. Then has Mamata Banerjee gone back to all those regions which was won by the BJP in 2019 and did something to connect them back?
Yeah, I mean, Mamata Banerjee is a very instinctive politician. She must have sensed that she's losing the grip on tribals, really tribals and the scheduled castes very, very fast. And she must have, her machinery seems to have worked on these groups.
Has it actually worked, because there are 20 rounds?
That is changing now, increasingly, is also TMC rebels, Zaka.
Yeah, so 20 TMC rebels who had left the TMC and joined the BJP just in the run-up to the 2021 election. TMC is leading in 11 of those seats, BJP leading only in 9. In the Calcutta seats, let me just take a look. Shilbhadra Datta, who joined from the TMC to the BJP, is leading there. Arindam Bhattacharya is leading. So these are the only two TMC rebels who are leading in the Greater Calcutta region who flipped from TMC to BJP. We've got a couple here in the north, in North Bengal, in Natabari. Mihir Goswami of the BJP is leading, and then one here in the Chicken's Neck, as it's called, in Manikchak, Gaur Chandra Mandal of the BJP is leading. But otherwise, in the Calcutta region, it's just two. In fact, even Rajiv Banerjee is now trailing in Domjur. So is Vaishali Dalmia in the neighboring constituency, and so is Ratin Chakrabarti from Shibpur. So in Greater Calcutta, other than two, all the other TMC rebels or turncoats or renegades, call them what you want, who flipped over to the BJP are not doing well. They are not leading.
268 out of 292, that's the lead count that we are looking at, and 86 leads for the BJP. Interestingly, and you were pointing this out, let's go back, because the first 4 phases, the BJP believes that they have gotten to 120, 130. Conservatively, they have 130 seats. Now, the first 4 phases account for about 121 seats. Phase 5 included, so they were getting into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're getting into
let's
the...
include phase 5
Yeah,
as well.
phase 5.
Right.
So first 5 phases, they said they've got somewhere around 130, 135 seats out of 163. But that is perhaps an overestimation at this point,
really
because
is,
it looks like the Trinamool Congress is doing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, out of those 160 seats, BJP is leading only in 45, gain of 43, yes, but the TMC has lost only less than 20, and that's where a bulk of these seats are. Let's talk about this 2 big pockets. One is the tribal pocket, the Jungle Mahal belt, where again, just take a look at this picture. This is 2021 Vidhan Sabha right now. I want to go back and check 2019 Lok Sabha. Look at this. There's so much more saffron in this belt than there is now in the 2021 Vidhan Sabha. Also take a look at this belt. We've been talking about it. North and South 24 Parganas. TMC holding on to virtually almost all the seats that they won there. Some pockets that the BJP is doing okay is in Mednipur, where of course the Adhikaris hail from, and in North Bengal, of course, the BJP was expected to do well anyway in North Bengal. Calcutta seats, like I said, BJP's lead has now come down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats out of the 30-odd seats in Greater Calcutta. But otherwise, the TMC has managed to claw its way back in those areas where the BJP did well back in 2019.
But the Mednipur, Burdwan, Purulia area, which is about 45 to 60 seats where even the Adhikaris have their sphere of influence, the BJP is actually not doing well as far as early on in the first 2 or 3 rounds. I know there are about 20 rounds to go, ladies and gentlemen, so this can all change. But right now, to open up a lead which is more than about 80 seats is not something which is going to be an easy gap to bridge, especially when we are looking at what the trends are and how they are settling in some of the other states. Now let's look at Bengal key race alerts. Before we go back to this entire Adhikari bastion, Shuvendu Adhikari currently leading in Nandigram. Mamata Banerjee is the one who's trailing by about 9,000 votes. We are given to understand this is likely to change, but the fact is that the challenge was thrown down and Shuvendu Adhikari said he'll win by at least 50,000 votes. Let's see what happens. Mukul Roy at this point continues to lead from Krishnanagar North. Rajiv Banerjee at this point has changed. The lead scenario has changed. He's currently trailing. But this is also perhaps we're given to understand the margin is very narrow and things will change into as we get into the next round of counting. Chunchura Locket Chatterjee is also trailing. Many say that this will also change. Babul Supriyo is trailing in Toliganj and he is up against Arup Bishwas. Now we'll have to see what happens in this one. This is again a prestige battle. Shwapan Das Gupta is trailing from Tarakeshwar, and that trail aspect continues even as we are moving into the next round of counting. So most importantly, especially the Adhikari bastion, they said 45 to 60 seats was their sphere of influence, and they don't seem to be bringing in so much.
I want to do just the Paschim and Purb Midnipur and how many seats there are. There are about 26 seats there. This is the stronghold of the Adhikari brothers, the Adhikari family as it were. Out of those 26 seats in East and West Midnapur, the TMC is leading in 16, down only 5. The BJP is leading in 10, including in Shuvendu Adhikari's constituency in Nandigram. So it could be, and this could be a very interesting possibility, that the TMC wins the state, but Mamata Banerjee loses from Nandigram. What happens then? it'll be a question worth asking. But in Mednipur, like I said, out of the 26 seats there, TMC managing to hold on to the gains that the BJP had made in 2019 Lok Sabha. The TMC has managed to claw its way back.
Yeah, it's a big lead, and it's not
The
something
lead
which
is
is going to be
only
easy.
increasing.
It's not going to be easy for it to be, and if it turns around, it has to be remarkable, and it has to start happening from round 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 onwards. By the time we get into round 7, if it doesn't change, then that means that more or less it's going to settle. As of now, the leaderboard says West Bengal, it's Trinamool Congress, and it's Mamata Banerjee coming back strong. And if these leads hold, then she stands tall as amidst the regional satraps. So does Stalin at this point in time. He may want the 150 number, but right now the DMK comfortably placed more than about 17 seats beyond the majority mark, of 15 seats beyond the majority mark, and they seem comfortably placed in terms of leads. Pinarayi Vijayan has coasted. Now, this is a story to write about, especially a reversal from May Lok Sabha 2019 and now to assembly polls in 2021. Pinarayi Vijayan turning things around, and Kerala overwhelmingly now backing him. More than 90 seats, 92 seats is his lead, with all the leads coming through from all the seats, 140 seats. Sarbananda Sonowal, Himanta Biswa Sarma prevailing, and they are getting stronger. They are 6 seats better than their last time around in terms of leads, and still 3 seats have not yet started showing in the leads. So out of 123 seats, the BJP plus is leading in 80. So will the BJP consolidate itself and become stronger and be less reliant on its allies? That is something which we have to see. Congress plus at 40 seats, who's the gainer, AIUDF or the Congress party? There is a story from Kerala to Assam to Tamil Nadu as far as the Congress party is concerned, and let's track them and see how they are doing, especially when they put in so much effort in these regions.
In fact, again in Assam, the Congress has not gained a single seat. 26 seats last time, same 26 seats this time. The AIUDF is down 2 seats, but then the real hit for this alliance has been at the BPF. The BPF last election was with the BJP. They walked out and they joined hands with the other alliance, the Mahajot as it was known. But the BPF is down very, very badly. If I want to go back and just once again, break this down phase-wise in Assam, the big concern for the BJP was the first phase, 47 seats. In Upper Assam, the tea garden vote as it were, the BJP has gained 2 seats from the last time around. They had 35 last time, this time 37. The Congress could not make any inroads in this particular belt. In the second phase, Lower Assam, where the alliance, the Mahajot would be tested, again the BJP has managed to hold on. It's more or less even Stevens, 20 to 16. The Congress and the AIUDF should have done much better in this particular phase. And in the third phase, which has the Hill Development Council and so on here in this part of Assam, clearly the BJP has raced ahead, and it is raced ahead at the cost of the BPF. Look at the BPF. They've lost 7 seats in this third and final phase, and that's where the BJP has gained. So clearly in Assam, like I said, the story of the state in 3 phases, BJP winning phases 1 and phases 3. And that's why they're running away with this kind of a lead. 80 seats. It's better than, it's almost 10 seats better than the last time around. They were just about past the halfway mark last time around. Also, a quick check of Kerala, since you mentioned Kerala. Take a look at this. This is an unbelievable election result. Not only from the fact that the incumbent chief minister has been voted back, he is more or less in the same range as last time, which means incumbency has had no negative effect on Pinarayi Vijayan. He's won big time in the central part of the state, in the southern part of the state, as well as in the northern part of the state. So the CPM is doing well in all 3 regions, consolidating votes amongst the Hindus, consolidating votes in the Christian belt, and consolidating votes up in Malabar, where the Muslims are dominant. You just break this down for the UDF. The Congress has gained just 1 seat from last time. The IUML, the Muslim League, is down 4 seats from last time. The Kerala Congress is up 5 seats. But the problem is the Congress, which was doing the heavy lifting in the UDF, has simply not gained enough or as much as they should have. And that's why the LDF is romping home.
As you flip the leaderboard, he is now at 0 deficit. He's at the same number as last time around at 91 seats for Pinarayi Vijayan. The story for the Congress party is they put all their might and muscle there. They had active campaigning, and it was their election to lose because they were looking at 121 or 123 seats, if I remember correctly, from the Lok Sabha 2019 projections. That was a strength of the UDF. There was also the Kerala gold scam. There was also a lot of questions asked on how the funds were managed post the floods. Plenty of questions around Sabarimala also. All of that, if the UDF was not able to capitalize as far as the assembly elections and allowed Pinarayi Vijayan to claw back, there is a story in itself for the Congress party. Even in Assam, it's the AI-UDF which is actually looking stronger. It's not looking so weak. And that's how it is coming through. We've got, let's look at the Assam breakup at this point in time. And we've got more news coming through, the Odisha news coming througugh. Let's go across to this. The Odisha government has announced a 14-day lockdown from the 5th of May till the 19th of May. So lockdown once again in Odisha after cases were on the rise. The government had already got a lot of the clampdowns and also corona curfews in a lot of the districts, but now it's a complete lockdown that's now been announced as far as Odisha is concerned. So one more state that now says we have to shut down. Is this also to perhaps also stack up on the medical equipment provisions in terms of care and also the vaccine drive? Let's try and understand the details from Rupashri Nanda. She's joining us. Yes, Rupashri.
Yes, Anand, this announcement was made at 10 a.m. yesterday, 10 a.m. this morning, I'm sorry. It was expected since last night when the government had announced that they have to, make an important announcement this morning. Now, especially this announcement is actually coming because Odisha has seen an unprecedented rise in the number of cases, and also it is alarming at the fast pace at which the disease is spreading. So as of now, the lockdown will be imposed from the 5th of May till 19th of May, 5 a.m. in the morning. It is a 14-day lockdown. Additionally, in Odisha, remember, there will be weekend shutdowns, which means that it begins from 6 a.m. Friday evening till 5 a.m. Monday morning when everything is shut down. So what is allowed during this lockdown period? Now, all essential services will be allowed as it has been allowed in many other states. The government's vaccination drive will continue. Banking services will be allowed. Takeaways will be allowed, but restaurants and hotels and shopping malls, all of that will be closed. No religious political gathering will be allowed at all. And during the lockdown period, public transport has also been suspended. Intrastate transport has also been suspended. What people can do is they can, walk between up to a distance of about 500 meters to meet their daily needs like grocery and everything. But even that, those shops will be open only for limited hours. That is from 7 a.m. till 12 p.m. Every day. Weekly markets will be shut. So yes, a severe form of a lockdown coming in for Odisha.
Well, what's the thought process behind this, and is this likely to be extended, or is there going to be a review of this somewhere closer to the 19th, Rupashri? Because and Odisha, does it have enough in terms of medical equipment, beds, ICU, ventilators, oxygen supply?
Well, Anand, as of now, Odisha actually has been one of the states which has managed the COVID situation extremely well. Had it not been for the migrant crisis last year, then perhaps it would not have even seen the spike in the number of cases. So the government, I believe, is preparing itself.
Right.
But it does not want to take a chance, especially because it shares its borders with states like West Bengal and Chhattisgarh. It is extremely alarming considering the kind of spike that you've seen in West Bengal. So the government is keeping a close watch on movement, and that is why perhaps they have suspended intra-state, travel by public transport.
Right.
Also, that has been suspended. We have to wait and see whether it is going to be further extended. But clearly, the government is also going to take this time to ramp up its own infrastructure.
Well, thank you for your inputs. Going back to the election coverage, updates coming in from Assam, where Jalukbari, Himanta Biswa Sarma leads, Nagaon, Rupak Sharma of the BJP leads, Palashbari, Hemanga Thakuri of the BJP leads, Atul Bora continues to lead after about 2-3 rounds of counting, we are given to understand. Atul Bora, BJP leading in Dispur by about 4,890 votes. These are after after the second round. It's still early stages, close to nearing about 2 hours of counting, ladies, 3 hours of counting, ladies and gentlemen. 10:55 on the clock at this point. And right now the update coming through is from Sitalkuchi, where the Trinamool Congress is actually trailing in Sitalkuchi. This is something which Zaka had pointed out a short while ago, that in Sitalkuchi, it was interesting to see that the BJP candidate was actually leading. Now this continues, this trend continues.
And Mukul Roy's son is also now trailing from Bijpur.
Well,
Arun Singh's son is leading though from Bhatpara, but BJP leading from Subrata Thakur, he is leading. But overall, even Mukul Roy's son is now trailing. So I mean, if you look at the picture, it's changing very, very fast.
Well, absolutely.
And 90-seat lead is too wide now. It's only widening. That is only increasing.
Yeah, I mean, again, I go back to the big trend. And the big trend to me is TMC managing to claw back into Jungle Mahal. I think that's a big, big trend. 2, TMC completely retaining its dominance in South and North 24 Parganas, as well as in Malda and Murshidabad, of course, on the back of minority vote consolidation. And TMC in the greater Kolkata region also managing to keep its stronghold. So, other than North Bengal, where the BJP has made some critical inroads, some parts of Bardwan and Birbhum in the central part of the state, and then, of course, this is Thakurnagar, the Matua belt, where they continue to retain. Other than these 3 small pockets, it's just TMC all the way. And like Anand and Maria and I were discussing, you know, TMC had 211 in the last election. They could afford to lose 30 to 40 seats. They will still end up winning and winning big. And that's exactly what has happened. The losses for the TMC only 12. The gains for the BJP 85. But look whose losses are the hardest and the most. It is the left. Can you imagine, and I'm sure you can ask Abhijit Majumdar this, the left parties leading only in 1 seat. I want to see what that seat is and who is leading in that particular seat. I don't think it's a CPM candidate, by the way. It's an ISF candidate.
Yeah.
It's an ISF candidate. The only candidate in that, in the Jot, the alliance as it were, the only candidate who's leading is not a CPM candidate, not a CPI candidate, not a forward bloc candidate, but an ISF candidate.
Interestingly, it was a learning. It was.
You know, I'm just trying to understand. Despite this massive show of strength that they did in Calcutta, in Kolkata, what did they actually do? I mean, they were hoping that there would be some shift in the Muslim vote. That's also not happening, Abhijit.
And not just that, combining synergies. When the left and the Congress broke away, they thought that they lost because of the fact that they broke away and they should have come back together, and then they came back together. It's not looking at any of that. It's just like the candidate leading is ISF. Abhijit, yeah, please.
CPM in such a high voltage bipolar contest, it's very difficult for a third force to sort of re-emerge. And CPM, you know, if you look at it, CPM has fielded some younger people. It's okay to groom them in electoral politics, but not much has changed for the CPM. I mean, it's not that people are, you know, even youngsters are joining the CPM in droves. It's not that the CPM has seen a change of leadership as such. So nothing really has changed. Whatever votes have come in is basically through ISF, through Abbas. But that also, you know, ultimately after some time, it will be evident whether Abbas has been able to get enough votes away from Mamata's TMC.
Yes, Abhijit, only in 1 seat that ISF candidate is leading. Rest all, if you look at it, and Zaka was breaking it down, Malda, Murshidabad, it's going the TMC way through and through.
Because the minority vote has consolidated. I mean, this is, you know, it's a polarization which seems to have happened more for the Muslims than, you know, again, as far as the results are concerned so far, it seems that the minority, the Muslim vote has consolidated, whereas the Hindu vote hasn't to that extent.
No, but it explains only in a couple of districts, you know, Abhijit. In Malda, Murshidabad, of course it does. And remember, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary used to attract a large chunk of these votes. So he's also completely gone missing in action. Out of the 70 seats, which is Muslim dominated, 59 seats the TMC is leading in, the BJP leading only in 12. Now that is, while that is the case, it is also a factor. Let's take a look at both Matua and Rajvangshi and see how much that has played a role. The Matua factor, again, this is a vote bank that the BJP was really craving. 79 seats Matua factor, TMC leading in 47 and the BJP leading only in 31. So even the Matua factor seems to have gone in favor of the TMC. I also want to check on the Rajvanshis, where I suspect the BJP would have done a better because they are in North Bengal. It's much more even, Stevens. It's 10 seats to the BJP, 11 seats to the TMC. So it's not. There isn't much to separate the two as far as the Rajvanshi votes are concerned. But really, I think the story for the Trinamool is this: she's managed to hold on to her strongholds in South and North 24 Parganas, despite the fact, and we talked about this, Amphan devastated this part of Bengal, and look at the numbers that the TMC is running. Out of 118 seats, 92 the TMC is leading in this belt. So the anger against cyclone relief, which was projected, and cut money and people not getting adequate compensation, they don't seem to have punished the TMC for it. On the contrary, she's won
at the moment. But the only thing is that there are only about 2 rounds of polling that has happened, or counting that's happened across Bengal. That's what we're given to understand. Only 2 rounds, both Bengal, Assam, everywhere. We're looking at leads after 2 rounds. 3 hours into counting, we've gotten only into the second round. We're expecting at least 20 rounds of counting, ladies and gentlemen. So things can change or things may remain the same. But at this point in time, it is Mamata Banerjee who's coasting as far as to another term with 188 leads at this point in time. It's Pinarayi Vijayan who's coming back stronger than last time with 90 leads for the LDF, and then you have BJP in Assam coming stronger than last time, BJP plus with 82 leads, and of course Tamil Nadu, you've got the DMK, which is now set to form government with 133 leads, and that 130 plus mark for the DMK has been the same for a while. Now in certain booths and in certain constituencies, we are into the third round. In largely overall average, it's only 2 rounds for each of the states. Yes, Maria, you were saying something.
Yes. So the point that was being made by Abhijit, that there has been polarization, yes, but it's only in certain pockets. The issue that was raised by the BJP, the canvas of narratives that they were trying to build about cut money, Mamata Banerjee being unpopular because there's massive corruption on ground, all that, and also what some pollsters were highlighting, that there is close to 10 to 12% of fear factor. That fear factor, Zaka, I'm trying to understand, where did it go?
No, so
what
again,
went unaccounted?
I think it was Abhijit who pointed out about the Dalits, the SC reserve seats. Take a look at this: 66 seats. The Trinamool is leading in 36. The BJP in 30. Trinamool hasn't lost a substantial number in the SC dominated seats, and again, a large number of them happen to be in South and North 24 Parganas. In the Thakurnagar belt, yes, the BJP has got a significant number of gains. Here in Bardwan and Birbhum too, which is in the central part of the state, they have got a few pockets, and of course in the north. Also, just a quick check of the ST seats, the tribal seats, which are largely in the Jungle Mahal area, not as many reserve seats, 16 seats. The TMC got 10 and the BJP only 6. And this is a belt where the BJP was expected to do well.
Yes.
The BJP was expected to do well in Jungle Mahal. They haven't quite achieved that.
Well,
so,
interestingly, they continue to maintain that wait till round 6, round 7. Wait till 7 to 8 rounds of counting, and this scenario should change. 189, 89. Right now, the scenario is changing only positively for the Trinamool Congress
Anand,
in Bengal.
The point also of that there were multiple factors at play in Bengal. The caste consolidation and the social identities which had emerged, which was not heard in previous elections, say in 2016. But we started talking about caste in the context of Bengal post 2019, because the BJP started looking at Jhargram and other parts where there were Rajbanshi factors, the SC factor. This time around, Mamata Banerjee, while declaring her candidates, had highlighted the caste of the candidates as well. So the caste narrative, which was started by the BJP in 2019, and which Mamata, of course, played in 2010, because she herself had reached out to the Matuas in 2010. She goes back to the Matuas now again in 2021. And in that period of 2 years, the SCs, the STs and everybody that she, who had played a critical role for her revival, she has gone back. Right, Zaka? Rajvanshis, all those. Matuas,
yeah,
definitely,
definitely a large chunk of the Matuas have gone back to her, and a big chunk of the SC vote has also gone back to the Trinamool. Let's just once again break it down. Let's also look at the stars, the film stars that the TMC and the BJP fielded. As far as the TMC is concerned, out of the 13 seats, 10 of their film stars are leading. As far as the BJP is concerned, I suspect this number might be less because, again, a lot of them were in the urban Calcutta seats. Out of the film actors, 11 of them, including the likes of Yash Das Gupta and Payal Sarkar, only two are leading. Let me just see who these two are. And if I can just quickly bring up these two seats. Ashim Kumar Sarkar from Harin Gatha is leading. And you have one more constituency, but this is further out west from Kharagpur. In that seat, the BJP candidate is leading.
So it's interesting. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has just tweeted. Dr. Singhvi is saying, irrespective of the Nandigram result, she's trailing there. Mamata Banerjee showed her tigress fighting instincts by eschewing multiple safe seats available and took the fight right to the heart of the enemy's den. Win or lose, she has won the hearts and minds with her gut. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, always been a strong supporter of Mamata Banerjee. He's also represented the West Bengal government in multiple cases. He's just tweeted, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP is not even touching 90. We've got Trinamool Congress with 190 seats lead. It's early days. Still, while say 3 hours into counting, it's still early days. Only 2 rounds of counting. Things may change. Things may remain the same. Manojit Mandal, good early morning to you. Hope you're hale and hearty and you're all right. At this point, this is perhaps very, very encouraging and cheerful for the Trinamool Congress and its supporters and its cadre. If these leads were to settle and remain the same even after about 15-20 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, again, we're consistently saying that we're quietly confident about our victory. But at the moment, we are more concerned with the other battle to save the humanity from the humongous, virus that is now spreading all across the country and the state as well. All our people are more concerned with that. We know the results are already there. Results will be out very soon. But frankly speaking, our heart and minds are now with the people of Bengal and the people of India who are struggling for the COVID. Yes, I'm all right with some mild symptoms for the last 3-4 days, but yeah, doing fine. All right.
A lead of 100 seats, and we are looking at 11 a.m. But Mamata Banerjee is trailing from Nandigram.
Now, if you talk about Mamata's, Nandigram election, we know that there are 2 blocks. In one particular block, yes, the opponent will be ahead at some point in time, but ultimately we'll see the result that Mamata is certainly going to win that seat as well. At around 2 or 2:30, I think it will be completely clear.
And we are looking at certain broad trends. For example, Jhargram. If we were to compare it with 2019, which was won by the BJP, the TMC seemed to have gained or taken the lead in all those constituencies. Similarly, in North Bengal. What do you think you did if these numbers actually hold? Although now the BJP is gaining, they have crossed 90.
Maria, you would remember me saying all the time that these are 2 different elections altogether. This is point number 1. Mamata has done tremendously in these particular areas. You have also sort of gone into some of the areas. You can understand from the kinds of roads that she has constructed for the last 15, last 8-10 years. That's point number 1. Point number 2, which is a very important thing, which many of the pollsters did not actually take into account, is the anti-incumbency factor against the BJP's MP. I tell you, for the last 2 years, they have not done anything to gain the confidence of the people wherever they have won in 2019. Give an example, Locket Chatterjee. She did not visit her constituency and she is losing. She is going to lose by a huge margin, I tell you. She did not even show up in her own constituency. People are quite angry. And on the other hand, our people, the people who were there, they were constantly with the people. So that factor needed to be taken into account. You will see that many of the sitting MPs, including Mr. Babul Supriyo, Locket Chatterjee, and even to a large extent Nishit Adhikari in the northern part of Bengal, they may lose. Babul Supriyo and Locket Chatterjee are certainly going to lose.
We're still only into the second round, so we'll see how it all pans out. But what's the update on Jadavpur? Are you tracking Jadavpur? After the first round, we got an update. We checked Jadavpur. The BJP was leading. So are you tracking Jadavpur because that is home turf for you?
No, you see, Jadavpur, Jadavpur should definitely BJP is not going to, sort of win. We are ahead by about around 8,000 votes. So I think Jadavpur definitely. In Kolkata, I tell you, Kolkata BJP has got no chance. In Kolkata and the two Parganas with the 75 seats, we are looking at around 65 seats. I tell you. around 65 seats. So I think the Kolkata and in these what we call the presidential region, they have no chance at all. Where we are really concerned about is the northern part of Bengal, where TMC is, unlike our expectations, we are doing much better. I tell you, even in the Raiganj area, where you have a minister, Devashree Chaudhary, she is losing in all her constituencies, assembly constituencies. Because of the fact that
Babul
she did not
Supriyo
deliver.
is trailing, and also Locket Chatterjee is trailing from Chinchura.
Yeah,
Zaka,
so
the picture is shifting
I
very
think
fast.
Rajiv Banerjee is trailing. Let's come back for Partha Chatterjee is leading against Shrabanti Chatterjee. Payal Sarkar, last I checked, was also trailing. Ratna Chatterjee is leading there. Toliganj, Arup Biswas is now leading there. So, you know, all of these high-profile sort of VVIP candidates, particularly in the Calcutta seats, don't seem to be doing well. I checked about Vaishali Dalmia as well. She was also trailing the last time I checked. That's in constituency 169 in Bali. Vaishali Dalmia was also trailing around there. So I think, look, again, it's early days, second or third round of counting. We have a bunch of independents who are leading as well, two of them in the north, both of them from the Binoy faction, one in Kalimpong, Ruden Sara Lepach is leading, and so is in Darjeeling, Keshav Raj Sharma, again from the Binoy faction. And I believe, our producers can correct me on this, the Binoy faction has thrown its weight behind Mamta Banerjee, so that will be one. AJSU, Ashutosh Mato is leading from Bagmundi. This is, I think the AJSU is aligned with the BJP, if I'm not mistaken. So you've got three of those independents there. Their tally is much more than even the left Congress ISF. But really, in terms of the TMC and what Monojit said, you know, the two Parganas really has, you know, where is it? North 24 and South 24 Parganas. This is about 60, 70 seats that we're talking about in this belt. And look at that, 63 seats, the TMC leading in 49, the BJP only in 13, including, of course, in Tarkeshwar, where Swapan Das Gupta is trailing. So this is really the fortress of the TMC, and this fortress has not been breached, at least not so far, not in this election.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you ask the BJP, they'll say it's still early days. This is not the final number. If you ask the Trinamool Congress, they'll say the early lead show what will be the final number. We've got Jaideep Majumdar with us. Jaideep, did you expect this kind of a surge, a 100-seat lead for the Trinamool after round 2?
No, not really. A bit unexpected, but again, I would say it's still early day. I mean, a few more rounds to go. Majority of just 2 to 3 rounds have been counted. So I think let's wait for another few hours.
100 seats between the two parties now. And particularly in belts like Jhargram, North Bengal, where the BJP did very well in 2019, the TMC has gone back and almost occupied most of those constituencies.
Yes, but only the second round of counting has been completed in most of the seats. Let's wait for the rest of the rounds, at least till the 5th round.
Till the 5th round. You're saying let's wait for 5 rounds before we take into consideration what is happening on ground. We will. But Shandhu Verma of the BJP is through with us. Yeah, Zaka, you're saying something.
I'm just curious. One trend that has come out, and maybe we can ask our analysts this, is clearly something has happened in that Jungle Mahal belt. The districts that went to polls in the first few phases, Bankura, Purulia, Jhargram. That Jungle Mahal belt, where a substantial vote had gone for the BJP in the 2019 Lok Sabha, it looks like a good number of them have come back for the Trinamool Congress. What has happened there? Why? I mean, it's very rare that just 2 years ago, a good number of people have voted for a political party. Suddenly, in 2 years, they've flipped to another party. Maybe they're making the distinction between central elections for the Lok Sabha and elections for the state. This is for the state. Mamta Banerjee is on the ticket. 2019 was for the Lok Sabha. Mr. Modi was on the ticket. So maybe they're making that distinction. I don't know. Maybe it simply is down to that. Or what is it that the TMC has done in those areas to claw back into those seats which the BJP had won in the Lok Sabha?
Perhaps you will be able to answer that, Monojit, or maybe Jaideep.
I did answer that in the beginning itself. Actually, it's not just because of this is a different election assembly, but also because of the anti-incumbency factor against their own MP. I'm again telling you, they have not done anything to get the confidence of the people who have voted for them in 2019. The MPs in Jhargram, in Bankura, even in Asansol, Mr. Babul Supriyo, in the northern part of Bengal, Locket Chatterjee, I give an example, she is going to lose. And also in
yeah, but does that discount all that a corporator and the MLA is supposed to be doing? Because these are assembly elections, these are not the Lok Sabha elections. So the role of the MPs would come into play as far as the Lok Sabha elections. So are you totally discounting what the corporators, what the people on ground, the MLAs did or did not do? 1 minute. Let me just bring in Jaideep Majumdar, and Sanju Verma is also with us. Yes, now the numbers are changing a little. BJP is clawing its way back up a little, very little. But will this change after 5 rounds? We'll see. But that North and South 24 Parganas, the Amphan region, it's all green. It's all towards the Trinamool Congress right now, Jaideep Majumdar.
As I said, let's wait for the till the end of the 5th round. But, you know, comparing, saying that the MPs have not performed wouldn't be quite proper, because MPs don't have anything to do except for the MP LED fund. And that also is, you know, it's spent by the district administration. So MPs don't do work on the ground as such.
But
you know,
point being made by Zaka here, does a state like Bengal have this tendency of voting differently in Lok Sabha and Assembly?
Not till the no, not really, no, because during the left front days also we've seen most of the MPs would be from the left. In 2014 the TMC did very well. 2019 was different. But no, like generally that doesn't happen.
Well, Sanju Verma of the BJP is also with us. Good morning, Sanjuji. Assam, it looks like the early trends show that the BJP Plus is going to do better than last time. In Tamil Nadu, it looks like the DMK is going to comfortably form government there. In Kerala, it's the rise of the left, and Pinarayi Vijayan is going to do as good as he did last time around. Situation will be clear only by the evening, says Kailash Vijayvargiya, BJP General Secretary, and also somebody who's been at the forefront of the campaign of the BJP in Bengal, proving everyone wrong by winning 100+ seats. We will cross the magic number, is what he is saying. At this point, 180+ seats, too early to predict, as many rounds are left. That's what Kailash Vijayvargiya is saying. But Sanju Verma, the kind of lead that the Trinamool Congress has opened up, close in the high 90s. It was about 100, but it's now about 97 right now. It must have surprised a lot within the BJP too.
You know, Anand, I was listening into what you were saying a couple of minutes back. I have been following what you had to say, and I think you made a very interesting point that, you know, there are 20 odd rounds, which is something that some other panelists on your show have been reinforcing as well. And at the end of 2 rounds or 3 rounds, that's not even 10% of the number of rounds that will eventually go into counting. So I think, you know, we've just seen the tip of the iceberg, and I would remind people who are in a rush to write off the BJP saying, oh, look, the initial trends are against you. We all know that in the initial 3 or 4 hours, it's the, you know, ballot counting which runs holds sway. So the EVM counting just about barely started 40-45 minutes back. And I think this is now the start of a new trend where you will see that not only will we bridge the gap, but as Kailash Vijayvargiya rightfully said, we will end up with between 180 to 200 seats. He's been reinforcing this number repeatedly since the last 72 hours, and I see no reason why we should, you know, not feel confident because we've done a lot of work, and there's some TMC panelists who keep saying BJP MPs have not done anything on the ground. Locket Chatterjee did not visit her, you know, constituency. So excuse me, I want to ask you, prior to the elections, how many times did Mamata Banerjee in the last 10 years visit Nandigram? Did she visit Nandigram even 10 times in the last 10 years? No. Did she visit Nandigram even 5 times in the last 5 years? No. Amphan cyclone ravaged West and East Midnapur. So please do not lecture to the BJP about the kind of work we have or we have not done. Yes, one thing which Maria pointed out, that North Bengal was the bastion from which BJP steered that magical turnaround in 2019. When we talk of North Bengal, we are obviously talking of West Midnapur, Purulia and Bankura. But let's also not forget that this belt is home to OBC and tribal population, which constitutes more than 60% of the population. And if you realize, Anand, be it the Mahishyas or be it the Tilis, you know, they form a large segment of the population in these areas.
Assam Chief Minister Sarbananda Sonowal is speaking. Sanju Verma, going to that and come back to you.
आप लोगों को पानी की आशा है?
देखिए, जनता ने जैसे हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है, उसी हिसाब से निश्चित हो गया कि बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी। हमारे एलजेपी और यूपीपीएल का साथ हम सरकार बनाएंगे, ये स्पष्ट है। और सब जनता की जो आशीर्वाद, सहयोग इसके वजह से हुआ है, तो अभी तो इंतजार करना पड़ेगा आखिरी गिनती तक। तो अभी जो ट्रेंड है, ट्रेंड तो हमारे पक्ष में है, ये स्पष्ट है।
सर, এতিয়া আপোনালোকৰ ট্ৰেইন আহি আছে বিজেপি, তো আপুনি কি চিন্তা কৰিছে, কেনেকৈ আপোনালোকে সিটবিলাক পাব, কেলে 100টা নৰা দিয়া হৈছিল আপোনাক?
ডেফিনেটলি আমি যিটো লক্ষ্য স্থিৰ কৰিছিলোঁ, সেই লক্ষ্যলৈকে আমি এতিয়া ধাৱমান হৈছোঁ। আৰু মোৰ দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস, বৰ্তমানলৈকে যিবিলাক ভোট গণনাৰ ফলাফল আহি আছে, কথাটো স্পষ্ট হৈছে যে আকৌ বিজেপি চৰকাৰে হ'ব।
Victory. He's saying that we will come back to power, but the final seats, he said, let's wait for the results.
For the first time, a non-Congress government is returning for the consecutive term.
Well, trends are being bucked. Trends are being bucked in every state. Trends are being bucked in every state, because for the LDF to come back the way they are coming back, it's never happened in Kerala, so it is happening there. For Sarbananda Sonowal and a non-Congress government to come back the way they are, and obviously Sarbananda Sonowal, they are claiming victory at this point, saying that the leads are in our favor. We will come back to form the government. Whether they'll do it better than last time, we'll have to wait and watch. At this point, they seem to be doing much better. Let's go back to Bengal at this point, and Sanju Verma was making a point. 191-94, 289 out of the 292 seats, the leads have started coming in, Sanju Verma. And you were saying that it is still early days. But Sarbananda Sonowal, with about 3 rounds in Assam, is saying that the leads show where we are going. What is going to happen?
You know, Anand, we all know that Bengal has been a very challenging election. In terms of the kind of politicking, in terms of, most leaders from either side putting their personal credibility and resources at stake. And for BJP, this is not just any other election. This is an election to bring in the much needed change for a better Bengal. So for us, Sonar Bangla or Ashal Paribartan are not mere platitudes. Having said that, I would like to remind people that even in the case of the Madhya Pradesh election results, 3 years back, if you recall, Anand, it went on till late 2 a.m. in the morning the next day. And it was a cliffhanger, and the initial results said one thing, but come 6 p.m. or 7 in the evening, things started turning around. So all I'm saying is that I hope the Trinamool Congress, which is now beside itself with excitement, once BJP finally crosses the finishing line and wins, you will not question the democratic process or blame the EVMs or make baseless allegations about how it was a rigged election. Be ready for that, because we are not questioning the bona fides of the election process. Like I said, it's just early days, and I think South Bengal, where BJP has not really made a mark in the Lok Sabha 2019 elections, I think this will surprise Anand. And South Bengal, when I'm talking of just the Matuas or Rajbangshis, who form a large chunk of the electorate here, that itself comes to about between 35 to 38 seats. And the kind of abhorrent statements made by Sujata Mandal of TMC, I don't care if she's leading, saying that
just
this
hold
is
on
a
to your thoughts.
subaltern class.
You know,
which is
first
used to
set of
begging.
visuals are now coming in of celebrations now that has begun in Tamil Nadu, and this is of course celebrations that are happening outside the DMK office. Lots of colors we can see, sweets being shared as well, and DMK with 139 at present, they are leading in 139 seats. They have reasons to cheer, but I just hope people continue to wear masks. Because this is important right now.
Well, safety protocols should not be violated, and the DMK should ensure, the DMK leadership, just like the AIDMK, should ensure that there isn't too much of a gathering. But there is also a lot at stake. In 2016, they thought they were there, but they were left bereft of the seat and the power, and it looks like the sun will rise, emerge from the shadows of his father, who was Chief Minister multiple times, and he was a patron-in-chief, Mr. Muthuvel Karunanidhi, and Mr. Karunanidhi will be only happy watching from above as talent rises, because that's been the dream, and that has been something which the DMK believes they should have got in 2016. Will they do it in 2021? The leads at this point in time show that way. Sumant Raman is also with us. Sumant Raman, the DMK celebrations have already begun. I remember in 2016, RK is also with us. I remember in 2016, DMK celebrations had begun, and then eventually it was the AIADMK which celebrated. Here it looks like they are very, very comfortable right now, closing towards 140 seats, and also Tamil Nadu now has picked up the pace in terms of counting. So we've seen at least more than 3 to 4 rounds of counting in Tamil Nadu. Yes, RK.
Yeah, absolutely. The celebrations are obviously in order because, for 10 years, the DMK has not been in power. And if the ADMK has come even this close, I think they will definitely have started celebrations all over the place, because, as it was pointed out, nobody expected the ADMK to give this close fight, even in the early round, so to speak. But both leaders, Edappadi Palaniswamy and MK Stalin, had put out statements asking their cadre not to celebrate, not to come out and celebrate in their homes if it is so required. That's one part of it. The second part of it, obviously, is that it appears that the DMK's allies, barring the Congress, have not come through in a lot of the constituencies. The CPI and the CPM are trailing in at least 4 of the 6 constituencies that they were given. And at the same time, it appears that both the PMK in the north and ADMK's traditional caste base in the south seems to have held for the ADMK. Tirunelveli, for instance, about 4 seats. Tenkasi, for instance, all the 4 seats the ADMK is leading, which is extremely surprising. Tirunelveli, Nayanar Nagendran, the BJP candidate, is leading right now and is built up a healthy lead. In fact, I expected only him to win this contest, but we also see in Dharapuram, the state president, BJP president, Murugan, he's also leading right now. In fact, 5 BJP candidates have been leading in this race right now, and that, of course, is something that no one would have expected. Obviously, H. Raja is behind the Congress candidate in Karaikudi, but that was expected. But you look at the overall positions, I think there has been some minor changes here and there. DMK is close to, DMK alliance is close to about 140 seats now, as in the third round of counting, Anand. And right. ADMK is slowly receding, but then, yeah, we do hope that this trend continues. Yeah.
Well, there will be some changes because, ladies and gentlemen, it's more than 3 hours, 3.5 hours of counting, but we are still not beyond the third round of counting in most of the states and across most of the 822 constituencies. And let me underline that again and again and again, because on an average, we're going to see at least 20 rounds of counting. So in some constituencies, it may be 15 rounds, some constituencies it might be 25 rounds, but overall, you will have at least on an average 20 rounds of counting. So till the time we get somewhere close to 10 to 12 rounds of counting and then take a look at the leaderboard, we have to just go by the leads and the scenarios that present themselves. At this point, there are clear mandates across the 4 states and the Union Territory. Clear mandates. Trinamool Congress in Bengal, LDF in Kerala, in Assam, BJP plus, in Tamil Nadu, DMK plus, and of course in Puducherry, you have the NDA. So that's the leaderboard as of 11:30 a.m., 11:29 a.m. This result Super Sunday, the 2nd of May. West Bengal is going back to the Trinamool. The DMK is coming through in some Tamil Nadu. So EPS and OPS will sit in the opposition. Pinarayi Vijayan firmly entrenched in his seat, in fact doing better than the last time at this point in time in terms of leads. And Sarbananda Sonobal also once again getting in. Again bucking the trend in some states, bucking the trend and also shifting. Big tectonic shift compared to what happened in Lok Sabha 2019. Purnima Murli now joining us from Chennai, and then going back, we'll come back to Zaka on the magic wall and also Maria Shakil in the studio with us. But Purnima, DMK starting to celebrate. What is the AIDMK saying? Because they are still hovering around that 100 mark.
They haven't done as bad as it was being predicted.
Well, ADMK too is happy with the numbers because the post poll, at least the predictions or the exit polls gave completely lesser numbers for the AIADMK. Now the AIADMK is giving it a tough fight, especially in the western and the northern parts. So that has worked for the ADMK. They are pretty happy with the early trends. While no celebrations are on at the DMK office or at MK Stalin's residence, senior DMK leaders are slowly arriving at MK Stalin's residence. Kanimozhi Dayanidhi Maran recently, a short while ago, did arrive at MK Stalin's residence. No celebrations is what the DMK has appealed to the party cadre, even though they are waiting for at least 50% rounds to be over in most of the places. In Chennai, DMK is leading in 15 of the 16 constituencies. The Delta region is also the DMK's strength, while the ADMK has tried to retain the western, and this time they are trying to do well in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. These are the early trends. We'll have to wait for more updates, but senior leaders now slowly gathering at MK Stalin's residence even as the counting is underway.
Well, they better have COVID appropriate behavior and make sure that there aren't too many people coming through, because the Election Commission and the courts are also watching at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, barring Bengal, all the other states are now reporting all the constituencies. Bengal is at 291 out of 292. So the story will start coming in from all the seats at this point in time, and multiple rounds as we go in. It's all on an average round 2 and round 3 across these states, across the constituencies. Some inputs that are coming in from our research team as far as Kerala is concerned, it's interesting. They are saying also Tamil Nadu first trend suggests that 69% of the MLAs belonging to DMK-led alliance are leading in their seats. That's the trend that is showing. As far as Kerala is concerned, Joske Mani is in a spot of bother. As far as the Pala constituency is concerned, Mani C. Kappan has consolidated his lead to 10,866 votes. So that's the logic.
And the details.
And Udayanidhi Stalin in Tamil Nadu, in Chepauk, is leading by 10,996 votes. So he should win that because it's his grandfather's seat and he is now the heir apparent. But looking at Kerala, 92, one better than last time for the LDF as of now.
Yeah, you were talking about Joske Mani, in the Pala constituency. I don't think his father, K.M. Mani, ever lost an election from that constituency. I think he still has the record, if I'm not mistaken. I think Umanjandi might equal that record soon. He still has the record of having won from one particular constituency for the maximum number of elections. He is trailing there. Interesting story, trailing to Mani C. Kappan, who was a long-time confidant of his father's, and then he flipped to the LDF, that is Joske Mani and K.M. Mani. They flipped to the LDF, Joske Mani did, and Mani C. Kappan went back to the UDF. So it's kind of sweet revenge for Mani C. Kappan if this trend holds. I'd be very surprised if Joske Mani loses from Pala. But I think the big picture trend in Kerala is this. Just look at the sea of red. I just want to come down to the southernmost tip here, which is the Thiruvananthapuram constituencies. There are 7 constituencies, 5 of which is led by the left. 1 by the BJP, which is Nemam, and 1 by the Congress, which is Kovalam, just on the outskirts of Thiruvananthapuram. But about 7 or 8 seats here, all of 5 of which, a majority of which, are being led by the LDF. LDF also doing extremely well, not only in this belt, but also if you go up further. We talked about Sabarimala. This is the constituency of Konni. It's one of the largest by way of area. K. Surendran of the BJP is trailing there. In fact, he's at number 3 is what we are told. The LDF candidate leading in the constituency where there is Sabarimala. Also, you go up further north, you look at this entire belt of Kannur, Kasargod, Talasheri, Kozhikode. Look at the sea of red, and all of this is coming at the expense of the Muslim League. The Muslim League has been really cut to size in the Malabar region. Not for the first time, the second time in 2016 too. They in fact I think had almost or thereabouts the same number of seats that the Congress did, but now they've been completely reduced and cut down to size. So the left, going into pockets, Hindu pockets in the south around the Sabarimala belt, into the Christian pockets in the central part of the state, and also up in the north into the Muslim pockets, the left has made deep inroads. This is, like I said, a return of not just Pinarayi Vijayan, not just bucking history, because he'll be the first chief minister after Achyuta Menon to come back to power, a sitting chief minister to come back to power, but also he will be thereabouts the same mandate, the same figure. It was 91 last time, it's 92 this time, which means There is simply no anti-incumbency against him. In fact, on the other hand, it's some kind of an endorsement of Mr. Vijayan's leadership.
Interestingly, in Tamil Nadu, if we say it was Stalin's election to lose, here it was the UDF's election to lose.
Absolutely,
in Kerala.
absolutely. This was an election that the UDF had to come back. Some would even say, you know, the very existence, the very survival of the UDF would be under question, because the BJP would be very happy with this result. Though they're leading only in 3 seats or so, they would rather make this into a left versus right fight. Let's take a look at Tamil Nadu. Again, interestingly, no exit poll said that the AIDMK would be leading in 95 assembly constituencies. Let's break that alliance down. AIDMK is leading in 83. The PMK is leading in 7. They didn't have a single seat the last time around. The BJP is leading in 4. Again, did not have a single seat the last time around. So 7 plus 4, 11 seats are being contributed to the AIDMK alliance by its allies. Let's take a look at the DMK alliance. The Congress is leading in 13. It's up 5 from last time. The MDMK leading in 4. It had none last time. The VCK also leading in 4. Again, had none last time. The CPI, CPM leading in 2 as well. So clearly, in terms of the ally story, it seems like the BJP and the PMK, especially in this belt, the North Central belt, they seem to have done well on the back of that 1-year quota. But like I said, yes, it's a comfortable win for the DMK, no doubt about it. But the AIDMK as a political party, I think, will survive. With 95 seats, it will not disintegrate. I think that was a big fear that the AIDMK had.
And Zaka, DMK doing well in southern part,
which
was seen as AIDMK bastion.
stronghold. So if you look at Madurai, for example, there are constituencies in and around Madurai. PTR Palnivel Rajan is leading in, I think it's Madurai Central. Yes, PTR Palnivel Rajan is leading in Madurai Central. The neighboring constituency, Madurai South, the MDMK candidate there is leading. Then the neighboring constituency, Madurai East, Murthy of the DMK is leading. And Sholavandan, again, the DMK is leading. ADMK is getting 3 seats here, whereas the DMK is getting as many, if not more. So, so if you look at the big cities, in Chennai, 30 constituencies, the ADMK is not leading, or the BJP is not leading in a single one of these 30 constituencies. You look at Coimbatore, other than the M&M seat, which is the Coimbatore South seat, all the other seats are being led by the AIDMK alliance. And in Madurai, it's almost an even split, with 1, 2, 3, 4 seats to the AIDMK and I think 3 seats to the DMK.
Salem 11 of the 16 is going with the AIADMK. And interestingly, in Kerala, there is a story, before we go to our guests, there is a story brewing in Kerala where the NDA's vote share is actually going, it's getting better. In a lot of constituencies, we're given to understand the NDA is coming second. So the BJP, so the BJP's numbers are going up. News just coming through. The first win coming through from Kerala. Perambara, TP Ramakrishnan has won. That's the first win that has now come in. So from Kerala, so clearly in certain constituencies, counting is going at a faster pace. CPIM has won the Perambara seat. That's the latest coming through. TP Ramakrishnan, it's the first victory across the 822 constituencies that's being locked in. It's coming in from Kerala, the seat of Perambara, and it's the CPIM which is won. Zaka, big news this?
Yeah, again, it's in this belt. This is in the Kannur, Kasaragod, Talasheri, that belt. And clearly, again, the first, look at the sea of red. This used to be green territory. This used to be IUML territory. But the CPM to have won there and won, you know, pretty reasonably big, as in the cases in Perambara, that I think would mark a tectonic shift, which means not only is it a question of survival for the Muslim League, also the Muslim League punching above its weight in the UDF, which always used to be the case for the last many years. That will not happen anymore. The league has been really cut down to size. This is the northern belt, the Malabar belt I'm talking about. Let's go and take a look at the seats where the league is. It's leading in 15, but that's largely up here in the Kasaragod belt. You come down further south in Malappuram, Talasheri, Kannur, Kozhikode, there isn't anything for the Muslim League. This used to be, if you go back and if you check the 2019 one, it'll all be blue because they were all part of the same alliance. But look at the amount of blue here. The amount of blue. Also, mind you, this is also where Wayanad is. Wayanad is the Lok Sabha constituency of Rahul Gandhi. Even in those stronghold areas, it is the left that is sweeping. Take a look at this. The left is completely sweeping this belt. So lots of food on the plate, as it were, or food for thought, as it were, for Rahul Gandhi as well to think about.
Well, we've got to take a very, very short break. There is an ideological shift which is going to happen. Once the numbers settle in, we will talk about that in the days to come, ladies and gentlemen. Who are the voters also will be an interesting story to understand. Left votes, where are they coming from? IUML losing votes, left gaining votes, NDA vote share going up, which way is the vote swinging? And there are stories within stories as far as God's own country and also Tamil Nadu, Bengal and Assam and Puducherry. We'll talk about all that. Taking our first break in 3.5 hours is just a minute. When we are back, A. Saravanan of the DMK is also live with us. Stay with us. Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
The BJP seems to have taken that lead. This is a gain for the BJP.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
शायद उस समय आप फिर अपने आप को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, आप अपने आप को रोक नहीं सकते हैं। मुझे वैन को ऑर्गेनाइज प्लान करके पूरा लाने में मुझे 2 दिन का जो वक्त लगा, आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि मुझे रातों की नींद नहीं आ रही थी। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये 2 दिन मेरे पूरे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है, डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करके जो क्रिमेशन सेंटर तक ले करके जाती है, उन्होंने रेट्स अपने बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हाई कर रखे थे। इसी बीच में मैंने अपने एक दोस्त को राम मनोहर लोहिया अस्पताल में ही खोया और खोने के बाद मैं खुद 4 घंटे हॉस्पिटल के बाहर वेट करती रही कि शायद कोई गाड़ी का अरेंजमेंट हो जाए, और मैं फेल हो गई वहाँ पे। दैट डे आई रियलाइज, आई डिसाइडेड कि मुझे कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा जरूर करना है कि जो मैंने सफर किया है अभी समाज में, हॉस्पिटल से बाहर जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज हैं, जो गरीब परिवार के लोग हैं, उन इस वजह से उनकी आंखों में आंसू नहीं आने देना है, क्योंकि उन्होंने अभी अपने परिवार का एक सदस्य खोया है। उनके ऊपर वो विपदा ही बहुत बड़ी होती है, और अगर उनके ऊपर पैसे की मार ऊपर से पड़ जाए तो फिर इंसान या तो सुसाइड के लिए सोचता है या कुछ गलत कदम के लिए सोचता है। बहुत निगेटिव हो जाता है समाज को लेकर के। तो ये निगेटिविटी से भी बचाना था और सेवा करनी थी, और मुझे कुछ ऐसा करना था कि हजारों लोगों के आंसू जो है मैं पोंछ सकूं एक अपनी छोटी सी सेवा के तहत।
तो ये बताइए वर्षा कि
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a quick check of the leaderboard at this point in time. 3.5 hours into counting. On an average, about 3 rounds have gone through of counting have been completed across the 822 segments, 821 assembly constituencies across 4 states and the Union Territory. Bengal still at 291 out of 292, and it's Trinamool Congress which has raced away to a lead, leading in 193 of the assembly constituencies out of 291. BJP at 94. In Tamil Nadu, it's the DMK which is hovering around the 140 mark, 137 for the DMK plus. ADMK getting closer to the 100 number, now slipping 5 short at 95. Pinarayi Vijayan racing ahead to a better than 2016 performance to 93 leads. The LDF in Kerala out of 140 seats, UDF at 44 seats, but big gains in vote share we are given to understand as reports come in for the BJP plus, which is also looking at gains in Kerala. In Assam, the BJP plus under Sarbananda Sonowal and Himanta Biswa Sarma looking to do better than last time at leading in about 80 of the 126 seats at this point, with about 3 rounds of counting that have been completed. Before we go to our political guests, we'll try and also go across and connect to the live result hub and get an understanding as to how many rounds have been completed in each of the states, and what is the total rounds of counting expected, and also our latest coming in from Nandigram. So let's start with Bengal. How many rounds, Ilyas, in total will be of counting in Bengal? How many rounds completed? Let's get a check on Nandigram, and then we'll go to the other states also. Yes, Ilyas.
Yeah, Anand, see, right now it's about 12 in the afternoon and we are here in the election hub. And right now, if I tell you, there's on an average in Bengal, 5 to 6 rounds have been completed. In some places, it's on the 6th round. Some places, it's on the 4th round. On an average, we can say it's on the 5th or the 6th round. Right now, at the tally stands at TMC leading in 195 seats. the BJP leading in 94 seats, haven't crossed the 100 mark yet. And Morcha, who had started off with 2, came down to 0, back at number 1. Now the Morcha here is a little significant because Ashok Bhattacharya from Siliguri, somebody who did not falter in 2011, who had kept it strong, this time he has moved down to the 3rd position. And this is a little worryful because all the left candidates, the Congress vote, the left vote, looks like it's going to the TMC. But then again, I'll tell you, these are initial trends. It's just about 11:44.
In Nandigram.
Mamata Banerjee, like? As we hear, still Mamata Banerjee is still trailing. The last figures we got, it was something about 4,500 to 5,000 votes that she was trailing by. But let's keep one thing in mind, that Nandigram has 2 blocks. Nandigram 1, Nandigram 2. Nandigram 1 is Shubhendu Adhikari's block. We know that it's his stronghold. And Nandigram 2, that's where we have to look at where the vote is coming from. We've heard Shubhendu Adhikari, he went and said that we really don't care about the Muslim votes. I am concentrating on the 70% Hindu votes over there. But is that polarization factor working for Shubhendu Adhikari?
How many more rounds to go in Nandigram?
One to set the record straight, Shubhendu Adhikari never said that he's looking at only the 70% of the votes. What Shubhendu Adhikari said that Mamata Banerjee is coming to Nandigram because she's looking at the 70-30 factor. Okay. That was what was said. How Nandigram votes between Block 1 and Block 2 is going to be critical because there are about 30% votes which are coming in from Block 1 and in one of the blocks, the Muslim vote share is far greater. Total of 2,86,000 votes, there are 70,000 votes which is the Muslim votes, of which we have had in Nandigram about 80% voter turnout. So we'll see. Right now, it's not even about the blocks coming through, it's about who's voting how. We don't want a situation where Trinamool Congress wins but Mamata Banerjee loses. Is that a situation that is likely to happen? We'll have to see. You are saying about 4 to 6 rounds is the average that has been done in Bengal. Let's get a check on Assam and in Tamil Nadu. What is the status in terms of rounds of counting? How many rounds of counting are we expecting overall?
Now I've got the editor of Assam News 18 over here. So how many rounds have been going on in Assam right now? Where are you all standing?
See, currently 3 to 5 rounds of counting have taken place, and going by the trend, it's clear edge for the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, and this is in fact is a history actually they are going for, because this is for the first time that a non-Congress government is going to come to power for the 2nd consecutive term. Yes. Apart from that, one striking thing about this election is the peasant leader Akhil Gogoi,
right,
who is currently lost in jail.
Before we move to the guest, a
but
quick
he
one.
is leading.
First,
but again, when it comes to AJP, the newly floated party from the students' body,
to help us understand,
Lurin Jyoti Gogoi is trailing.
Upper part
so that's
and the lower
again
part
the
of
party
Assam,
has
the
failed
upper
to
Assam
open
and
an
the lower
account. But
Assam,
again,
where are the
predicted.
seats of the Congress coming
so
from, and
about
what is the number of, what is the, how many rounds are over in these
it was
sides?
assumed that Lurin Jyoti party.
So if we look at Upper Assam and Lower Assam, what is the number? How is Congress, where are the seats coming in from, and where are the numbers coming in from?
BJP has, it was assumed that BJP would falter, especially in Lower Assam. But the trend shows that BJP have been able to manage the seats they have won last time. And especially in Upper Assam region, where it was assumed that the new floated party will cut into the votes, but it didn't happen.
Okay.
And it's a clear edge for
so holding on to what their erstwhile seats is and also making a few gains. Ilyas, we'll swing back to you at the live results hub in just a bit. Thank you for the updates at this point in time. So close to about 4 to 6 rounds, the Trinamool Congress will take heart that it's not just 100, it's a 106 seat lead that they have over the BJP right now. 291 or the,
yeah, it's massive.
Yeah,
I
106
mean, even
seats.
if it is after 4th or 5th round, to make up for that will be like a huge
it's got to have a big swing that the next 4 or 5 rounds have to be completely taken across all seats by the BJP. Looks very, very difficult. But let's go to Tamil Nadu. We've got Saravanan with us, Maria.
Is joining us. Yes. Mr. Saravanan, when you look at these results, I know I can see you smiling. You have reasons to cheer. It is your day. But the DMK was hoping for a better performance of perhaps 150 plus number. That may not be happening just yet.
Yeah, see, I think we will definitely get that number what you are talking about, 150 plus or 160 plus is what we are looking at. It's just 4 rounds that have gone, just 70 lakhs votes have been counted. More than 1 crore votes have yet to be counted. The trend is clearly seen. All our leaders, all the people who have projected to win are winning.
Yeah. In fact, the conversion ratio
our
of
allies, most importantly, and most importantly, our allies are performing well. So that shows that there is a trend against the ADMK party. So we are hoping that we will get where we are. The most important thing is forming the government.
What is interesting is to see, Saravanan, that the straight fights that you have with the AIDMK. Last time around, in about 156 seats, the AIDMK had won about 90 odd, and you were now this time around it seems to have flipped. But one more aspect is that nobody was giving the AIDMK more than about 50 to 60 seats. But right now they're hovering somewhere around the 100 mark. So many believe that the DMK has allowed a certain level of momentum shift where you are aiming close to 180, 200 seats. Now you're looking at about 140 to 150 seats.
Yeah. See, it may have happened, Anand, but what counts is who is forming the government. See, that is more important. The buffer seats or the other seats, it doesn't going to matter at all.
No, it's about a convincing victory and having the overall,
One of the factors which stands out for me is you look at these north central parts all the way, from Chidambaram downwards, all the way up to Pandruti and Tindivanam and all of that. The ADMK alliance and particularly the PMK there seems to be doing well. ADMK candidates are also doing well. Do you think this is on the back of the one-year quota, and do you think you should have done something to counter that?
Promised 15% quota for the 1 year, and we were not there in the government, and they flipped. One minister said it is a temporary quota, the other minister said it is not a temporary quota. See, whatever it is, we are waiting, and we will see why, if there is the shift as pointed out by you, definitely the leadership will look into it, why it had happened.
I also want to talk about Western Tamil Nadu. You had some again, turncoats as it were from the likes of Senthil Balaji from the ADMK into the DMK. The ADMK is winning big in all of these constituencies, Coimbatore, Salem, Erode. It simply seems to be ADMK all the way in those constituencies. Why is that?
See, we'll have to wait and see how the final results turn out there. Of course, we will find out if the trend is the same thing, what you're saying is the same thing, then we'll have to really look into it and find out why the situation is like that. Because in 2019, all those places we swept. So we have to look into what has changed the minds of the people now.
So do you reckon at 97, which is what the ADMK alliance has, and I think ADMK itself in that has about 85, do you reckon that the ADMK will survive as a political party, and this rivalry is now going to be between Mr. Stalin and Mr. Edappadi?
Yeah, see, that is a good sign, isn't it? We will not allow BJP into the state. I think that is a very, very good sign. See,
by the way, BJP is leading in 4 seats, Saravana. I just want to tell you. Nainar Nagendran is leading in Tirunelveli. Udagamandalam, there's a candidate who's leading. Darapuram, their state president is leading. So 4 constituencies, where they had 0, 4 constituencies, they're leading right now.
See, that will go off. I don't think the BJP will be able to win 4 seats.
Okay.
See, whatever it is, the BJP is not going to be the party which is going to control the state government. I think which is very, very important when we look at from the angle of the welfare of the state of Tamil Nadu.
Well,
that is what we are looking at.
One aspect is that the DMK was very keen. They crossed the 150 mark because they wanted a clear hold and absolute dominance in terms of policy making in the state. Now you're at 136, you're a little short. Let's see. And it's still early days. We're looking at 5 to 6 rounds. There are at least 20 rounds of counting across the board. We'll see how it goes. Saravanan, please stay on with us. I just want to shift the spotlight to Bengal a little bit. 292 out of 292 seats. The leads are coming in, and the Trinamool Congress is knocking on the doors of 200. 199 seat lead right now, 90 for the BJP. Sanju Verma, even now you're holding you're keeping your hopes up, or are you trying to say that you may make up a little bit of ground, but looks like the Trinamool Congress is taking this one?
Anand, it is not a question about whether I'm keeping my hopes high or I'm trying to be the proverbial ostrich living in denial. The fact of the matter is that Bengal is a complex election. Most predicted it as a cliffhanger in the exit polls, barring 1 or 2. As things stand now, I maintain on behalf of the party, the BJP will romp home with between 180 to 190 seats, maybe 200, and let's wait
narrative that was built
for
by
things to clear.
Mamata Banerjee about BJP being a party of outsiders, that aap log sab bahari the, and Mamata Banerjee was the daughter of the soil. Do you think that has played on? Because if these numbers hold, it is, if anything, you're not even repeating what happened in 2016, 2019.
You know, Maria, like I said, you know, if it's going to be 20 rounds of counting, why is it that we are in such a rush, and, you know, why the excitement to write off the BJP from the word go? I mean, we are not even at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. in the evening. I will keep telling you that Madhya
200
Pradesh should be taken
200
as a
for the
referral
TMC.
point.
Okay,
Madhya
200 for the
Pradesh should be
TMC.
taken as a referral point.
200 for the TMC. I can see a big smile now on the face of Monojit Mandal. Monojit Mandal, 200
No,
for the
yeah,
TMC.
it's
Right now, of
actually-
course, it's Leeds.
And why is no
Yes,
one talking
5.
about Nandigram? Why is no one talking about Nandigram? where
Nandigram update is also
Let's
coming.
talk about
One
Nandigram.
minute. Nandigram update has also come through. Nandigram update 8,000 from 8,100
It's
odd
become
votes.
4,000
It's now about 3,700 odd
No,
votes.
since
Is the
look,
lead
I have to
has
leave,
shrunk a
so can
little.
I make just
Things
one
things will
comment
go.
and leave?
Things will fluctuate. But one thing, Manojit Mandal, this lead of 200 at this point in time, we are given to understand at least 65 to 70% of these leads. In these leads, the margins are very, very narrow. So it could fluctuate here and there.
I have just got a
yes,
quick
Manojit
update
Mandal.
In fact, let me tell you, Mr. Anand, you and the BJP are actually winning. When I come to your channel, I
So
need
what
to
the
think
BJP
myself,
is saying,
whether
I've
I'm
been
in
in
the
touch with
reality
one of
or
my
in
sources
some virtual
who is
world.
there
So
at present
congratulations, as I
in
leave,
one of the
as
control
I
rooms
leave,
that have been
I
set
have
up by
been
the
eating
party.
for 45
One moment, a
minutes.
quick
You
update, please. And the BJP is maintaining that they are trailing in strongholds with small margins, and that is why the counting is going on. And till the 15th round, they are fairly confident that things could flip. But 201 and 88, Monojit Mandal, I'm not too sure how much can the BJP gain ground from here.
I have congratulated already because I have been sitting here for 45 minutes and you please have your own narrative.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I have no problem at all.
Monojit,
I
go ahead.
congratulate you.
Let us not get into an argument
Monojit,
today,
go
Manojit.
ahead.
I'm just saying right now, Manojit, as of now, Manojit, you are only minus 10. Right now, Manojit, you are only minus 10 compared to the last time. You are at 201. Are you pinching yourself? Because did you expect to see a number like this? I'm asking you, did you expect to see a number like this, or are you only happy that this has happened?
I'm on your channel. Had I been in the studio, I would have pinched you.
Anything
Go
could
ahead.
happen till the last
Vote
vote is counted.
Okay, Manojit, you know how
Anything
much.
can happen till the last vote is counted, so hold your horses.
Absolutely.
I have congratulated you, madam, already that you have won.
Absolutely, but
Okay,
I'm just
everyone
saying. I'm
Yes,
just saying,
I have
were you
congratulated
expecting to
Nandigram.
see a number
Is
which
he
is
winning
beyond
Nandigram?
200?
Continue with
Please
your
accept
After
my
4
congratulations
rounds,
for
okay,
winning
okay,
Nandigram.
let's not.
I
Just calm down,
congratulate
please.
you for your hatred
Manojit,
and
can you hear me?
arrogance towards us in the
Manojit,
Bengali
can you hear me?
Accept my congratulations
After
for
4
winning
to 6
Nandigram.
rounds, Nandigram is not Bengal, madam. At this point in time, 201 seats, minus 10 seats only. Manojit Mandal, after 4 to 6 rounds, how much of this is going to continue to remain? What is the confidence within the Trinamool Congress?
No, to be on the serious note, I
Yeah.
tell you, I'll return in the evening on your channel.
Yeah.
After 5th round, Nandigram picture will change, and
Okay.
you will see. Ultimately, Mamta Devi will win by at least 20,000 votes. If I can come back, that will be validated by me in the evening. Now I have to leave. I have to go to another channel. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Manojit Mandal. All the best to the Trinamool. We look forward to you joining us once again. Now, the latest update coming to Shobhandev Chatterjee is leading from Bhabanipur. Bhabanipur is the constituency with Mamata Banerjee's erstwhile constituency, which she vacated to go ahead and contest in Nandigram to take on Shubhendu Adhikari. But Shobhandev is currently leading there. Zaka.
In fact, in the Greater Kolkata seats, we'll just run you through the seats of Howrah, Hooghly and Calcutta City itself. You take a look at this, out of the 109 seats there, the TMC is leading in 95. They've dropped only 3 seats and the BJP has managed to gain just 14. The BJP state-wise has managed to gain about 85. but only 14 have come in this belt. Just look at the Calcutta seats. I want to run you through where the BJP is leading right now. Arindam Bhattacharya is leading in Jagatdal. From Bhatpara, Pawan Kumar Singh, I think he is Arjun Singh's son. He is leading in Bhatpara. From Panihati, Sanmay Bandopadhyay is leading. In Maheshtala, Umesh Das is leading, and then in Sonarpur Dakshin, Anjana Basu of the BJP is leading. So BJP's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of these Greater Kolkata seats. Only 7 out of the 14 that they've won are in Calcutta. The rest of it has gone to the Trinamool.
Well, absolutely, and at this point in time, 292, 201 to the Trinamool Congress.
And all the strongholds, Anand, have gone away from the BJP as far as the leads are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, again, I keep going back to, the Jungle Mahal belt. This was not green. This was a sea of saffron in the 2019 election. South and North 24 Parganas was always her stronghold, was always her backyard, as it were. She's managed to win there. Malda Murshidabad, because of minority consolidation, has done well there. In the North, there are pockets of green. Yes, the BJP has done pretty well here in the North. They've also got a few seats in the Dinajpur districts. But they're doing well in Burdwan and in Birbhum, where they had not done well last time around. And Burdwan, Birbhum used to be the stronghold of the left. But really in the densely concentrated areas, whether it is Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, as well as extended out into North and South 24 Parganas, there the TMC's domination is showing up in the results, and also in the tribal belt where the BJP had won substantially in 2019. Take a look at this particular belt. Look at 2019 and just look how much more saffron there is. There is so much more saffron here in this belt in 2019 as compared to 2021. Here the TMC has managed to claw its way back into the tribal sections.
Well, 4 hours into counting, and as of now, there are clear mandates coming through from all the states and the union territories. If it is Assam, the BJP is taking it there. It's in Kerala, the LDF. In Tamil Nadu, it's the DMK. And as of now, in Bengal, it is the Trinamool Congress. So those are the leads as they settle on top of 12 p.m., 12 noon, 4 hours into counting. West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, Tamil Nadu, Stalin, Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, Assam, Sarbananda Sonobal, and in Puducherry, it will be the NDA that is looking in pole position as of now to form the government. Let's quickly go down to Shogato joining us from Kolkata. Shogato, this will really enthuse and encourage the Trinamool Congress cadre and the leadership. 201, just minus 10 seats compared to 2016.
Well, that's right. And it seems that the prediction that, the poll strategist for the Trinamool Congress, Prashant Kishore, had made, where he claimed that the BJP would struggle to get past that, 2-figure mark onto the 3-figure mark. That is exactly what is getting reflected in the early trends at this point in time, Anand. BJP not even making 200 seats at this point in time. Which is, of course, for the Trinamool Congress, a big shot in the arm. The Trinamool Congress, of course, would be continuously maintaining, as it has been maintaining, that, it would comfortably cross the 200-figure mark. 2/3 majority is something that the Trinamool Congress would certainly get. Well, these are the early trends certainly showing that the Trinamool Congress, which is already now leading in about 203 seats at this point in time, the results, the trends are in from all the 292 seats of the state. Well, obviously, the Trinamool Congress should be extremely happy with the way things are going on. The only bit of concern that currently stays with the party is the party's performance in Nandigram, where Mamata Banerjee is still trailing, we are told, 6 rounds of counting over there, and Shubhendu Adhikari is still leading with a little over 7,000 votes. So for Mamata Banerjee, that's one area that is very important and a cause of concern, because that would also make a very significant political statement if Shubhendu Adhikari indeed in the end of the day goes on to win that seat by defeating Mamata Banerjee. So that one area of concern that still remains for the party. But apart from that, the party looks very confident at this point in time.
And let's talk about Nandigram now. How many more rounds to go? And there was an analysis which had just come in that Nandigram is in 2 parts. So perhaps what is being counted right now is Shubhendu Adhikari's bastion. How true is that? Could you give us a sense of how many EVM machines have opened up and their counting is going on? How many more rounds?
Well, Maria, on an average, in every seat, there are some 16 to 17 rounds of counting, which will happen. The highest, of course, will happen in Chuchura, as it is called over here, which is 32 rounds. But on an average, it's 16 to 17 rounds of counting. In Nandigram, I'm not exactly sure about the number of rounds, but it would be another at least 10 to 12 rounds of counting that still remains. So significant amount of counting in Nandigram still remains. It is not even there. It's not even there in the halfway mark.
Right.
So it is very, very early, to make any kind of statement at this point in time as to who would comfortably lead in that seat. Now, there is an anticipation from the poll analysts on the ground, and I have been to Nandigram and I've seen things for myself, and my understanding too would be that this would go down to the wire. So obviously, there is a lot of election excitement still in store. That is there in Nandigram. Things may change.
Well, one of the aspects, Shogato, is, and we'll try and go to the live results hub to understand how many of these seats are tight fights. That means the margin of victory or margin of lead is less than 500 to 1,000 votes, or say 1,500 votes, because that is also very, very critical. Have you been keeping track of that? Because I'm given to understand that there are about 70 seats where the margin is inside of 1,000 votes. We'll try and get an update from the live result hub to understand which are the tight fights and which are the close fights. But that will also be important and significant if you are saying that on an average, at least about 10 to 12, 20 to 15 rounds are still to go across all the constituencies.
Right, Anand, and in some of these seats, like you rightly pointed out, the margin of lead and trailing is actually very, very narrow at this point in time. So it would be actually very premature and early to say as to which party would be going to form the government here in the state. But the Trinamool Congress, from the trends, and I'm still calling these early trends, and these early trends, the reflection is that it is comfortably placed. As far as Nandigram is concerned, like I said, Mamata Banerjee till the third round was trailing. She made some gains in the fourth round. In the sixth round, she again is trailing by a little over 7,000 votes. But 7,000 votes is not a very big margin. That can always get
focus now of the TMC on Nandigram.
But obviously, things are very tight in Nandigram at this point. Yes.
The entire focus of the TMC now will be on Nandigram. They have got 201 if these leads hold. But it is their star campaigner, the face on which they fought this election, it was about voting Mamata Banerjee in or voting her out. And look, she is now trailing with not a huge margin for the moment. But yes, but the BJP right now is claiming that in several seats, the margin in these rounds is perhaps less. So let's see how many of those actually
there are about 70 seats.
70 seats.
I'm given to understand. We'll get a check from the live result hub where the margin of victory is less than 1,000 votes. The margin of lead, not even victory, leads. And we are just into the fifth or the sixth round. One more aspect coming through, stories developing in Assam and also in Kerala. Umman Chandi in Puducherry is getting a tough fight. We're given to understand from CPIM candidate Jaiksi Thomas. That's one word coming through from our research team. And Akhil Gogoi, he's the president of the Raijor Dal. He's leading from Sibsagar constituency by over 3,524 votes. So Akhil Gogoi seems comfortably placed at this point. Right now, as we look at it at 12:07 p.m., the Trinamool Congress bang on 200. The DMK is continuing to settle on that 137 number, 96 seats for leads for the ADMK. One confirmed victory so far that's come from Perambra in Kerala for the CPIM, who are looking to do better. The left, which is looking to do LDF, which is looking to do better than last time at this point with 95 seats. And in Assam, where the BJP is coasting and doing better than last time with 80 seats. Let's quickly look at Kerala and some trouble for Umman Chandi there, Zaka.
Yeah, Puducherry, he's been a legislator from Puducherry for the last 50 years. I think he holds the record for winning the maximum number of terms as a legislator. But I don't think there will be a surprise there in Puduppally. If there is, it will be a giant slayer kind of a moment because the left, I don't think, has won that seat ever since Oommen Chandy started contesting elections. A couple of upticks for the BJP. They're leading in 3 constituencies. In Palakkad, E. Sridharan is leading. Just bring up that constituency. This is against a very popular incumbent, 2-time MLA, Shafi Parambil. He's leading there. Constituency number 67, which is Thrissur. And here again, it's interesting. Suresh Gopi contested the Thrissur Lok Sabha election. He lost. He was fielded again, although we were given to understand that he was not very keen on fighting from Thrissur. He's leading there. He's fighting against Padmaja Venugopal, who's a daughter of former Kerala Chief Minister K. Karunakaran. Incidentally, his son, K. Muralidharan, is taking on Kummaram Rajashekaran in the Nemam constituency, and there too it is Kummaram Rajashekaran who is leading. So the BJP has 3 leads, but really the story for the LDF is this. Look at the entire southern belt of the state of Kerala, all the way from Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, Alappuzha, Pathanamthitta, go all the way up to Kottayam. This is the Kottayam belt where you see a pocket of blues, some seats for Jose K. Mani's party, some seats for the UDF, but the entire southern belt from there, from Kottayam downwards, has been dominated by the LDF. And also in the north, this entire belt, further down from Kasaragod, but if you start off from Kozhikode, Kannur, Talasheri, Malappuram, this entire belt has been dominated by the left. So the left winning big in the southern part of the state and the left winning big in the northern part of the state as well. And this kind of a victory, 95, which is 4 more than last time, is an endorsement. It is actually a pro-incumbency vote. And make no mistake about it, this is a vote for Pinarayi Vijayan. He has emerged as stronger. He's emerged as possibly the most powerful chief minister that Kerala has seen since Achyuta Menon.
Well, we got, let's go across to the live results hub and we'll try and understand from our live results hub in Hyderabad. Ilyas is back with us. Ilyas, in how many of the constituencies is the margin of victory less than 1,000 or less than 500? How tight is it in Bengal? Let's start with Bengal and then we'll go to the other states one by one.
Yeah, Anand, this is Ilmas from Hyderabad, from the election center. I'm just going to show you the tally right now. And the tally is that TMC has crossed the 200 mark. TMC right now is at 201. BJP, we were seeing they were at 95, has come down to 91. That's where the standing is right now. All 292 constituencies have been declared. They are leading. TMC leading in 201. Now if I look at Nandigram, Subhendu Adhikari, because that's one of the hot seats this time. It's on the 4th round is going on in Nandigram, and Subhendu Adhikari is leading right now. He's leading by about 2,000 votes. Total votes polled for Subhendu Adhikari is 7,287. Mamta Banerjee has got 5,790 votes. So the lead that went on to about 5,000 lead that he had, that has somehow come down to about 2,500, nearly about 2,500. That's where the standing is right now. As far as...
Yes, we want to know in how many seats the margin is less than 1,000 or 5,000 in all of these seats that we are looking at in Bengal.
See, it's very hard to say exactly how many seats, but from the Election Commission data that we are getting, almost about 30% of these seats have a margin that's less than 1,000. It's very hard to say right now because it's right now only on the fourth round of polling. And if I see if I look at the Election Commission of India website, they have up till 17 rounds, but it's not going to go on that far. It's probably about 10 rounds. That's where it's going to end out. Right now, if you look at the trends, the margin is not very high in a lot of seats. There are about 30% seats.
So like I said, at least about 60 to 70 seats are there. Ilmas, thank you for your inputs coming in from the live results hub. We've got Payal Mehta also joining us. Payal, these trends are not something which the BJP least expected, and this will only delight the Trinamool Congress. The BJP right now at 89 leads, the Trinamool exactly dot on 200 leads out of 292.
Well, of course, that's the analysis for the BJP really to do from here on, given the fact that their leaders sounded most confident. They were confident that they'll score over 200, but it seems that the result of 200 is favouring the TMC as well.
But in the hindsight, Anand, for a party that actually had 3 MLAs in the last constituency, in the last assembly, if you look at it, from there to come down to even an 80 and 90, many will say has been a substantial rise. And the kind of discomfort that the BJP has been able to cause to the TMC and the Mamata Banerjee establishment also on one side. But of course, there is no place for number 2 in any system as well. The number 1 is always a dominant one. And for now, Mamata Banerjee is dominating and clearly dominating by a huge margin. That is something obviously which is going to make the BJP very, very uncomfortable, given the fact that they put their entire power and might as far as this Bengal election is concerned, campaigning or dominating in Bengal more than any other state as well. And if you look at the results and the trends, the way it's really going, possibly their only smiling hope right now is Assam and nothing else as far as these 5 places are concerned.
One election and one battle that is being closely watched is also the battle in Nandigram, where Mamata Banerjee at present is trailing with 3,000. It's not a huge margin, yes, because there are several more rounds to go. Is Shubhendu Adhikari confident that he may just come up with a surprise there?
Well, Shubhendu Adhikari sounded very, very confident. We just shot him, we caught him a short while ago leaving from his residence, and since then we've been trailing him because the route that he's taken, it looks like he's headed towards Kolkata, and that's one of the reasons we are still behind him. We try to trail him out as well, but obviously it's a lot at stake as far as Shubhendu Adhikari is concerned. He's the same person who had said that if he is responsible, and if he's responsible to make sure that Mamata Banerjee loses, then it's good. Otherwise, if he doesn't lose from Nandigram, he'll give up his political career. So a lot of people have their promises to keep at this stage as well. So obviously, all eyes on Shubhendu Adhikari, not just Shubhendu Adhikari.
From Babul Supriyo to Swapan Das Gupta to Locket Chatterjee, all of them are trailing the heavy weights of the BJP that they had fielded in this election.
Well, yes. Yes, the BJP had chosen to field about 5 MPs in this particular election, hoping that it will bring about a change of their fortune. But it seems that apart from Nishit Pramani, from what I last saw, everybody else seems to be trailing over here as well. So that's obviously for the BJP to really contemplate from here on and see how they want to go about it. But like the BJP has been saying, that they'll still wait for the last vote to be counted, because we've seen a lot of surprises. It may sound very, very impractical at this point in time in the context of the Bengal election, because the margin is quite a different one. But I've seen fortunes change and tables change overnight in an election, for example, like Karnataka, where the actual game began after the results were really out and Yediyurappa became a chief minister for just a day. So just on the optimism part of it, we'll have to just still wait and see. But
true, but one aspect,
pretty much on the wall.
Yeah.
One aspect, Payal, is that the Adhikaris were not only looking at Nandigram, they were holding sway in that entire region, east and west, Purba Mednipur, Paschim Mednipur, and Purulia, Bardwan, all those regions. So there are about 45-60 seats that they were going to influence, and there doesn't seem to be so much of gain for the BJP at this point. So, is there some amount of calling which is happening, talk which is happening?
When BJP got Shubhendu Adhikari, they were given to understand that he can influence up to 100 seats as well. So, obviously, that is where the massive disappointment is, because it's a huge chunk of seats as well. Did the BJP play too much on the fortunes of Shubhendu Adhikari to decide their own fortune? That is, of course, a contemplation that the BJP really will have to do. Shubhendu Adhikari is probably headed to Kolkata for a reason. He will want to sit down there and discuss with everybody else as to how to go about the situation as well. But it seems that and credit must be given to Mamata Banerjee for all the bashing she's been taking in from 100+ BJP leaders, who've stormed into Bengal, who've taken her on as well. It's Mamata Banerjee eventually, which tells you that sometimes the party may be facing a massive anti-incumbency, but the leader comes to supreme.
Exactly what many
that's exactly
said.
what the case has been
No,
as far as
we're talking about Shubhendu. I think we should need to extend it to the 2 Midnapurs. It's not just the Nandigram seat. East and West Midnapur, 31 seats. The Trinamool leading in 21, BJP in 10. Some interesting fights there as well. June Malia of the TMC is leading from Keshpur. You have another constituency, Humayun Kabir's constituency. Yeah, Humayun Kabir of the TMC is leading. He was up against Bharti Ghosh. You remember Bharti Ghosh had come out and made some allegations on the day of the polling, violence and so on and so forth. Manas Bunia was in one of these constituencies. Yeah, he's trailing Manas Bunia. In fact, Manas Bunia is leading in this particular constituency. So if you look at East and West Midnapur, the guard of the Adhikari family, as it were, the TMC's got 22 out of those 31 seats. So clearly, yes, while on the one hand, Shubhendu Adhikari has all the reason in the world to say that he might emerge as a giant slayer if he defeats Mamata Banerjee, but his family's clout in these 2 districts doesn't seem to have translated so much for the BJP.
And
Yes, they've got 9 seats, better than,
And
much
Zafar,
better than last time.
Also the turncoats, let's spend time on it, because I think it's an important trend that may also signify that yes, there is surround sound when people leave the party which is in power, but when it comes to voting, it votes differently.
TMC rebels, again, now it's evening out a little more. Out of the 21 rebels who left the TMC to join the BJP, the TMC is leading in 11, the BJP is leading in 10. Just take a quick look at who are these. Nobody in the Kolkata region. So none of, like from Rajiv Banerjee to Vaishali Dalmia, none of those leaders seem to be leading. It seems to be more in the outskirts. Let's try and see. Diamond Harbour. Deep Kumar Haldar of the BJP is leading in Diamond Harbour. Shubhendu Adhikari, of course, is leading in Nandigram. Just take a look at Birbhum and Bardwan. In Durgapur East, we have Colonel Dipanshu Chaudhary of the BJP leading. And in Pandabeshwar, Kumar Jitendra Tiwari. Oh, this is Jitu Tiwari.
Yeah.
Jitu Tiwari of the Trinamool. He's now shifted to the BJP, so he's leading. In Monteshwar, Saikat Panja is leading. In Ranaghat, Uttar, Parsarthi Chatterjee of the BJP is leading. And in Bagda, Bishwajit Das is leading. So none of the high-profile names. It's been more, some of the others who have won of the BJP, the TMC turncoats who have gone to the BJP. But 11 seats out of those 21, the TMC is leading in.
Quick update coming in from Coimbatore South, where Kamal Hassan is in the lead. So Makkal Nidhi Mayam and Kamal Hassan is in the lead. We'll have Manu Sundaram of the DMK join us any moment now. But we also have Manav Jaiswal of the Trinamool Congress with us. Manav, before I come across to you, quick word from Manu Sundaram. Manu, you will be very, very encouraged because as of now, it's been consolidating above the 135 number, between 135 and 140 for the DMK. Are you expecting these numbers to go up, or do you think more or less it's going to settle around the 140 number for the DMK?
I definitely don't expect the numbers to get any tighter, Anand, and I hope they do consolidate further in our favor. As you know, these trends will probably set in around 2 p.m. or so. But I think one thing we can, at the moment, be fair to say is that compared to the other 3 states, which are Assam, Kerala, and West Bengal, where the incumbents have been rewarded, clearly this is a vote against the incumbents in Tamil Nadu, and that goes a long way to say what they have done in terms of managing the COVID situation. And we do hope that we will get a clear and effective mandate to take Tamil Nadu over the line at a very tricky and delicate situation that we are facing today, with the second wave bringing, unheard of, unimaginable numbers. And I think that's very important for us to know that we can make sure that Tamil Nadu and residents of Tamil Nadu are taken good care of in a situation that we've never really experienced.
One of the aspects was that you got, one of the reasons why the DMK and especially Mr. Stalin was also clear that you want to be above 150 number is because last time around with the DMK getting 134, we saw how uneasy rested the crown. The crown on the head. So this time around, do you think with 138, 140 seats, it will be settled in the DMK's favor? The mandate will be very, very clear, even though 117 is the halfway mark?
You're partly right, Anand. But the crown never rests uneasily on anyone. I think it's a privilege and it is a great responsibility to take over the mandate of a government. Of course, you must keep in mind that the ADMK, though they only had 130 last time, they did continue and they did sustain 5 years of government. And this after the demise of the then chief minister, and also not to forget 18 MLAs walking out of the party in around August, September 2017. So it is very important to keep that in mind. Any victory is a victory. We would be happier closer to 150 plus.
One leader who is being discussed now, who will be discussed repeatedly, is MK Stalin. He has been in waiting, a leader in waiting for good 45 years under his father's shadow, of course, because his father was a tall, giant leader of the state. My question is, now MK Stalin is all set to be the next chief minister. Whose shoes will he try and fill in?
Well, to be fair, Maria, MK Stalin has had a long political trajectory, starting from the late 1970s under the emergency till today, and he's pretty much donned every hat you can. Politically, he was the mayor of Chennai, then became a minister, and finally the deputy chief minister. But to answer your specific question, he will be his own leader. This is a state, and we are currently facing a crisis that has never been seen before. This does not require us to sort of, when we left Tamil Nadu in 2011, it was one of the fastest growing states, over 10% GDP growth rate, industries coming in by the droves. But today we have a very different state to deal with. So really he has to be his own leader, and he has to ensure that.
Manu, if that's the case, then how do you explain the ADMK alliance at 95 seats? This is in fact the exact opposite of what happened in 2016. In 2016, ADMK alliance was 136, you guys were 98. This time, you folks are 138, ADMK is at 95. And when we spoke to you on exit poll day, you said you're expecting conservatively 180, but your realistic figure was 200. You're nowhere close to that.
Absolutely, I appreciate that, and our own internal estimates were much higher. We will not know exactly how far off the mark we were, but nevertheless, I think we have to understand this as a very balanced mandate. Partly it is a mandate for change in government. It's also equally a mandate expressing displeasure and dissatisfaction at the way the present government and the governments, both state and center, have handled the last 12 months or so. But it is also a mandate for a fresh perspective. It is a mandate to break away from what we have seen as complete misgovernance in terms of.
Just hold on to your thoughts. We'll be coming to you because we are shifting focus now straight to West Bengal, where BJP State President Dilip Ghosh is joining me. Dilip ji, 204 पे है तृणमूल, आप हैं 83 पर. ये रिजल्ट तो आप लोगों ने सोचा भी नहीं था.
नहीं, ये रिजल्ट नहीं है
जी, ट्रेंड.
ये ट्रेंड है, इसलिए ट्रेंड ही सब कुछ. ट्रेंड तो पहले सुबह दूसरा था, फिर चेंज हुआ, फिर भी चेंज हो सकती है. पब्लिक की जो मूड थी वोट करने के लिए, उससे मुझे लगा कि परिवर्तन के लिए लोग वोटिंग कर रहे हैं. और अभी भी जहां जहां आगे पीछे हो रहा है, बहुत सैकड़ों में, हंड्रेड्स वोट में आगे पीछे हो रहा है. बहुत ज्यादा लंबा कहीं पर ट्रेंड ये नहीं है, मार्जिन नहीं है. इसलिए एक बार बदला तो दोबारा भी बदल सकता है. मुझे लगता है कि 50% वोट जब तक गिनती नहीं होता है और नतीजे पर जाना मुश्किल है.
क्योंकि आप लोगों का अपना कंट्रोल रूम सेटअप है, मुझे ये बताइए कितनी सीटों में आप मार्जिन कम है और किस किस सेक्शंस में आप होप कर रहे हैं कि थोड़ा सिचुएशन इंप्रूव करेगा? क्योंकि जो ग्राफ अभी दिख रहा है, झारग्राम जो आपका स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड था, नॉर्थ बंगाल आपका स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड था, वो सारे स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड अब तृणमूल की तरफ दिख रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे लीड ले ली है तृणमूल ने.
एग्जैक्टली मुझे मालूम नहीं, मैं अभी नहीं हूँ कंट्रोल रूम में, और जो टीवी से देख रहा हूँ, सब जगह जो नतीजा आ रहा है, कुछ तो सैकड़ों, कुछ तो 1000-1500 वोट से आगे पीछे है. इसीलिए बहुत ज्यादा लंबा फैसला नहीं है, नेक टू नेक फाइट है.
बट दिलीप
घोष, लगता है कि ये अभी 4, 5, 6 राउंड तक गिनती हुई है, 27 राउंड तक गिनती होने वाला है और लंबा समय लगेगा. और इसीलिए 50% वोट जब तक गिनती नहीं होता है, एग्जैक्टली बोलना मुश्किल है.
दिलीप घोष जी, लेकिन कहीं आपको लगा कि इतना अर्ली ट्रेंड्स में इतना आपको पीछे दिखाया जाएगा, या फिर ये रुझान होगा? 6 राउंड भी हो गए हैं, यानी कम से कम 10 से 15% तो वोट्स आ गए. आप कह रहे हैं 50% वोट होना चाहिए, तो पर फिर भी उसमें अगर तृणमूल को 204 का लीड देना, बीजेपी 83 में आना, कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा आपको वरी है कि जो आपको लगा?
थोड़ा सा आश्चर्य लग रहा था, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से लोगों ने पोलिंग की और पीसफुली पोलिंग हुआ इस बार, पिछले 50 साल में हिंसा बाहर हुआ, लेकिन पोलिंग बूथ में कोई गड़बड़ नहीं हुआ. एक ही बूथ में पोलिंग रिपोलिंग हुआ है. तो इसीलिए पब्लिक की जो मूड, जो उत्साह थी वोटिंग करने में, तो वो लग रहा था कि ये परिवर्तन की तरफ है. और टीएमसी, उनके नेता, उनके गुंडे जिस प्रकार रिएक्शन दे रहे थे, अटैक कर रहे थे, तो डरे हुए थे. तो मुझे लगता है कि पब्लिक का जो मूड था वो परिवर्तन की तरफ था.
204 पर अभी लीड हुई है टीएमसी की, वो वही नंबर है जो उनका 2016 में था. सवाल ये है कि यस, बीजेपी हैज गेन्ड फ्रॉम 3 to 83. इट्स अ मैसिव सर्च था, लेकिन ये ममता बनर्जी को हराने वाला चुनाव नहीं लग रहा.
देखिए, सुबह जब पोलिंग शुरू हुई थी, काउंटिंग, तो 51% उनका वोट शेयर जा रहा था, वो पीछे आया है. तो इस प्रकार से, और ममता बनर्जी खुद हार रही है, जिनके नाम पर चुनाव, जिनके इमेज पर चुनाव हो रहा है. इसलिए एकदम से उस तरफ ट्रेंड है ऐसा नहीं है. तो ममता बनर्जी 50,000 वोट से जीतना चाहिए था अगर उनके पक्ष में है तो ट्रेंड. इसलिए मेरा कहना है कि जब तक 13-14 राउंड तक नहीं गिनती होता है, तो ये स्टेबल नहीं होगा और पता नहीं चलेगा क्या होगा.
आपके हिसाब से कितनी सीटें ऐसी दिलीप घोष जी जहां पर सिर्फ हंड्रेड्स में डिफरेंस है लीड का? मैं जानता हूँ
काफी बड़ा संख्या है, एग्जैक्ट संख्या मैं नहीं बता पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे पास अभी कंट्रोल में मैं नहीं हूँ। घर से बात करूँ आपसे, तो कई जगह जो आ रहा है कैप्शन में देखा जा रहा है सैकड़ों में, 200, 400, 1000, 1500 ऐसे वोट में हो रहा है। और आप जानते हैं कि शुभेंदु बाबू जो बहुत पहले बहुत आगे थे, फिर थोड़ा कम हुआ, तो सब जगह अप डाउन हो रहा है, कांटे का टक्कर हो रहा है
जी। लेकिन
इसलिए थोड़ा सा समय लगेगा।
ये टॉलीगंज से बाबुल सुप्रियो पीछे हैं, लॉकेट चैटर्जी पीछे हैं, ये आपके स्टार कैंपेनर्स थे और ये बड़े चेहरे थे पार्टी के जो हैं अभी, और वो लोग सब ट्रेल कर रहे हैं। तो क्या ये एक पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है रिजल्ट्स?
नहीं, बाबुल सुप्रियो तो मंत्री है, नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स में उनका ज्यादा योगदान है और जहां उनको कैंडिडेट बनाया गया है वो गढ़ है टीएमसी के। हमारे संगठन में उतना जोरदार नहीं है, उनका इमेज लगाने के लिए हमने उनको लगाया था, तो उसमें अगर नेगेटिव हो सकता है तो मैं नहीं मालूम क्या है एग्जैक्ट कितना वोट में पीछे है, तो कांटा का टक्कर था ही पहले से।
स्वपन दास गुप्ता जी तारकेश्वर से, वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल सही है, स्वपन दा भी कोई जमीनी नेता नहीं है, उनका एक अलग इमेज है देश भर में, तो उनको एक थोड़ा पिछड़ा जगह से उनको हम लोग कैंडिडेट बनाया था, वहाँ भी थोड़े वोट से पीछे हैं। 4 सीट ऐसे हैं जो थोड़े वोट से पीछे हैं। पिछले चुनाव में लोकसभा में केवल 1500 वोट से हम लोग सीट हारा था, लोकसभा सीट, तो इसलिए वहाँ कांटे का टक्कर था, अभी भी वही है।
पर दिलीप घोष जी, अब अभी आप 84 सीट में जो लीड है आपका, वो लीड बना के रखना पड़ेगा और कम से कम 60 सीटों में और कम से कम आपको 60 से 70 सीटों में और आपको बढ़त बनाना पड़ेगा। आपको लगता है 70 सीट्स का आप इतना मेकअप कर पाएंगे 147 तक पहुंचने?
देखेंगे, जैसा ट्रेंड आगे बढ़ेगा उसको साफ हो जाएगा, और जनता ने जो मैंडेट दिया है वो तो सर्वोपरि है, उसको तो मानना पड़ेगा, चाहे नेगेटिव हो चाहे पॉजिटिव।
दिलीप घोष जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। So the BJP is still saying that let's wait till round 15. We're somewhere around round 5 and round 6, and the Trinamool Congress is going from strength to strength. Just one seat slide right now from 204 to 203, but that's not going to unnerve anybody, because the BJP right now, the Trinamool for the last half an hour has been above the 200 mark. So leads are consolidating, but there are a lot of tight fights, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, about 60 to 70 seats are there where the fight is very, very tight, and it may, whoever opens up the lead in the coming 3-4 rounds, then there will be a certain level of consolidation and certain level of victory calling and celebrations that will come even from Bengal. Right now, the teams or the camps that are celebrating are Assam, Sarbananda Sonowal, Pinarayi Vijayan, the LDF, very comfortable in their position, and they are very, very confident that they are taking this election. And of course, the DMK, which would want that number to inch closer to the 150 number in the latter rounds rather than slide down, because but they seem firmly in pole position to form the government. And in Bengal, it is Mamata Banerjee rising tall at this point, and if that number holds of 203, she will become the fulcrum of the opposition nationally, and she will be the one who will tell the world and perhaps tell all the leaders that I am the one who can challenge Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP going forward into Lok Sabha 2024. We take a very, very short break. On that note, stay with us here on CNN News 18. 3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the live result hub that you are seeing, from where we are getting you the results. Yes, firstly,
BJP seems to have taken that lead, and this is the Jungle Mahal, Bankura, Purulia area where the BJP is expected to do well.
These are the seats where they can make those gains.
This is the leaderboard. Bengal, Trinamool Congress just ahead by about 5 seats at this point in time.
Many say that the margin this time won't be high, whether it is either for the LDF or the UDF.
However, DMK is extremely confident of winning this time around.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal, she's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
She has been keeping tabs, and she and Prashant Kishore, all of them are watching very, very closely.
अगर कहीं 10% या 5% जो रहा होगा, अब तो वो भी मर गया है। देखिए, जब आप इस तरह का कुछ काम कर रहे हैं और आपकी फैमिली आपको सपोर्ट कर रही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर कोई भी ताकत आपको कोई भी बड़े से बड़ा कार्य करने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग, आप तो बहुत लोगों के साथ बहुत आपने डेड बॉडीज फेरी की होंगी, आपके लिए सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग मोमेंट कौन सा होता है?
बिल्कुल, मेरी बेटी हाई स्कूल में है और इतनी बड़ी बेटी का मैं जब एक क्रिमेशन के लिए लेकर के जा रही थी, उस दिन मुझे सारी रात नींद नहीं आई थी। और ऐसे कई सारे परिवार हैं जिन्होंने 5 में से 3 लोगों को एक साथ खोया या एक दिन के गैप पे खोया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बताती हूँ। मैं राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाहर अपनी तख्ती लेकर के बैठी थी कि मुफ्त निःशुल्क सेवा के वाहन के लिए। वहाँ पे एक 22 साल का लगभग लड़का आता है मेरे पास और वो मुझसे कहता है कि सुनो आप ऐसा ऐसा काम करती हैं। तो मैंने बोला हाँ। उसने बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर पड़ा है कि वो हार्ड लैंग्वेज बोल रहा था और काफी मुझे लग रहा है शायद वो दिल्ली साइड का था। उसने बहुत रूड सा मुझसे बोला मेरा बाप अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए। मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए होगी। वो मुझसे ये बोल करके गया कि ये 2 दिन के बाद मर जाएगा और तुम ऐसा काम कर रही हो तो ये सारा क्रिमेशन तुम देख लेना और मैं जा रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? बोला मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा, मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है हर एक बॉडी के साथ एक किस्सा, हर एक केस के साथ एक ऐसी कहानी जुड़ी है जो आपके जहन को और झकझोर देती है और आप और ज्यादा मदद करने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं।
बिफोर आई कम टू हरतीरथ, वर्षा मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। रोज एक दिन में आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं? कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2.5
Welcome back, and 204 leads for the Trinamool Congress with about 6 rounds of counting. We've got another 12 to 15 rounds more to go. BJP wants to wait before celebrating or making any point till about 50% of the ballot is cast. But right now there are celebrations at Trinamool Congress bastions and of course in their team. These are the Trinamool Congress supporters stepping out to celebrate. Pallavi Ghosh joining us not far away from Mamata Banerjee's residence where the cadre is coming out to celebrate. Pallavi.
That's right. In fact, I'm at Gali Ghat, and this is a lane which leads up to Mamata Banerjee's residence over here. There are strict election commission guidelines. I have to tell you that, Anand, the celebration shots are not allowed. But despite that, that's a protocol which clearly has been broken over here. You can see the shots of the party workers. They've put that green gulal, which is also the Trinamool Congress color. They are holding those Trinamool Congress flags over here. And right over here, right behind me, also you can see the party workers who are clearly in a celebratory mood. This is despite the fact that the official word still hasn't come in on what the official final tally is. The voting is still going on. The leads have come in. And of course, the Trinamool Congress has crossed the magical number. And over here, you see the party workers celebrating here. In fact, very close on the other side of Mamata Banerjee's residence, we also have a huge screen which is coming up. I'm going to try and get you that in a later bit also, Anand. But that's where she's going to be addressing the party workers and the media. But that's only when the official figures come in, which could be late evening today.
Pallavi, you have been on ground for the last 2.5 months. You have seen, you have captured multiple trends. 204, just 7 short of what the TMC got last time around in 2016. Did they expect this much? Or, I mean, of course, these are leads. Let's be clear.
I think they did expect it, Maria. They were super confident from day one that the BJP will stay below 100. Prashant Kishore, in fact, had gone on record to say that. He's reiterated it today, but not just about him. But whenever we would speak to any senior leaders of the Trinamool Congress, they actually said that the kind of campaign which is being led by the BJP is going to boomerang on them. As far as the TMC goes, they never had a moment of doubt, and Mara, very often many were dismissive of those claims because that's how political parties often claim and they boast. And I think they kept on changing their strategy. Initially, they were reacting more and more to the BJP. When, for example, we were talking about this earlier, she goes in for Chandi Path. This is something which Mamata Banerjee has never flaunted. But she was a little edgy, she was very apprehensive. I think the turnaround movement also largely happened in the last 3 phases, when she decided to make 2 key issues. One, the COVID issue, where she wants to prick the image of the Prime Minister of the BJP, that they may not offer the best governance if there's a double engine ki sarkar. That's one which worked against her, for her. And second, of course, she parked herself in Malda for 5 days. So what she worked on, and as the results are beginning to show, Malda, Murshidabad, there's been a solid consolidation on the minority vote bank. That's exactly what her calculation was. But the fact also remains is just a minority consolidation or a minority votes voting for the TMC would not be enough. They of course would need the larger other votes, which of course is the woman, the gender vote. And the gender consolidation is also what was giving them a hope, which is why the image of the Mamata Banerjee on a wheelchair with a Hawaii choti and projecting herself as fighter Didi, who's taking on the men who are coming in from outside, was consistently being used by the TMC in the hope it would work in their favor.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Pallavi, it's not just the latter halves. It's even in the first early phases where the Trinamool has made big ground. So it's not just what she's done in the latter half. It looks like phase by phase. What's happened is there is a Mamata Banerjee who's led the campaign, and there is what has been done on ground which has worked in her favor. For the gains for the BJP seem to have come largely from the left, not from the Trinamool. That's what it looks like, Zaka.
I think the BJP has now become the principal opposition in the state. The left back in 2016 had roughly around this, 70 odd, I think 74 or 75, 76 seats. The BJP has basically taken that. The left had 76 seats with 37% vote share, almost 38% vote share. Right now we don't have the vote share for this election, but BJP has got 82. So from 76 to 82. So principally, the BJP has occupied the principal opposition space. Mamata Banerjee had 211 last time around, now 205. To just lose 7 seats from back then or 6 seats from back then is a phenomenal achievement. Yes, the minority consolidation has happened, as we showed you a moment ago. These are about 70 odd seats, 72 seats in which the Trinamool has won almost 60 and the BJP only 12. But a bulk of those seats are either in Malda, Murshidabad, which Pallavi was rightly saying voted in the last phase. Also, there is something for the Congress to think about here. Murshidabad used to be Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's sort of backyard. Nothing that the Congress has got there. I also want to point out the 2 seats that the ISF and the Left Alliance, the 2 seats that they are leading in right now, both of it happens to be ISF candidates. We've got Ghazi Shahabuddin Siraj of the ISF from Canning East and the neighboring constituency of Bhangar, where Navsad Siddiqui of the ISF is leading. So, can you imagine this? This is the state that the left front and Jyoti Basu and Buddhadev Bhattacharya ruled for 34 years. The CPM, CPI, Forward Bloc do not have a single seat, a single lead in 294 constituencies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we can only say right now, after around 6 rounds is what we are looking at. The BJP continuing to hold out and say there are a lot of tight fights and let's wait till round 15. Celebrations already outside the Trinamool Congress chief, that is Mamata Banerjee's residence in the streets of Kolkata. They are already celebrating because they believe they've got it. 6 rounds show the trend, and if it is going to be anywhere in that range of 200 seats, even if it is 20 seats less, it's a big win because the Trinamool Congress will take it. It's overwhelming, especially when they claim that there is so much anti-incumbency. Manav Jaiswal, good morning. Thank you for your patience. Aparajita Sarangi also with us. Manav Jaiswal, right now the Trinamool Congress cadre and a lot of people will be very relieved because the trends are very favorable. It looks like you're just 6 short of your 2016 number.
Well, it's good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Just good afternoon. Yeah. Well, with all honesty, we had expected the similar result from day one of the campaign because we have believed in the karma that we have done in last 10 years, the Didi vision of beautiful Bengal and Swalambi Bengal, where every woman has become more dominant and more prominent in their own field. Whereas I would bring to you one more important thing, which is because we are fighting COVID. In this election, I would rather tell you we were fighting few odd things. We were fighting BJP, we were fighting BJP plus ED, we were fighting BJP plus ED plus CBI, we were fighting BJP plus ED plus CBI plus Election Commission. We were fighting BJP plus ED plus CBI plus Election Commission plus the money plus the media, with all due respect to some media sections, which was literally exaggerating. It was painful for all of us. And on top of it, we had COVID. Now I would like to tell to the nation that what we have done in COVID, we have brought up a integrated COVID management system. Basically, it's about the beds which are available in the local government hospital as well as the COVID specialized private hospitals, where you can see a complete online tracking, and it's a real-time tracking which we are normally updating every day on an evening. But then again, from tomorrow, probably in a matter of couple of days, it will be on a real-time factor.
I'm coming back
Plus,
to you.
I would also like to bring in a number.
I get your point. Aprajita, yes, Aprajita, the point being made here, of course, there was a canvas of narratives that was being presented by the BJP, that here is Bhaipo factor, there is cut money, Mamata Banerjee believes in minority appeasement. So all that on one side, and if we look at this number, which is of course a trend, of course a lead, if it holds, then BJP can say that yes, they gained, but their effort was not enough for ensuring that people of Bengal get convinced about voting Mamata out. This is about pro-incumbency. Mamata Banerjee is returning with the same number as she got last time around.
A very good afternoon. I just heard Dilip Ghosh, the president of the state BJP, a couple of minutes back, and whatever I say would be kind of reiteration of what he said. See, we are into 5th round and we have to wait till the last chapter of the story, and it would be 27th round. So by I think 15th round things would be much more clear. However, whatever is being shown on the channels, on the basis of that, let me tell you that Bharatiya Janata Party has definitely made a very visible entry into West Bengal. Nobody in the country can deny that. You imagine we were at 4% vote share. From there, we went up to 10%, and now we are more than 40% vote share. So I think there is definitely a jump. And West Bengal has never been our arena, our area. We have to accept that. So we went from village to village, we went from urban ward to urban ward, we tried to convince people, we tried to connect ourselves with people, and here is the result. If we are 83 or 90 or 100, it doesn't matter. But I think everybody must acknowledge that we would be the principal opposition in the state.
Yes.
And I think that's quite an achievement for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
So are you saying that this will settle, Aprajita Sarangi? Are you saying that the trends would settle, that you may gain about 10-15 seats, but you're not in a position to form government? You're not going to be anywhere close to that mission 200, the objective that was set? Are you already saying that you're reconciling to that position?
No, I don't think we would be acknowledging defeat at this juncture. That would not be right. That would be absolutely premature. I told you that we should wait for the last chapter of the story. We are into 5th or 6th round. Imagine. I mean, we just can't.
Yeah, but you see the gap. You see the gap. You see the gap. The gap is more than 120 seats. So that's not a small gap to bridge. If it was 30-40 seats, you could say that there are still अभी 8-10 round और हो जाने दो 15-20 round के 15-16 round के बाद देखते हैं. But 120 seat का जो आपका जो gap है, that's quite.
I fully understand. I fully understand. Even if we lose, even if we are not able to form the government, I won't say we would lose. We would be the winner because we would be the principal opposition party in a state like West Bengal where we did not have any kind of foothold. Think of the left. Left was there for so many number of years, more than 3 decades, and where is left now?
Yes.
And BJP, a new entrant,
given the kind of
really
effort that was put by the party, given the kind of effort that was put by so many star campaigners, the chief ministers of various BJP ruled states, all of them were there. Ministers were manning and monitoring several constituencies. That is the nature of effort. You were trying to build a lot of narratives to counter Mamata Banerjee, and I'm sure it was not about just gaining or just a surge from what you were in 2016. It was an effort at forming the government. So this is a number that you'll be disappointed with.
See, we were very serious about West Bengal. In fact, Bharatiya Janata Party's USP is that it is serious about every task that it takes. So, you know, we are winning Assam, we'll be forming the government there. We are very well in Pondicherry, we'll be forming the government there. We are on expected lines in Kerala. We knew this would be and that would be. And in Tamil Nadu also, we have not done so badly. But as far as West Bengal is concerned, yes, we are at between 80 and 100, maybe it would be. As far as the trends are concerned, we don't know what it would be. It would be premature on my part as a spokesperson of the party to say anything. But I must say that we had put in a lot of effort. Something must have gone wrong somewhere.
Okay.
So I think we would be going for self-introspection once the final results come out.
Okay, so BJP is contemplating self-introspection. It's 1 p.m. already. Manav Jaiswal, you know, we saw those visuals of celebrations outside, you know, Mamata Banerjee's home. The Chief Minister, of course, is monitoring all the results. And the press conference, which will be virtual, is likely in the evening. 203 now, BJP at 84. You know, one may say that, yes, you were confident, but this is a number that several pollsters, none of the pollsters, in fact, even predicted.
Well, with all honesty, we are not celebrating anything. It's basically an emotion outburst for the people who have come down, because BJP has not only, you know, they've fought, they've actually wounded the essence of Bengal, the fabric of Bengal. Today, Bengal is wounded, it's anguish, and what we want today is peace. We want happiness, we want grace. My leader, she has taken everything on a very humble note. She has taught us to be humble. She has taught us to take win or loss as a grace, and above all, believe in humanity.
But
believe in one thing, the fabric of the country
fair point.
believe in humanity.
Now, let me ask you this. Now, if this holds, let's hope that for the cause of sake of the Trinamool Congress, let's say this holds. This is the number that holds, or somewhere around this vicinity, 195 to 205 in this bandwidth. The Trinamool Congress holds on to this number and comes back to power, and with Mamata Banerjee. What does that mean? Now, is that now going to be a series of vendetta politics? That's what the energies are going to be focused on, or does that then propel Mamata Banerjee as a single biggest phase of the opposition and become the fulcrum of the opposition nationally? How is the Trinamool seeing it?
You have a question which has got a multi-layer answer. There's something which I would definitely not in a capacity to answer. But one thing I would like to tell you, we have never done any vendetta politics. We have never been into any kind of, you know, the show which was going on for last few months, where people were saying TMC is doing this, TMC goons. We had always made a statement that it is BJP 1 and BJP 2. Today, well, whatever be the result, whatever BJP's numbers would be, you know, the CPM vote which has gone to BJP and what Adhir Ranjanji in Congress has done in last few months, this is a pure mask up for the BJP. They have actually have a new mask, BJP mask. Behind there is the CPM and the Congress people who had moved out, and they have gone and they have joined hands with the power, with the mighty of the BJP. Our assessment as a party is we have to come back strong against the COVID. We'll be working really hard. We'll be working day and night. And I want to assure to the state, to the country as a whole, Didi is working 24 hours. The team of doctors, paramedics, everybody is working 24 hours. We are adding number of beds every day. While I'm talking to you, we're still adding number of beds. We are adding, we are refurbishing the oxygen cylinders. We are coming up with the digitization. We are coming up with the all amenities.
So you're going to focus on policy, the political narrative we'll talk about in just a bit, but then I'm just going to go back to, please stay on with us. Let's try and understand from Zakir Jacob on the magic wallet, the breakup of Bengal, and especially the early phases which the BJP thought they have taken momentum, first 60 seats. Even there is a Trinamool that's prevailed.
Let's do it that way. Let's do phase-wise, right? The first phase, I think it was 30 seats or 31 seats, 30 seats, Trinamool 21, BJP just 8. This is where the BJP should have really run up the numbers. Compare this to 2019 Lok Sabha in the first phase. It was BJP 20, Trinamool 10. So something has happened between 2019 and now. Maybe it's just, you know, voters saying we'll vote for one party at the center and one party at the state. But it's the exact opposite has happened. Trinamool has gone up to 21 seats, BJP just 8. This is first phase. Let's now add the second phase to it. So total, you'll get about 60 odd seats. Out of 60 seats, Trinamool 38, BJP 21. So it's almost 1:2 the ratio. Yes, the BJP has gained 20 seats. Trinamool has only lost 10 from last time. You again compare this to 2019 Lok Sabha. It was much more BJP. It was still BJP 32, Trinamool 28. But in 2021, after the first two phases, 60 seats, BJP said they would win about 50 of those 60 seats. It is Trinamool at 38 and BJP at 21. Now add phase 3. Remember, Nandigram voted in the second phase, so that could have had a role as well. In phase 3, again, the TMC is racing away to a lead. The BJP hasn't increased by much. Just from 21 to 25, they've gone up. And this is where South 24 Parganas comes into play. South 24 Parganas comes into play, and suddenly the TMC is racing ahead.
This
now,
was always a Trinamool Congress strong phase. This
Oh,
phase,
absolutely.
phase three, these
was
31
always
seats,
the-
because even in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, they won 29 out of 31 seats.
Then you go up into much more parts of South and North 24 Parganas. Again, the BJP going only from 24 to 35, whereas the TMC going from 64 to 97. And it is in phase 4 that Sitalkuchi happened.
Yeah.
Everybody thought that up until this phase, the BJP had the momentum, the BJP would win big. But unfortunately, that's not how it's played out on the ground. It's the TMC, almost 100 out of the 135 seats in phases 1 to 4, the TMC won. In fact, the BJP's gains have been after that. You add phase 5 to it, take a look at this. Suddenly, the BJP is going up. From 34, 35 seats, they've gone up to 56. Trinamool Congress still at 119. You add phase 6 to it. Again, the BJP goes up. From 56, it's gone up to 65, but Trinamool has gone up from 119 to 153. And then finally, you add the last two phases, phase 7 and 8. Then the BJP goes from 65 to 86, a 20-seat jump. The TMC goes from 153 to 201. That's almost a 50-seat jump. So the assessment that many people had that the first few phases will work out well for the BJP because it was in the Jungle Mahal, Jhargram, Purulia, Bankura area, did not play out in that fashion. It's in fact the TMC took an early lead in those 4 phases and consolidated on those leads in the last 4 phases. If anything, the BJP did better in the last few phases than it did in the first few ones.
Yeah, so Aparajita Sarangi.
Sitalkuchi was the turning point.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was.
So
I don't think it was.
wasn't the turning point in the sense what has happened is compared to what the parties believed, Aparajita Sarangi, that the first, in fact, no one shot lesser than the Prime Minister and Amit Shah himself came out and said that पहली 60 सीटों में से हमें 40 सीटें मिली हैं पहले 4 phases में ही हमने 100 के आंकड़े के आगे निकल गए हैं. So somewhere the estimate is, and here we see the numbers based on the leads as of now, the numbers show it is the Trinamool Congress which did very well in the first 3 phases.
See, we have to go for self-introspection. If whatever you are showing would be in the last chapter of the story too, we have to wait now. Even now, I would say we have to wait. However, if this is it, so be it. I think we will have to go for self-introspection. We took the right issues. See, we talked about unemployment in West Bengal. We are aware of it. There is tremendous discontentment as regards employment among the youth. And number 2, we talked of corruption. Number 3, we talked of nepotism. And number 4, we talked of the general atmosphere of fear all over, the political violence. So I think we took up the right issues. And we also spoke against the bad governance model of Mamata Banerjee. We have been moving from village to village, from ward to ward, but then, you know, yes.
What is becoming clear now at 1 p.m. when we look at it, all the states have voted decisively. They have given a clear mandate if Bengal, of course, holds, and all the states have said that this is the way they want to go for. Clear with a lot of clarity. It also means, Zaka and Anand will agree with me here in the studio perhaps, that elections don't happen in phases anymore, that trends do not change all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bihar was an aberration to that
Bihar
extent
was an
because
aberration,
the first phase, you know, one particular, the Gathbandhan had the phase, and then the women turned out in huge numbers for phases 2 and 3. I just want to quickly also run through, you know, a bit of a takeaway, and this is something that the BJP had worked on a lot. The SC reserved constituencies where the Dalits, the Namashudras, there it's much more equal. It's 34 to the BJP, 34 to the Trinamool Congress. In fact, the BJP getting not just in this belt, the Matua belt of Thakurnagar and around there, but also in the central parts, in Birbhum, in Bardwan, and also in the north. In these reserved constituencies, reserved for SCs, Dalits, the BJP has done well. And this is a constituency, the Namashudras is a constituency that the BJP has been cultivating for a while now. I just want to also quickly run through the same similar trend for the STs, the tribal belt. And here, the BJP has not done all that well. Only 5 seats to the Trinamool's 11 seats. And if you look at this belt, the Jungle Mahal belt, it's all Trinamool. Not a single seat, tribal reserve seat, ST reserve seat, not a single seat the BJP has won in this belt. So that's something, again, food for thought for the BJP.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like you were putting out the numbers there, they have pinched a lot of seats. And Aparajita Sarangi, with due respect, all these issues that you have raised seems to have helped you consolidate the votes away from the left. but not from the Trinamool. For the Trinamool, doesn't look like Bhaipo, Katmani, Tolabazi or any of these issues which you raised was an issue with the voter on ground, because the voter seems to be confident and comfortable with Mamata Banerjee at the helm and Abhishek Banerjee and the rest of the Trinamool Congress, even with the regional satraps who moved away or migrated from the Trinamool to the BJP. Manav Jaiswal put his hand up. Yes, Manav Jaiswal.
Well, I need to add few things. Basically, Sital Kuchi was something which was a desperate act of BJP. They wanted to create this divide policy of theirs, which they are somehow inherited from the British East India Company, which they still want to continue with the same policies of theirs. And Bengal, as a traditional Bengali, I'm a more of a Hindi Bhasha-Bhashi Bengali, because my forefathers, they felt Bengal could be the place that we could have gone and survived, and we have been lived nicely. Nevertheless, what we have been able to do in these numbers would be later on, probably another couple of hours. Whatever celebration we have to do, we will be doing post-COVID, because that is our main priority, as I said it earlier.
Right.
But yes, there is a lot of things which BJP has to retrospect. They have actually plugged in all their energies to win one state. And what they did is, they lost my countrymen. We have lost our countrymen. We have lost our people.
I'm going to steer clear. I'm going to steer clear of. I'm going to steer clear of this, sir. I'm going to steer clear of this at this point in time, because the fact of the matter is on ground is, sir. The fact of the matter is, sir, every political party was participating and holding public rallies and campaigning and canvassing. COVID is an issue that does not choose political parties or individuals or communities. It is borderless, and it's a virus which does not pick and choose. So all of us are in this fight together. But I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back to the electoral narrative of the BJP, which was that they are going to put all their might and muscle and the gains, capitalize on the gains from Lok Sabha 2019, and it doesn't seem to have happened. It has happened in a way that you have come from 3 to 84, but it will not translate to the gains that it should have, that is 128 assembly constituencies from 18 to 188 assembly constituencies. That has not happened. Quick check on the leaderboard at 12:59 as we get to 1 p.m. West Bengal, it is the Trinamool Congress which is in pole position with the 203 leads after about 6 or 7 rounds of counting, into the 7th rounds of counting. Tamil Nadu, DMK further consolidating its leads, breaking into the 140s at 143, AIDMK at about 90 plus. It is Stalin, who was perhaps denied in 2016, is now finally going to sit on the Chief Minister's chair. That's what it looks like. Pinarayi Vijayan, what a comeback. This was an election for the UDF to lose, but Pinarayi Vijayan has won it, and also he's hit the opposition hollow back out of the park, and he's come back stronger than last time around. So have Sarbananda Sonowal and Himanta Biswa Sarma, where many thought that the Congress AIUDF combined will be able to give them a run for their money, or perhaps even take it to a situation where they would be sitting in the opposition. But Sarbananda Sonowal and Himanta Biswa Sarma almost measuring up or coming up to the same story, same case as they were in 2016. BJP and its allies doing the same numbers, and leading at 76 out of the 126 constituencies. Let's try and go across to Tamil Nadu if we can, move away from Bengal for a bit and understand Zaka, Tamil Nadu. Straight fights, 156 DMK versus the AIDMK. Is that the one which is actually deciding it in favor of the DMK?
I think so. Last time the ADMK had the edge in these seats. Now the DMK has the edge, a gain of 35 from last time and a direct loss of 35 for the AIDMK. What is also interesting is, and we've talked about this, one very interesting trend is about this one-year quota. I'm going to play out that filter. These are parts that the ADMK was not expected to do well, simply because they announced this one-year quota just before the election. It seems like in this northern part of the state, the ADMK alliance, here you go. This is the part of the state that I'm talking about. A whole bunch of reds here, a whole bunch. This is the Krishnagiri Dharmapuri belt close to Karnataka, the border with Bangalore. But this belt, the Dindivanam belt, all the way from Chidambaram in the south up to Dindivanam, Jinji, etc. Here, the PMK seems to have done well. I'll just run up the numbers for the PMK. Here you go. The PMK in 4 seats. They had 0 seats last time. This time they're leading in 4 in this belt. And last time I checked, they were leading in more than 4 seats. Here you go. This is the PMK's belt. In 6 seats, they're currently leading. The BJP leading in 5. So one thing that has happened is this one-year consolidation seems to have, that calculated gamble that EPS took seems to have benefited EPS and the AIADMK. For the DMK, the one good news, the trends other than normal that you see, you know, Chennai City, for example, they've swept every constituency except one. The one trend that bodes well for the DMK is the southern part of the state, which is Madurai, Theni, Dindigul, and then you go further eastwards towards Thoothukudi, Ramanathapuram, etc. This entire southern belt, and then you come further down to Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Virudhunagar. This belt, the DMK seems to have made significant inroads into. This used to be the AIADMK stronghold. AIADMK's entire voter base was built in South Tamil Nadu on the Tevar community. That seems to have, there's been a major sort of breach in the fortress, if you will, in that southern part of the state by the DMK. And I think that will be a significant takeaway for the DMK. But like I said, at 141, yes, Mr. Stalin will be happy. Will he be enthralled? I don't think so. I think he was expecting 150 minimum, but he will still most likely be the next Chief Minister.
Makkal Nidhi Mayam, one seat, that is that too, the one of Kamal Hassan.
Coimbatore South, yes.
Coimbatore South.
It was an interesting fight. It was an interesting choice because there is some evidence, at least from the Lok Sabha election in 2019. I think the candidate that he had put up in Coimbatore seemed to have worked okay. I think he came at number 3 position, but there seemed to be some indication that Coimbatore was one way to go. Number 2, also the people who are taking on Kamal Hassan are not DMK or ADMK candidates. One was BJP, Vanadi Srinivasan, who is the state Mahila Morcha president of the BJP, and then there was Mayura Jayakumar of the Congress. So Kamal Hassan was relatively up against a Congress candidate and a BJP candidate. So to that extent, this would be a relatively easier fight as opposed to if you were to take on DMK and ADMK candidates. Here, he is the only one in the entire alliance, in fact, with Sharad Kumar's party, the IJK, none of those parties are leading anywhere. He's the only one with a single lead in Coimbatore South.
Well, just quick update. I'm going to check if Pallavi Ghosh is still live with us because she's just shared with us that the Election Commission of India has taken serious note of some reports coming in of congregation of people to celebrate an anticipated victory. The Election Commission has directed all chief secretaries in all 5 states to file FIRs in each such case. Suspend the SHO of the concerned police station and report action taken immediately. This is the news that's just coming through and we're putting it out. And Pallavi Ghosh getting us this, that the EC has taken note of parties trying to come out to celebrate. Chief secretaries have been issued directives that they should not be allowing this at all, and the SHOs of those areas will be suspended and action taken immediately. This after visuals came to the fore of DMK cadre and also Trinamool Congress cadre coming out to celebrate. We'll have to see if they are doing it in multiple places because we did get some of the reactions coming through. But the Election Commission, after getting the rap on the knuckles from multiple high courts across the country, has now decided to crack the whip and said no celebrations. Immediately stop celebrations is what they're saying. File an FIR in each such case if you are found celebrating. Arrest the people, and also if the SHOs are not acting, then those SHOs will be suspended. The state chief secretaries have been given this directive immediately against the celebrations that we are witnessing across states in the anticipation of victory. Clearly, DMK cadre and Trinamool Congress cadre are well within their rights to be very, very enthused given the trends and the leads at this point. LDF also in Kerala and the BJP plus in Assam. But all political parties have been asked to hold on and stay put inside. Don't come out. Don't allow this virus a threat, a chance, and don't get crazy with the celebrations. But these visuals that have come in have been taken note of by the Election Commission. The EC has spoken to all the state chief secretaries and directives have been sent across. That's the news that's coming through right now. A quick check of some of the other states that are going to the ballot before we go back to Bengal. We have Aparajita ji and also Manav Jaiswal with us. But before we go back to Bengal, even let's get a quick check of Kerala if we can.
Just wanted to we've got just one small word from the Election Commission. As of 1 p.m, the vote share figures that they've released, 48% vote share for the Trinamool Congress. You remember in Lok Sabha 2019, they had 43%. And the BJP, which had a 40% vote share, has got 37% vote share. So it's fallen down by about 3 percentage points. So if you have an 11% vote share difference between BJP and Trinamool, that's why the numbers are you know, raking up in such a fashion. It's almost more than 1:2. For every 1 seat that the BJP wins, the Trinamool is winning more than 2. So that, I think, is because of this vote share. Yes, in some constituencies like Malda, Murshidabad, you will have TMC candidates winning by huge margins. So that will also contribute to the vote share gain. But the fact that TMC has improved its vote share by 5 percentage points compared to Lok Sabha 2019, and BJP has dropped its vote share from 40% to 37% compared to 2019 Lok Sabha. Therein, the story is of how the Trinamool has managed to wreak back and claw back those areas where it had come in second or third in Lok Sabha 2019.
Yes, big stories, you know, interestingly, when we look at those numbers, and I'm looking at again what we have been saying, that elections in India may not be about one phase or the other.
Sure. You know, conventional wisdom was, and the best example of this is UP 2017. Conventional wisdom was, and especially in UP, you know, it is always west to east. So the western belt is the Jat-dominated belt, the agrarian belt. People were saying that, you know, if the SP or the BSP and the Gathbandhan did well in the western part of the state, yes, they would do well in the east as well. What happened, what turned out was that the Jats voted with their feet for the BJP in 2017. Almost all of them won. At the RLD, right? That's
yes, RLD.
Ajit Singh's party. Yes. They completely lost, and west to east it spread. Here again, in the case of West Bengal, I think the difference that was being made for phases 1, 2, 3 and 4 was because A, we saw much higher voter turnout, well in excess of 80% in these 4 phases. And 2, the BJP had done extremely well in this part of Bengal in the Lok Sabha 2019. So no one expected that Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool would claw back in those areas where the BJP had done well. Now, that excess voter turnout here could also be explained by the fact that women, we saw large queues of women in these first 4 phases. Maybe the woman vote consolidated in favor of Mamata Banerjee. The tribal vote were consolidated in favor of Mamata Banerjee, and the Dalit vote also seems, at least in this belt, seems to have worked. Of course, in the Thakurnagar belt.
Well, news coming through, Mamata Banerjee has now taken the lead in Nandigram. This looks like it's the 8th round or 9th round of counting in Nandigram. And Mamata Banerjee has taken the lead in Nandigram. We'll try and go across to Shogato or Pallavi to get an understanding as to what is the margin of votes with which that she's taken this lead at this point.
Now the numbers are very close to what it was last time around, 211.
211.
She has reached
and by the way, we don't have results for 2 constituencies. So we're basically looking at 209 for the Trinamool in 2016. So out of 209, if they're leading in 207, I think that is a it's almost like Pinarayi Vijayan's mandate.
Yes, and Zaka, then again, one narrative which will get built is that Mamata Banerjee will now be the fulcrum of opposition unity before 2024. She is the only satrap who could defeat that combined might, massive might of
Absolutely, and there is no doubt, because see, in Kerala, the Pinarayi Vijayan, even though he's come back because he's defeated the Congress party, and it's an alliance which is there. It's not just him alone. Although it is around him, they fought around it. But she has taken the might of the BJP, like you said, Maria, and she's been able to do it single-handed. She's the only candidate across the 294 constituencies, and 292 which are going to the ballot, which have already gone to the ballot. 2 will go on the 16th of May. To get 207 leads out of that, it's only increasing. It's not coming down. If the BJP was to play catch-up, it's only going up further. It's 208 now and 80 for the BJP. So clearly she's opened up wide, and the voters have come out and said that we believe her. We think she will continue to do good for her, and that's what. Even though the Election Commission at this point in time has said, don't come out and celebrate, the cadre cannot be stopped. They are coming out. They've got masks on their face and green gulal, but they will come out because they've also worked very, very hard for this, and they're celebrating. Let's see how things consolidate. If it only consolidates, then it's going to be a bigger victory if these margins consolidate.
I mean, if the
for
BJP
her.
is now at 80, they are slipping. They're only going below that from what they were around 86, 87. They are down now.
What's happening right now is that the BJP is replacing the left in Bengal. It's not replacing the Trinamool Congress.
The opposition space has been taken away. But again, this is the election of Mamata Banerjee. This is a vote in election. It's a pro-incumbency vote.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the 3rd term. There are very few chief ministers in India who've got 3 terms on the run. Sheila Dikshit was one of them. On the bounce, she had 3 consecutive terms. But just take a look at the map again, and I want to go back to a couple of filters that we'd like to. Amphan factor. We had been talking about this in the morning as well. if somebody were to beat Mamata Banerjee in her Gad, as it were, South and North 24 Parganas, of course, extending into Kolkata as well as East and West Midnapur, Amphan factor, 125 seats. The TMC is leading in 106,
Wow.
BJP only in 17. So maybe there was anger, maybe there was, but that anger is not translated into votes. That anger has not translated into the laws for the TMC and laws for TMC candidates. Also want to quickly run through a couple of other filters which might be interesting. Let's look at the star candidates that the BJP fielded and the TMC fielded. The film stars as we know. The film stars that the BJP fielded, let's take a look at the BJP star candidates. Okay, out of 12, the BJP has won only one of those star candidates. I want to take a look at which that constituency is. It's the constituency of Harin Ghata, where Ashim Kumar Sarkar of the BJP is leading. But 11 of those constituencies, it is the TMC that is leading, including, I believe, in Yash Das Gupta's constituency. That's right, Yash Das Gupta from Chanditala has been trailing there. So it's also a lesson for many film stars. I mean, I know in Tamil Nadu, politics and films are sort of, interspersible, but in Bengal, it seems like, it's not that much the case. So,
Jay, if somebody were to hold out a candle for the BJP at this point in time, then they will have to do what Ravindra Jadeja did for the Chennai Super Kings in that last over, striking 37 runs. Now, they will have to, in the next 4 or 5 phases, make up in such a way that they'll have to try and gain about 60-70 seats to get closer. That is something which is going to be very, very tough. Let's quickly go across to Deepa Balakrishnan joining us from the DMK office outside in Chennai. Deepa, the Election Commission has said no celebrations, but there are celebrations happening.
Well, yes, no celebrations was the diktat, but you are seeing that people have started gathering here at the DMK office. They were earlier on the streets, a few of them, but the police right now has sent them into the office premises to ensure that people are contained, the crowd is contained within the office instead of spilling out onto the streets and causing a public law and order issue. We are seeing, but of course this crowd is really nothing compared to what we usually see during victory processions, etc. So this is a crowd that's already come out with their flag, waving their flags. Of course, it's still early, early rounds of early news really from on what exactly the DMK, where exactly the DMK is as far as the tally is concerned. But they have definite leads in many areas, many regions, especially the southern Tamil Nadu and the Kaveri Delta region, where they've made big gains in this election, and we are seeing that celebrations have sparked off. We've seen over the last 2 hours some of the top leaders of the DMK going into Stalin's house for consultations and, of course, tracking minute by minute the counting process that's been happening. Chennai, for instance, is one place where the DMK has made massive gains, almost 15 out of 16 seats in Chennai city alone, where the DMK has managed to get good results, across the city, across the metro. And what we are seeing, some amount of cracker bursting, which again was banned. Remember, cracker bursting that has happened. People coming out, pictures of Stalin. Remember, he's been CM in waiting nearly for 10 years now. That's what has always been talked about. And we are seeing people coming out with their support for Stalin and showing it here.
Well, we'll have to see if the top leadership does also issue a kind of a note to all the cadre to say to stay indoors and not to come out, because the Election Commission has taken some serious cognizance of these violations that have happened. Thank you for your inputs, Deepa Balakrishnan. Quickly going across to the
what they were saying was Talabadi Varga, which means Talabadi is the lieutenant, is the right-hand man. For the longest time, Stalin was referred to as Talabadi, and Karunanidhi, his father, was referred to as Talaivar. But in this election, and if he becomes chief minister, I think he can now shed the tag of Talabadi. Talabadi has become Talaivar.
Talabadi becomes Talaivar, but more importantly, it's Stalin versus
the personality
ADMK.
of MK Stalin, because that is going to be discussed now. He got 2019, right?
Yeah.
And now this election, and look at it. It's not close anymore. It's
143, 90. He still hasn't got to 150, 160 as was expected. Look, he's not like his father. He's not a great orator. He doesn't enthrall crowds. But one thing that he has going for him, he's a great administrator. Bureaucrats who have worked with him when he was Chennai mayor, when he was deputy chief minister, have all had nice things to say, because he listens, B, he's very clear in his understanding, in his thinking. So he's a good administrator. I think one good thing that has happened between EPS and Stalin now, if this is going to be the defining political rivalry for the next, let's say, generation, both of them seem to have their administrative chops. So I think that will be a good thing for the state of Tamil Nadu. I think that will be the way in which the politics of the state will progress. I also want to put one important word. I think the fact that the ADMK is at 79, almost 80 seats means that this party will not collapse, it will not crumble. I think Edappadi will continue to maintain huge amounts of influence within this party, and I think it will continue to be DMK versus ADMK by and large in this state. I think that Dravidian politics, or at least the fulcrum of these two Dravidian parties being the main parties in the state, will continue.
Well, Stalin also has some strong lieutenants. He also has a team which works very strongly. Sabarisan is there. There is Udayanidhi Stalin connecting with the youth. There is Dayanidhi Maran, and there is Kannimuri, and Andimuthu Raja and A. Raja. So there are a lot of people who are there working. Let's go quickly across to Hyderabad. Live Results Hub. Ilmas is with us. Ilmas, I know things are picking up. How many rounds in Bengal? And how many tight fights? Because that's the story everybody wants to understand. Is the Trinamool now set to continue to hold on to this lead?
Anand is getting hotter here in Hyderabad. You see, even I have lost my jacket now. Because 6 rounds on, TMC has crossed 207. BJP has come down. It's actually 208. BJP has come down to 80 and Morcha's on 2. It's a lead for BJP. Coming to 80 is also a lead for BJP. They've gained ground. But you have to look at these figures. 208. Amit Shah coming to Bengal repeatedly saying, BJP leadership saying that we'll cross the 200 mark. The is bar 200 par, but it looks like TMC has got that 200 par this thing. And I'm going to give you one update on Nandigram, where from the morning Mamta Banerjee was trailing, but right now in Nandigram, Subhendu Adhikari is trailing, and Mamta Banerjee is leading. We don't know exactly by how many votes. There's still some confusion about how many votes, but the latest update is Mamta Banerjee is right now leading in Nandigram. It looks like that the wind is blowing in the favor of TMC in Calcutta. We've seen the visuals. Not a visual that we want to see in a state that's under partial lockdown. People are out there, people are celebrating, something they should not be doing in the COVID times since there's a partial lockdown. But as far as the mandate is here, 208 for TMC speaks a lot, because the entire BJP leadership, the entire central leadership was here. They were claiming they had come down time and again. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, was here. In the last 1 month of election, he was here for more than 5 times. And one little thing that we've just got to know, that Akhilesh Jadhav, he has made a tweet, and the tweet, there's an irony, there's a humor in the tweet. He says, Jio Didi, somehow contradicting Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Didi Jive, where he had gone Didi Didi tweet, the Didi Didi slogan that he had come up with.
Right. Now, Ilmas, if you can check with the Bengal desk, if you can check with the Bengal desk, how many rounds of counting are done, Ilmas? How many rounds of counting in Bengal are over? How many more rounds to go?
Bengal desk. Yeah. How many rounds have we gone in for, sir, right now?
Right now, 4 or 5 rounds has completed. Maybe
5 complete rounds.
Yeah.
So only
कुछ स्थान पे लगभग 6 से 7 राउंड हो चुके हैं.
So it's about 5 rounds.
टोटल कितने राउंड्स है बंगाल में? जरा पूछिए, एक बार पूछिए उनसे कि टोटल कितने राउंड्स है बंगाल में?
How many rounds? Total कितना rounds है इस बार?
लगभग 12 rounds to 15 rounds कुछ जगह पे.
12 से 15 ये कोविड प्रोटोकॉल के लिए.
Yeah. COVID protocol.
So about 12 to 15 rounds,
to 15
not even
rounds.
on the halfway mark.
So
about
5 to 7, some places 7 rounds, maximum 5 rounds, but not yet the halfway mark. 12 to 15 rounds in Bengal is what is expected. But this lead that the Trinamool has opened up is not going to be anything for anybody to bridge. It just looks like they are well on course to come back to power
is now
very
saying
strongly.
that on several seats they have started trailing by, even if it's small, but those are the seats coming from their stronghold.
Yeah.
Which means it's only going
11% vote share difference would indicate a sort of a massive win.
So
and
it's
this is
essentially what some pollsters had suggested, that it would be a 2-horse race, which means it will go, the winner takes it all.
You know, again, I come back to the exit pollsters. Even today's Chanakya did not give this number. And frankly, I was in constant touch with a very, very, very senior TMC leader, very close to Mamta Banerjee. His upper figure was 190. Nobody said 208. None of the TMC leaders said we'll hit 200. But to do this, I think phenomenal.
See,
I mean, give credit where credit is
interesting. Both the BJP and the Trinamool, their top number was 190.
Was 190.
So, and one of the pollsters, if I remember the poll of polls, had said 191 for the Trinamool
But
Congress.
that was Chanakya.
So everybody, nobody gave them 200, but they are way past the 200 mark at this point, just 3 short of their last time number. Let's go across to Jude Sanit, moving away from Bengal to Tamil Nadu, and to the person who's leading from Coimbatore South. Jude, you are right outside Kamal Hassan's residence?
Well, we've moved locations from Kamal Hassan's residence to the Loyola College Counting Centre, where a large chunk of the votes are being counted. In fact, remember, the DMK really sweeping that vote. But speaking of Kamal Hassan itself, after a bit of a neck-and-neck battle in Coimbatore, it seems like the Eminem chief actor and electoral debutant has managed to, consolidate a bit of a lead for himself. Remember, he picked Coimbatore South simply because it was a Congress versus BJP contest until he entered the fray. It seemed like easy pickings for him, but it is still very much neck and neck. Remember, both the DMK candidate, the Congress candidate, the BJP's, Vanati Srinivasan and Kamal Hassan have really been in a tight race of sorts. Only time will tell as to who emerges, the victor. But right about now, Kamal Hassan maintaining that slender lead in Coimbatore South. The Eminem's show all seems to be a one-man performance, at least as far as electoral trends go.
Well, what's the situation at the counting sector where you are? How many rounds of counting are through? And it looks like the DMK is going to dominate Chennai.
Well, absolutely, that's what we're picking up from the ground here. Even as I bring you this live report, we're told that 6 rounds of counting in most of the urban seats are complete. And remember, this is something we've been reporting to you from the time the campaign began for this all-important assembly election. The DMK's big strength is the urban vote bank, and seemingly enough, the party has really lived up to the hype and expectation that it had as far as Chennai's 16 constituencies are concerned. Despite the BJP leading from Chennai Harbour in early trends, the DMK, it seems, has consolidated and managed to, make its lead as far as Chennai is concerned very, very well sorted. Even as I speak, all constituencies from, the likes of Ananagar, Egmo, Thousand Lights sees Kushbu trailing and Dr. Erilan, the DMK candidate, leading by a considerable margin. From, Mylapore, which was, remember, an AIA DMK stronghold, former Commissioner Natraj is the sitting MLA. He's been trailing. RK Nagar, which Jayalalitha won from, remember, and was a sitting MLA until her death, is also now seeing a DMK lead. So 16 constituencies, the DMK seems like it's all set to walk away with.
Just moving away from the election coverage to another update which Maria Shakil has from the Prime Minister's office. Yes, Maria.
Yes, so what sources in the Prime Minister's office are telling us is that the Prime Minister has just reviewed a matter of augmenting human resources for effective management of COVID-19 in this meeting. Several steps were taken, particularly to incentivize students and pass-outs of medical and nursing courses to join COVID duty, and details of which will be coming out. Decisions may include delaying NEET and incentivizing MBBS pass-out studying for it to join COVID duty. All this decision has been taken because at right now there is augmentation of manpower and human resources is certainly a big challenge for the government, and that decision is likely is what we are being told by top government sources. The decision may also include utilizing services of final year MBBS and nursing students in COVID duty is what sources in the government are telling us. And of course, this is coming in the backdrop of all the decisions that have been taken, particularly in the context of how the oxygen supply across the country has to be streamlined. So big challenge, of course, before the government, even as we look at those numbers coming in from multiple states.
In terms of the manpower, this is something which Dr. Devi Shetty had also appealed, saying that let's consider. So the final year students of medical services will be considered, and there is also an incentive that those who volunteer or step up for COVID duty will also be considered for government services going forward, and there will also be a financial incentive that will be given to those who come in. So this is to try and augment the ground force and the workforce which is there as far as the frontline warriors or the medical staff which is there, and this comes at a critical time because there was a flag off which said that given the total number of the exposure that our medical workers, our COVID warriors, our doctors, medical staff are getting, there will be a time that you may not have, you will have a paucity in numbers because a lot of them may contract the virus. And that's the reason why, to augment and the need which is there, where we saw even at the Dhanvantri Hospital in Ahmedabad, it is a naval staff of 76 people who had gone there because there were not enough medical personnel. So for that, this is going to happen, and NEET exams may also be postponed. Those who have passed the MBBS exam studying for NEET, they will also be encouraged to join up for COVID duty, Maria. This is important.
Yes. So
And,
what sources are saying is that there has been decision that has been taken and that announcement is going to be made. This is of course in the context of decision being taken to increase capacity, and that
Right.
includes NEET and incentivizing MBBS pass outs so that they can join COVID duty immediately, because several COVID hospitals are being set up across the country, and for that these students will be made use of.
Well, on that note, we're going to take a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Continuous coverage here as we track the results from the 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Stay with us here on CNN News 18. Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal. She's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
ही बहुत बड़ी होती है, और अगर उनके ऊपर पैसे की मार ऊपर से पड़ जाए तो फिर इंसान या तो सुसाइड के लिए सोचता है या कुछ गलत कदम के लिए सोचता है। बहुत निगेटिव हो जाता है समाज को लेकर के। तो ये निगेटिविटी से भी बचाना था और सेवा करनी थी, और मुझे कुछ ऐसा करना था कि हजारों लोगों के आंसू जो है मैं पोंछ सकूं एक अपनी छोटी सी सेवा के तहत।
तो ये बताइए वर्षा कि आपने परिवारों की बात की, आपको डर नहीं लगता, आपके परिवार को डर नहीं लगता? आखिरकार आप जा रही हैं कोविड हॉस्पिटल्स और कोविड वार्ड्स के बाहर, जिन बॉडीज से आप डील कर रहे हैं, जिनको हैंडल कर रहे हैं, वो कोविड पॉजिटिव है।
डर नहीं लगता है, और दिन पर दिन जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ मैं और भी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हो रही हूँ। मेरा डर अगर कहीं 10% या 5% जो रहा होगा, अब तो वो भी मर गया है। देखिए, जब आप इस तरह का कुछ काम कर रहे हैं और आपकी फैमिली आपको सपोर्ट कर रही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर कोई भी ताकत आपको कोई भी बड़े से बड़ा कार्य करने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग, आप तो बहुत लोगों के साथ, बहुत आपने डेड बॉडीज फेरी की होंगी, आपके लिए सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग मोमेंट कौन सा होता है?
बिल्कुल, मेरी बेटी हाई स्कूल में है, और इतनी बड़ी बेटी का मैं जब एक क्रिमेशन के लिए लेकर के जा रही थी, उस दिन मुझे सारी रात नींद नहीं आई थी। और ऐसे कई सारे परिवार हैं जिन्होंने 5 में से 3 लोगों को एक साथ खोया या एक दिन के गैप पे खोया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बताती हूँ। मैं राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाहर अपनी तख्ती लेकर के बैठी थी कि मुफ्त निःशुल्क सेवा के वाहन के लिए। वहाँ पे एक 22 साल का लगभग लड़का आता है मेरे पास, और वो मुझसे कहता है कि सुनो, आप ऐसा ऐसा काम करते हैं।
Welcome back. It's 1:30 p.m. and the verdict is very, very clear. Kerala has gone all the way to Pinarayi Vijayan. Here's the leaderboard. Pinarayi Vijayan with 96, LDF with 96, UDF with 43. Assam has voted again. The BJP with Sarbanand Sonowal at 75. Mamata Banerjee in the leader's position clearly here with 208 leads, and BJP at 79. Tamil Nadu all the way for the DMK 144 and AIA DMK at 89. This is how it looks like at 1:30. And of course, as far as Bengal is concerned, what we are being told is also there are several rounds that are left. But Zaka, he's joining us right here on the magic wall. Zaka, when we look at the numbers now of Tamil Nadu, 144, and the AIADMK is slipping. They were at 105, but the leads that are getting converted into seats, they are below 90
So
now.
this is really very, very similar to the 2016 assembly election results, except the opposite, that DMK is at 144. Last time ADMK was at 136, and ADMK is at 89. Last time DMK was at 90 odd. And I think it's a very clear picture in Tamil Nadu. A, it's an anti-incumbency vote, and B, in the strongholds, in the traditional strongholds that the DMK has, which is in Chennai city, for example, they've swept out of the 30 seats there. The ADMK has only 2. The DMK is leading in 28 of those seats. The DMK has also made significant inroads into the Madurai, Theni, Dindigul belt, the southern belt of the AIADMK. Where the AIADMK has done well is in these 2 places. This is west and northwest of the state. In the west, which is Coimbatore, Erode, Salem, that belt from where the Chief Minister hails, they've managed to win a substantial number of seats there. And also in the northwest belt, this is Krishnagiri, Dharmapuri, bordering Karnataka on the way to Bangalore, they've won a bunch of seats there as well. So one-year quota seems to have, worked for the AIADMK, and plus the stronghold of Western Tamil Nadu, the Kongu belt as it's called, has worked for the AIADMK. But otherwise, the rest of the state is just DMK all the way.
And these are the key race alert that is coming in. The man of the moment here clearly, MK Stalin, has taken a massive lead at Kolathur. That's his constituency. And then his son, there is a sunrise that is also evident now in Tamil Nadu. Here is also the other player, Kamal Hassan. He may have been a leading star, but as far as his political stars are concerned, they will have to wait for much longer perhaps in these elections as well. Key race alert also coming in. TTV Dinakaran trailing. This is from Kovilpatti constituency. Zaka, as far as politics in the state is concerned, the leadership is settled between within AIADMK. What happens now to TTV Dinakaran and Sasikala?
No, so which is why I said, the verdict, this one is a good one for the AIADMK, because look, the AIADMK party itself has got 78 seats, and a bulk of them are coming in this belt. This is the Chief Minister's belt. I keep saying, Sasikala and Dinakaran are in this belt. They haven't won as many seats here. This is all DMK. This belt, the western belt, is where the Chief Minister hails from. So the ADMK getting 78 seats, bulk of them from this belt, will make sure that Edapadi's position is further consolidated. OPS has won, but barely by the skin of his teeth. So he will have to listen to Edapadi's diktat, as it were. He will have to be sort of subservient, if you will, to Edapadi being the primary leader. And also the influence that Shashikala and TTV had in this belt will be further reduced, because the ADMK's bulk support is not coming from that belt. It's not coming from the Tevur belt. It's in fact coming from the Kongu belt. And I think Edapadi has managed to consolidate that. So what you're going to see over the next 5 years, one big fear for ADMK men was that if they do badly, then they're all looking at what is happening in Bengal. In Bengal, one thing very clearly has happened. The left, which used to be the opposition for the last 10 years, has now been completely displaced by the BJP. The BJP has stepped into the opposition space. Here in Tamil Nadu, the big fear of the AIADMK was the BJP will take their political space and the AIADMK as a party will collapse if it doesn't do well. With 78 seats, one thing is guaranteed, the AIADMK will survive for another 5 years.
And look at the numbers now coming in of Bengal. It's 209 out of 209 for the Trinamool Congress, because these are 2 constituencies which were countermand. So those constituencies did not count votes. So TMC taking a lead in 209 constituencies. Mamata Banerjee herself is now leading in Nandigram, a significant lead that she has taken towards the 6th and the 7th phase. Her challenger, Shuvendu Adhikari, is now trailing. This is of course the most important and high profile battle in Nandigram there. Now BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee, contesting from Chinchura, is now trailing. She was earlier leading in the initial trends, and now Babul Supriyo trailing from Toliganj, important constituency there. So all these key faces of the BJP trailing is what the clarity is. Swapan Das Gupta, Member of Parliament who quit his Rajya Sabha seat, contested from Tarakeshwar, is trailing as well. So these faces of the BJP, including the turncoats, are trailing is evident. The first win now coming in from the state of West Bengal. The leads have started converting into win, and this is the constituency. We'll try and put that on the big wall here, the first win that is coming from the state of West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee at 209, the leads that is similar to what she got in 2016. The BJP at 78. The first lead that is coming is for the Trinamool Congress. They have won North 24 Parganas, that specific constituency. Which is that constituency, Zaka?
No, the results don't show up here, but I'll tell you what. I mean, look at the map of Bengal, and essentially what has happened is, look at this number, the 75 seats gain that the BJP has had, 74 seats loss the left front has had. So basically, the entire losses of the left have gone as gains for the BJP. 209, because two constituencies, we don't have the results, the candidates died there, so there'll have to be a repoll there. But 209 basically means that Mamata Banerjee has won every single one of those seats that she won in 2016. She's retained every single one of those seats and then some more, because now there is a gain of 1 seat. So effectively, instead of 211, she will get 212 seats if the result freezes like this as far as Bengal is concerned. This is a phenomenal performance. This is the kind of mandate that, you know, governments get in the first term or in the second term. But to get a third term mandate, which is, from the looks of it, going to be her biggest mandate, then certainly she has done something right. And certainly, you know, the only thing, like I said, that has happened in Bengal is, instead of the left being the principal opposition, the BJP is now occupying that space. The ruling party will continue to be Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress.
And this is a pro-incumbency vote.
Yes.
A vote for Mamata Banerjee as she returns, and BJP's gain is only at the cost of the left. Mamata Banerjee retains it and consolidates.
Absolutely, and then some more. Like I said, you know, 211 when she won last time, people were saying this is an incredible mandate. It was, you know, not just the vote against the left, but also the fact that she has done good work. But this, to take on the might of the BJP and to take on the erstwhile left and still maintain your seat share and in fact go one up on that, is a phenomenal achievement. I just want to, you know, bring in a couple of filters to give you a sense of how the BJP has, you know, let go of what seemed to have been an opportunity. The Jungle Mahal belt, which is Bankura, Purulia constituencies bordering Bihar, 41 seats there in phases 1 and 2. The TMC won 26 of those seats. The BJP won only 13. This you compare to 2019 Lok Sabha, a lot more saffron. Look at this, a lot more saffron. It was 30 to the BJP out of the 40 seats, only 10 to the Trinamool. That situation has completely flipped in Jungle Mahal. And usually what we see in elections is, when the first phase starts voting a particular way, by the time you move up, by the time you get into other constituencies, people get a sense of which way the wind is blowing. So nobody wants to vote or seem to be voting for a loser party or a losing party. In this case, I think once that trend got fixed in the first couple of phases, that in Jungle Mahal, the TMC is doing well, that kind of spread to the other parts of the state as well.
And now news coming in that the BJP has won Siliguri in Darjeeling. So this is the first seat being converted for the BJP. Of course, the second win that has come now being announced by the Election Commission. The first seat going to the Trinamool Congress in North 24 Parganas, and now the BJP winning Siliguri in Darjeeling. The larger trend, the larger picture has emerged even as we look at it. It's 1:40 p.m. now, that the BJP is at 77. These are leads that we are looking at. The Trinamool Congress at 210. And what is evident, as Zaka was pointing out also on the magic wall, is that the elections did not shift from one phase to another. It was a constant search for the Trinamool Congress from phase 1 till phase 8. Zaka, just break it down for us phase-wise, how it looked.
I'm just trying to get the constituencies that have been declared so far. 105 in North 24 Parganas, 104 in North 24 Parganas, which Nayahati is the constituency that seems to have gone to the Trinamool Congress. But phase-wise, let's just break it up phase-wise. You know, the conventional wisdom was in the first 4 phases, the BJP will do well because the voter turnout was much higher. It was hard fought, and these were areas where the BJP did well in the 2019 Lok Sabha. Unfortunately for the BJP, in these first 4 phases, they did not perform as well as they thought they will. In fact, take a look at this. Out of the 135 seats in these 4 phases, it's the TMC at 100 seats. The BJP won just 32 in these first 4 phases. So by the time this consolidated in favor of the Trinamool, then the BJP had so much more, catching up to do, as it were. So if you look at phases 5, 7, 6 and 8, even though the BJP did better, it was not enough. From 30, they went up to 45, but the Trinamool had built up momentum so much that they reached 110 out of those remaining 160 seats. So clearly the momentum had built up here in the Jungle Mahal area, in Midnapur, in South and North 24 Parganas, that by the time it got to Malda, Murshidabad and Nadia, etc., towards the end final phases, the wind had already blown in the direction of the TMC. The numbers were settled in their favor. That's why this victory has been quite overwhelming. This is a phenomenal. If these trends hold, if Mamata Banerjee comes back with 210 plus 1, plus another 2 that have not been declared, so 213 seats, then that is a phenomenal performance that any chief minister in the history of Indian politics, like I said, in recent memory, only Sheila Dikshit has had 3 consecutive terms on the bounce, and that too in a small state like Delhi. But in a big state, to have 3 consecutive terms is a phenomenal achievement, no doubt about it.
And the only woman chief minister.
And the only woman chief minister in the country.
And the only woman chief minister who has been saying relentlessly that she is taking on the might of the BJP, the central government and the central machinery as well. And here is Mamata Banerjee all set to return with 210 plus is what the leads are suggesting. 2 seats that have been announced by the Election Commission so far. But if these leads hold, then building up to 2024, the big battle for Lok Sabha, Mamata Banerjee clearly will now be eyeing Delhi. She would be saying that she is now the fulcrum of opposition unity because it is also a massive state. The state of West Bengal sends 42 Lok Sabha MPs. And Zaka, let's shift focus now to Kerala. 97 seats for the LDF. Again, a big thumbs up for Pinarayi Vijayan.
Oh, absolutely. Inching closer to that 100 mark. Again, this is an endorsement of a leader. The left last time around had 91. This time they have 97. And they are sweeping not just their own strongholds, but they're sweeping into the citadels of the Congress as well. Take a look at, this constituency. Now Jose K. Mani is leading back again. But essentially, we're looking at the left dominating so much. It has dominated the southern part of the state where the Hindus are in a majority. It is dominating in the central part of the state. Very few blue blotches here. This is the Christian heartland. And it is dominant here in the northern part of the state in Malabar. This is Kozhikode, Talasheri, Malappuram, that belt where the IUML used to be the fortress of the Muslim League. The left has completely breached that. The one lead for the BJP right now, I think, is Palakkad, where E. Sridharan is contesting. That's right. In Palakkad, that's the lone BJP lead right now. But this is a phenomenal performance by Pinarayi Vijayan, first chief minister since the 1970s to be voted back, and certainly the first chief minister to get a bigger mandate in the second election than in the first. So clearly, Kerala has voted for what I would call the strongman politics of Pinarayi Vijayan.
Yes, and let me go straight to Hyderabad now, our result hub, where Ilmas is joining us. Ilmas, these are 210 seats that we are looking at in West Bengal. Before I shift focus to other states, give us a sense, Mamata Banerjee taking a lead in Nandigram. What is her vote margin now? And how many seats out of these 210 are in well above the 50% of the votes, more than the 50% of the votes?
See, Maria, right now, it looks like that the breeze in Bengal is green because, as you say, 210 for TMC, 77, BJP from 80 falling down to 77 and Morcha getting 2. I'm just going to quickly go over to our correspondent here who's going to tell us that what exactly is the lead, sir, that Mamata Banerjee has acquired in Nandigram.
अभी पे जो ट्रेंड्स है उसमें टीएमसी 211 पे है, जबकि बीजेपी जो 80-81 पे थी वो घट के 77 पे आ गई है।
नंदीग्राम में सर कितना लीड है?
नंदीग्राम में 5 राउंड की गिनती हो चुकी है, जिसके हमारे रिपोर्ट के अनुसार से ममता दीदी आगे चल रही है अभी।
पर अभी तक लीड कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
So the lead is still unclear. It's still unclear how much exactly lead is going on.
I'll be out by 2 o'clock.
But right now what we can just see is that there is a lead, subsequent lead that Mamata Banerjee has taken, and already two constituencies have declared wins. So Siliguri, which has been a red fort, which has been a red fort. Ashok Bhattacharya has held on to that even in 2011 when Mamata Banerjee was sweeping all of Bengal, when left was crumpling down. Ashok Bhattacharya had held that seat. But Shankar Ghosh of BJP, who was initially a prodigy of the left, initially a prodigy of Ashok Bhattacharya, he had joined BJP. He is now won that seat. And the other seat is Naihati, where TMC has clinched the victory. So 2 seats declared so far win, where more than 50% of the votes have gone on to one side. One is Siliguri, BJP winning that. CPM Garh, CPM Fort, CPM person coming down to BJP, winning it up. And as we speak, Malda, Sujanpur, Mohammad Abdul Ghani of TMC has won Malda. That's constituency number 53. District is Malda. Constituency is Sujapur. Over there, Mohammad Abdul Ghani of the TMC has won. So right now, 3 seats have been declared.
Yes.
2
for the
TMC has won.
And 1 for the BJP.
And 1
that
BJP has won.
That is Siliguri in Darjeeling. The BJP has won. 2 that the TMC has won. 1 is coming from Malda. The other one from 24 North Parganas. Go ahead, Ilmaz. What are you saying?
As I speak to you, Howrah, 1 more win coming in for TMC. Videsh Ranjan Bose of the TMC from Uluberia Purbo, 176 number constituency. He has won it. So that's 3-1. 3 for the TMC and 1 for the BJP. This is the mood in the election center. Wins coming, leads coming, everybody's on their toes. And that's why we say India's biggest news network, India's biggest news live result hub. And that's how we work.
I am going to come back to you, Elmas, as leads get converted into seats. And that is happening thick and, really quickly. That's happening there at our result hub in Hyderabad. Let me go straight to Payal Mehta, who's joining me live from Kolkata. Payal, at the BJP headquarters in Kolkata, what's the mood like? 76 now. They're below 80.
Well, the BJP headquarters in Kolkata is quite a calm atmosphere over here. I think the noise has really shifted to the TMC headquarters, given the fact that the results are pretty imminent. But let me just show you what's really happening. And I'm showing you these visuals. If I can ask Vijay Vikas to show, those are the scenes down the BJP headquarters as well. TMC supporters coming there in big numbers. Obviously trying to tease and poke fun at the BJP. We are doing this, from a floor above, because we obviously for COVID reasons do not want to be amidst the crowd. But that's the scene out here as well. TMC supporters coming here, shouting "Khala Hobe," holding the TMC flags over here, coming and teasing the BJP supporters. It's a situation over there. You can see the police is also trying to calm everybody down as well. The Election Commission has already issued strong guidelines saying that nobody should be violating the laws as far as COVID norms are concerned, but that has actually been taken for a toss over here, Maria.
Yes.
But yes, the BJP camp has a lot to introspect in terms of what really went against them as well, and why could they not really live up to the target. They set a target for themselves much before the TMC actually set up a target for themselves. They said up ki baar 200 par, but that looks actually a far from reality kind of a situation over here. So obviously leaders, only Hastings, a number of leaders are being present over here.
Yes, just outside Hastings, we saw those protests as well, Payal, when the first and the second list of candidates were announced. There were questions raised about why were the turncoats fielded, why did people who did not have ground experience fielded. Perhaps all those will be raised when the BJP does introspection. Payal, just hold on to your thoughts, because news just coming in, and opposition netas, leaders have started congratulating Mamata Banerjee, the lady of the moment. Arvind Kejriwal, Sharad Pawar, Akhilesh Yadav have all tweeted congratulating Mamata Banerjee. Sharad Pawar, NCP chief, saying landslide victory for Mamata. And then Arvind Kejriwal lauds the stupendous victory. It certainly is a massive victory, Zaka, 211 already.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you go back to the factors and see, the SC reserve seats, the Dalit seats that the BJP was really making a play for. Yes, they've gained 31 seats. The TMC, though, even in those constituencies, has 37 seats. So in the Matua sort of heartland around Thakur Nagar, yes, the BJP has done well. When you come down to South 24 Parganas, it's the TMC all the way. You go back and check the similar thing in Jungle Mahal with the ST reserve seats for the tribals. Again, the BJP was trying to make huge inroads there with the Vanvasi Kalyan ashrams and so on. Here again, the TMC, 11 of these 16 ST reserve seats, the TMC leading in, the BJP leading only in 5. So in Jungle Mahal, in a sense, the trend got set. And that has been carried through in the entire state. We also talked about Kolkata. Look at Kolkata. Out of the greater Kolkata seats, only 3 seats the BJP is leading in. The rest is just a wash in green. So which means even the Bhadralok vote, which people were talking about in the final few phases, the Bhadralok vote seems to be staying intact with the Trinamool.
So where has the BJP gained? It has come, of course, at the cost of the left, but
So
which other areas?
a big chunk happens to be in the central parts, which is Birbhum and Bardwan, and these were erstwhile left strongholds, places like Bolpur, etc., where the BJP has done relatively well, a whole clutch of seats that the BJP has managed to get here. And then towards the east, these are the seats that are bordering Bangladesh. This is Thakur Nagar. So a bit of the Matua consolidation has happened in this belt, not so much in the other neighboring districts of Nadia, Murshidabad, Malda, etc. But other than these two big blotches, and then of course in North Bengal, where in Cooch Behar, Alipurdwar, again, the Shiliguri belt, here they have done well as well, the BJP. So these are pockets where the BJP has done well, but the rest of the state, from Jungle Mahal to the Parganas to Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, go all the way up to Malda, Murshidabad, Dinajpur, all of that has been swept by the TMC. This is virtually a repeat of the 2016 verdict, exactly the same verdict, except replace BJP with left, and TMC is exactly the same thing. So, in fact, in 2016, it was TMC 211, left 76, and then the others. Now, instead of left, just say BJP, it's the exact repeat of the 2011 verdict.
And rightly so. There are a lot of congratulatory messages going to Mamata Banerjee even as we speak. Top leaders, top opposition leaders, of course, calling her up, tweeting, saying that this has been a stupendous victory. Mamata Banerjee is TMC at 211. This is a pro-incumbency vote because she had made it about herself, that this was a Mamata Banerjee election where she had said that this will be a vote for her and against the BJP. Now, the BJP at 76, these are leads. They are below 80 now, TMC at 211. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on CNN News 18.
Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still zero.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal, she's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
हजारों लोगों के आंसू जो है मैं पोंछ सकूं एक अपनी छोटी सी सेवा के तहत।
तो ये बताइए वर्षा कि आपने परिवारों की बात की, आपको डर नहीं लगता, आपके परिवार को डर नहीं लगता? आखिरकार आप जा रही हैं कोविड हॉस्पिटल्स और कोविड वार्ड्स के बाहर, जिन बॉडीज से आप डील कर रहे हैं, जिनको हैंडल कर रहे हैं, वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हैं।
डर नहीं लगता है और दिन पर दिन जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ मैं और भी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हो रही हूँ। मेरा डर अगर कहीं 10% या 5% जो रहा होगा अब तो वो भी मर गया है। देखिए, जब आप इस तरह का कुछ काम कर रहे हैं और आपकी फैमिली आपका सपोर्ट कर रही है तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर कोई भी ताकत आपको कोई भी बड़े से बड़ा कार्य करने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग, आप तो बहुत लोगों के साथ बहुत आपने डेड बॉडीज फेरी की होंगी, आपके लिए सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग मोमेंट कौन सा होता है?
बिल्कुल, मेरी बेटी हाई स्कूल में है और इतनी बड़ी बेटी का मैं जब एक क्रिमेशन के लिए लेकर के जा रही थी उस दिन मुझे सारी रात नींद नहीं आई थी। और ऐसे कई सारे परिवार हैं जिन्होंने 5 में से 3 लोगों को एक साथ खोया या एक दिन के गैप पे खोया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बताती हूँ। मैं राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाहर अपनी तख्ती लेकर के बैठी थी कि मुफ्त निःशुल्क सेवा के वाहन के लिए। वहाँ पे एक 22 साल का लगभग लड़का आता है मेरे पास और वो मुझसे कहता है कि सुनो आप ऐसा ऐसा काम करती हैं। तो मैंने बोला हाँ। उसने बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर पड़ा है कि वो हार्ड लैंग्वेज बोल रहा था और काफी मुझे लग रहा है शायद वो दिल्ली साइड का था। उसने बहुत रूड सा मुझसे बोला मेरा बाप अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए। मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए।
everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta, and what a day it has been. In as many as 3 states, incumbent governments are coming back to power, and how. This is the emergence of strong state leaders who can hold their own against the onslaught of the election machinery of the BJP. And most of these wins will be looked as strong wins for regional satraps of non-BJP tribe. It's not that it's all gloom and doom, of course, for the BJP. They're also expected to storm back to power in Assam for the first time for a non-Congress government to do so. I'm Shivani Gupta. First up at 2 p.m. Let's take a quick check at the big takeaways we're tracking. So, of course, the headline is being made by the TMC in West Bengal. It is above the 200 mark as far as leads as we speak right now are concerned. Nobody really could have imagined this, and given the fact that they were about 211, 12 in 2016, to hold on to 200 plus is as big as it gets. This is going to be the 3rd consecutive term for Mamata Banerjee, and definitely catapulting her to the numero uno slot as far as opposition leaders are concerned. The BJP has also made big gains as far as West Bengal is concerned, but they're hovering below the 100 mark. So even though from 3 seats, of course, it's a massive rise, they will perhaps not be happy because their projections and their expectations were much, much larger. But what has perhaps helped the TMC is the fact that the Congress and the left have been completely decimated, and all of it seems to have gone to the TMC's kitty. Let's also look at MK Stalin of the DMK. Expected to storm into power in Tamil Nadu after 2 terms of the AIA-DMK, but here it is not as big a runaway victory as many were projecting. The numbers still continue to be closer than what was being said. Certainly not a massive wave election for them, but they are definitely comfortable as we speak. In Kerala, LDF is creating history. Pinarayi Vijayan is set to return as the Chief Minister for a 2nd consecutive term. Remember, in Kerala, this has not happened in 4 decades that a government has been elected back to power. So he is, of course, the other regional satrap who has really, who can say now that they can hold their own very much. In this case, of course, the principal opposition was the Congress-led UDF, which has also got decimated just 2 years after big gains in 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And Assam has voted for the BJP again. As I mentioned, this is the brightest spot for the BJP right now. They're looking set to come to power for the first time in an alliance in Puducherry. But here in Assam, it's a decisive vote for the BJP. And here the collapse of the Congress-led alliance is perhaps going to be the biggest setback as far as the Congress is concerned. We're going to look at all of this very, very closely. Let me first go across to my colleague Neetu, who's joining us. So Neetu, what are the reactions you're getting from the LDF? You know, to come back to power in Kerala for a 2nd consecutive term is something that hasn't happened in 4 decades.
Pinarayi Vijayan-led LDF has created history. In over 4 decades, no government has come back to power in the state of Kerala. Kerala had always alternated between the LDF and the UDF. And not just in coming back to power. In 90 plus seats, last time they had a majority of 91. After ruling for 5 years, it's again 90 plus seats. And Congress has gone back. 47 seats is Congress-led UDF, which they had got last time. But they have gone down even from that number. Now, even for the BJP, there were high hopes. They were talking about 3 to 5 seats in which they had high hopes. But even in Nemam right now, which is they are sitting the only constituency in Nemam, there also the LDF candidate is leading at the moment. In constituencies like Karakoram, where Shobha Surendran was contesting, they had high hopes, but it was. But it just shows that at the moment more than 15,000 is the margin for Devasam Minister Kadagambally Surendran. This becomes all the more important because the BJP and the Congress is trying the Sabrimala pitch there, because Kadagambally Surendran was the Devasam Minister, and Shobha Surendran during her campaign tried to bring in all this, the Sabrimala issue. And shows that the Sabrimala issue or the gold smuggling case or the corruption allegations did not have much of an impact on the people of Kerala.
Corruption charges that Pinarayi Vijayan faced, it was right at his doorstep, if not on him directly. this election result, of course, if the leads hold, as you were very rightly pointing out, Neetu, to come back with slightly more seats than you won in 2016 in a state like Kerala where no government gets a repeat term at least in 40 years, this is largely because of Pinarayi Vijayan's stature. You know, his stature currently is bigger than the party.
Yes, that's correct. The stature of Pinarayi Vijayan, a leader who leads through all the crises. That is how he has been projected. Now, Kerala has seen unprecedented crises in these past 5 years. Be it the 2018 floods, the floods of the century, the 2019 floods, the Oki, Nipah, and now the state is reeling through the COVID crisis. All through this, the welfare measures, including for providing ration at home, community kitchens for those who the lockdown was announced. Kerala announced the lockdown even before the central government had announced throughout the country. But what they did was they provided community kitchens in each ward so that people should not go hungry. Food was provided at the doorsteps of the people, the welfare pension. So when we speak to many on the ground, this is something which resonated with the people, and where they said that through all these crises, here is a man that has led us through. Even the health department, we know that international, KK Shailaja had won international accolades for the way she handled the COVID crisis as well as the Nipah crisis. So that is something that
But what about the Congress, Neetu? I mean, the Congress-led UDF did so well when it came just 2 years ago in the 2019 elections, and it's almost as if they're nowhere to stand really as far as those election result projections are concerned. And they've not been able to make any gains at all, despite Rahul Gandhi, an MP from Kerala, focusing so much on the election campaign here.
The Congress is the biggest losers when it comes to Kerala in this election, because we have less number of seats compared to last term. And traditionally, according to the tradition, they should have come back to power at this time, but that did not happen. And in 2019 elections, they won 19 out of the 20 seats. At that time, there was a huge Rahul wave that had happened in the state also, apart from Sabrimala. But what we have been saying right from the beginning is that in Kerala, one issue that is not at the heart of elections for more than one election. It won't be there at the heart of elections for multiple elections. So Sabrimala had been used during the 2019 elections. The Congress tried to bring it back into the forefront even this time. But that we can see that did not really have any impact. In Pathanamthitta, all assembly constituencies at
Neetu,
the moment...
we'll leave it at that. Thanks a lot for joining us. Just to put this into perspective, we'll keep tracking more of the responses coming in from Kerala and all sides. Let's go across to my colleague Ilma is also joining us from our Result Day hub in Hyderabad. What are the big trends that are emerging as far as Kerala are concerned? One thing that I am also noticing, Ilmaz, is that the decision to drop several sitting candidates for a reason, of course, of their policy of only allowing 2 consecutive terms and other reasons, that is working for the CPM.
See, I'm going to tell you some real-time updates that we are getting here. Right now, the winning tally for TMC seems like it's growing. We only have 2 candidates from BJP who have won. We've got Darjeeling, Siliguri, Shankar Ghosh who has won. It was a red fort that has gone on to BJP. And we've got West Bardhaman, Kulti that BJP has won. And if I see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. 7 seats, West Bardhaman, Bankura, Howrah. Bankura and Howrah was supposed to be a BJP-influenced state district after the 2019 Lok Sabha election. There we are seeing TMC has won. Barbani, Raipur, Taldangra, Shibpur, Uluberia, Sujapur and Noihati has gone on to the TMC. The green breeze in Bengal is getting stronger. If I look at the leading tally right now, out of 292, 210 is on TMC. BJP coming down from 80 to 78, Morcha sticking to 2. Looks like it is going to be a green wave in Bengal. Looks like the slogan that Mamata Banerjee has raised, that Bangla Nijer Meke Chai, that Bengal wants its own daughter. Maybe, I'm going to say again, it's just trends. 5 or 6 rounds have been polled. Counting will actually be going on till 12 or 15 rounds. Too early to say what's going to happen, but looking at the trends, looks like Bengal really wants his daughter back. But is it going to happen? Too early to say.
All right, we're also getting one alert that Manoj Tiwari, former cricketer who fought from the TMC, has actually won. These are some of the early results that are being called. And remember, some of the trends that are emerging from Bengal, as my colleague Ilmaz was also talking about, show that it's not just a victory and a vote back for the TMC. It's an absolute referendum in favor of the TMC, because they were the ones who were against all odds of anti-incumbency and other issues of desertion by several party leaders, etc., of injury to Mamata Banerjee, and of course she being the biggest, campaigner for the party, was still, especially towards the end of the election, especially towards the 6th, 7th, 8th phase of the election, were insisting they're going to come back with a clear majority, a 2/3 majority, and also over 200 seats. That's also a claim that the BJP made, but of course the numbers are there for see. And now it is beyond 2 p.m. even though the election result counting process is a little slower. And of course there are some rounds to go. The trends clearly indicate that this is very much in the TMC's kitty. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what about Nandigram also. Let me go back across to Ilmaz. Anything more that you can tell us about the latest numbers from Nandigram? Because initially Mamata Banerjee was trailing, then she was leading again. What are the latest numbers saying?
Well, Nandigram is a hot seat, because Nandigram, there you've got the Chief Minister. She had been there in Nandigram. She was there and she announced it on the spot that I'm fighting from Nandigram. And she has Suvendu Adhikari, her prodigy. Suvendu, the same guy who had actually helped her in 2011 contesting against her. Now, if I look at the Nandigram figures over here, Mamata Banerjee is definitely leading. She was trailing in the first 2 rounds. She was trailing in the postal votes. But now we have about six rounds have been counted over here. And Nandigram, Mamata Banerjee is leading. We still don't have the figures. We still don't have the lead number. We still don't know what the margin is. But what we can see for the last 1 hour, last 1.5 hours, Mamata Banerjee has maintained that lead. She has been saying this. We have heard her. She has been saying this. It was here in Nandigram that she got injured. Then that epic visual of Mamata Banerjee sitting on the wheelchair. We've seen that visual. She's used it in this election. She's used that visual in this election. Wherever she's gone, she's been on that wheelchair. Now in Nandigram, she has been saying that this is where I have come up from. This is my core place. I won in 2011 because of Nandigram, and looks like till now Nandigram is going for Mamata Banerjee's favor. That's what it looks like.
Okay. We're going to be joined by a guest from the CPM that is storming back into power in Kerala. So I just want to focus a little bit on Kerala once again. As it stands, by the numbers that our election hub is bringing you, the LDF is leading on 94 seats. The UDF is stuck on 45. Both have gained, as far as these numbers are concerned, 3 seats each. And all of them have come from the others kitty. The BJP is still leading on 1 seat, which is what they had in the last assembly also, but it's not the seat that they had last time. So there is a difference as far as their seat is concerned. But at one point they were leading at about 3 seats. That lead has also come down. So it is not going to be seen as a major gain. We'll wait to see where the vote percentages settle in the end. But the big number continues to be the victory of the LDF, not just keeping the seats that they had against anti-incumbency and the trend in Kerala where no government is really voted back to power for a consecutive 2nd term, at least for 40 years, but also improving a little bit as far as their tally is concerned. Because remember, as far as 2019 Lok Sabha elections are concerned, if we project the results of the Lok Sabha seats to the assembly constituencies, the UDF won 123 with a 15% vote difference for between them and the LDF. The LDF was reduced to just 16 seats. So what has really brought about this turnaround, where there's such an emphatic vote again for Pinarayi Vijayan-led government? I believe M.A. Baby, Politburo member of the CPM, is with us now. First of all, congratulations. You've managed to buck the trend, and how? And this is also coming on the back of the 2019 Lok Sabha election setback that I was just talking about. What do you think worked for you in the last 2 years that you managed to reverse that sentiment completely? All right, M.A. Baby is not with us right now. We're hoping to get him in just a bit. But as I was mentioning, this is of course, all right, he's with us right now. Let's see if he can hear me this time. M.A. Baby, congratulations for being elected back to power, bucking the trend in Kerala. 2019 was a setback for you. So in the last 2 years, what do you think has worked so well for you that Pinarayi Vijayan-led government is being voted back to power emphatically?
People have realized that LDF government has followed a pro-people policy. When the COVID-19 pandemic, the state of Kerala, under the Left Democratic Front government, successfully initiated projects not only to contain the spread of COVID-19, but also to provide succor, support and material assistance to the hapless people, especially the marginalized sections of people. So the entire treatment in government medical college and the district and the general hospitals controlled by government, the COVID treatment was totally free. And this is perhaps the only state in India where this kind of assistance was being provided to people. So, the secular democratic approach of the LDF in Kerala, the incorruptibility of the political leadership in Kerala, then decentralization, how the three-tier panchayat institutions were dovetailed into the battle against the COVID-19. All these people were able to realize, and the opposition led by Congress and BJP, they were carrying out a parallel attack against the LDF government. So outside Kerala, Congress and BJP fight each other. But in Kerala, they were working in collusion. So their political opportunism, we were able to export. So the political factors,
all right,
plus the pro-people policy followed by the LDF, this helped us.
Yes, since you mentioned the campaign that you say collectively was being fought by the Congress-led UDF and the BJP in Kerala, I do have to ask you, you know, the capitulation or the absolute destruction of the left in West Bengal is also a big talking point today. Given that the left has completely lost out in West Bengal but is holding on in Kerala, that should be making this victory much sweeter and much bigger for you?
Bengal, a very extraordinary situation exists. There, Trinamool Congress led by Mamata Banerjee, they were trying to suppress the left, and BJP was trying to capture the state of West Bengal. So in order to face these two semi-fascistic forces, suppressing democratic rights and civil liberties in West Bengal, a local level arrangement was arrived at. There, the leadership was with CPIM and the left, and Congress was able to cooperate on constituency. That did not affect our fighting Congress and BJP in Kerala. That is what the landslide victory of left in Kerala is proving.
All right. M.A. Baby, I appreciate you joining us. Thanks a lot for speaking to us. And of course, many congratulations once again on bucking the trend in Kerala. Now, another first has been scripted as far as today's results is concerned. And that is coming for the BJP in Assam, where for the very first time, a non-Congress government is being re-elected for a second consecutive term. BJP Assam in charge, Jay Panda, also National Vice President of the party, is now joining me. Jay Panda, overall may not be a great day for the BJP vis-a-vis the situation in West Bengal. But congratulations to you under the leadership of Sarbananda Sonowal as Chief Minister, Himanta Biswa Sarma, perhaps prospective Chief Minister. The BJP has managed to not just win in Assam, but actually improve its tally from last time around.
Thank you. And actually, I think it's a good day because even in Bengal, even though we had set very high targets, going from 3 seats to nearly triple digits is a huge growth for the BJP. And now it's become a bipolar situation in Bengal. Puducherry, we are doing well. And as you've rightly pointed out, in Assam, there's been a tremendous breakthrough 5 years ago. And now, 5 years later, the pro-incumbency atmosphere that prevailed has some very important reasons behind it. And it proves that the BJP does make a huge difference in governance.
This was perhaps one state where the BJP was the incumbent and therefore had other challenges than other states, right? And this was also one state where it felt, at least from the outside, that the Congress had a plan. They stitched together an alliance. They set the ball rolling, perhaps the most credible alliance in any other state. If you look at other situations and demography in Assam, if you look at the issues of CAA and NRC, which put the BJP on the back foot, this is where was the BJP's toughest fight in many ways, because you were defending what you had. How did you manage to do it, Jay Panda? Why don't you share some secrets today?
First of all, on incumbency, the conventional wisdom that incumbency was a burden has been disproved at the national level by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now it is being disproved in states where BJP is in government, like Assam. Now, see, the Prime Minister himself has kept a laser-like focus on the Northeast. And you can see dramatic differences in development in the last 5 years in Assam compared to previous decades, whether it is on infrastructure, whether it is on law and order. There have been no communal riots in the last 5 years, as opposed to them being a regular feature in Assam in earlier years. The dramatic drop in infiltration, the intervention of the Home Minister to finally resolve the Bodo militancy, which had been dragging on for so many decades despite earlier records. The work of the party itself, led by and inspired by our national president, JP Nadda, where literally lakhs of our volunteers reached out across the state and across the country to stand by people in their time of need during the pandemic. And finally, as you said, the government there, led by Chief Minister Sarbanand Sonowal and Finance Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, they have proved this concept of double engine governance, because if you look at the kind of rollouts that have happened without any stench of corruption in DBT, for instance, in management of the pandemic, Assam arguably has the best record of any large state in the country. So yes, all of this goes hand in hand for this wonderful performance we've had in Assam today.
Mr. Panda, I have the breakup of the seats that have large Muslim influence. There were as many as 56, according to our own data, out of the 126 that had large Muslim influence. Here, you seem to have lost from your from your 2016 tally. Don't you think that BJP has to think about this? If it has to be Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Vikas.
Actually, I think if you look at the data, you'll find that the BJP itself has gained seats. The alliance may have a few seats difference because there is a different alliance. We have a new Bodo party as our alliance partner this time, which is just freshly started last year. Now, let me tell you something. Apart from the developmental narrative that the people of Assam have supported, you asked about the Congress alliance. Now, this is the worst example of the cynicism that Congress is showing in allying with radical elements that don't swear by the Constitution all the time, that are clearly communal. And these are parties like the UDF in Assam and ISF in Bengal that Congress had earlier shunned, but now they are embracing them. So this shows the bankruptcy of the Congress itself. Now, you talked about the demographics in certain seats. The thing is, the kind of demographics that existed, if you only went by the arithmetic, things would have been very different. But fortunately, the people of Assam have recognized that, for example, when we say Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, we mean it. There is no discrimination. You can go and ask anybody, and even people that don't vote for us or haven't voted for us will openly tell you that governance has dramatically improved in Assam.
Okay, I just want to quickly ask you, more about the T tribes' influence as well. Our numbers are showing you have more or less held on. So the campaign that the BJP or the Congress mounted against you, especially Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi mounted against you, that seems to have fallen flat.
So this is part of the cynicism of the Congress party. While some in the media, as you said, think that Congress somehow had a grand strategy for Assam, they didn't. Their grand strategy consisted of selling their soul, entering into an alliance with the UDF, which, as I said, is an openly radical party. And when it comes to the T tribes in Upper Assam, you could see that they didn't have much of a campaign. Their entire effort was to do old style, manipulation of people, try to suppress the fact in Upper Assam that they had an alliance with UDF in all of Assam, try to influence voters through unsavory means. That didn't work.
Well, when I said strategy, at least that is all relative, of course. In other states, they didn't seem to be a player. At least in Assam, the Congress had a chance, and many believe this was their best chance. And of course, we'll have to deliberate with Congress spokespersons of where this leaves them. But finally, Jay Panda, I want to ask you, who is the next Chief Minister of Assam?
Look, unlike other parties, which are either dynastic or have, mostly they are dynastic, the BJP is the world's largest democratic political party. We have a transparent process. Our future course of action will be decided by the parliamentary board. There will be central observers sent there. There will be a legislative party meeting. And to second guess that process is not correct. It's not permissible in our system.
But Himanta Biswa Sarma is now a 50-50 candidate, isn't it? I mean, he's vying for that position.
We have, in the government of the last 5 years, led by Chief Minister Sarbanand Sonowal, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has been a very, very important member. He's held many important portfolios and contributed immensely to many of the work that the government has done there. Beyond that, like I said, our course of action will be guided by the parliamentary board.
All right, Mr. Jay Panda, thanks a lot for joining us. I appreciate you sharing your time. And of course, congratulations once again. We'll have to see exactly where the numbers settle, but the trends are more or less crystallizing everywhere. Thanks a lot. All right, so that's the big story, of course, emerging as far as Assam is concerned. We're also going to be getting you the latest that is coming in from Tamil Nadu as we speak, because that's going to be our next focus also. Of course, the bigger eyes are still on West Bengal, because exactly where the BJP settles, that is also a story within a story. But we're also getting a response coming in from DMK Chief M.K. Stalin. He has released a statement. I'm not sure if we're putting that on air right now. If we are, then maybe I can get a confirmation on that. But DMK Chief M.K. Stalin has released a statement where he has talked about how victory is definite but no need to celebrate. Be mindful of the pandemic. DMK has started a new chapter in history. Let's protect ourselves and let's protect the state. Poll booth representatives should keep strict vigil. Both functionaries should not exit till all votes are counted. Now this is where, of course, there is no wave really that has come in for the DMK, but they're certainly comfortable as far as forming the next government is concerned. Let's go across to my colleague Purnima also joining us. So Purnima, a sober statement being made by DMK chief, keeping in mind, of course, there are guidelines in place and nobody can be really seen as celebrating on the streets because of the pandemic right now.
Well, the Election Commission had announced a lockdown on Sunday and also urged political parties to ensure that they take efforts to ensure that there are no celebrations and people don't gather in huge numbers. The Election Commission today has in fact issued a notice to the DMK saying that they are celebrating. The DMK office did find cadres celebrating their bursting crackers. The EC had already issued a statement asking the ARDMK to ensure that they don't violate the lockdown, and this comes after the EC notice where the DMK chief says that people should not celebrate by stepping outside. They should celebrate at their respective homes, considering that the pandemic is raging, and says that the victory is definitive and that they should ensure that they celebrate at their respective homes, and urges party cadres to not step out and celebrate, considering that the spike in cases is increasing in the state.
All right, Purnima, thanks a lot for joining us. We have to slip into a very short break. Remember, on the other side, we'll get you some more in-depth analysis and some more voices as far as the results that are emerging from Bengal and Tamil Nadu are concerned. Stay with us.
Begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal, she's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
सुनो, आप ऐसा काम करती हैं, तो मैंने बोला हाँ। उसने बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर पड़ा है कि वो हार्ड लैंग्वेज बोल रहा था और काफी मुझे लग रहा है शायद वो दिल्ली साइड का था। उसने बहुत रूड सा मुझसे बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए। मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए होगी। वो मुझसे ये बोल करके गया कि ये 2 दिन के बाद मर जाएगा और तुम ऐसा काम कर रही हो कि ये सारा क्रिमेशन तुम देख लेना और मैं जा रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? बोला मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा, मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है हर एक बॉडी के साथ एक किस्सा, हर एक केस के साथ एक ऐसी कहानी जुड़ी है जो आपके जहन को और झकझोर देती है और आप और ज्यादा मदद करने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं।
बिफोर आई कम टू हरतीरथ, वर्षा, मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। रोज एक दिन में आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं? कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है, मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2:30 बजे हो, 3:30 बजे हो, 4 बजे हो, मेरे पास किसी भी समय आ जा रही है कॉल। और क्योंकि हमारी मैन पावर या जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मुझे लगता है कि 10 से 12 या कभी कभी 13 भी बॉडीज को हैंडल कर लेती हैं। क्योंकि एक बॉडी को क्रिमेट कराने में बॉडी लोड करके हॉस्पिटल से उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज होती हैं वो पूरा फुलफिल करके वैकुंठ धाम तक जाना, उसकी बॉडी को पूरा क्रिमेशन तक का पूरा प्रोसेस को निभा करके वापस आने में 40 to 45 मिनट्स लगते हैं। तो इस पीरियड में फिर 3 गाड़ियों में आप एवरेज निकालिए कि कम से कम 10 से 12 या 13 बॉडीज हो जाती है हमारे।
We are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis. We need to keep the faith. I have 2 people on debrief today who are keeping the faith.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the numbers from Bengal are concerned. The TMC is holding on to its leads in as many as 200+ seats, meaning that it's not just a third term, a third consecutive term for Mamata Banerjee, but it's an emphatic pro-TMC vote as these numbers stand right now in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's strategy of taking Suvendu Adhikari, the former confidant, now with the BJP, head-on in Nandigram seems to be reaping benefits. Also, the consolidation of Muslim votes in favor of the TMC and against the BJP has been a big favourable factor for Mamata Banerjee. It seems that the division of the Muslim votes that she was fearing or TMC was fearing has not happened. The BJP has, of course, made big gains in Bengal. In electoral history, what they've managed to do from 3 seats to 80 seats or 90 seats is in itself historic. But of course, it is much shorter of what they were anticipating or expecting and working towards. Having said that, they are clearly the biggest opposition now to TMC. The left and the Congress have been completely wiped out. They have been left to the smithereens, really, on the fringes. And it seems that that has benefited TMC not really the other way around, because no division of the non-BJP vote has taken place. Let's go across to my colleague Payal Mehta, who's been tracking these elections very closely, joining us with a special guest. Payal.
Yes, joining me right now is BJP's co-in-charge for Bengal, Mr. Amit Malviya as well. What do you read, even if the trends are coming but the results are pretty clear, how does the BJP really read this? Because the BJP had been claiming that you'll get 200 plus.
Well, it certainly has fallen short of what we had set for ourselves. But I think it's too premature to arrive at what the final numbers would be like. There are some very closely contested seats. There are approximately 90 seats where the BJP is trailing by a margin of less than 5,000. Unless we have gone through 15 rounds of counting and the trends have stabilized, it would be improper to sort of arrive at the numbers per se. But yes, it does seem that it might be lower than what we had expected.
Also, how would you read into the fact that the TMC, you said Tolabaji, you spoke about the cut money culture, but all of this, it seems that the electorate decided otherwise. Is there something for the BJP to analyze?
Well, I think what's really important in these elections is that from here on, Bengal will be a bipolar contest. On the one side will be the BJP, and the other side you'll have the Trinamool Congress. This is a huge ideological shift that the state has seen. Never before the state has had a party which had an ideological leaning which was anything other than left. For the first time, the BJP has come up with an alternate idea of governance, and people seem to have endorsed it. Otherwise, there was no reason why we would get the number of seats that we have got and the kind of vote share that we have got. The other very important development in the state is the shift in how the subaltern have voted in this election. Their identity, their aspirations were otherwise subsumed under the wider canvas of the Bengal narrative. The shift is now palpable and it's definitive. And clearly in the days ahead, this will mark a shift in Bengal's politics. The BJP will come back far stronger from where it is at the moment.
Final question to you. There are about 4 to 5 rounds to go. The margin of, the votes between Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee is about 1,000. Who are you putting your money on at this point in time?
Well, the TMC should worry about it, because if Mamata Banerjee loses Nandigram, what moral authority will she have to lead the state and her own party?
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Of course, Shivani, that was BJP's co-in-charge for Bengal and also the National IT Cell, Amit Malviya, speaking to us. Of course, the BJP will have to do a lot of analysis once the complete results are out, and the party will do this at a later stage. Back to you.
All right, Payal, thanks a lot for bringing us that conversation. Of course, the results not really going the BJP way, but I'll go across to Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, joining us from Kalighat. The results are absolutely pro-Mamata and pro-TMC. There's no other way to look at it. For a third consecutive term, to be able to come close to your tally last time around of 211, Pallavi, is there a sense of disbelief even within the TMC that they're doing far better than than they had projected or anybody had projected?
Shivani, I've been here for over 2 months, and let me tell you, from day one, the TMC actually has been super confident that they are going to actually cross the mark and the BJP will be below 100. Bengal votes brings about change in a very reluctant manner. Even when the left was very weak and Mamata Banerjee was rising, it took her 2 more elections to defeat them. And she only came to power sometime in 2006 when she formed the first government under the Trinamool Congress. So that change or parivartan that we often talk about in West Bengal does come very slowly, so there's no surprises there. But also the kind of campaigning she tried to run, she made it very much an insider-outsider kind of a narrative. And we've all been talking about the several factors which could be the reason behind her success. But for now, just to give you a quick sense of that area, this is of course Kalighat. You can see one of the smaller party offices. The supporters are very much here. Even though the Election Commission has said that these kind of celebrations are absolutely unacceptable, it's also directed a local SHO and the police station to take action against them. Clearly, their spirits are not going to be down and out. You're seeing them preparing themselves. Mamata Banerjee, of course, is going to late in the evening address the party workers as well as the media, and that's when a huge LCD screen has been set up near her residence. But for now, you can see the party workers clearly in a mood to celebrate. But there's not much to celebrate in the sense the mood is also very somber in many parts of Kolkata because of the rising COVID cases. And I think this is the first big challenge that she's going to face takes charge of the government. But I guess today is another day. Today is the day when the Trinamool Congress is actually going to be celebrating. It's a massive victory for them. And they also do know that the BJP was a very, very strong opponent. Theirs was a very high profile, high decibel and a very, very aggressive campaign. I don't think they had even understood or realized in the beginning that the BJP was a completely different opponent, like say what the left was earlier.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep coming back to you for more, Pallavi. Of course, we have to keep an eye out for those celebrations also. Remember, no celebrations are allowed, but there are preparations being made, for example, at Mamata Banerjee's residence also. So perhaps a word from her itself will go a long way in ensuring that there are no large-scale flouting of COVID norms. Pallavi, thanks a lot for joining us. I want to quickly go back across to my colleague Ilmaz, who continues to be with us. Ilmaz, any more numbers you have on Nandigram? I think overall trend is already established. You're joining us from a result day hub. What do we know about Nandigram? Because that's the one seat that everybody is watching out for now.
See, I'm going to tell you what's happening in Nandigram. Nandigram right now is a hot spot. It's a hot seat. And in this hot seat, we can see that Mamata Banerjee, who was trailing from the morning, now round 6 is on. And on round 6, she has taken a clear lead. What the exact figures of the leads are, we still haven't known. Still don't know. Figures haven't come in. But I'm going to give you the winning tally. If I see lead and win together, 208 seats for TMC. They are leading in 199. They have won 9 seats. And BJP 80 and 2, leading in 80, 1, 2, a total of 82. Now, let's get one thing very straight, that it's not, the trend suggests that the saffron Bengal that the BJP was claiming is not happening. The color of the wind blowing in Bengal right now is green. I was just listening to Amit Malviya, and even in his voice you could hear that, maybe he was very clearly saying that maybe the numbers that we have been expecting, maybe we're going to get lower numbers. I'm going to come back, because it was Amit Malviya, I'm going to come back to the person who was designing the poll this time for TMC, PK, Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore has been saying for a long time, in fact he tweeted, there was a lot of controversy about his tweet, that BJP is not going to cross the 100 mark. And from the morning, from 8 a.m., since the countings opened, till now, we have seen that the BJP has actually not crossed the 100 mark yet. Whereas, if you can see, look at TMC, everybody thought that it's going to be a neck-to-neck fight and it's going to be probably a very close contest. But the TMC has now crossed the 200 mark. They're on 207 if you look at it, 208 if you look at it. So, looks like the trend is going towards Didi. That epic image that we saw of Didi in a wheelchair.
Absolutely. I don't think that the BJP has much to salvage at this stage, except for the fact they can look at their pluses from last time around and that 100 seats mark, because there is some sort of a prestige issue also. As of now, Prashant Kishore seems to be winning his dare, where he said that if the BJP crosses into 3 digits, he will quit, he said. Now, whether that means social media platform or his public life, we don't know, but that was up in the air. Certainly, he had said he would quit social media, I think. Let's go across to our guests also joining us. Pratim Ranjan Bose, political analyst, is with us. Gaurav Chaudhary, co-founder of Earshot.in, is also with us. Let me go across to Pratim Ranjan Bose. It's not just a victory. If we look at the numbers, this is not just 1 or 2 factors. You don't win 205 seats
or 1 or 2 community loans or 1 or 2 voter
women or it's Muslims. This is an all-round performance for the TMC.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Pratim, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously. See, the biggest issue is that the vote share. I mean, that makes TMC comfortable, in the comfort zone. It's, statistically saying not, roughly 50% votes are counted, but the huge gap in vote share is the comfort zone. Right. I'm not getting into this 100 BJP 100 or mark or what is that, statistically that can happen. It may not happen. That's a different issue. But where if we just go by, certain things are very clear to me. Number one is BJP's idea of acquisition of leaders hasn't really gone well. It worked with Shubhendu Adhikari but it didn't work with another big acquisition, quote unquote, that was Rajiv Banerjee. I mean, if I go simply by the poll performance, so similarly, on that line, if we see the results, there are districts where BJP has held its fort, like Bankura, like Alipurduar, Jalpaiguri, Birbhum, more or less. It is going as per in the expected lines. But there are districts like, say, North Dinajpur, where its organizational failure is showing. It has a minister from that district. So again, in some cases, or in some pockets, what really caused BJP that swing, it's not very clear. I mean, that will require more analysis. But I think it's too early to comment on that. But what I can see, for example, look at the seat called Jamuria in West Bardhaman, right? Here the second is CPM. Now this seat in Lok Sabha, BJP was leading by close to 20k votes. Okay, so this tells you that a portion of votes which has come from the CPM side in the past 6 years has gone back to either gone back to CPM, a portion of votes, not full, but more prominently, some of it might have gone to TMC. Otherwise, this swing wouldn't have come. What is the reason? Why did they vote? I mean, the theory that I will rather pursue is this vote was, if we go on this idea of Sajjan Kumar's idea of Hindu nationalism, subaltern nationalism, and all these things. I don't think many are saying that Muslim votes consolidated. It's not entirely true. If you look at constituencies like Amdanga, Canning Purbo, Bhangor, there are many instances where they have actually acquired 30% of votes. But the consolidation of Hindu votes that was supposed to happen, that didn't happen. So that is where BJP's performance lacked, in my eyes.
No, absolutely. But let me take this to Gaurav then instead. Don't you think the capitulation of the destruction of the Congress left alliance, that has actually favored the TMC? If they had done well, the expectation was that, they would cut into what is traditionally the TMC vote. And what has happened towards the end 3 phases is that there's been complete consolidation towards the TMC.
This is how the electoral strategy of the BJP actually went wrong, not the strategy, rather the arithmetic, because they would have assumed that some portion of the votes, Congress left votes would have actually swung, have cut into the TMC vote base. That did not happen. In fact, the ISF did not come in favor of BJP as they were expecting. If that would have happened, I think the difference in the vote share, as Pratim had just mentioned, would not have been so huge. The BJP can take solace from the fact that from 3 seats to they'll be ending at about 80-odd seats. But there's still a very long step before they come back to power. There are probably a couple of things that they got it wrong. One, in the run-up to the election, as well as also during the campaign. And this campaign was one of the highest octane campaigns that one would have seen in an assembly election. They put the entire electoral might behind this. And as has always been the case with the BJP, because they have a very efficient, aggressive election machinery, and they put the entire machinery in place for this winning these elections, that actually did not bear fruit. One of the reasons could also be the BJP actually in a state like West Bengal, and if you travel from east of from Bengal towards east and towards upwards towards northeast, you will always see that there is a dominant view that the BJP is seen as a North Indian party, Hindi-speaking party. And this whole idea to campaign in Hindi actually may not have gone down well, in the sense...
but there's another aspect which Pratim touched on. Gaurav, very quickly, I want you to elaborate on this, because as far as the numbers of TMC turncoats into BJP are concerned, they've actually not done well. There were as many as 21 such seats, and TMC is still leading on 16 of them, and in addition, adding 2.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely right. Because BJP's import strategy, as it were, of importing leaders from the TMC has not resulted in the kind of return on investment they were expecting, except for Shuvendu, and even for all you know, Shuvendu will probably end up on the losing side. The strike rate of the imported candidates would be something that the BJP will have to go back to the drawing board and take a look at, because they need a face, and all along they did not have a face, and not presenting a face is also something that they may have to look at, because this is something that may not have actually conveyed a message of uncertainty within the BJP among voters. This is something that they have to look back. But over the next 5 years,
in fact, there is a larger pattern as far as taking on regional big leaders is concerned. You look at Delhi, that was the first big election that the BJP lost, and then lost again in 2020 against the face of Arvind Kejriwal. Despite winning MP seats in both 2014 and 2019, they cannot crack Delhi. They do not have an alternative face to Arvind Kejriwal. The same is playing out in West Bengal. Of course, we can say that they've already, expanded from 3 to 83, and that's 3,000% increase, but you need a face often. I think that's a narrative that's also emerging. In Kerala, for example, the UDF could not take on Pinarayi Vijayan because they didn't have that one single big face. Rahul Gandhi is an MP. Pratim, I just give you 30 seconds. I just have 30 seconds left, Pratim. Where does this take Mamata Banerjee nationally?
It will really catapult her as the face of the opposition. And this loss of this election will fall heavy on nationally.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I have to slip into a very short break. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for joining us. Remember, the other big state that we are also keeping a very close eye on is Tamil Nadu. Time for a break. We'll get you more from Tamil Nadu next.
Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal. She's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
I want to start with you. मुझे ये बताओ कि ये कैसे हुआ? I know people, I personally know of relatives who have passed away in hospitals and there has been no one to ferry their bodies to the crematorium because people simply don't want to go anywhere near a COVID positive person. Why did you decide that it was okay for you with your little ambulance to do this job? Why did you want to do it?
अगर आपको मानव जन्म मिला है और उसमें एक छोटा सा दिल होता है और उसमें बहुत सारी फीलिंग्स, बहुत सारी इमोशंस होते हैं और जब आप अपनी उंगली आंखों से जब चारों तरफ त्राही देख रहे होते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर दिल है वो पसीजेगा जरूर। और जब आपके अंदर एक देशभक्ति, एक समाज सेवा की भावना होती है तो शायद उस समय आप फिर अपने आप को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, आप अपने आप को रोक नहीं सकते हैं। मुझे वैन को ऑर्गेनाइज प्लान करके पूरा लाने में मुझे 2 दिन का जो वक्त लगा, आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि मुझे रातों की नींद नहीं आ रही थी। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये 2 दिन मेरे पूरे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है, डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करके जो क्रेमेशन सेंटर तक ले करके जाती है, उन्होंने रेट्स अपने बहुत ज्यादा हाई कर रखे थे। इसी बीच में मैंने अपने एक दोस्त को राम मनोहर लोहिया अस्पताल में ही खोया और खोने के बाद मैं खुद 4 घंटे हॉस्पिटल के बाहर वेट करती रही कि शायद कोई गाड़ी का अरेंजमेंट हो जाए और मैं फेल हो गई वहाँ पे। दैट डे आई रियलाइज, आई डिसाइडेड कि मुझे कुछ न कुछ ऐसा जरूर करना है कि जो मैंने सफर
Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some big breaking alert that is coming in. It's a wire fight as far as Nandigram is concerned, because Suvendu Adhikari from the BJP is once again leading. He was leading to begin with in the initial phases and rounds of counting. Then Mamata Banerjee came back into the lead, and now Suvendu Adhikari is leading again. So that's the big breaking update that we're tracking. Remember, even as the overall trends for Mamata Banerjee are very safe, for the TMC are very safe, there cannot be large-scale difference in what happens from here on. What happens in Nandigram is still very, very crucial. We still do not know what really will happen as far as this seat is concerned, and what really happens if at all there's a possibility that the sitting Chief Minister loses from here. But first up, let's go across to my colleague Shagata, who's joining us. Shagata, what are the latest numbers you're getting?
Well, as expected, the battle for Nandigram is going to go down to the wire, it seems, at this point in time. We are getting information that Suvendu Adhikari, BJP candidate from that seat, is now marginally ahead of the incumbent Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The number of votes could be a little less than 1,000. But at this point in time, there are only 2 rounds of counting left. And there is a strong anticipation that the BJP may just make it if Mamata Banerjee, fails to secure the requisite number of votes to make good the losses that she is currently suffering at this point in time in the next 2 rounds. So obviously this is going to go down to the wire. It's going to be a 4-2 finish, and it could go this way or that. So there is a tension amongst both the supporters of the BJP as well as the Trinamool Congress, who are waiting with bated breath as to what exactly happens till the final round of counting is done. But let me tell you that the battle for Nandigram is far from over. It is still not clear at this point in time. It would not be prudent to make any kind of a prediction as to which way the results might go, because it could go either way.
The answer to the question whether Suvendu Adhikari will turn out to be a giant killer or not is still really very, very open-ended. Shagata, thanks a lot for joining us for the meantime. And this is going to be a very close contest. It was, even as the campaigning was going on, even as the polling was happening, and of course the numbers also seeming to suggest the same. Let's shift our attention to Tamil Nadu also. This is where the DMK is finally set to return to power after a 10-year hiatus, and it's going to be MK Stalin, of course, who's going to be at the helm. The exit polls had predicted a landslide victory for the DMK. In fact, many had predicted that the AIA-DMK is going to be reduced to under 50 maybe. That, of course, is not happening. The AIA-DMK, in fact, is very handsomely holding on. They are hovering around the 85 to 90 mark, and the DMK is around 145. So, of course, there's a gap of around 50 seats, and there is an addition of about 40 seats for the DMK. But it isn't the landslide that many were predicting. The big trend, of course, is that this was make or break for MK Stalin. If not now, it was perhaps never going to be his turn to be Chief Minister, given his age. But that time has finally come, and the DMK sun is finally rising.
Our leaders' request to the cadres is that let them celebrate from their homes, because the Election Commission is taking a serious note of it, and we have advised through media to all our cadres to enjoy this victory from their homes and not to burn crackers and celebrate it in the public, because we are a responsible political party and we have a big agenda to do. This is not the only day which we are going to celebrate. The next 5 years is going to be the celebration for the whole of Tamil Nadu, which we are suffering under this government.
My colleague Deepa is also joining us. So, of course, muted celebrations all around. MK Stalin has also urged that they have to be somber as far as their celebrations are concerned. But is there a story within the story of the DMK rise emerging, Deepa? Are they a little, dissatisfied with the numbers? Because many had projected this was going to be a runaway victory for them.
Well, I don't think think the DMK is going to be too happy with the kind of numbers, because Stalin himself had predicted 200 seats for himself out of 234. What it stands now is about 140. Yes, he's past the halfway mark, so he has got a majority if all these leads turn into wins, of course, surefire wins. But then again, he was hoping, and most of the exit polls had predicted at least 160 plus seats for Stalin, and he was hoping he could get that 2/3 mark in the assembly to sort of establish himself as the leader, and that has not happened. In a way, of course, a strong opposition sort of holds the government in check, so to that extent he could be looking forward to also having detailed discussions in the assembly, starting of course with the kind of celebrations that we saw about an hour ago. We saw about 100 DMK cadre landing up at the party office and trying to burst crackers. They were all dispersed by the police, and we saw the police DCP also meeting MK Stalin. We are right outside his house right now, meeting him just about 10 minutes back, telling him that he must tell his cadre to back off, and that's the message really from the DMK also, saying that health is of paramount importance, so keep off the celebrations for now. And Stalin, remember, has been CM in waiting in a way for about a decade now, so he is certainly waiting for his day in the sun. 140 seats, if these leads turn into wins, it's still a good enough victory. So we have to of course see how he takes charge of this victory to ensure that the popularity carries forward over the next 5 years.
Yes, and anybody who's retaining power or coming to power, their biggest challenge right now is going to be the national collective fight against COVID and ensuring that they're on the ball as far as that is concerned. What about the AIA DMK, Deepa? What do they think they got, they are losing because of?
Well, the AIDMK is, battling anti-incumbency for over 10 years. They've been in power for 10 entire years. So certainly they realized that an anti-incumbency sentiment was heavily against them. There are other issues, for instance, caste issues. One of the things that is in favor of the AIDMK is that they've done extremely well in the western, or the Kongu belt as it's called, which is where the Gaundar community has entirely backed their chieftain E. Palanisamy in a way, but they have they have suffered some losses in South Tamil Nadu as well as the Kaveri Delta region, where the other dominant community, the Tewar community, is dominant in these regions. Remember also, about an hour before the model code of conduct came in, the AIDMK government had pushed through a quota, a 10% quota for the one-year community, which seems to have also given them some advantages in northern Tamil Nadu, where the one-year community is dominant.
Deepa, I have to cut you short here. I do appreciate you joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. But big breaking coming in as far as the COVID fight is concerned. The Haryana government has now announced that there will be a complete lockdown in the state for 1 week, starting from May 3. So from May 3, which is going to be Monday, tomorrow, there's going to be a complete lockdown for 1 week in Haryana. Remember, more and more states are having to bite the bullet as far as placing lockdowns are concerned, because there's seemingly no other way to break the chain. In fact, states like Maharashtra and Delhi, of course, the national capital region, where the positivity rates are high, especially in the national capital, for example, or the overall numbers are still very high, there the lockdowns or the lockdown-like conditions are only extending. And in more and more states, those lockdowns are coming into force. Some are sticking with more local lockdowns, but state like Haryana is now going into full lockdown. Remember, Haryana is also one of those states which has the impact of the farmers' agitation still very much present. And in Punjab and in Haryana, the blockades continue, the congregations continue, some of the rallies continue, and they can actually be the next potential super spreader events. My colleague from News 18, Pankaj, is also joining us. Pankaj, tell us more of what the government has decided. इस लॉकडाउन में क्या-क्या allowed है, क्या नहीं allowed है?
देखिए, हरियाणा में पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन जो है वो लगा दिया गया है। 7 दिनों के लिए लॉकडाउन रहेगा। हरियाणा के जो होम मिनिस्टर हैं अनिल विज, उनकी तरफ से ट्वीट कर ये जानकारी दी गई है। और ऐसे में जो हेल्थ सेवाएं हैं और इसके अलावा जो सब्जियां या फिर दूध दही जो है वो दुकानें जरूर खुली रहेंगी, लेकिन इसके अलावा पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन रहेगा, क्योंकि हरियाणा में खासतौर पे 6 ऐसे जिले हैं जहां पर लगातार नंबर ऑफ केस जो हैं वो बढ़ रहे हैं। और इसी के मद्देनजर हरियाणा सरकार की तरफ से एक बड़ा फैसला लिया गया है, क्योंकि 13,000 से ज्यादा मामले जो हैं वो पिछले 24 घंटों में सामने आए थे। और खासतौर पर क्योंकि दिल्ली के साथ बहुत सारा हरियाणा का हिस्सा जो है वो लगता है, चाहे सोनीपत की बात की जाए, करनाल की बात की जाए या फिर फरीदाबाद, गुड़गांव, यहाँ पर लगातार केसेस जो हैं वो बढ़ रहे थे। और इसी के मद्देनजर ये सख्त फैसला जो है वो हरियाणा सरकार की तरफ से लिया गया है, ताकि तो कोविड के केसों को जो है वो रोकने में सरकार कामयाब हो सके।
All right, Pankaj, thanks a lot for joining us with those details. So it's 3 p.m. this result day. Let's take a quick check of what the winning Hall of Fame is looking at right now. The big winner, of course, today is Mamata Banerjee. She is not only headed for a big win in Bengal, she is headed to retain power in a very, very decisive manner, still leading at over 200 seats, 209 to be precise at this stage. She is set to come back to power for a third consecutive term, and who could have thought it would be in this fashion? It is sunrise, of course, in Tamil Nadu. M.K. Stalin, the DMK chief, will be the one donning the chair of the chief minister when the next government is sworn in. This was make or break for him, and now the sunrise is finally happening. Pinarayi Vijayan has bucked the trend and brought the LDF back into power for a second consecutive term in Kerala, something that hasn't happened for 40 years. Assam, on the other hand, has voted the BJP back into power, and that too decisively again. Rahul Gandhi's campaign here has not worked, and same is the case for the Congress in Kerala. The big Bengal takeaways, because this is of course where there are 294 constituencies, all of the political capital of BJP, for example, was actually invested more in Bengal. The results are not quite what they were expecting. So Mamata Banerjee is leading in over 200 seats. She's set for her third term, which is going to be historic for her, especially given the opposition that she faced this time around from the very formidable election machinery of the BJP. Mamata Banerjee's strategy of taking Suvendu Adhikari head on, despite what several experts were talking about of sticking to her seat in Bhawanipur, etc., has reaped benefit. It has not only reinforced her image as a fighter, but who knows, she could probably edge out Suvendu in Nandigram, although that battle is quite close and nobody can really call it at this stage. Consolidation of Muslim votes has happened, and that has happened for the TMC, and that has really worked for them. There has been no division of the Muslim votes between TMC and the Congress left combined, which the TMC was fearing. Remember, one of the most controversial aspects of this campaign was Mamata Banerjee's open appeal to Muslim brothers and sisters to not let their vote get divided. BJP, of course, has made big inroads. There's no denying that. They are, of course, talking about how it's almost a 3,000% increase for them from 3 seats to nearly 80 seats now. But the numbers are not good for them overall, because they haven't even crossed the 100 mark at this stage. But they are, of course, the principal opposition now in Bengal. Left and Congress, as I mentioned, has been completely wiped out, decimated really. And while more analysis is still needed and the election, the votes are still being counted, the trend seems to suggest that the TMC has gained their vote share en masse. Let's also listen into what BJP Bengal co-in charge Amit Malviya had to say when he spoke exclusively to CNN News 18.
What do you read? Even if the trends are coming but the results are pretty clear, how does the BJP really read this? Because the BJP had been claiming that it will get 200 plus.
Well, it certainly has fallen short of what we had set for ourselves. But I think it's too premature to arrive at what the final numbers would be like. There are some very closely contested seats. There are approximately 90 seats where the BJP is trailing by a margin of less than 5,000. Unless we have gone through 15 rounds of counting and the trends have stabilized, it would be improper to sort of arrive at the numbers per se. But yes, it does seem that it might be lower than what we had expected.
There are about 4 to 5 rounds to go. The margin of the votes between Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee is about 1,000. Who are you putting your money on at this point in time?
Well, the TMC should worry about it, because if Mamata Banerjee loses Nandigram, what moral authority will she have to lead the state and her own party?
Well, the BJP will, of course, look at Nandigram very closely, and that is indeed very close, and a lot could depend on what happens of the TMC victory and how they are able to take this forward if Mamata Banerjee indeed does not win from there. But the larger trends are virtually virtually against the BJP. Against in the sense that they are not being emphatically being voted into power as they were hoping or projecting. Pallavi Ghosh is tracking, the TMC very closely from Kalighat in Kolkata. Pallavi, is there some nervousness still as far as Mamata Banerjee's own contest is concerned within the party?
Yes. Yes, it's very important that she wins from Nandigram, and in fact, initial trends seem to be now suggesting that she's got a little lead over Shubhendu Adhikari. But the margin of victory is also something which is going to be watched out for. The margin of victory may not be that huge, but we've already heard what Amit Malviya had to tell us a short while back, and therefore it becomes very critical. Remember, at some point of time during the campaign or the phases of election, the Prime Minister and the BJP had suggested that she's going to look for a second constituency which would make it safer. She opted out. She decided that she's going to contest from Nandigram and not from Bhawanipur, which Bhawanipur, incidentally, the Trinamool Congress does have a lead. Well, what's going to happen today? I'm going to try and, you can see sporadically some of the Trinamool Congress supporters on motorbikes, and complete violation of the EC norms. In fact, the Election Commission a short while back has dashed off another letter to all political parties saying that they must follow the protocol, and therefore there should not be any celebratory shots. That's not the scene we are seeing here on the streets of Kolkata. We are seeing many of them celebrating outside her residence, and of course on motorbikes with the TMC flag. Sometime later in the evening, we are being told that Mamata Banerjee is going to be addressing the media as well as the party workers. I think she's going to be much more restrained. She also understands that her first big challenge will be COVID management in Bengal. So that's going to be the biggest challenge for her. But yes, certainly a big day for the Trinamool Congress, fighting anti-incumbency, a strong opponent like the BJP, and being a third time lucky.
So Pallavi, you've been tracking the entire campaign. Just give us a sense of the big names, those who had great reputations at stake, the political capital and future at stake. Two of them, of course, are Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari themselves. A lot has been said about them. Who are the other big names you think have done very well or very badly?
Well, I mean, the big names, of course, from the BJP side are sitting MPs, Babul Supriyo, then Shopan Das Gupta, who had to give up his Rajya Sabha berth. Locket Chatterjee, again, who's an MP, but she's contesting from Chulchura, from that particular constituency as well. That's going to be a challenge for them. That would be a setback for them. Also, there's a large number of leaders who left the TMC to join the BJP, or who they are called turncoats. People like Mukul Roy, Rajiv Banerjee, all of them who at one point of time were extremely close to Mamata Banerjee, they joined the BJP. That's also been a huge setback for them. I think at the end of the day, this election, of course, will be remembered for Mamata Banerjee and also for Prashant Kishore. Remember, he put a lot at stake. He said that he would quit his work if the BJP crosses 100, and he was super confident. He was a man who was back behind Mamata Banerjee, managing her strategy at every step.
All right, Pallavi, we're going to keep coming back to you for more. I do appreciate you joining us. We'll, of course, keep an eye on those celebratory visuals as well, and we hope that everyone will really follow the guidelines. I want to quickly go across to our guests who continue to be with us. Pratim Ranjan Bose, political analyst. Gaurav Chaudhary, co-founder of Earshot.in, is also with us. So, Gaurav, some of the big wigs, so the MPs that we were just talking about from the BJP that were fielded. If you look at how Shubhendu is still managing to give a fight to somebody like Mamata Banerjee despite an overarching sentiment of pro-TMC vote in the state, would it be fair to say that BJP was short on good candidates? If they had more good candidates, then they perhaps could have done better, because the seats where they have good candidates, for example, in Shubhendu Adhikari, sure, taken from the TMC, they seem to be giving a fight even to Mamata Banerjee. Were they just short of talent on ground?
Yeah, so Shubhendu's import to the BJP should be seen in not just in the context of he actually eventually, if he manages to defeat Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram, that's only one seat. But Shubhendu was expected to, and it was claimed by the BJP and also laid out that Shubhendu's entry into the BJP actually will wield an influence over about 110 seats in Purba Medinipur. That doesn't seem to have happened. His entry into the BJP, his acquisition as it were, hasn't yielded the results that the BJP was expecting. So what does it go on to prove? It goes on to prove that actually Shubhendu is, as a force, probably is only as strong so long as he remains with the TMC. But for his own seat, if he manages to win, otherwise his influence actually did not yield the desired results as it had done when he was within the TMC. So it establishes that cadre to cadre, BJP still has a long way to go to match TMC on the ground, regardless of the fact that a giant like Shubhendu had actually crossed the fence over to the BJP, and that is something the BJP will have to build over for the next 5 years if it actually, one would expect that the BJP will continue harbor aspirations of forming the government. For the next 5 years, BJP will have to work extremely hard, exceedingly hard on the ground to match the TMC cadre to cadre. If it doesn't do that, importing leaders from other parties, not just from the TMC, BJP also imported leaders from other parties as well within West Bengal. None of this seemed to have worked.
It doesn't really work beyond a point. And I'm looking at, according to our data, the 12 seats where BJP had star candidates, the TMC is actually leading in 10 of them. Although the 2 that the BJP is leading on shows that there is an increase of 1 for them. So it's not really turning out to be, a great addition for them. That just goes on to show that the BJP, Pratim, has still some ways to go as far as building the cadre, building the structure, building loyalty to the candidates and to the party is concerned. Of course, keeping into mind that they have increased their seats from 3 to 80 is in itself electoral history, but there is still some long way to go.
Can be looked at 2 ways. One, I will slightly differ with Gaurav on the point of Shubhendu's import and the not so, good results in that area as was expected. I think there Mamata plugged him in by contesting from Nandigram. So he was forced to focus on Nandigram, and the entire BJP focused on Nandigram. Here, I don't know whether sometimes you take a wrong move and then it becomes correct. So Mamata looked a little, correcting herself that she shouldn't have done that. But now, in retrospect, things are coming in another way. This is one way to look at things. The other side is what they did is by rampant imports, and particularly if you remember the controversy in phase 3 and phase 4 candidate selection, right? Now you see in that particular area, Hooghly was there, phase 3, phase 4, right? Hooghly, Howrah. See how it worked? It didn't work. So, these things, and again, if we look at Arambagh subdivision, there are 4 seats. It's a very highly, it's a very violent place. There, the old BJP veterans, though they imported these things, there was a lot of discontent, but the old BJP veterans had to, in their survival instinct, they saved the day. I mean, the last time I saw there was a lead in Khanat. I don't know whether it will be retained, but that looked pretty. So, if I have to wrap it up, I should say, given the kind of focus that BJP has given in, they have done too much of experiments. Probably that is, one day someone may say that they have done too much experiments.
Okay.
But if BJP
but this is obviously an unprecedented election for them as well, isn't it? They don't really have a precedent for an election like this, where even before the elections, they were, of course, the principal opposition to the TMC. Gautam, I just want to come back to you on where it may have gone wrong for the BJP. If we look, we talked so much about that southern western region in West Bengal, isn't it? The Medinipur area, the Jhargram area. In 2019 Lok Sabha elections, for example, the BJP had won an equivalent of 32 seats here. But if you look at the results today, they are 21. So they have gained obviously in actual terms because those were 2019 projections, but they haven't done very well in that southern western area, the Jungle Mahal area, as they were expected to do. What went wrong here?
That's right. So Jungle Mahal was expected to be, a dash of saffron all over the place, but that hasn't happened. In fact, there's a lot of green. If you look at the map of West Bengal constituency-wise, Jungle Mahal is something that the BJP will clearly be disappointed with, and I think it also probably establishes the fact that probably there is a binary behavior in terms of voting for the Lok Sabha and voting for the assembly is concerned. BJP also did not have a face for the assembly elections. That is something that they need to seriously look at. Not having a face in a state and where the central leadership had expended a lot of political capital in winning the state, it should hurt. And it must be hurting both the central leadership as well as the state leadership. No one knew if the BJP had to form the government who is going to be leader. So that is something that it clearly conveys a message that it conveys a message of underconfidence within the party. That message of underconfidence has to be something which is not really characteristic of BJP. Generally, the BJP, the general characteristically, BJP is always seen as as a very aggressively confident party so far as elections are concerned. But in this case, by not putting up a candidate or a face, it is something I think they missed a trick or two here, because some seats probably would have gone BJP's way.
Yeah, but they insist, Gautam, that we don't do it unless we have a sitting chief minister, which we are backing. Other than that, we don't do it. And we talked about it just a few minutes ago. Is that working for them? That doesn't work in Delhi, that hasn't worked in West Bengal, where there is already a strong leader to oppose. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll leave it. So, so that's not quite the case, actually. If you look at 2016, my own state, Assam, in 2016, and that was the first time the BJP actually made a serious attempt at winning the elections, they won, and then they repeated it again this time. They were very clear right from the beginning that Sonowal is going to be the chief ministerial face, and they plastered the state all over, and that Sonowal is going to be the leader. A similar thing should have been done here. Delhi is not an example. It's something that the BJP has not expended so much of political capital.
I have a limited time left. I'll just give one last response to Pratim also. Gaurav, Pratim, we are still waiting. We are still on tenterhooks as far as Nandigram is concerned. I'll ask you a hypothetical question. What happens if Mamata Banerjee does not win from Nandigram?
I don't think it will cast a shadow on our political future. She will take it in a stride, and she will just come elected from another constituency, because the overall win that matters, and that she could engineer such a win, so it will go in her favor. But Shubhendu, of course, we have to see.
So it won't be a big setback?
I just like to add one thing.
Yeah, finish.
BJP got into this policy of imports, right? Now, we have to see whether it bites them. I mean, whether 80 or 100, whatever number of MLAs they have, whether they can retain them also. That we have to see.
Yeah, good point. I agree with you, Pratim, because certainly some have a tendency to blow with the wind, and see the wind is certainly blowing as far as the TMC is concerned in their direction. Thank you, both of you gentlemen, for joining us. Still a very fascinating election to continue to break through as far as the stories within the stories is concerned. But I believe we are getting one more update that from Nandigram now, Suvendu Adhikari is again trailing. So this is one to watch out for. It could take some time. Time for a very short break.
बॉडी को क्रिमेट कराने में बॉडी लोड करके हॉस्पिटल से उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज होती हैं वो पूरा फुलफिल करके वैकुंठ धाम तक जाना, उसकी बॉडी को पूरा क्रिमेशन तक का पूरा प्रोसेस को निभा करके वापस आने में 40 to 45 मिनट्स लगते हैं। तो इस पीरियड में फिर 3 गाड़ियों में आप एवरेज निकालिए कि कम से कम 10 से 12 या 13 बॉडीज हो जाती हैं हमारे।
We are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis. We need to keep the faith. I have 2 people on debrief today who are keeping the faith, marching on and doing what they can to help others. Hartirat Singh is the Community Development Director at Hemkund Foundation, an organization that is helping people quite literally breathe in the city. And we have Varsha Verma. She's the founder of Ek Koshish SEB. She ferries bodies of COVID-19 victims in Lucknow. I'm going to thank both of you for joining us on the show today. I know Varsha and I know Hartirat that both of you are very busy, that your phones are constantly ringing with people asking for help. Varsha Verma, I want to start with you. मुझे ये बताओ कि ये कैसे हुआ? I know people, I personally know of relatives who have passed away in hospitals and there has been no one to ferry their bodies to the crematorium because people simply don't want to go anywhere near a COVID positive person. Why did you decide that it was okay for you with your little ambulance to do this job? Why did you want to do it?
अगर आपको मानव जन्म मिला है और उसमें एक छोटा सा दिल होता है और उसमें बहुत सारी फीलिंग्स, बहुत सारी इमोशंस होते हैं और जब आप अपनी उंगली आंखों से जब चारों तरफ त्राही त्राही देख रहे होते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर दिल है वो पसीजेगा जरूर। और जब आपके अंदर एक देशभक्ति, एक समाज सेवा की भावना होती है तो शायद उस समय आप फिर अपने आप को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, आप अपने आप को रोक नहीं सकते हैं। मुझे वैन को ऑर्गेनाइज प्लान करके पूरा लाने में मुझे 2 दिन का जो वक्त लगा, आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि मुझे रातों की नींद नहीं आ रही थी। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये 2 दिन मेरे पूरे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करने
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's get you a quick check of what it's looking like in Tamil Nadu. It is definitely DMK's turn now. After 10 years out of power, M.K. Stalin, the DMK chief, is finally realizing his dream of becoming Tamil Nadu chief minister. It's not the landslide that was being projected as an anti-AIDMK vote or a pro-DMK vote, but it is still very much comfortable as far as the victory for the DMK is concerned. The numbers currently at around 148 for the DMK plus and 85 for the AIA-DMK plus. On the other hand, we've seen for the likes of TTV Dinakaran of the AMMK, who had staked a lot of political capital and future on these elections by not going with the AIA-DMK plus and the alliance with the BJP, but sticking out on their own, it hasn't been very good going for them. Kamal Hassan led the third front and it has struggled massively, but for his own seat, it has really failed to make any impact. Let's listen into some reactions also coming in.
Our leaders' advice, request to the cadres is that let them celebrate from their homes because the Election Commission is taking a serious note of it, and we have advised through media to all our cadres to enjoy this victory from their homes and not to burn crackers and celebrate it in the public, because we are a responsible political party and we have a big agenda to do. This is not the only day which we are going to celebrate. The next 5 years is going to be the celebration for the whole of Tamil Nadu, which we are suffering under this government.
All right, let me go across to our result day hub. Ilmaz Syed is joining me. Ilmaz, first of all, tell us about some of the star candidates. Of DMK, of course, had M.K. Stalin, his son Udyanidhi, who was in the fray. There are others like Kamal Hassan. OPS was trailing at one time. Tell us a little bit about some of the big names. EPS, OPS, Kamal Hassan, TTV Dinakaran, M.K. Stalin, Udyanidhi.
I'm going to tell you what the current standing of Tamil Nadu is right now. They're contesting on 234 seats, and right now if I look at Tamil Nadu AIDMK, they are leading in 82 and they have already won 3 seats. DMK has a lead of 142 seats and they have won 6 seats, making it a total of 148. And MNM, they have lead in only 1 seat. This is what we are getting from Tamil Nadu right now. More things coming up. If I look at the winning list right now for Tamil Nadu, Rajavendran VG of DMK, Ramachandran K of DMK, A. Bannari of AIDMK, Thangaman Thenasru of DMK, they have won. Nagamellai VP of CPI has won a seat. And you could see that Ambedkar, Alukandan Swamy, Markandan and J. Ragan Murthy of AIDMK, they have also won. This is the current standing of Tamil Nadu as we see here on the election data center.
Okay, so the one seat that the MNM is leading at, that's Kamal Hassan himself, right? It wasn't a fight with the Dravidian parties for him. It was a fight against BJP and Congress for him.
Looks like that's the way that's going right now. If I look at the main tally of Tamil Nadu right now, if I look at that, I could see that AIDMK now, their lead has gone up to 82, where DMK Plus has gone, their lead has gone up to 142. So it's quite clear that DMK has taken a considerate lead on this time during the elections.
All right. Okay, Ilmaz, thanks a lot for joining us. Time for us to slip into a very short break. We'll continue to get you more updates as we go along because the results have been a little different than what the collection of exit polls were predicting. So it's not a landslide really for the DMK, but a very comfortable win for them. It isn't, of course, as close as some were predicting in Bengal. It is actually a landslide for the TMC in West Bengal. In Assam, the BJP by most was being projected to retain power, and they've done so in emphatic fashion because they've actually, they were hovering around to increasing their seats as well. We'll have to wait where the final numbers sit. And what a victory once again it has been for the LDF. Pinarayi Vijayan is emerging, of course, as the tallest leader in current times in Kerala, and certainly as far as the left is concerned. My colleague Purnima is also joining us. So Purnima, this has been a disappointing day and perhaps the final nail in the coffin as far as the dreams of a third front in Tamil Nadu is concerned, because none of them have done well.
Absolutely. Third front in Tamil Nadu is out of question. Tamil Nadu sticks to one of the Dravidian parties this time around as well. Kamal Hassan and TTV Dinakaran failed to, in fact, do better this time. Kamal Hassan, while he is leading in Coimbatore South, TTV Dinakaran is trailing in Kovilpatti constituency. And as far as the AIADMK goes, they have tried to retain the western Tamil Nadu as well as some parts of the northern Tamil Nadu this time around. The numbers for ADMK once again proving that the western belt is an advantage ADMK. So these are the trends that we are seeing, but a huge disappointment for Kamal Hassan's MNM and TTV Dinakaran, who said that he is the real AIADMK. Even as Sasikla said that she is going to step aside and not really enter politics.
Okay. The DMK, of course, is getting set to come back into power, but just give us a sense of, where the AIA-DMK believe their numbers are right now, 85 plus, the AIA-DMK plus at 85. It's not a rout that was being predicted, right? So are they looking at it positively, or, of course, they've lost power after 10 years, even if so, they're disappointed with what has happened because they believed that EPS had formed a cult of his own, that he was able to deliver governance, and that was showing.
Well, it's sort of been positive for Edappadi Palanisamy, who was named as the chief ministerial candidate of the AIADMK, even as the DMK is now crossing 140 plus. The AIADMK is doing a much better, giving a tough fight for the DMK, considering that in the absence of Jayalalitha, there were rift between the EPS, OPS camp ahead of the state assembly polls, and with Sasikla released from Bengaluru jail, and the AIADMK forming an alliance with the BJP. Many thought that perhaps AIADMK would not fare well, but this time around, looking at the trends so far, AIADMK has proved to give a tough fight to the DMK, and Edappadi clearly trying to prove that he is there to stay and that he is accepted by the people at large. Looking at the numbers till now, AIADMK certainly sees this as a positive trend so far.
Okay, Purnima, thanks a lot for joining us. So this is of course not a rout for them. As many were predicting. So the overall numbers not looking as bad for them, but of course it is a large 10-year anti-incumbency against them. Even in Tamil Nadu, remember, there is a trend of course of, either of the Dravidian parties coming back to power after every term. This was the first election without J.J. Lalita for the AIADMK, without Karunanidhi for the DMK. And as it has happened, the timing is such that it is also the 10-year mark for the AIADMK in power, and therefore the DMK has now got a chance. And of course, they have to come good on this, because this is the big chance for DMK Supremo M.K. Stalin to prove that he is an able administrator who was the right heir, not just through lineage, but also through talent, that he will be the rightful heir to Karunanidhi. Remember, there were question marks on whether he could withstand another 5 years in opposition. I travelled in Tamil Nadu myself, and the sense that was emerging was that while there was no large anti-incumbency against the ruling AIADMK, and generally people did not have anything bad to say about how the government had performed. They were reasonably happy, and they were happy with the Chief Minister's performance as well. The bigger target for the AIADMK became the BJP, the alliance with the BJP for the AIADMK. So I just want to quickly look at the BJP numbers as well. So the BJP contested 20 seats, of course. Remember, both the Dravidian parties did not yield much as far as their national partners, alliance partners are concerned, both for the BJP and the Congress with the DMK. So BJP got 20 seats, and actually they're not, they're leading, the AIADMK alliance or the BJP is leading only in 3 of them. And that's actually down 2 from the last time around. The DMK has swept the seats that the BJP has contested, 16 of them, adding 1 from last time around. So it hasn't been easy going for the BJP. And many felt that the BJP was turning out to be a roadblock or an albatross around their neck as far as the AIADMK is concerned, because in political rhetoric, even if they did not have a stick to beat the AIADMK government with, they definitely had one stick, which was the BJP, to beat them with, basically playing to the Dravidian ideology and Tamil sentiments. We have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue to get you more from the other states we're tracking.
Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal. She's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
And there has been no one to ferry their bodies to the crematorium because people simply don't want to go anywhere near a COVID positive person. Why did you decide that it was okay for you with your little ambulance to do this job? Why did you want to do it?
अगर आपको मानव जन्म मिला है और उसमें एक छोटा सा दिल होता है और उसमें बहुत सारी फीलिंग्स, बहुत सारी इमोशंस होते हैं और जब आप अपनी उंगली आंखों से जब चारों तरफ त्राही त्राही देख रहे होते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर दिल है वो पसीजेगा जरूर। और जब आपके अंदर एक देशभक्ति, एक समाज सेवा की भावना होती है तो शायद उस समय आप फिर अपने आप को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, आप अपने आप को रोक नहीं सकते हैं। मुझे वैन को ऑर्गेनाइज प्लान करके पूरा लाने में मुझे 2 दिन का जो वक्त लगा, आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि मुझे रातों की नींद नहीं आ रही थी। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये 2 दिन मेरे पूरे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है, डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करके जो क्रेमेशन सेंटर तक ले करके जाती है, उन्होंने रेट्स अपने बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हाई कर रखे थे। इसी बीच में मैंने अपनी 2
National General Secretary of the BJP, C.T. Ravi, is now joining us. We were just talking about the Tamil Nadu numbers, and while it isn't a sweep for the DMK as was being predicted by most, it is indeed a comfortable victory back to power for them and of course for MK Stalin. C.T. Ravi, first thing is, how do you read the numbers currently? It isn't as bad as what was being projected for your alliance partner, the AIA DMK, and yourself, but of course you're falling short. So how do you read the vote in Tamil Nadu today?
We are accepted public mandate. I think 10 years long power in ADMK across the Tamil Nadu, Amma was influenced ADMK. Now Amma are not there. That vacuum also, I think, much influenced in this election.
The BJP itself, on the 20 seats that it fought, so the BJP itself on the 20 seats that it fought has not done very well. Are you disappointed with that at least?
Yeah, you know, southern area, except Karnataka, all other state, we are not organizationally strong much more. We did good effort in this election, but we couldn't get that type of what we have did effort that result.
Okay, and you were the biggest target. As far as the DMK Congress campaign is concerned, their biggest target was that, BJP wants to bring Hindu imposition into Tamil Nadu, and there's a large anti-BJP sentiment that they were playing on. The big question for you is, C.T. Ravi, has BJP managed to make any gains? You were wanting to make an entry, gain a foothold in Tamil politics? Or have these results completely put paid to those expectations? They have destroyed those expectations because the numbers don't seem to suggest that your acceptability has improved.
They made a false allegation to us. Time it will answer, but our party and our government, we imposed a national new education policy that shows we are not tried to any language pressure to impose to any state. All regional or state language, our party has given the priority. Even Tamil Nadu, Tamil language, it is supreme. Karnataka, Kannada is supreme. We have given the priority in all language in all states, but they made a false statement, false allegation to us. Temporarily, they are success in this election, but we did good effort. We couldn't get good result.
So, you will continue to work harder, you mean, in Tamil Nadu. Your alliance with the AIA DMK stays. You will continue to work with them in Tamil Nadu, or will BJP chart its own course and go alone from now on?
That will decide our parliamentary board, but our party is continuously doing good work along with our coalition partners.
Okay, all right. I leave it at that. C.T. Ravi, thanks a lot for joining us. Commiserations for today. Not really that big leap that the BJP was hoping to make in the 20 seats that it had. And overall, of course, the AIA DMK has also fallen short of the majority mark, although it's not really a rout for them. They have held on. That can be on two factors, of course, some of the policies that they made, some of the reservations they announced late into the, late as far as the election campaigning just about to start is concerned. And the second aspect also is that the EPS's own strongholds have actually done well. They've resisted the change. that is being witnessed otherwise in other areas of Tamil Nadu. So the western area has resisted that change. All right, so let's continue to look at some of the other, big takeaways of the Tamil Nadu election are concerned. The EPS government, of course, EPS was in power for 4 years. There was greater acceptability for him. And over the last 1 year especially, post the 2019 result, which the DMK, of course, had swept the Lok Sabha seats in Tamil Nadu, he seems to be having a turnaround. As far as COVID management is concerned, he seems to be getting a thumbs up. And of course, both parties fought bitterly as far as the dole politics in Tamil Nadu is concerned. But after J. Jalta's death, the AIADMK as a party was a divided house. And there were still many, many suspicions or speculations over what is still happening within the EPS-OPS ranks. And there was the factor of Sasikala and TTV Dinakaran. So all of them have seemed to be going against the AIADMK, not really that big a united front. Let's talk about Kerala now. In Kerala, of course, there are no surprises and no speculations required, because Pinarayi Vijayan has emerged as the biggest leader, on whose name really the CPM-led LDF has come back to power. The first time this has happened in 4 decades for any government to get a second consecutive term. So Pinarayi Vijayan has won, and has won fairly handsomely, holding on despite the trends in Kerala, and even adding a little bit. He is the first chief minister to be re-elected since 1977. This is a vote for LDF's governance in COVID times. Question mark though on UDF's political future, the Congress's political future especially, because here is where Rahul Gandhi devoted most of his time. Here is where he is the MP from, but the results are absolutely poor. Muslim League's future also bleak, because they have actually also not done very well. They've done poorly, the alliance partners of the UDF or the Congress in UDF. It is, of course, still a long way to go before the BJP can make any gains. And that is another big takeaway that is emerging. Vivek Narayan, Managing Editor, South, is joining us. Vivek, we're talking so much about, what the results in Bengal do for Mamata Banerjee. She clearly has national ambitions. But what do you think this result, bucking the trend of 40 years in Kerala, does for Pinarayi Vijayan?
Well, Pinarayi Vijayan, this vote exactly, I would clearly say, is not for the CPM. It is not for the left front. It is not even an anti-Congress, anti-BJP wave. It is an endorsement of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Remember, whenever the CPM had gone to polls this time around, they always spoke about the governance of Pinarayi Vijayan, the way he has dealt with the coronavirus, the fight of the state against coronavirus, and whenever natural disaster hit the state. So this avatar of Captain Pinarayi Vijayan, as he's been called, is an endorsement of an individual more than perhaps the party. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, it's a big slap in the face. The party had 1 seat earlier on. It seems as of now, they are losing that too. But there is reason for BJP to be positive. Their vote share, which was about 14.89 in 2016, is likely to go up to 22%. So it is one state that they will not completely rule out in 2024 parliamentary elections. They will be looking at one of those states which need to be incubated further. But it is the Congress which takes the biggest hit in Kerala. Remember, it's a state which is from where Rahul Gandhi comes from. It's a state from Wayanad, from where he's a representative in parliament. He has had actually more than 100 street corner rallies at big and small in the state. A lot of investment by Rahul Gandhi personally in that state, and it has all come up to nothing as of now. If you look at the numbers, they have got they fared very poorly. And to say it is for the first time in 40 years of contemporary political history of Kerala that some opposition party has come back again.
And I don't know what this says about Indian politics. Someone as featured a professional as E. Sridharan has lost his election. So one can only imagine what he was up against in Kerala. But it really also throws up some big questions on the personalities that are willing to take the plunge into politics and then are not elected. He was, of course, 88 years old, but he was perhaps
the cleanest image candidate that one could get, hasn't yielded results for the BJP. Vivek, thanks a lot for joining us. Let's also listen into what some other political reactions they've been getting. Remember, this is, of course, a big win for CPM or the left because they're decimated in Bengal. They don't exist anywhere else. Kerala is their last front, and they've made that announcement emphatically that we are here to stay in Kerala. Nobody comes close to us. I spoke to M.A. Baby, Politburo member of the CPM earlier. Here's his reaction and some more reaction. 2019 was a setback for you. So in the last 2 years, what do you think has worked so well for you that Pinarayi Vijayan-led government is being voted back to power emphatically?
The entire treatment in government medical college and the district and the general hospitals controlled by government, the COVID treatment was totally free. And this is perhaps the only state in India where this kind of assistance was being provided to people. So, the secular democratic approach of the LDF in Kerala, the incorruptibility of the political leadership in Kerala, then decentralization, how the three-tier panchayat institutions were dovetailed into the battle against the COVID-19. All these people were able to realize, and the opposition led by Congress and BJP, they were carrying out a parallel attack against the LDF government. So outside Kerala, Congress and BJP fight each other. But in Kerala, they were working in collusion. So their political opportunism, we were able to export.
I salute the people of Kerala for reposing their faith in the LDF in an unprecedented manner and re-electing it to form the coming government. They have reposed faith in the manner in which the previous LDF government tackled all the challenges that the people of Kerala faced, and also the pandemic scourge, and gave a Kerala model to the world.
The LDF will come back to power, and we will show the nation that this country needs a change. The left front government in Kerala were standing firm with the people of the state, and they were giving a confidence in their future life. That is why we are sure that the people will vote for the left in this election. We are going to come back with a thumping majority, with comfortable number of seats, so that Kerala will be led by the left in the future years too.
Well, if the Kerala victory of the LDF is a stamp of approval, especially in the way they handled COVID, and the BJP can certainly claim so too in Assam, because for the very first time, a non-Congress government has also been re-elected in Assam. The BJP really continuing to maintain the lead or the breakthrough that they made in 2016, virtually the same result for them, even though some alliances have shifted or changed for them. But the issues of NRC, CAA that were the most raging in 2019 in Assam of all states has not really hurt them. This is also where the Congress had a very credible alliance, and of course big factors that went into their favor as well, and yet they haven't really been able to erode the base of the BJP. And now all eyes will be exactly who becomes their chief minister, whether it will be Sarbananda Sonowal again, or whether somebody like Himanta Biswa Sarma will be rewarded. I spoke to Jay Panda, BJP in charge of Assam earlier, and this is what he had to say. The BJP has managed to not just win in Assam, but actually improve its tally from last time around.
First of all, on incumbency, the conventional wisdom that incumbency was a burden has been disproved at the national level by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now it is being disproved in states where BJP is in government, like Assam. Now, see, the Prime Minister himself has kept a laser-like focus on the Northeast. And you can see dramatic differences in development in the last 5 years in Assam compared to previous decades, whether it is on infrastructure, whether it is on law and order. There have been no communal riots in the last 5 years, as opposed to them being a regular feature in Assam in earlier years. The dramatic drop in infiltration, the intervention of the Home Minister to finally resolve the Bodo militancy, which had been dragging on for so many decades despite earlier records. The work of the party itself, led by and inspired by our national president JP Nadda, where literally lakhs of our volunteers reached out across the state and across the country to stand by people in their time of need during the pandemic. And finally, as you said, the government there, led by Chief Minister Sarbanand Sonowal and Finance Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, they have proved this concept of double engine governance. All of this goes hand in hand for this wonderful performance we've had in Assam today.
जनता ने जैसे हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है उसी हिसाब से निश्चित हो गया कि बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी। हमारे एजीपी और यूपीपीएल का साथ हम सरकार बनाएंगे, ये स्पष्ट है। और सब जनता की जो आशीर्वाद सहयोग इसके वजह से हुआ है।
बार कांग्रेस और महाजूथ का जो गठबंधन का जो सरकार दिसपुर में बनेगा, हमारा जो मैजिक नंबर जो है कांग्रेस का सरकार बनाने के लिए जो मैजिक नंबर चाहिए वो मैजिक नंबर मिलेगा और मजबूती के साथ इस बार कांग्रेस और महाजूथ का सरकार बनेगा दिसपुर में।
My colleague Niloy is also joining us. Niloy, of course, the BJP is comfortable. What really happens to the Congress in Assam? Because this was being seen as perhaps their one big chance to come back to power. Yes, of course, the leadership is new. They don't have Tarun Gogoi, who was a stalwart in Indian politics or Assamese politics. But does this not mean that there are a lot of questions on the functioning, on the strategy, and just, the way the Congress is functioning in the state?
Definitely, yes. If you see, if you talk about Tarun Gogoi, then definitely Congress is losing in Tarun Gogoi's constituency, that is Titabar. And secondly, Congress this time left no stones unturned. It roped in the biggest strategy company, the Designed Box, to strategize its campaign, the Twitter handle, social media campaign, roped in Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. They moved fan into entire length and breadth of the state. They tied up with AIUDF, the left parties, BPF in Bodoland areas. So they stitched out the Grand Alliance. And the Grand Alliance was one thing that was a gamble for the entire, for the Congress. Because when they were stitching up the alliance with AIUDF, many Congress leaders and many candidates, they opposed the move, especially all the MLAs and leaders from Upper Assam. They opposed the move. They said that people, the minorities in Upper Assam, the tea garden population of Upper Assam, and the indigenous Assamese of Upper Assam would not appreciate this move or this alliance, and it would reflect in the results. Likewise, the BPF, the Bodo people also objected the BPF coming with in the Grand Alliance, because that also means BPF tying up with AIUDF, which the Bodo people might not like. And this actually happened so, because Congress in Gauhapur, the APCC president Ripun Bora is losing. That is a major blow to the Congress. BPF, which won around 12 seats in the 2016 election, this time is leading only 3 seats. Likewise, the UPPL, a new party which is in the council this time, a constituent in the BJP plus formation, the UPPL is getting more than 7 to 8 seats, and that is a major gain for BJP in the Bodo areas. Definitely, yes. Another thing is that the swing in the tea votes. Now you see Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, everybody moved into the tea garden areas. The 5 guarantees, which one of the foremost guarantee was assurance of 365 rupees daily wage to the tea garden laborers. And that was an assurance, and Congress betted upon it. And remember, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel was more than 1 month, he was camping in Assam. He moved, particularly, he personally moved into all the tea gardens of Assam and tried his level best to swing the tea garden votes to the to Congress, which actually did not happen. So definitely Congress has gambled this time, and Congress actually, this was the best chance for the Congress to actually come into power after a gap of 5 years. So this didn't happen, and this probably would be a...
We'll have to wait and see whether there is, of course, a rethink, because overall, the numbers are not good for the Congress anywhere. In Assam, they've held on, but they haven't been able to break the stranglehold of the BJP. In Kerala, it's not good for them. In West Bengal, they've been wiped out. So where is the Congress as a national alternative to the BJP is a big question that will be asked. We'll leave it at that, Niloy. Thanks a lot for joining us. Just shifting our focus to the overall COVID picture across the country as well. India has once again reported nearly 4 lakh new COVID cases, although the number has come down from the peak of over 4 lakh that was witnessed yesterday. But there is a record high as far as the death toll is concerned, over 36,000, 3,689 fatalities that have been reported yet again. And these are the worrying numbers for the country. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that medical college and nursing course pass-outs will be recruited to join the COVID fight. Services of final year MBBS students may also be utilized. The government is also planning to provide financial incentives to those leading the battle from the front. These measures have been taken at a time when India's vaccination center drives have entered its third phase. We saw just under 1 lakh of those between 18 to 45 plus age getting their first jab yesterday on the opening of the drive, but the numbers need to be scaled up. Let's also go across to Maria Shakil now joining us. Maria, give us the latest of what the central government is planning to do in the next few days.
Yes, that's right. And the Prime Minister held multiple meetings to review the COVID-related situation. He reviewed the upgradation of health infrastructure, supply of oxygen, augmenting medical personnel, and other related things. What we are being told is that in the meeting, many steps to incentivize students and pass-outs of medical and nursing courses to join COVID duty were taken. And decisions may include delaying NEET and incentivizing MBBS pass-out, studying for it to join COVID duty. The decision may also include utilizing services of the final year MBBS and nursing students in COVID duty. So because there is a need for really scaling up the overall capacity building or augmentation, which is the need of the hour, this is what the meeting was, which was held chaired by the Prime Minister, has included. And also there were meetings for ensuring what is the really important part as far as the oxygen plants are concerned. Shivani, there have been reports of oxygen shortage being reported from all across the country, which is certainly a matter of concern. Though supply may not be an issue, but what is certainly an issue, Shivani, is about transportation, which is what is being worked out.
Yes, absolutely. When you augment beds, you also need the staff to be able to man those beds, and you also obviously need more oxygen to be reaching those hospitals. Otherwise, the expansion may be fruitless, because currently what is most required are oxygen beds. Maria, thanks a lot for joining us for the meantime. And with that, it's time for me to take your leave. My colleague Anusha will be joining you.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Anusha Soni. It's been a day of political surprises where voters in about 5 states have disproved most of the political pundits. Didi certainly is holding strong to the state of West Bengal, and we take you through the key takeaways, the trends which are emerging so far. Some seats have shown final results, but there are largely trends which are being reported from various parts of the country. Let's take you through some key takeaways. What is the result from the Battle of Bengal really mean for the country? What is the messaging really coming in for the entire country? Indeed, it's a resounding victory for Mamata Banerjee. There are no doubts about that. TMC also manages to hold on to the 2016 seats, the Jungle Mahal region, the much talked about area. Mamata Banerjee also is one of the biggest opposition faces for 2024. Going forward, she can say that she is going to make sure that she is the person who's leading the fight and taking on the mammoth, gigantic election machinery of the BJP. BJP, of course, is emerging as the main opposition party, but they haven't been able to trump Didi this time. But even the worst critics would say that they have rewritten the grammar in many, many ways. Left and the Congress are completely decimated. That's a given. The entire opposition space in the state of West Bengal has been taken by the BJP. They are the principal opposition party in the state without any doubt. Let's now listen in. We also spoke to BJP Bengal co-in-charge Amit Malviya. He has accepted that there were certain points where the party did go wrong. Listen into this conversation.
What do you read? Even if the trends are coming but the results are pretty clear, how does the BJP really read this? Because the BJP had been claiming that you'll get 200 plus.
Well, it certainly has fallen short of what we had set for ourselves. But I think it's too premature to arrive at what the final numbers would be like. There are some very closely contested seats. There are approximately 90 seats where the BJP is trailing by a margin of less than 5,000. Unless we have gone through 15 rounds of counting and the trends have stabilized, it would be improper to sort of arrive at the numbers per se. But yes, it does seem that it might be lower than what we had expected.
There are about 4 to 5 rounds to go. The margin of, the votes between Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee is about 1,000. Who are you putting your money on at this point in time?
Well, the TMC should worry about it, because if Mamata Banerjee loses Nandigram, what moral authority will she have to lead the state and her own party?
My colleagues are joining us on the broadcast, getting us more perspective on that story. Payal and Pallavi have been tracking this entire big battle for the state of West Bengal. Payal, a word from you about what is it that Amit Malviya is saying on record, and what exactly are the feelers within the party? Yes, they have not been able to get the numbers that they wanted, but they have captured officially the entire space for an opposition party in the state of West Bengal.
Well, absolutely. Anusha, if you looked at the last election, then the BJP's strength was 3 in the assembly, which clearly meant that they were nowhere. They were not even 0.01% as far as that is concerned. But in a 294 seat assembly, with of course 2 seats still to go in that sense, the BJP will fancy itself and say that yes, we are going to emerge as a very, very strong opposition. But obviously they say in politics there is no moral victory. You win, you win, you lose, you lose. There is a lot for the BJP to really introspect. For example, the 50% women votes. The BJP was very confident that the women would ditch Mamata Banerjee and take them along this time around. That has not really happened. Certain caste combinations that the BJP says has not really happened. Was the attack personally on Mamata something that the people of Bengal decided to teach the BJP a lesson on? That's something also for the BJP to really introspect. So there's a lot of introspection, and the BJP will do it at a given time as well. But for now, they are still waiting to see what happens in the huge battle of Nandigram. I'm once again en route to try and catch, if I can catch hold of Shubhendu Adhikari, who's camping at a guest house, in a place, right now, waiting to see what the final tally is. It's a cliffhanger of sorts, to say the least.
All right, it's a cliffhanger of sorts, to say the least. Pallavi is also with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, all throughout the elections that we have tracked, we have spoken about very specific vote banks that the BJP has been targeting in various parts. 2 particular aspects I want to talk about. The trends so far, what do they tell us about how the Matua community has voted? And in area like Jungle Mahal, where it was expected that with the scheduled tribes, BJP is likely to make more inroads, why didn't that really work out? What are the trends emerging? What is the analysis that you can gather, tracking these elections in the last 2 months?
Well, Anusha, before I talk about analysis, I'm going to give a sense of what is happening right behind me. This is in Bhawanipur, that's her constituency earlier before Nandigram. And you can see the famous Khala Hobe jingle, which became the tagline of the Trinamool Congress, which is being played out even as we speak. And that became a part of the political narrative. It was Khala Hobe versus Khala Shesh. They are young TMC supporters who are, of course, bursting crackers and celebratory shots, complete violation of the Election Commission norms, and we've been told that EC is going to look down and come down very heavily on the party. Well, if you're going to talk about analysis, well, both the areas, whether it's the Matua community or whether it was Jungle Mahal, those two are considered to be the soft spot of the Trinamool Congress, which is why they try to make that extra effort. In Jungle Mahal, I would say in all the 4 of Jhargram, the Trinamool Congress has made very well for themselves. That was also where the cut money or the tolabazi charges were leveled against them. There's also a substantial number of women voters there. Let's not even forget that angle. And that's something which has happened, a gender consolidation which seems to have worked in favor of Mamata Banerjee.
All right, so there's a genuine voter consolidation that has happened, especially of the women voters. And what the numbers are telling us is a story that the consolidation for Mamata Banerjee began in the first few phases and it continued till the last phases. My colleague Payal is also with us on the broadcast. Payal, a word more about the introspection which is likely to happen within the BJP. I mean, without a doubt, they threw their full might. You had Home Minister Amit Shah, Prime Minister himself making multiple rounds, campaigning very aggressively in the state. What are the lessons perhaps the BJP would want to take forward? They have captured the opposition space, but in their own words, their ambitions are quite lofty.
Well, yes, you know, because that's the way in which the BJP actually contests election. They give it their entire power and might. Sometimes these results go for you, sometimes they don't go for you. Nobody really gave BJP even an outside chance in 2016 in Assam for that matter. Nobody really thought that the results would be the way it turned out to be in Uttar Pradesh, for example, in 2017 as well. The BJP will have to do a lot of introspection, Anusha, especially given the fact that there have been a lot of turncoats who've joined the party from Trinamool Congress. Most of them have, have not been able to be victorious. Is that something that the BJP really needs to look at? Is it the fact that their own party cadre cannot be disgruntled and, they probably could have given more seats to their party cadre than the turncoats? So all of these factors will have to be taken into place. Was it the right decision to field MPs? Because remember, out of the 5 or 6 MPs, possibly just one of them, that is Nishit Pramanik from Cooch Behar, he could be the only one who could be looking at getting any inroads. Is that a risk too much for the BJP really to take? Is that an embarrassment on the face? A lot of questions remain unanswered right now, Anusha.
All right, a lot of questions continue to remain unanswered, but that's the post numbers analysis that we're going to do. Right now, let's also have a look at the leaderboard. Some trends which are emerging. What do the numbers really tell us about the story of West Bengal so far? This is a journey that we have tracked in the last few months. Well, TMC indeed is headed for a big victory. The best of the analysis of the TMC, perhaps they had not thought they are going to cross 200 in this manner. Of course, Nandigram continues to be the nail-biter finish. There's also the sunrise which is happening in Tamil Nadu as DMK takes the big lead. Many said that Stalin is the chief minister in waiting and perhaps the day has come for him to occupy the chair. Not the numbers that they were expecting, but yes, he will be the next chief minister if the trends were to translate and convert into final results. Pinarayi Vijayan, he has bucked the trend. And LDF is all set to form the next government in Kerala, and this is completely, doing away with the earlier trends of the past 4 decades that we have seen, that no incumbent government has been voted back to power. Clearly, governance had a huge role to play. Assam has voted for BJP once again. Rahul Gandhi's campaign hasn't really worked there. The tea garden narrative, the insider versus outsider narrative that the Congress party really spun in the state of Assam, that hasn't worked on the ground. So that leader is coming back. BJP is going to form the government in the state of Assam once again. Those are the clearly trends which we are pointing out so far. Let's see what the final numbers would be. As far as Bengal is concerned, most likely the leads are divided equally in terms of the counting which has happened. Some last phases of counting are yet to happen. DMK, if you look at in the state of Tamil Nadu, it was expected to be a complete sweep for the party. That hasn't happened. But interestingly, there were other contenders as well. There was the TTV Dinakaran factor. There were the likes of Kamal Hassan who had tried their political fortunes, but that didn't work. So people have voted into binaries, into political binaries in the state of Tamil Nadu. My colleague Ilmaz Saeed is joining us on the broadcast. He'll give us more insight into the numbers which are emerging so far. Ilmaz, over to you. What do the numbers really tell us? Most of us are very curious to know what's happening in Nandigram.
Well, Nandigram is a nail-biter. Nandigram right now, it's a hot seat, it's a nail-biter. 16 rounds have gone down, it's down to the last round. What we've heard, till the 16th round, Suvendu Adhikari was leading with only 6 votes. I'll repeat that, only 6 votes. Anything can happen. All eyes are on Nandigram right now. The last minute counting is underway. I had just spoken to our local reporter at Nandigram. Everything is tensed, everybody is tensed, because it is CM Mamata Banerjee versus her prodigy, Suvendu Adhikari, who just before the elections had quit his ministership, had quit the Trinamool Congress and shifted over to the BJP. And not only did he just shift over to the BJP, he had made a challenge to defeat Mamata Banerjee by 50,000 votes. Well, that looks like a distant dream right now, but he's got a lead of 6 votes. We need to see what happens in the last round that's underway. I've just spoken to my reporter who's down there in Nandigram, and from what I hear, it's a very slow process. Every vote is being counted, carefully scrutinized, and in some time, we are going to get the results of what happens in Nandigram. Now, if I look at the figures of Bengal, 210 lead for TMC right now, BJP down to 79, Congress and Morcha with 2. Practically, Congress and Morcha together coming out with 2. Out of the question, BJP, definitely there's been a gain from the seats they had in 2016 to the seats they are having in 2021. It's a gain, but the challenge that the entire BJP leadership had given, they were here in Bengal before the elections. Prior to the elections, even Narendra Modi was here. Last month, we had seen, 1 month before going into polls, we've seen that Narendra Modi was here about 5 to 6 times, addressing different rallies. That is bar 200 par. That has been a distant dream. That has been proved. Over to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That has been a distant dream, and I want to talk more about that with my colleague Pallavi. She's been tracking those elections from the ground. She's spoken to voters elaboratively. Pallavi, help us understand, going forward, BJP has captured the entire space for the principal opposition party in the state of West Bengal. We had spoken so much about the third front factor, the Muslim votes, or what the left Congress and the ISF combined could do in a state like West Bengal. Looks like the the third front or the left parties are completely washed up, completely decimated, whatever was left of them.
See, there are many things which went wrong for the left Congress plus the ISF combined, the Sanyut Morcha. First of all, the Congress was not a very happy partner in the beginning. Initially, of course, they were very much a part of that coalition with the ISF. Then they started getting worried about the new Hindutva image they want to follow, and then that distancing happens from ISF. So it was a very half-hearted kind of campaign they were running in those areas where either the ISF was contesting or ISF was actively helping the left. This doesn't augur well for any coalition. The second thing is that there was a sense within the Congress party, a chunk of the Congress party, that a bigger enemy for them is actually the BJP and not the Trinamool Congress. So let's lie low. The fact that Rahul Gandhi walks out of campaigning saying COVID concerns are there, many actually thought that this could have been a deliberate calibration because they do not want to put their heart into those areas where the Congress has been traditionally quite powerful, whether it's Malda and Murshidabad. Yes, Murshidabad MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was down with COVID, but you know, he's such a strong leader from that area, he didn't have to be physically present. But the word which went down as far as the minorities was twofold. One, which was of course pushed by Mamata Banerjee, that you know, there is a fear factor if the BJP comes to power, and if you divide, what's going to happen is that it's going to help the BJP and I am going to lose. So don't waste your votes giving to the Congress and the left. And the second thing is that even in these areas, when we would travel, we would see a very half-hearted campaign run by the left and the Congress party. Very few Congress flags or left flags or on the ground, so to say. In some areas, they concentrated, but where they really wanted to take on the TMC, but more than the TMC, they want to take on the BJP. I think that was one of the main concerns. But at the end of it, what happens is they've done worse than what they did the last time round. There is no face saver for them. The ISF crowd.
Yeah. My colleague Pallavi is tracking all the developments. We'll just try and fix that audio line with Pallavi and get more details from her. Pallavi, if you can still hear me, help us understand how women voters actually voted in these elections, and that as a chunk stood with the brand Modi in the Bihar elections. But looks like that in this election in the state of West Bengal, women voters who came out in huge number in the early phases of polling in the state of West Bengal, they were with Didi. If we were to do simple arithmetic and look at the trends which are emerging so far.
We're going to wait for those official statistics to come in, which Election Commission releases it. But Anusha, many people were very cynical about the sympathy factor. I tell you what really worked as far as the woman factor is concerned. One, the fact that she built up this perception.
Okay. I think there's a problem with Pallavi's audio. We'll just try and fix that. But as my colleague Pallavi was pointing out, yes, we'll get more data. We'll get more insights about how the state of West Bengal actually voted, what worked for TMC. All eyes on that nail-biter finish of Nandigram. Suvendu Adhikari was ahead by 6 votes. It's the last phase of counting which is underway in the constituency right now. We'll continue getting you all the updates here on CNN News 18, slipping into a very short break.
Begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal. She's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए, मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए होगी। वो मुझसे ये बोल करके गया कि ये 2 दिन के बाद मर जाएगा और तुम ऐसा काम कर रही हो तो ये सारा क्रिमेशन तुम देख लेना और मैं जा रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? बोला मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा, मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है हर एक बॉडी के साथ एक किस्सा, हर एक केस के साथ एक ऐसी कहानी जुड़ी है जो आपके जहन को और झकझोर देती है और आप और ज्यादा मदद करने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं।
बिफोर आई कम टू हरतीरथ, वर्षा मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। रोज एक दिन में आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं? कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है, मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2:30 बजे हो, 3:30 बजे हो, 4 बजे हो, मेरे पास किसी भी समय आ जा रही है कॉल। और क्योंकि हमारी मैन पावर या जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मुझे लगता है कि 10 से 12 या कभी कभी 13 भी बॉडीज को हैंडल कर लेती हैं। क्योंकि एक बॉडी को क्रिमेट कराने में बॉडी लोड करके हॉस्पिटल से उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज होती हैं वो पूरा फुलफिल करके वैकुंठ धाम तक जाना, उसकी बॉडी को पूरा क्रिमेशन तक का पूरा प्रोसेस को निभा करके वापस आने में 40 to 45 मिनट्स लगते हैं। तो इस पीरियड में फिर 3 गाड़ियों में आप एवरेज निकालिए कि कम से कम 10 से 12
Welcome back, and we continue to talk about the election results, and right now our focus is on Tamil Nadu, where voters have given a clear mandate to DMK. Well, not the number of seats which MK Stalin would have wanted in his kitty, but he is clearly going to be the next chief minister if these trends were to translate into final results. That's the word of caution. So what does the Tamil Nadu blockbuster really tell us about the politics of the state? What are the key factors which are emerging? We take you through some key pointers. First of all, Stalin has come out of his father's shadow. Many would argue that for about 1 decade, he was the chief minister in waiting and he wanted his turn to come in. After that vacuum, the legacy vacuum in the state, Stalin seems to be benefiting from that in many ways, and he has been able to capture that space in some ways possible. However, this debate will continue to go on. Udayinidhi has sealed the DMK's line of succession. He has also fought from the Chitpaal constituencies, and Udayinidhi's entry into politics is also sealing the line of succession for the DMK. The 1-year quota, it also helps the AIADMK win North Tamil Nadu. That is one reason many experts are pointing out that AIADMK, despite having anti-incumbency for about 2 terms, has been able to retain a considerable number of seats. The loss is not as steep as it was predicted because of the 1-year quota that was announced just few days before the elections. AIADMK's strong will has ensured no split. That was the biggest worry. You had the Sasikala factor, the Chinnamma factor. You also had the likes of TTV Dinakaran. The manner in which the legacy war of Jayalalitha had to be settled, that was a huge concern for the AIADMK. With these elections, it looks like that those fissures have been closed for good. At least for now, that it seems. TTV Dinakaran, the Sasikala factor, that has been cut to size, and that's a huge relief for an AIADMK, which was fearing some kind of split within the party. Kamal Hassan, MNM, it fails to make any impact. Only Kamal Hassan is showing certain leads in that seat in South Coimbatore where he fought from, but his party as a political entity has not been able to capture any substantial vote chunk, and it has been a two-way contest in the battle for Tamil Nadu. We also have reactions coming in on the story. Let's listen in to TKS Langovan as to what he has to say.
Results are yet to come. We still think that BJP will lose both the seats. They were leading in 4 constituencies. Now they are leading only in 2 constituencies as of now. Let us wait and see. They are not winning on their own. They are traveling in the shoulders of ADMK. Whatever victory they get is the ADMK's victory, not their victory. We will reach 180 and we will be comfortably placed.
My colleague Purnima is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more perspective about the politics, the manner in which it's emerging. Purnima, help us understand the feelers within the DMK. They would have expected much better numbers. What are the feelers you're hearing, the sentiment within the party right now?
Well, right now, senior leaders of the DMK have arrived at M.K. Stalin's residence. M.K. Stalin had called them for a meeting. From here, they will be leaving at around 6 p.m. to pay tribute to Karunanidhi and then to the party office. That's the plan here. But because Sundays are lockdown days in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu, and the fact that the Election Commission has requested political parties to ensure that there are muted celebrations, people don't step out on the streets to celebrate. Therefore, very few people have in fact assembled outside M.K. Stalin's residence. We saw scores of people outside at the DMK office here in Chennai, and the police had to really disperse the crowd. Here also, you can see a couple of people now waiting outside as M.K. Stalin will leave in the next couple of hours from his residence to pay tribute to his father. But muted celebrations. DMK is still hoping that the final number is more than 160. That's what people say. Senior leaders say that even as the counting is underway, they're hoping to get anywhere more than 160 is what the expectation is. And M.K. Stalin is asking people to not gather outside and celebrate, considering that the pandemic is raging.
The pandemic is raging. The so-called celebrations need to be muted. People have given out their mandate, but we also need to respect the times where we live in, where thousands of people are losing their lives every day to the COVID virus. Deepa is also with us on the broadcast, getting us more perspective on that story. Deepa, let's also talk about the losing party, AIADMK. Not such a bad of a performance as it was earlier predicted. The entire legacy war surrounding J. Jayalalitha, the former late Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, would it be premature to say that legacy war has been closed for good?
Well, to the extent that, we are going to see yet again the AIADMK trying to decide through a court case on whether there are other claimants to Jayalalitha's legacy. Because remember, right now, we saw a sort of tug of war between E. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam. And Palaniswamy certainly has performed for his own party much better than Pannirselvam. We saw the entire Western Congo belt that has backed the AIADMK in this election. In fact, most of the numbers have come from this region for the AIADMK. What the party has also suffered is a backlash from the Tevar community, which is mostly in southern Tamil Nadu, which is the community that O. Pannirselvam belongs to. He himself is right now leading by just about 3,000 plus votes in the Bodinaikanur constituency, where he is contesting. And to that extent, yes, EPS has sort of decisively established his control over the party. But remember, there is also a court case that's already outstanding, that's pending in a court in Tamil Nadu, in a local court in Chennai, where V.K. Sasikala, the former aide of former Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha, had also staked claim to the party's leadership, saying that it should be hers purely because the General Secretary later was appointed by violating the bylaws of the party that were earlier in place. So she has questioned it, she has challenged it, and that could be another long drawn out court case that we could see in the coming days. The BJP, for instance, has already said that it would continue an alliance with the AIADMK come what may.
All right. I'm also taking a word from Purnima, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Purnima, so, as Deepa is saying, that question remains open-ended in terms of the legacy of Jayalalitha, how AIADMK is going to cope up with those questions, or a legal battle that is still pending in the courts right now. But in terms of a third front, the TTV Dinakaran factor, the Kamal Hassan factor, all of them have not proven to have any kind of political support or mandate from the people, other than one seat of Coimbatore South, where Kamal Hassan is contesting from. Makkal Nidhi Mayam has not been able to show any kind of presence on the ground.
Well, after the demise of Jayalalitha and Karunanidhi, there was a question of political vacuum in the state, and people said that there could perhaps be a change in Tamil Nadu. But the state elections, in the absence of Jayalalitha, Karunanidhi, once again proves that people here stick to one of the Dravidian parties, whether it's the ADMK or the DMK. Tamil Nadu voters have decided to vote for one of the two parties, which is why the question third front or a formidable alliance has really not done well in Tamil Nadu. While Kamal Hassan is leading in Coimbatore South, TTV is trailing in Kovilpatti constituency. AMMK, his party, is not really doing well in any of the constituencies so far, is not leading in any of the constituencies. Therefore, the third front has really failed in Tamil Nadu, and once again voters have decided to either vote for one of the Dravidian parties. Therefore, the question of vacuum does not arise, considering that the results have been positive for the DMK so far, and ADMK has also fared well so far, leading in over 80 plus constituencies.
Right. That's the perception that my colleague Purnima is also getting for us. Deepa, going forward with the numbers that DMK is getting right now, how do you expect? Are you expecting a statement to come from Stalin? You also pointed out that there has been a message to keep the so-called celebrations very muted and not to come out on the streets and celebrate because these are COVID times. What is the sort of messaging that has come in from the party for the cadres?
Well, he has put out a message already to the cadres saying that whatever they want to celebrate, they must celebrate at home. They must enjoy this victory in their own homes because health is of paramount importance. We saw around 2 o'clock today a few DMK cadres, about 100 to 150 of them, landing up at the party office despite the lockdown that is there in Tamil Nadu today. They did land up at the DMK office trying to burst crackers, trying to wave the flags and start off on a dancing celebration, but the police quickly put an end to that, and police also has reached out to Stalin himself. The local DCP went and met him and told him to advise the party cadre to really not indulge in any such sloganeering or celebration at this point of time. So his message to the party men also has been to celebrate victory in their own homes, what he will be also likely doing. We've seen a few top leaders like A. Raja and T.R. Balu already call on him through the day. We are likely to see a sort of hurdle that the DMK is likely to get into on the way forward. What next are they going to do post this result? They're, of course, getting a huge number of congratulatory messages from across the country talking about this fabulous victory, but they are also now looking at what next they need to do. First of all, in forming government, second of all, in tackling the pandemic.
Yes. My colleague Deepa and Purnima getting us all that perspective from the ground. We also spoke to CT Ravi about the results or the trends which are emerging right now. Listen into this conversation.
What do you make of the kind of results that you've got today? It is actually better than what you expected?
Yeah, we tried to get to double digit. We couldn't, but our party ideology committed to political party will do better work.
So what went wrong in this election strategy?
I think 2016 Amma was there. ADMK now does not have a across the Tamil Nadu influenceable leader, but Chief Minister EPS and Deputy Chief Minister OPS both did good effort. Our alliance parties also, we did a good coordination, but we couldn't get what we accepted that seats.
All right, so those are the reactions coming in for the state of Tamil Nadu. Here's yet another sort of history that has been made, and that's about the God's own country, the state of Kerala. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan is all set to return to power. He will continue to be the Chief Minister by the sort of mandate that has come in. The numbers have been very heartening for his party and for himself as a leader. Especially the sort of governance that we have seen during the COVID times is one of the reasons many would argue is why you are seeing the first Chief Minister since 1977 to come back to power to get re-elected. Some key pointers why we call it a historic mandate in the state of Kerala. This is also a vote for LDF's governance in COVID times. There's also a question mark over UDF's political future because the opposition has not been able to perform in any manner possible. This was their opportunity, which they have clearly lost with the mandate that has coming out. Muslim League's future is bleak after a poor show. And it is indeed a long way to go for BJP to make inroads because many of the star campaigners who were fighting elections on the party's ticket in BJP there are not in any way positioned to make it successful in that MLA seat. Pinarayi Vijayan, the first Chief Minister to get re-elected since 1977, it does speak volumes about the manner in which people have voted and the sort of mandate LDF as a party has got. It also elevates the stature of Pinarayi Vijayan, not just within his party, but many would argue in the regional politics, in the national politics. Well, that's what we're talking about. That's why the mandate of Kerala is so historic. My colleague Neetu is with us on the broadcast. Neetu, a historic mandate coming in for Pinarayi Vijayan. I was just looking at your Twitter as well. You put out some information about the manner in which Shailaja Teacher has performed in these elections. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, Shailaja Teacher has got a record majority. 61,000 votes is her majority from Mattanur constituency, and this is the first in the history of Kerala. In 2006, another LDF candidate had got about 47,000 majority. That was the highest so far. But KK Shailaja, the Health Minister of Kerala, has done much better, 61,000. When we went to the ground in Mattanur, that was a sense that we got from there also. Many that we spoke to were actually talking about the margin, saying that we want to send Shailaja back to the constituency with the highest margin that Kerala has ever seen, and it has indeed happened like that. Now, if you look at the Congress, I mean, it is a poor show for the Congress. If you had looked traditionally, this is a chance for Congress to come back to power, the Congress and the UDF, but they fared less number of seats compared to last time when you were in the government and then getting close to 100 seats. So that is a huge victory for Pinarayi Vijayan. So a few takeaways that we should look at into this. The Sabrimala issue that was being raised by the BJP as well as the UDF in the state, even the national leaders when they came into the state, they were raising the Sabrimala issue, but that did not resonate with the crowd. It did not have much of a difference. Even in Pathanamthitta district, where Sabrimala is located, all the constituencies, the LDF won. So that is one key factor. And even against the Devisam Minister, Kadagambali Surendran, there was a heavy campaign using this. Shobha Surendran, a firebrand leader from the BJP, was his opponent, but his margin was about 20,000, the leads were. Another factor that the opposition was mainly raising was related to the gold scam, the dollar smuggling, all the other corruptions. But the LDF were trying to project it as if the central government was trying to use the agencies politically. So the people, I think, has gone by what they said. Otherwise, such a huge victory for this. And also the leadership of this LDF government led by Pinarayi Vijayan. This was a time, this past 5 years, Kerala had witnessed unprecedented crisis, right from Oki, the floods, Nipah, and now the COVID. But during all this time, hunger was something which was really considered by those in power. Community kitchens, providing rations at homes and welfare pensions. So I think these are the measures that has helped this LDF government come back to power.
We'll talk more about this, Neetu, that what are the governance models or the different approaches that have been taken by Kerala government in various crises that the state has seen in the last 4 to 5 years, as my colleague Neetu was pointing out. My colleague Shivani also spoke to M.A. Baby about the victory in Kerala. What does it mean for the party? Listen.
2019 was a setback for you. So in the last 2 years, what do you think has worked so well for you that Pinarayi Vijayan-led government is being voted back to power emphatically?
The entire treatment in government medical college and the district and the general hospitals controlled by government. The COVID treatment was totally free. And this is perhaps the only state in India where this kind of assistance was being provided to people. So, the secular democratic approach of the LDF in Kerala, the incorruptibility of the political leadership in Kerala, then decentralization, how the three-tier panchayat institutions were dovetailed into the battle against the COVID-19. All these people were able to realize, and the opposition led by Congress and BJP, they were carrying out a parallel attack against the LDF government. So outside Kerala, Congress and BJP fight each other. But in Kerala, they were working in collusion. So their political opportunism, we were able to expose.
All right, my colleague Neetu continues to be with us on the broadcast, getting us more perspective. Neetu, you were rightly pointing out that in the last 4 to 5 years, in this term of Pinarayi Vijayan, there has been multiple crises that the state of Kerala has witnessed. Right now, the state of Kerala is battling COVID crisis. Like many other states, the entire country is battling that crisis. What is the governance model that we're talking about? At many points, we saw, even in the earlier days of fight against COVID-19, that there was rather an apolitical approach that was adopted by Pinarayi Vijayan. He consulted various opposition leaders. In a time of crisis, he also tried to emerge as a statesman who was consulting leaders across party line to make sure less and less people are affected adversely on the ground.
That's correct. There's one image of Pinarayi Vijayan, Ramesh Chennithila going together in a flight and visiting the flood-hit areas, the worst affected areas. So that was an image which you hardly see in many other states, where the chief minister and the opposition leader is going together to the worst hit areas and seeing the people there. So that is something which has stood out in the state of Kerala, for that matter. But if you come to the governance of the LDF and Pinarayi Vijayan in special for the past 5 years, see what the image that is shown is somebody who's leading from the front. When the floods happened, every day there was regular press briefings by the chief minister himself, taking the lead, explaining what happened, what needs to be done and what is being done. So there was a clear explanation coming in from the chief minister himself every day. Even during the COVID times, we see right from earlier times itself, first it was a health minister that was briefing, but when the cases rose, the chief minister himself started the briefing, and a clear message was given to the people. At the time of the floods, the chief minister was to go for a treatment abroad, but he had even postponed that and waited till the situation made better. And the other factor is that the welfare measures that has been provided by this government, it was about 600 rupees at the welfare pension that a person used to get, but now it has been increased to about 1,600, and they have promised to give up to 2,500 if the government come back to power. So that is something. Imagine for a person who used to get his welfare pension once in 3 months or 6 months, now he's getting an increased pension in his hand every month before the 5th, and people are reaching your homes and giving this. So that is one major initiative. And during the crisis, to make sure that no one goes home hungry, because community kitchens, lockdown was announced, so community kitchens, they immediately started so that people don't have to sit at homes without knowing where they will get their food. Rations, special kit was given to people. They could get it from the ration shops, so that during this lockdown phase, they could at least have food to eat. So all these factors.
Okay. Neetu, as you're getting us all those details right now, I'm sorry I have to cut you short. I'm tossing it over to our managing editor, Zakir Jacob, who's in conversation with Prashant Kishore.
Thank you very much. The man of the moment, as it were, is the head of IPAC and the brains trust behind the victories both in Bengal as well as in Tamil Nadu today. But Bengal is the big talking point. Mr. Prashant Kishore, first of all, many congratulations. Even when many journalists from Delhi came to Bengal and said the ground scene there is different, you were sticking to your tweet that BJP will not cross 100. In fact, right now, as per the figures on our screen, TMC is at 212 and BJP at 77, which is an even bigger victory than 2016. What do you attribute? किस वजह से ममता बनर्जी को इतनी बड़ी जीत मिली है?
It's very difficult to say which किस वजह से जीत मिली है, but I think by and large people have reposed their faith in her leadership. They wanted to probably give her a chance for one more term, and that is what is reflected in the numbers.
But she was taking on the might of the BJP. मतलब 10 केंद्रीय मंत्री वहाँ भेजे गए थे. Amit Shah himself was leading the charge there. PM ने भी काफी सारे campaigns किए वहाँ पे. इन सब के बावजूद, if she has taken on the might of the BJP and won, कुछ तो वजह होना चाहिए.
भाई जस्ट बिकॉज कि आप केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं या 10 नेता बड़े आ जाएंगे या आप 20 हेलीकॉप्टर से उतर के प्रचार करने लगेंगे, इसका मतलब ये जरूरी तो नहीं है कि आप चुनाव जीत जाएंगे. द माइट इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिसोर्सेज मस्ट नॉट बी मिसअंडरस्टूड फॉर माइट इन टर्म्स ऑफ पब्लिक सपोर्ट. yes, they are mighty in terms of resources. Yes, they are mighty in terms of deployment they did, but the numbers are clearly reflective of the fact that they were not mighty when it comes to public support.
नहीं, आपने जो कैंपेन चलाया इनसाइडर वर्सेस आउटसाइडर, ममता बनर्जी हैज सेड इन मेनी ऑफ हर कैंपेन्स कि ये बाहर से लोग आ रहे हैं. इनफैक्ट फाइनल स्टेजेस में उन्होंने ये भी बोल दिया कि बाहर से लोग कोरोना लेके आ रहे हैं. क्या ये आउटसाइडर इनसाइडर थ्रेट टू बंगाली आइडेंटिटी इस वजह से जीती है, इतनी बड़ी जीत?
ये देखिए, ये it's a oversimplification of anything which happens in media channels. कि इसलिए जीती कि उसलिए जीती कि इनसाइडर आउटसाइडर कह दिया इसलिए. अभी रिजल्ट उल्टा आता तो आप कह रहे होते कि इनसाइडर आउटसाइडर चलाने से कुछ नहीं हुआ क्योंकि देश में सब एक ही जगह के रहने वाले हैं. सो दिस इज ऑल द आफ्टर इफेक्ट ऑफ ए विक्ट्री. उसके बाद आप चाहे जिस चीज़ को एट्रीब्यूट कर दें, यू डोंट विन एन इलेक्शन जस्ट बिकॉज आपने आउटसाइडर इनसाइडर चला दिया है या कुछ दूसरी बात चला दी है. You have to have many things going right for you to be able to win a state as big as West Bengal.
नहीं तो आपके एनालिसिस में what are the 1 or 2 big factors जिसकी वजह से इतनी बड़ी जीत मिली है? It's not just an ordinary victory. It's not like कि 150 मिल गया उनको 147 से. See, she's getting as big a victory as last time.
Yes, because BJP, the key challenger here was the BJP, and BJP's campaign was largely, if you observe it closely, was the extension of the campaign they did in 2019. In doing so, they did not account for the changes that Mamata Banerjee or the TMC or her government would have brought in post Lok Sabha quote unquote setback.
Yes.
So in a way, BJP was still living in 2019. What paid dividend for them? They thought if they continue doing the same thing with more gusto, with more resources, it will give them more result, without realizing that after 2019, TMC would have done course correction, both in terms of their governance, in their political outreach to the masses, or the leadership conduct or leadership engagement with the masses at large. So they did not account for that. They went on with the same thing, what they did, the same Jai Shri Ram, the same rallies of Modi, the same Amit Shah's roadshow. What was new? If you were to play the same graphics or same visuals of the campaign which we have just seen as 2019 campaign, viewers would not be able to make a difference. They were the same campaign. So they did not make any change. People could see through it, and there was nothing in terms of positive narrative on the part of BJP except for saying that Didi is corrupt, Didi bhaipo tolabaj, हम सोनार बांग्ला बनाएंगे. Where was the narrative?
नहीं तो
What did they say positive?
You are saying कि ये जब सारी चीजें जो बीजेपी ने बोली हैं, तोलाबाजी है, कटमनी है, करप्शन है, बाइपो चलाता है सरकार, none of this has had an impact according to you as per the results?
Who am I to say कि उसका impact है कि नहीं है? That is for you to judge. You guys since last many months have been running this narrative that BJP is going to sweep Bengal. You are entitled to have your view. Ultimately, the result has proved all of you wrong. So what can we say?
No,
we did not see that
इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहे हैं ना
great traction on the ground.
कि what
it was having traction in the minds of journalists who wanted to see it that way, and in the newsrooms the newsrooms that were doubling up as a propaganda center for the BJP.
नहीं तो इसलिए आपसे पूछ रहे हैं कि what did you see on the ground which journalists from Delhi were not able to see on the ground?
Whatever we saw. So you tell me, you are one of the largest channels.
जी.
How many of you have paid any attention to दीदी के बोलो? कि 75 लाख लोगों ने दीदी के बोलो में 45 लाख लोगों ने दीदी के बोलो में फोन करके तृणमूल को या तृणमूल के लीडरशिप को बताया कि उनको क्या तकलीफ है, उनको तृणमूल से क्या गुस्सा है, या वो तृणमूल में क्या होते देखना चाहते हैं. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव कवर्ड द्वारे सरकार, जिसमें 2,87,00,000 लोगों को सर्विस डिलीवरी ग्राउंड पर जाकर की गई है? आपका तो उसमें इंटरेस्ट है नहीं. आपका इंटरेस्ट इसमें है कि तृणमूल आज ढह गई, तृणमूल ताश के पत्तों की तरह गिर गई. आज यहाँ अमित शाह का रोड शो हुआ, उसमें 5 लाख लोग आ गए, तो आपने वही रिपोर्ट किया. आप, मेरे पास कोई ज्यादा ज्ञान नहीं है कि मैं वो चीज देख रहा हूं. आप वो चीज देखना ही नहीं चाहते थे.
नहीं, ये बताइए, ये जो स्लोगन आपने दिया,
आंख खुला था यहाँ, वो तो वो चीज देख ही रहा था.
नहीं, ये जो
भाई देखिए, अगर द्वारे सरकार कोई छुप के किसी रूम में तो हुआ नहीं, लेकिन आपका या आप जैसे मैं आपका मैं आप पे कोई व्यक्तिगत बात नहीं कह रहा हूं.
Of course,
जो लोग आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग नहीं देख पाए क्योंकि वो देखना ही नहीं चाहते थे. उनको हमारे जैसे लोगों ने अगर बताया तो कह रहे छोड़िए ना, द्वारे सरकार तो ठीक है, पहले ये बताइए ये लीडर कब छोड़कर जा रहे हैं तृणमूल. उनको लग रहा था कि लीडर के तृणमूल के छोड़ के जाने से ही वोट पड़ने वाला है. हम लोग हर इंटरव्यू में मैंने कहा है कि प्रशांत किशोर और फॉर दैट मैटर एनी लीडर डज नॉट मैटर. द फाइट इज बिटवीन बीजेपी एंड तृणमूल. फाइट इज बिटवीन दीदी एंड मोदी. हाउ डज इट मैटर हु इज असिस्टिंग हर?
नो, द पॉइंट,
घंटों घंटा का आपने प्रोग्राम चलाया है. आप सुनिए, ऐसा है, घंटों घंटा आपने प्रोग्राम चलाया है कि भाई ये आदमी तृणमूल छोड़कर चला गया
जी.
अब मान लीजिए कि कल मैं तृणमूल के साथ काम न करूं, उससे क्या बंगाल की जनता अपना वोटिंग प्रेफरेंस चेंज कर देगी? लेकिन आप तो वही चलाना चाहते हो क्योंकि आपको वो सूट करता है.
नहीं, ये बताइए ना प्रशांत जी, ये बताइए कि देयर आर अबाउट 21
जैसे चैनल्स, आपके जैसे चैनल, सुनिए, ऐसा है, आपके जैसे चैनल्स ने दिसंबर से लगातार चलाया है कि तृणमूल ढह गई, तृणमूल ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर गई, अब कुछ बचा नहीं है. तो भाई अब आप क्यों पूछ रहे हैं कि हम लोग क्या
मैं सिर्फ आपसे इतना ही पूछ रहा हूं, ये जो टर्न कोड्स थे जो टीएमसी छोड़ के बीजेपी में चले गए, शुवेंदु अधिकारी इंक्लूडेड इन दैट एंड राजीव बैनर्जी, मेनी लीडर्स लेफ्ट, सबने हार लिया.
कितने लोग उसमें से जीते हैं?
आउट ऑफ 21 आई थिंक ओनली 8 हैव वॉन. सब लोग हार गए. सब लोग हार गए.
मैं तो
एटलीस्ट द मेन वन.
तो यही आपको बता रहा हूं कि जो लोग छोड़कर गए वो सब चुनाव हारे हैं. इन्हीं लोगों के जब ये लोग छोड़कर गए तब मीडिया ने क्या दिखाया? पूरे दिन लोगों ने प्रोग्राम ऐसे चलाया जैसे लग रहा है कि इनके जाने से ही तृणमूल कोलैप्स हो जाएगी. जैसे बंगाल की जनता को इसी से मतलब है कि ये आदमी तृणमूल में है कि ये आदमी बीजेपी में है. जो लोगों का वोटिंग प्रेफरेंस है वो इससे कैसे फर्क पड़ता है कि किसी जिले में कोई लीडर है कि नहीं है? वो इस बात से फर्क पड़ता है कि भाई उसको जो सरकार से सुविधा मिलनी चाहिए वो मिल रही है कि नहीं, उसको जो लीडरशिप, तृणमूल की लीडरशिप से एक्सपेक्टेशन है वो पूरी हो रही है कि नहीं. हाउ डज इट मैटर कि हु इज असिस्टिंग ममता बनर्जी, वेदर इट इज शुभेंदु अधिकारी, मुकुल रॉय, प्रशांत किशोर और अभिषेक बनर्जी? It doesn't matter.
No, I got that.
You or people like you are not willing to accept that.
No. Now
आप तो सिर्फ इसी में इंटरेस्टेड हैं कि भाई ममता बनर्जी के साथ ये आदमी थे छोड़कर चले गए.
देखिए, डेमोक्रेसी में जनता जनार्दन है, तो people have spoken today. People have spoken today.
देखिए, देखिए, मैं आपको ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि जस्ट बिकॉज आज तृणमूल जीत गई है तो मैं बहुत बड़ा होशियार हूं, इसलिए मैं आपको ये ज्ञान दे रहा हूं।
जी जी बिल्कुल।
संभव है कि हम लोग हार भी गए होते, कोई उससे कोई फर्क नहीं है, लेकिन एज ए मीडिया, एज एन ऑब्जर्वर, एज ए कमेंटेटर, आप उन्हीं चीजों को अगर आपने खुद ही आंख बंद की हुई है या आपने कलर्ड चश्मा पहना हुआ है तो आपको वो चीज दूसरी तो दिखती नहीं है या आप देखना नहीं चाहते हैं। हम लोग कौन है बोलने वाले?
नहीं सही बात है। we welcome that as constructive criticism.
भाई आपको तो ऐसा लगता है मीडिया मेरा कुछ क्रिटिसिज्म आपसे कुछ है नहीं, मैं मीडिया को इतना इंपॉर्टेंस देता ही नहीं हूं कि मीडिया मेरे साथ नहीं होगी तो हम चुनाव हार जाएंगे, क्योंकि अगर मीडिया के साथ न होने से चुनाव हार रहे होते तब तो हम आज तक कोई चुनाव जीत ही नहीं सकते थे।
नहीं ठीक है, ये बताए लास्ट फ्यू क्वेश्चंस, ये जो स्लोगन आपने दिया था बंगाल नीजर मेक छे, व्हिच इज बंगाल नीड्स इट्स ओन डॉटर, उसका कितना इम्पैक्ट हुआ है?
बांग्लार नीजे मेके चाय जी,
उसका कितना इम्पैक्ट हुआ है इस इलेक्शन में?
देखिए, मैं ये बता पाना कि किस एक एक्टिविटी का, एक स्लोगन का या एक मॉड्यूल का कितना इम्पैक्ट हुआ, ये तो क्लोज टू इम्पॉसिबल है। But definitely we have tried to convey to the masses कि this is the time when people of Bengal must stand up with the daughter of the state, and that is what the slogan conveys.
Okay, finally आपने ये बॉम्ब भी डाल दिया कि आप ये सब छोड़ रहे हैं,
लेकिन आप
तो उसके बारे में बताइए।
मैं आपको एक चीज बता रहा हूँ कि कोई इलेक्शन आप कोई एक स्लोगन से या कोई थिएट्रिक्स करके नहीं जीतते हारते हैं। यू हैव टू डू लॉट मेनी मोर थिंग्स एंड आई एम सो ग्लैड पीपल डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट वी डू। उनको लगता है, किसी को लगता है हम सोशल मीडिया करते हैं, किसी को लगता है हम डेटा करते हैं, किसी को लगता है हम स्लोगन लिखते हैं। इसी से अच्छा है कि उनको कभी पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि हम करते क्या हैं। यू डोंट विन इलेक्शंस आइदर बाय डूइंग ऑल दीज थिंग्स। एज फार एज यू सेड कि भाई छोड़ रहे हैं, हाँ बिल्कुल छोड़ रहे हैं, इसलिए कि मैंने कहा था कि 100 से ज्यादा सीट अगर बीजेपी को आएगी तो छोड़ देंगे। तब कई लोगों ने कहा था ये तो बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं कि बीजेपी को 100 से सीट कम आया है, फिर भी छोड़ रहे हैं। हमें ये काम नहीं करना है, हम इस काम को छोड़ रहे हैं। आई हैव डन इट एनफ। आई हैव माय कॉलीग्स हु आर मच मोर एबल एंड कैपेबल, दे विल डू इफ दे सो चूज टू डू। एज फार एज आई एम कंसर्न, आई एम टेकिंग ए ब्रेक। आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू बी वर्किंग इन माई दिस कैपेसिटी एनी लॉन्गर, neither for party A or B or for that matter anyone.
नहीं, छोड़ के कहाँ जा रहे हैं आप? मतलब what will you do next?
भाई छोड़ के कोई संन्यास तो ले नहीं रहे हैं, मतलब ये काम छोड़ रहे हैं, हम फिर सोचेंगे देखेंगे क्या कर सकते हैं। मेरी जो थोड़ी बहुत समझ है, क्षमता है, उसके आधार पर जो समाज के लिए या अपने लिए कर सकते हैं वो करेंगे।
समाज के लिए मतलब एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स में कूदेंगे?
भाई मैं पॉलिटिक्स में पहले था और बुरी तरह फेल हो गया, तो मुझे तो कुछ आता नहीं है उस समझ में। तो आई विल गो बैक, आई विल प्रोबेबली लर्न फ्यू मोर थिंग्स एंड सी इफ आई एम इक्विप्ड एनफ, आई एम कैपेबल एनफ टू डू दोज थिंग्स। अभी से उस बात पे बात करने का कोई मतलब नहीं। अभी तो इतनी बात है ऑन रिकॉर्ड, मैं आपको या आपके व्यूअर्स को बता सकता हूँ कि आई एम क्विटिंग दिस स्पेस। हेंस फोर्थ आईपैक और इससे रिलेटेड जो एक्टिविटी है, जो आईपैक की लीडरशिप टीम है उनके हाथ में है, वो चलाना चाहे तो चला सकते हैं। मेरा कोई इसमें रोल नहीं है, मैं किसी दूसरे के साथ अब कोई काम करूंगा नहीं। आगे क्या करूंगा, ये ब्रेक लूंगा, फैमिली के साथ बैठूंगा, फ्रेंड्स फैमिली के साथ बैठ के खुद विचार करके देखूंगा क्या करना है।
Okay.
मन में कुछ समझ में आई बात तो करेंगे, नहीं समझ में आई तो at age of 45 people take retirement, I will take retirement.
अरे we will definitely not let you go that easily. Please do be in touch with us. But thank you very much, Prashant Kishore. Once again, congratulations. Like I said, not just Bengal and Trinamool, but also DMK and Tamil Nadu. He was sort of the architect, at least the brains trust, if you will, behind the victories. But absolutely no doubt about it, the victory of the Trinamool Congress, the scale and the degree of the victory is not something that anybody anticipated, but this has been phenomenal. 214 now, that is 3 more than what Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool got in 2016. So it's a bigger mandate than 2016, despite taking on the might of the BJP. Quick break, but news and updates continue on the other side.
Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
TMC has crossed 207. BJP has come down.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं, कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है, मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2:30 बजे हो, 3:30 बजे हो, 4 बजे हो, मेरे पास किसी भी समय आ जा रही है कॉल। और क्योंकि हमारी मैन पावर या जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मुझे लगता है कि 10 से 12 या कभी कभी 13 भी बॉडीज को हैंडल कर लेती हैं। क्योंकि एक बॉडी को क्रिमेट कराने में बॉडी लोड करके हॉस्पिटल से उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज होती हैं वो पूरा फुलफिल करके वैकुंठ धाम तक जाना, उसकी बॉडी को पूरा क्रिमेशन तक का पूरा प्रोसेस को निभा करके वापस आने में 40 to 45 मिनट्स लगते हैं। तो इस पीरियड में फिर 3 गाड़ियों में आप एवरेज निकालिए कि कम से कम 10 से 12 या 13 बॉडीज हो जाती है हमारे।
We are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis. We need to keep the faith. I have 2 people on debrief today who are keeping the faith, marching on and doing what they can to help others. Hartirat Singh is the Community Development Director at Hemkund Foundation, an organization that is helping people quite literally breathe in the city. And we have Varsha Verma. She is the founder of Ek Koshish Aisi Bhi. She ferries bodies of COVID-19 victims in Lucknow. I'm going to thank both of you for joining us on the show today. I know Varsha and I know Hartirat that both of you are very busy, that your phones are constantly ringing with people asking for help. Varsha Verma, I want to start with you. मुझे ये बताओ कि ये कैसे हुआ? I know people, I personally know of relatives who have passed away in hospitals and there has been no one to ferry their bodies to the crematorium because people simply don't want to go anywhere near a COVID positive person. Why did you decide that it was okay for you with your little ambulance to do this job? Why did you want to do it?
See, अगर आपको मानव जन्म मिला है और उसमें
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Anusha Soni. We continue to track the trends and the results which are emerging from the 5 different states across the country, and clearly the voters have thrown in many surprises as far as those trends and some results are concerned. Didi is all set to be the next chief minister. We're still waiting for the final result of that big battle of Nandigram and of course other areas as well in the state of West Bengal, but TMC has made huge inroads. DMK is the next party in the state of Tamil Nadu to get to power. MK Stalin is likely to be the next chief minister if those trends translate into the final results. Just a word of caution there. Let's take you through some key pointers focusing on the victory of TMC and Didi in the state of West Bengal. What does it really mean for the politics of the state, and does it also have implications, larger implications for the national politics of the country? What's the big picture really emerging? As I said, it's a resounding victory for Mamata Banerjee. TMC manages to hold on to the 2016 seats. It's a huge statement to make because they were up against the big election machinery of the BJP, which had thrown in all its might. They have done better in many ways. They have been able to hold on the 2016 seats. Mamata Banerjee right now is the biggest opposition face for 2024. Will she be able to recalibrate herself as the national figure, as an alternative to the BJP and a direct competition to Prime Minister Modi? Is that the brand she can build for herself nationally, though she does have a brand in the state? BJP is now the main opposition party. Right now in the state politics, they can't trump Didi. That's very clear with those numbers. Left and the Congress party are completely decimated. We spoke so much about the third front. There were fears about how the minorities are going to vote. How will the left vote really play out, looking at the trends that had emerged in the state of Bihar, where left was seen to be in many ways coming back, getting more votes. But that is a trend which is not witnessed in the state of West Bengal. In fact, left and Congress are completely decimated. We also spoke to Amit Malviya, who has been actively working on the ground. He has been the BJP Bengal co-in-charge. Listen in to him as to what he had to say.
What do you read? Even if the trends are coming but the results are pretty clear, how does the BJP really read this? Because the BJP had been claiming that you'll get 200 plus.
Well, it certainly has fallen short of what we had set for ourselves. But I think it's too premature to arrive at what the final numbers would be like. There are some very closely contested seats. There are approximately 90 seats where the BJP is trailing by a margin of less than 5,000. Unless we have gone through 15 rounds of counting and the trends have stabilized, it would be improper to sort of arrive at the numbers per se. But yes, it does seem that it might be lower than what we had expected.
There are about 4 to 5 rounds to go. The margin of, the votes between Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee is about 1,000. Who are you putting your money on at this point in time?
Well, the TMC should worry about it, because if Mamata Banerjee loses Nandigram, what moral authority will she have to lead the state and her own party?
All right, so those are the reactions coming in from the BJP. They didn't get the numbers that they were expecting. 200 ke par was the hope for the BJP. That hasn't happened. But one thing is for certain, that in many ways the grammar, the political grammar of the state of West Bengal has been rewritten. A party like BJP, with its own, kind of identity, a national identity, a Hindu, strong nationalistic identity, that has made inroads into the politics of West Bengal, capturing the opposition space. Parties like Congress, parties like the left parties in the state, they have been completely decimated. It's going to be a bipolar contest for the coming few days in the political narrative between the TMC and BJP. But DD has emerged strong. DD has emerged victorious. And that victory has happened from the initial polls as well. If you look at the trends and the results which are coming in, ever since the first phase of polling, areas like Jhargram, North Bengal, where it was expected that BJP is going to make inroads, they are going to get more seats, that hasn't happened. In the scheduled tribe area of Jhargram, multiple seats that BJP was expecting will translate onto them. That hasn't happened. All of that has remained with the TMC. One factor which many would argue is also a post-facto theorization of this victory is also the fact, the manner in which women voters really came out and cast their vote. Of course, more data, more figures will give us more clarity, but many experts would argue that in the early phases, there were largely women voters which had come out and they were voting. And, it is a plausible argument to make that those votes went to the TMC, those votes went to DD. If you look actually at the Jungle Mahal area, which in the 2019 Lok Sabha election was one of the areas where BJP had done reasonably well, and that was the victory they also wanted to once again recreate in these assembly elections. That hasn't happened. My colleague Pallavi with us on the broadcast to give us more perspective. Pallavi, help us understand what's happening on the ground. What are you hearing from the side of the TMC? We are expecting that the celebrations are likely to be muted. Is that what you're witnessing? And then we can perhaps talk a little bit more about the factors responsible for the victory of TMC.
It's going to give you a sense nonetheless of what really is happening on the ground. I am on Kalighat area, which just leads up to Bhawanipur. She is going to be actually speaking both to a party.
Okay.
Now, there was everything against her.
I think we have an audio issue there. There's a connection glitch that we are facing with Pallavi. We'll just try and fix that line with my colleague Pallavi, but she's telling us about the mood and sense on the ground. All the poll panel, and also of course there has been a request from most of the political leaders to the party cadres to keep the celebrations on the ground more and more muted, not to create congregations or gather in large number. West Bengal of course has its own brand of politics, and we have seen how large-scale rallies have really spiked up the positivity rate in the state. Even when Mamata Banerjee once again will take over the reins of the state, this is going to be one of the key things. COVID-19, the pandemic, and the manner in which it's raging across the country, and also the high positivity rate in Bengal, that's going to be one of the key concerns for us. The left parties have been completely wiped out. We have had certain parties with a Muslim base trying to appease or reach out to the Muslim voters in the state of West Bengal, which are a very critical vote bank for the state. That split hasn't happened. We also saw much controversy that panned out over the statement that was given by Mamata Banerjee when she said that the Muslim votes should not be divided. They should not be split, and because that's going to benefit the BJP. It looks like that split has not happened. In many of the bastions of the left, BJP has done reasonably well. But if you look at those areas like Malda, Murshidabad, the Midnapur areas where it was expected that the Adhikari family, Suvendu Adhikari family has an important stake, they do enjoy some influence over those areas. All those areas continue to remain in a huge way with the TMC. The surge is not as much as the BJP was expecting it to be. Well, Nandigram is a neck-to-neck fight. It's a fight that's going to be decided by a few thousand or a few hundred votes. So Suvendu Adhikari, last we heard, was ahead by some 600 votes or about a few hundred votes. Then we had a lead of Mamata Banerjee, but that's a neck-to-neck fight which is happening. Nandigram, Singur, these are the areas where Didi began and established herself as a political leader in her decades-long political journey, and these are the seats she would want to retain. Let's see what the final numbers are as they come out. Election Commission has written to the various state secretaries. They have warned about the flouting of COVID protocols. They have said that there should not be any celebrations, victory parade, people should follow COVID appropriate behavior, and that's the word coming in from the Election Commission. We also some time ago spoke to Prashant Kishore, who worked with Mamata Banerjee in designing her campaign and her outreach to people, and he said that there were multiple factors that were responsible as to why Didi won this election, why TMC won this election. A comment on the turncoats as well. Many top names that had made a flip from the TMC to the BJP didn't actually win the elections. More than half of them have not been able to win their seats, win their constituencies, and that does say a lot about the manner in which people have voted. This is a mandate for Didi. My colleague Payal is with us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that story. Payal, Election Commission has put out some very clear guidelines about no victory procession or no congregations that should happen. What are you sensing on the ground? What is the thinking within the BJP right now? We'll try and connect to my colleague Payal as well. Payal and Pallavi have been tracking these elections from the ground in the last 2 months. The flavor of the elections, how people have been thinking, what they really voted about. Most of the exit polls had not predicted. Even the TMC leaders themselves had not thought that the party is going to cross the 200 mark. It's a landslide victory for the TMC, and Didi has established herself yet again as a leader. Many experts would argue that would she be able to convert this political capital at the state level to the national level politics? Is that a possibility that can perhaps be looked at ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Because right now at the national level, there is no opposition to the brand Modi factor, the BJP factor, and the manner in which they have been winning the Lok Sabha elections. The other critical factor to watch out for is that there was a caste identity level micromanagement, micro appeal that was done by the BJP. Let's try and listen to the reactions coming in. Didi is speaking right now.
আমি প্রেসকে মিট করে কিছু কথা বলবো, তার আগে আপনাদের আমি অনুরোধ করব বিজয় মিছিল এখনই না করে, কোভিডে অনেক মানুষ আক্রান্ত, আসুন আমরা বিজয় মিছিল সম্বন্ধে যা সিদ্ধান্ত নেওয়ার একটু পরে 6টার পরে আমি প্রেস করব। আপনারা সারাদিন খুব খেটেছেন, আস্তে আস্তে বাড়ি ফিরে যান, এবং আপনাদের আমি বলি যে কোভিডের জন্য যত্ন নিন, বাড়ি গিয়ে চান টান করে গরম জলে সকলে মাস্ক ইউজ করুন, এবং কোভিডের জন্য আমাদের ফার্স্ট প্রায়োরিটি কোভিডের জন্য কাজ করা, ঠিক আছে? অনেক ধন্যবাদ, অনেক অভিনন্দন।
There are lots of people who have been affected by COVID. I am going to speak to you after 6 o'clock. This is a victory for the people of Bengal. I'm going to speak to you people again later, only after 6 o'clock. I request all of you to go back home.
My colleague Pallavi is with us on the broadcast. A short message from Didi. She's reminding her supporters that COVID is claiming the lives of thousands of people in the country. Is she likely to address the press later, Pallavi?
That's right. In fact, that's what she said, that this is a victory for the people of Bengal. And she said that she's going to address the media after 6 o'clock and has requested everyone to go back. Also that there should not be any celebrations, no processions should be held. There are no strict Election Commission guidelines really in place. But unfortunately, all of that I've seen has been flouted. In fact, every time I'm standing here, you will be seeing people going on motorbikes. They're gathering over here and singing that song of Khala Hobe. This is a complete violation of the EC guidelines. So what she did request stressed in that short speech was that this is a victory for the people of Bengal, but all of you should go back because there are many people who have been affected by COVID. I'm going to address the media after 6 o'clock. So I guess that's what we can expect in an hour's time from now, Anusha, where she's going to actually speak to the media.
Yeah. Pallavi, if I were to ask you to, sum it for our viewers about the journey of Mamata Banerjee, the manner in which she has fought the BJP and her political opponents in these last 2 months, how does the journey really look like? She also sustained an injury. There was much controversy around that unfortunate accident that Didi had met with while campaigning. The journey in these last 2 months and the fierce narrative battle that she has fought in the public domain.
Well, I followed her in 2006 when she came to power for the first time, in 2011 as well, and defeating the left was no mean achievement because, they've been in power for over 34 years in West Bengal. It took her that long to defeat them. But the opponents which came in from the left is very, very different from the BJP. First of all, the left hung on, I would say, more than 10 years, despite the fact that they were diminishing in terms of power, and she was coming up in a very, very strong way. But it still took her 10 years to kind of unsaddle them. In that sense, the BJP's growth in West Bengal has been much faster, much quicker, and they're definitely a much more aggressive opponent. And I don't think she calculated, because she was used to perhaps the left and the Congress's style of politics. The BJP style of politics was very, very different for her. And I would say, since I covered her on all the 8 phases, her style of campaigning seemed to be evolving and changing. First, on the defensive, always reactive. For example, she tried to counter that Jai Shri Ram narrative by showing that she was actually a Shiv Bhakt and Chundi Pat and all of that. And then I think what she decided to use this whole issue about I'm a lone woman, the fighter Didi, who's actually taking on men who are coming from outside. And this is one thing she built on. Second, when the double engine ki sarkar narrative was fixed by the BJP, she tried to counter it by saying that, look, they're not able to manage COVID at the center. How can they have a double engine ki sarkar in West Bengal, which is not safe in your hands? And she goes on and on attacking the election commission and also the center. I think all of these factors and the fact that the left and the Congress party seem to be very deadpan in their campaign perhaps helped her.
Pallavi, you some time ago said that let's wait for more numbers to come out, and you're right, because data is going to give us more perspective. But if I were to ask you about your anecdotal experiences and evidence that you've collected as a journalist in the last 2 months, how have women really voted? To what extent BJP and Prime Minister Modi himself, who has a very strong appeal with the women voters, one of the example was Bihar, to what extent BJP was able to reach out to the women voters in West Bengal?
See, I can say this about Bengalis is that they may hate you personally because of your politics, but when the sympathy factor starts creeping in, it really helps. And the more the attacks and taunts were taken on Mamata Banerjee as Didi or Didi, we had street children, for example, taunting her in front of her posters and hoardings. She tried to build out on the narrative. Before I come back to you, Anusha, I'm going to give a quick example. I remember it was on the last few minutes of campaign voting in Nandigram, and there were a bunch of men who crossed me and who told me, and they were near Adhikari's office, that it's going to be a clean sweep for Shuvendu Adhikari. I saw 2 women behind them, 3 or 4. I said, what about them? So they said, oh, they've also voted for him. And I remember I was standing for one of those lives, Anusha, and these women came up to me and saying, these men don't know what we want. I think the fact that women in Bengal have a mind of their own, they exercise their mind, and they felt that Didi, for all his faults, I think we need to vote for her because there was a sympathy which was being generated. I think that led to a gender consolidation. We are going to wait for those breakup, which is going to come in from the election commission too. So yes, the Prime Minister himself is very popular, but parties are also have their own campaign style. It did not percolate down to the ones who are actually on the ground from the BJP, and which gave that advantage to her in terms of a gender consolidation.
All right, my colleague Pallavi Ghosh tracking all the developments from the ground. Payal is also joining us on the broadcast. Payal, what are the murmurs or the feelers within the BJP right now?
Well, the BJP will be at some point in time at least sitting down and doing an analysis of what really went wrong, because they thought that the women factor will play the key. They did understand that the 27% Muslim population possibly was consolidated by Mamata Banerjee, but what about the remaining population? Is the BJP, some of the BJP leaders have come out and blamed Corona for this, but the voting percentage is quite an example to show that Corona was not a deterrent as far as the voters were concerned. So that's a lot for the BJP to really analyze and do and think for itself as to what really went wrong. Did they pin too much of hope on the turncoats? Did they give too much of hope to them? Did they give too many tickets to turncoats?
Yeah.
That's something also
Yeah.
which their party cadre would also like the leaders to really ask and understand. So that's where it really stands. Of course, once you lose, there is plenty of time for you to actually do analysis, and that's exactly what the BJP is going to do.
All right. So clearly the party will have to sit down, think through this. They have captured the opposition's space in the state. That's without a doubt. Payal and Pallavi, please continue to stay with us on the broadcast. I'd request you to hang on, because just a quick word about the key leaders that have emerged as these results and some trends are coming out. 5:15 p.m. right now, and we do have some solid analysis, solid trends which are emerging, because at most places this is the last and final phase of counting which is underway. TMC is headed for a big victory in the state of West Bengal and retain power. That's a given. Didi continues to hold on to her bastion. Yes, it's a nail-biter finish in Nandigram that we are expecting to be called out very soon. It's the rise of the sun in Tamil Nadu as DMK takes a big lead. You also have Udayanidhi Stalin, who has entered into the political fray from Chippa constituency. Pinarayi Vijayan has bucked the trend, and LDF is all set to form the government in Kerala, a trend that went on for about 4 decades, where none of the incumbent party actually retained power in the state of Kerala, a state which has seen a lot of issues, a lot of problems and calamities in the last 4 to 5 years. Assam, the state of Assam, has voted for BJP once again. Rahul Gandhi's campaign hasn't really worked on the ground. That entire narrative of reaching out to the tea workers, the insider versus outsider, more importantly, the CAA NRC, that has been a very touchy, controversial issue in Assam, and that hasn't seemed to be disturbing the BJP voter base. So that's a word about most of the key states. I'm cutting across once again to my colleague Pallavi, who's been tracking all the developments from the state of West Bengal. Pallavi, at 6 p.m. when Didi speaks, what is it that we can expect from that address? Because as she's all set to take over the reins of the state, she's also taking over in some very, very difficult times for the entire country, more so for the state of West Bengal, because the positivity rate is going up as far as the COVID crisis is concerned.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, we are in the midst of a mini lockdown in Kolkata. But you know, the problem is that shocking figures are likely to come in from rest of West Bengal, especially in rural areas. And like in many parts of the country over here, there's a problem of medical infrastructure, oxygen availability and so on. Her first challenge, in fact, the first task which is cut out for her is COVID management. And I think she knows that, and they're going to be watching her, especially since in the last 3 phases, she made COVID the big issue. Whenever she addresses the media shortly after 6 o'clock, which is what we are told, of course, she's going to thank the people of Bengal. Of course, she's going to make it a narrative about a victory for the people of Bengal, which is what she said a short while back too. I don't think she's going to be very acrimonious in her attack. She knows that people are going to be watching her. Is she going to be graceful in victory? Those are those matters which are going to go on. And of course, with the promise that COVID is going to be the main issue. I hope we are going to get to ask her some questions. There are strict protocols in place in and around her residence, completely barricaded off. And also, let's not forget the Election Commission guidelines that don't allow celebrations, don't allow a crowd to gather.
All right, Pallavi Ghosh and Pal Mehta getting us all that perspective from the state of West Bengal. As Didi will retain power in the state of West Bengal, there's a lot of accountability, there's a lot of work as well that needs to be done on the ground. Let's keep our focus on combating the COVID virus, which continues to be a very deadly one, the second wave. Shifting our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu, and in the state there is all set to be a power change. MK Stalin, who many would say was the chief minister in waiting for about a decade, will finally is most likely to be the next chief minister for the state of Tamil Nadu. DMK hasn't got the numbers that it was hoping to get, a complete sweep of sorts, but clearly the numbers are in the favor of the DMK. AIADMK in many ways has been able to retain its voter base in some very critical areas, in some very critical parts. What are the key pointers emerging? Now, Stalin has indeed come out of his father's shadow. Those were big shoes to fill in. That was a big legacy, a vacuum that was left into the state. Udayanidhi, he has sealed the DMK line of succession, so there can't be any sort of conflict. That's abundantly clear because he also fought these elections. The 1-year quota proved to be a very important one for the AIADMK to win North Tamil Nadu. This quota was announced just sometime before the elections, and that is why in this particular part where it was expected the DMK would do very well, the party has been able to hold its ground. AIADMK has been able to hold its ground. AIADMK's strong will also ensure that there is no split within the party. Ever since there was the announcement of elections, Sasikala was released from prison, there was the TTV Dinakaran factor, a third front of sorts in the form of Kamal Hassan and others were emerging. That split is unlikely to happen for now. At least that's the word. We have to see. There are certain legal battles which are pending in the courts right now. We have to see how Sasikala really behaves after the election results are out. But in many ways, that split is not going to happen. TTV Dinakaran, Sasikala, they have been further cut to size. TTV Dinakaran has not been able to get any sort of mandate from the ground, from the voters. Kamal Hassan's MNM, it fails to make any impact. Other than the South Coimbatore seat where Kamal Hassan himself is contesting, the party has not been able to get any sort of vote. So that's the picture, the larger picture which is emerging from the state of Tamil Nadu. We have some reactions coming in on the story from the verdict that has come in from the state. Listen in.
Results are yet to come. We still think that BJP will lose both the seats. They were leading in 4 constituencies. Now they are leading only in 2 constituencies as of now. Let us wait and see. They are not winning on their own. They are traveling in the shoulders of ADMK. Whatever victory they get is ADMK's victory, not their victory. We will reach 180 and we will be comfortably placed.
What do you make of the kind of results that you've got today? It is actually better than what you expected?
Yeah, we tried to get to double digit. We couldn't. But our party ideology committed to political party will do better work.
So what went wrong in this election strategy?
I think 2016 Amma was there. ADMK now does not have a across the Tamil Nadu influence of a leader, but Chief Minister EPS and Deputy Chief Minister OPS both did good effort. Our alliance parties also, we did a good coordination, but we couldn't get what we accepted that seats.
My colleague Purnima is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that story. Purnima, an analysis of the victory of DMK. Yes, Stalin is the next chief minister in waiting. DMK is all set to form the next government. But why is it that they couldn't get the numbers that they were hoping to get? And what is it that worked for AIADMK, relatively speaking?
Well, while the DMK hoped to get at least 170 seats, the AIADMK also did well this time, considering that the exit polls showed lesser numbers for the ADMK. The ADMK has tried to ensure that their stronghold in the western part of Tamil Nadu remains, and even in the northern part, the AIADMK has done well. What has worked for the DMK is the fact that the urban constituencies in Chennai, 15 out of 16 constituencies in Chennai alone have been won by, the DMK is leading in 15 out of 16 constituencies. But the AIADMK has tried to retain the western Tamil Nadu, and also through its alliance with the PMK has tried to do better in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. While many were hoping within the AIADMK, they were hoping for 50 to 60. The AIADMK has done well, clearly trying to prove that Edappadi Palanisamy is someone who's there to stay, and that he has been largely accepted by the people, considering that the only drawback political analysts say for the ADMK was its alliance with the BJP, which is why fewer lesser numbers compared to the DMK. However, the DMK is still hoping to get better numbers. They say that there are still rounds pending in the counting centres. Therefore, they are still hoping somewhere more than 165 seats.
Right. My colleague Deepa is also with us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that story. Deepa, a word from you about the AIADMK, the 1-year quota. How did it work for the party to regain a certain percentage of votes, certain number of seats? And a word on the legacy of Jayalalitha. Is that debate closed for now, at least, with TTV Dinakaran, Sasikala, many would argue cut to size in some way, or this is perpetually an issue which is far from over?
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu has also been, in a way, the battle for supremacy within the AIADMK, because it was a battle of the czars within the AIADMK who had to prove themselves. And what stands out with the results today is that EPS has been able to maintain AIADMK's influence over the western belt, because this is the area, this is the region that he hails from. It's also the area that has a maximum dominant Gaundar community, which is also the community that he hails from. So to that extent, the vote bank from this community is sort of established now for the AIADMK. EPS undoubtedly will take most of the credit for this performance of the AIADMK, because you know, remember earlier it was a prediction that the DMK could probably sweep most parts of Tamil Nadu. Remember, they had won in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, they had won 38 or 39 seats, so the DMK was expecting to sweep, but it has been cut in its tracks to the you know, to the extent that the AIADMK has been able to maintain some amount of sway over western Tamil Nadu and parts of northern Tamil Nadu. This perhaps is because of the 1-year quota reservation that was brought in about an hour before the model code of conduct came in, because the 1-year community again has backed the AIADMK almost en masse. With these two communities, in fact, the ADMK has been able to manage some amount of an image, some amount of a reasonably good performance in the assembly election, considering that they were battling anti-incumbency over the last 10 years. I mean, they've been in power for 10 years, so to sort of defend themselves after that was already a tough choice, tough work, but they have managed to retain some amount of hold over the electorate with these two moves. What they have suffered, however, is a severe backlash from the Tevar community, which is dominant in the southern parts of Tamil Nadu and the Kaveri Delta region, which is where you know, this community seems to have just lost out entirely and given up on the AIADMK.
All right, so that's the word coming in as far as Vanyar community is concerned. Deepa, a word from you about players like Kamal Hassan. What does this election result really tell us about the political future of MNM?
I think you know, both the parties have tried to build up or stitch up a third front of sorts. The AMMK, floated by TTV Dinakaran, has been cut to size. TTV himself is trailing in the constituency that he contested from, which is Kovilpatti. Kamal Hassan, again, his party has hardly made a dent in the electorate. We've seen that voters have chosen to go with either the AIADMK or the DMK across Tamil Nadu. So MNM has not really had much of an impact. Perhaps the time is really not ripe for a third front that he floated, which he said was you know, was being offered as the only alternative to the two Dravidian parties for the Tamil Nadu electorate. Perhaps Gen Next voters may have looked at Kamal Hassan as an upcoming hero, but other parts of Tamil Nadu seem to have you know, gone with their traditional choices of ADMK or DMK. So I think in a way TTV Dinakaran especially, who tried to also you know, put up a formidable alliance, has really lost ground. He at least was an MLA from one of the constituencies in Chennai earlier, but even right now from Kovilpatti, where he is contesting, he is trailing. TTV Dinakaran's electoral performance has brought about I think quite a bit of, has got a message from the electorate that they don't really go for him. So his aunt VK Sashikala, who has staked claim actually in a court, in a civil court here in Chennai, to the leadership of the AIADMK. What happens to Sashikala's political future now? She had said she would be staying away from this election for now, but there was always speculation that she would come back once the AIADMK you know, loses its majority in the assembly election. But it's not that kind of a terrible loss that the ADMK party has suffered, which means that Shashikala may not really be able to come back, make a comeback into the party. EPS himself may not be you know, for it, in favor of that. So we have to see whether the leadership question that you know, gets raked up again.
Yeah. Cutting across back to Purnima as well, who's with us on the broadcast. Purnima, what is the message coming in from for the BJP? If I'm correct, they fought in an alliance with the AIADMK on about 20 seats. What are the numbers really telling? What sort of story are the numbers really telling as far as the Saffron Party in the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned?
Well, Well, the BJP wanted to win a two-digit number in the state, but so far leading in 2 constituencies. Initially, it started with 5, but now it's leading in 2 constituencies. That's the bipole, Kanyakumari bipole also. Pon Radhakrishnan, the former minister, is trailing. Therefore, the BJP has not really made inroads into the state just yet. However, they have gained momentum. Leading in 2 constituencies itself is something that the BJP is happy about, but they are disappointed that they are not able to win more than 2. They in fact wanted to win a 2-digit number. Even though they contested in 20, they were expecting 10 plus, but slightly disappointed. However, they are hoping to ensure that they strengthen the grassroots level and do better in the next state elections.
All right, Deepa and Purnima getting us all that important perspective from the state of Tamil Nadu. So, not just AIADMK and DMK, but for a Kamal Hassan, for a TTV Dinakaran, for a Sasikala factor, there are multiple subplots which the election results and as and when they get final will really throw at us as far as the battle for the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned. We'll continue talking about Tamil Nadu, various other states, the state of Kerala as well, where Pinarayi Vijayan continues to retain power. He has made history of sorts. All that and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned.
Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
TMC has crossed 207. BJP has come down.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
तो वो भी मर गया है। देखिए, जब आप इस तरह का कुछ काम कर रहे हैं और आपकी फैमिली आपको सपोर्ट कर रही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर कोई भी ताकत आपको कोई भी बड़े से बड़ा कार्य करने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग, आप तो बहुत लोगों के साथ बहुत आपने डेड बॉडीज फेरी की होंगी, आपके लिए सबसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग मोमेंट कौन सा होता है?
बिल्कुल, मेरी बेटी हाई स्कूल में है और इतनी बड़ी बेटी का मैं जब एक क्रिमेशन के लिए लेकर के जा रही थी, उस दिन मुझे सारी रात नींद नहीं आई थी। और ऐसे कई सारे परिवार हैं जिन्होंने 5 में से 3 लोगों को एक साथ खोया या एक दिन के गैप पे खोया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बताती हूँ। मैं राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाहर अपनी तख्ती लेकर के बैठी थी कि मुफ्त निःशुल्क सेवा के वाहन के लिए। वहाँ पे एक 22 साल का लगभग लड़का आता है मेरे पास और वो मुझसे कहता है कि सुनो, आप ऐसा ऐसा काम करती हैं। तो मैंने बोला हाँ। उसने बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर पड़ा है कि वो हार्ड लैंग्वेज बोल रहा था और काफी मुझे लग रहा है शायद वो दिल्ली साइड का था। उसने बहुत रूड सा मुझसे बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए। मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए होगी। वो मुझसे ये बोल करके गया कि ये 2 दिन के बाद मर जाएगा और तुम ऐसा काम कर रही हो कि ये सारा क्रिमेशन तुम देख लेना और मैं जा रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? बोला मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा, मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है हर एक बॉडी के साथ एक किस्सा, हर एक केस के साथ एक ऐसी कहानी जुड़ी है जो आपके जहन को और झकझोर देती है और आप और ज्यादा मदद करने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं।
बिफोर आई कम टू हरतीरथ, वर्षा, मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। रोज एक दिन में आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं? कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है, मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2:30 बजे हो, 3:30 बजे हो, 4 बजे हो, मेरे पास किसी भी समय आ जा रही है कॉल। और क्योंकि हमारी मैन पावर या जो गाड़ी
Welcome back. And our focus right now is the state of Kerala, where Pinarayi Vijayan and his party LDF has made history of sorts. He is the first chief minister to return to power, being voted back as the chief minister since 1977. That's the sort of political legacy he has created, and that's the mandate that voters of Kerala has given to him and his political party. Some key trends, key pointers emerging from the mandate from the state of Kerala. First of all, as I said, Pinarayi Vijayan is the first chief minister since 1977 to get re-elected. That's a trend that we have not seen ever since 1977. So that indeed is a history of sort that has been made. The vote for LDF's governance in COVID times. Most of the field reporters will tell you that whether it was the COVID crisis or the floods that the state had seen, it was the chief minister who was leading from the front, creating a political consensus even with the political opponents. Now, there were question mark and there is a question mark with the results over UDF's political future, because this was their opportunity to come to power. That clearly hasn't happened. The Muslim League's future is also bleak after the poor show. Whether it was Sabrimala, whether it was the attempt of the BJP or other political parties to reach out to a Christian vote bank or a Hindu vote bank, that doesn't seem to be working on the ground, because the data will tell you that in most of the areas which are Hindu dominated or Christian dominated, in those areas as well, LDF has performed pretty well. And as I said, it's a long way to go for the BJP to make inroads in the state. It's a long fight, political fight that they will have to undertake. Right now, it is LDF, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, who has got a mandate to be the Chief Minister yet again into the state. We also spoke to KK Shailaja. She has got a massive victory in her constituency. Listen into this conversation. All right now we are hearing that Pinarayi Vijayan is speaking. Let's listen.
ഇന്ന് ലോക ചിരിദിനമാണല്ലോ. രാഷ്ട്രീയ ചരിത്രം തിരുത്തി കേരളം വീണ്ടും ഇടതുപക്ഷ ജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിക്ക് അനുകൂലമായി വിധി എഴുതിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ സന്തോഷമാണ്.
Kerala has again written a verdict in favor of the LDF.
പക്ഷേ ഇത്തരമൊരു
This is a happy news I want to share with you.
വലിയ സന്തോഷം ആഘോഷിക്കാനുള്ള സമയമല്ല ഇത്. അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി
But it is not a time to celebrate such a huge victory.
ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ വലിയ തോതിൽ ആഘോഷത്തിന് തയ്യാറെടുത്തവരടക്കം ആഘോഷ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒഴിഞ്ഞു നിൽക്കുന്ന നിലയാണ് പൊതുവെ സ്വീകരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതിന് കാരണം
People wanted to celebrate but have decided not to celebrate. That was a stand taken by many.
കോവിഡ് വ്യാപനം വലിയ തോതിൽ നടക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട്
All these muted celebrations because of the COVID situation.
എല്ലാം മറന്ന പോരാട്ടം തുടരാനുള്ളൊരു ഘട്ടമാണ് ഇന്ന്.
Our fight against the COVID situation should continue. Today, about 32,000 people have been tested positive for COVID-19.
മരണമടഞ്ഞവര് 49 പേരാണ്. സംസ്ഥാനത്ത്
49 deaths have been reported today from COVID.
441 പേർ ചികിത്സയിലുണ്ട്. ഒരാഴ്ച മുൻപ്, അതായത് 24-ാം തീയതി, 1,98,524.
All right, that's the address of Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. He's all set to retain power and be the Chief Minister yet again. My colleague Neetu Rekukumar with us on the broadcast. Neetu, a similar cautious tone came from Mamata Banerjee as well. She's expected to address the press at around 6:30 p.m. once again. But Pinarayi Vijayan also saying that this is not the time to celebrate. Yes, we've got a big victory, but there is a bigger enemy of COVID-19 that we need to fight against.
Yes, that is a statement that has been made by Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala. And this press conference is at the same time when he does his daily press conference after the COVID cases have risen in the past few weeks. So at around 5:30 itself today also he met the media. He said that very happy news to share that the people have selected the LDF once more. But this is not a time for celebrations. About 31,900 cases have been tested positive today also. So the fight against COVID-19 should continue. And with this brief introduction, he went on to his regular COVID press conference, making the statements of how many samples were tested and what is the test positivity rate and how many deaths have been reported.
All right, my colleague Neetu getting us all the details on that very important story. That's the message coming in from the Kerala Chief Minister, and rightly so, because this is clearly not the time where we would expect any kind of celebrations to happen, because COVID protocols need to be followed. Election Commission has given that warning to most of the states as well. Some conversations and reactions that we get you on the story. Listen.
Was a setback for you. So in the last 2 years, what do you think has worked so well for you that Pinarayi Vijayan-led government is being voted back to power emphatically?
The entire treatment in government medical college and the district and the general hospitals controlled by government, the COVID treatment was totally free. And this is perhaps the only state in India where this kind of assistance was being provided to people. So, the secular democratic approach of the LDF in Kerala, the incorruptibility of the political leadership in Kerala, then decentralization, how the three-tier panchayat institutions were dovetailed into the battle against the COVID-19. All these people were able to realize, and the opposition led by Congress and BJP, they were carrying out a parallel attack against the LDF government. So outside Kerala, Congress and BJP fight each other. But in Kerala, they were working in collusion. So their political opportunism, we were able to expose.
All right, so those are the reactions coming in on that story. But right now, we are also shifting our focus to the state of Assam, which has once again voted the incumbent back to power. BJP has good news coming in from that state. What are the key trends emerging? What is the messaging? What is the mandate of the voters? We put out some key pointers for you as far as the state of Assam is concerned. It is a better than expected performance coming in from the BJP, as I just said. It's also fillip for Himanta Biswa Sarma emerging as one of the key factors in these elections. The vote for development, the CAA NRC issue, a very polarizing, controversial issue in the state politics of Assam, has not been able to make much dent to the BJP as it was expected, as the political opponents were hoping for. The Congress-led Grand Alliance, it has failed to make any impact. The Congress party, including the Gandhis, had very aggressively campaigned in the state. Assam was looking like one of the states where Congress could have had any sort of political chance or a future. But there is none, because the BJP-led government is coming back to power. The Bodoland People's Front is the big losers. Parties like these or factions like these have failed to dent or create any sort of mandate on the ground. So those are largely the trends which are emerging as far as the state of Assam is concerned. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Niloy to give us more perspective on that story. Niloy, take us through the key trends which have emerged. You know, there was much talk about from the side of the Congress party, whether it was the tea workers narrative, the insider versus outsider narrative, the CAA NRC issue. All these issues have been, it has been proven that they did not really sway the mind of the voters away from the BJP because they're coming back to power. Niloy.
Right. See, these were not mere issues. The Congress has actually made these as guarantees. CAA was a guarantee, tea garden labor wage was a guarantee, 2,000 rupees to the house wage was a guarantee. So these were guarantees, and these guarantees somehow didn't work for the Congress. If you see the Congress party president's tally, it reflects the plight of the Congress. The party president, Ripun Bora, lost in Gopur constituency. Now, if you see the BJP's tally, the BJP last time with all its allied forces, including the BPF, which is now in the Grand Alliance, they all cumulated to 74. Now, Congress with ATP and UPPL now is leading in 73 seats, out of which 47 has been won by the BJP plus. Now, if you see Congress last time it had 26 seats. Now, in altogether, the Congress the Congress plus has won 28 seats. Now, the Congress had a great opportunity this time in Assam, but it missed the train. The Congress actually used the country is one of the best strategies available with them. The strategy company which has done wonders for the Congress in Chhattisgarh, in Punjab. The Congress deployed the Chhattisgarh model here. They brought Bhupesh Baghel here for more than 1 month. He was working in the tea gardens to sway the tea garden votes to their side. But somehow it failed to cash in the CAA. It failed to actually sense the sentiment of its voter. Now, CAA, Congress thought that, or rather believed that CAA would work wonders for the party in Upper Assam, where the BJP had held a major hold in 2016 elections. This time too, if you see the Upper Assam election results, Congress failed to do so. The CAA was proven a failure not only in 2019 general election, but this time too, CAA didn't work wonders for any other party. If you see the major party which actually was floated on the basis of CAA, the AGP, the Assam Jatiya Parishad, which is offshoot of Assam, All Assam Students Union, it actually came into the fray only with the flank of anti-CAA. The president of the party, Lurinjyoti Gogoi, has lost from both the constituencies. This again goes on to tell the acceptance of CAA. So it might be a sentiment.
My colleague Niloy putting out that fascinating analysis about how CAA-NRC has really worked as an issue on the ground and how it has failed to really sway the voters one way or the other. And in fact, certain groups or parties that emerged completely on this issue, even the party president of those units have failed to get any sort of votes or any sort of victory on the ground. My colleague Niloy getting us all that perspective from the state of Assam. Meanwhile, there are some reactions which we have lined up on the story. Let's listen.
This was perhaps one state where the BJP was the incumbent and therefore had other challenges than other states, right? And this was also one state where it felt, at least from the outside, that the Congress had a plan. They stitched together an alliance. They set the ball rolling, perhaps the most credible alliance in any other state. If you look at other situations and demography in Assam, if you look at the issues of CAA and NRC, which put the BJP on the back foot, this is where was the BJP's toughest fight in many ways, because you were defending what you had. How did you manage to do it, Jay Panda? Why don't you share some secrets today?
First of all, on incumbency, the conventional wisdom that incumbency was a burden has been disproved at the national level by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now it is being disproved in states where BJP is in government, like Assam. The work of the party itself, led by and inspired by our national president, JP Nadda, where literally lakhs of our volunteers reached out across the state and across the country to stand by people in their time of need during the pandemic. And finally, as you said, the government there, led by Chief Minister Sarbanand Sonowal and Finance Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, they have proved this concept of double engine governance, because if you look at the kind of rollouts that have happened without any stench of corruption, in DBT, for instance, in management of the pandemic. Assam arguably has the best record of any large state in the country. So yes, all of this goes hand in hand for this wonderful performance we've had in Assam today.
जनता ने जैसे हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है उसी हिसाब से निश्चित हो गया कि बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी। हमारे एलजेपी और यूपीपीएल का साथ हम सरकार बनाएंगे, ये स्पष्ट है। और सब जनता की जो आशीर्वाद सहयोग इसके वजह से हुआ है।
इस बार कांग्रेस और महाजूथ का जो गठबंधन का जो सरकार दिसपुर में बनेगा, हमारा जो मैजिक नंबर जो है कांग्रेस का सरकार बनाने के लिए जो मैजिक नंबर चाहिए वो मैजिक नंबर मिलेगा और मजबूती के साथ इस बार कांग्रेस और महाजूथ का सरकार बनेगा दिसपुर में।
All right, let's talk about the Union Territory of Puducherry and what are the results really coming from there. The NDA alliance is looking to make a victory in the Union Territory of Puducherry. It's currently taking a lead in the race to form the government in that area. BJP, AIADMK and the AINRC alliance is currently leading on 12 seats, while the UPA alliance, consisting of the Congress, DMK and several other parties, is trailing in Puducherry. Congress right now is ahead on 6 seats at the moment. Remember, AINRC fielded candidates in about 16 of the 30 constituencies. BJP is contesting on 9 seats. AIADMK is contesting the 5 seats. Congress, meanwhile, is contesting on 14 of the 30 seats which are there in the Union Territory. So that's the update that we are picking up as far as Puducherry is concerned. My colleague Deepa is with us on the broadcast. Deepa, it looks like that NDA is all set to form the next government.
Well, yes, the NDA has been confident from the start because one is it has tied up with the All India NRC in our Congress, which is quite strong there, which also was in a position to actually take away the, it's been a strong opposition the last 5 years, and it was in a strong position now to basically, ride the anti-incumbency wave against the Congress government that was there in place in Puducherry earlier. Secondly, the BJP, which has been alliance with the AINRC, had also, been able to get a number of Congress leaders who were earlier with Congress government but have now joined the BJP and are contesting on BJP tickets. So they were also hoping that these leaders' popularity locally would help them. It's a very small assembly, just about 30 seats, but the counting has been quite slow because they have divided the counting through the day, taking only first 12 seats in the morning session and another about 7 seats in the afternoon session. So it's going to take a long time before we get the full results. But right now, as leads stand, it's the NDA which is at an advantage.
All right, my colleague Deepa getting us all that perspective on that story from Puducherry, the advantage NDA in the Union Territory. Let's talk about the COVID numbers and how they are really faring out to be. What is the update that we are picking up as far as the COVID crisis in the country is concerned? Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today chaired a very crucial meeting. This is the COVID meet on the day when the country recorded close to 4 lakh cases. This is once again a grim record of sorts that has been made. Over 3,600 deaths have been recorded across the country. Top government sources have told CNN News 18 that medical college and nursing course pass-outs will be recruited on COVID duty because we are short-staffed right now. The medical healthcare, not just the infrastructure, but also the power, the professionals working on the ground are near a breaking point, and everybody requires some kind of help with the numbers going up. Further, services of the final year MBBS students may be utilized. The government is also planning to provide financial incentives to those leading the battle from the front. These measures have been taken at a time when India's vaccination drive has entered its third phase. On day 1, only about 84,000 beneficiaries between the age of 18 and 44 were administered the vaccine shot, though the numbers are expected to rise significantly in the coming days. In total, more than 16 crore jabs have been administered so far in the country. There's some piece of breaking news which is coming in. All right, so the latest bit of news that we are getting is from the Delhi High Court. As far as the Delhi High Court details are concerned, you know that for about 2 weeks, the Delhi High Court has been hearing a very important matter as far as the COVID management in the national capital is concerned. And right now, there are certain submissions which have been made before the Delhi High Court. Delhi High Court right now has directed the Delhi government to ensure that no essential equipment or medicine is sold at a price which is higher than the MRP. These are concerns of black marketing which were happening, and clearly the Delhi High Court wants to make sure that no essential supply is sold at a higher price than the MRP. Any person who is found to be doing so will be booked for criminal action and contempt proceedings will be initiated against them. Any complaints regarding overcharging by ambulances, overcharging of medicines or oxygen cylinder, concentrators, all of that is going to be reported. There's a Delhi Police helpline number that has also been put in. So all those details are being given to the Delhi High Court. So those are the details which are emerging. There's a division bench at the Delhi High Court which is hearing this matter right now, and clearly this matter is going to be very crucial because in many ways, as far as oxygen supply is concerned, as far as black marketing of drugs is concerned, all of that is going to be looked after by the Delhi High Court. You'd remember that on Saturday we had a very scathing order coming in from the Delhi High Court where the court had warned the central government that if they do not comply with the orders, then they are going to haul them up for contempt. Delhi literally continues to gasp for breath because the oxygen supply here in the national capital has been abysmally low. About 419 metric tons of oxygen, which is the requirement. But right now that requirement is not being met. My colleague Rupashri Nanda with us on the broadcast. Rupashri, over to you. Delhi High Court has been making a constructive interference into this entire matter, into the management of COVID crisis. Take us through this key order coming in.
Well, I'll go to the last comment that you made while you were introducing the subject about the 490 metric tons of oxygen. I remember Delhi High Court, as you said, had passed very strong directions to the central government to ensure that 490 tons of metric tons of oxygen.
My colleague Rupashri Nanda is getting us all the details on that very important story. As we just told you about that crucial order that has come from the Delhi High Court. We'll continue tracking these developments. We'll continue getting you update on the COVID crisis with the elections. That also continues to remain our top focus here on CNN News 18. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition. Thank you for watching this side.
3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the live result hub that you are seeing from where we are getting you the results.
We got first lead. BJP seems to have taken that lead. And this is the Jangal Mahal, Bankura, Purulia area where the BJP is expected to do well.
These are the seats where they can make those gains.
This is the leaderboard. Bengal, Trinamool Congress just ahead by about 5 seats at this point in time.
Many say that the margin this time won't be high, whether it is either for the LDF or the UDF.
However, DMK is extremely confident of winning this time around.
Mamata Banerjee, that's the Chief Minister of Bengal, she's trailing by about 1,500 votes.
She has been keeping tabs, and she and Prashant Kishore, all of them are watching very, very closely.
पांच में से 3 लोगों को एक साथ खोया या एक दिन के गैप पे खोया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बताती हूँ। मैं राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाहर अपनी तख्ती लेकर के बैठी थी कि मुफ्त निःशुल्क सेवा के वाहन के लिए। वहाँ पे एक 22 साल का लगभग लड़का आता है मेरे पास और वो मुझसे कहता है कि सुनो आप ऐसा ऐसा काम करती हैं। तो मैंने बोला हाँ। उसने बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर पड़ा है कि वो हार्ड लैंग्वेज बोल रहा था और काफी मुझे लग रहा है शायद वो दिल्ली साइड का था। उसने बहुत रूड सा मुझसे बोला कि मेरा बाप अंदर जो है पड़ा हुआ है, अंदर मीन्स हॉस्पिटल में उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बताइए। मुझे लगा शायद उसको किसी और तरह की मदद चाहिए होगी। वो मुझसे ये बोल करके गया कि ये 2 दिन के बाद मर जाएगा और तुम ऐसा काम कर रही हो कि ये सारा क्रिमेशन तुम देख लेना और मैं जा रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? बोला मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा, मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है हर एक बॉडी के साथ एक किस्सा, हर एक केस के साथ एक ऐसी कहानी जुड़ी है जो आपके जहन को और झकझोर देती है और आप और ज्यादा मदद करने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं।
बिफोर आई कम टू हरतीरथ, वर्षा मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। रोज एक दिन में आपको कितने कॉल आ जाते हैं? कितनी बॉडीज आप मदद कर पाती हैं क्रिमेट करने के लिए?
मेरे पास लगातार जिस दिन से मैंने ये काम शुरू किया है, मेरे पास हजारों कॉल आ रही हैं। मेरे पास चाहे वो 2:30 बजे हो, 3:30 बजे हो, 4 बजे हो, मेरे पास किसी भी समय आ जा रही है कॉल। और क्योंकि हमारी मैन पावर या जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मुझे लगता है कि 10 से 12 या कभी कभी 13 भी बॉडीज को हैंडल कर लेती हैं। क्योंकि एक बॉडी को क्रिमेट कराने में बॉडी लोड करके हॉस्पिटल से उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज होती हैं वो पूरा फुलफिल करके वैकुंठ धाम तक जाना, उसकी बॉडी को पूरा क्रिमेशन तक का पूरा प्रोसेस को निभा करके वापस आने में 40 to 45 मिनट्स लगते हैं। तो इस पीरियड में फिर 3 गाड़ियों में आप एवरेज निकालिए कि कम से कम 10 से 12 या 13 बॉडीज हो जाती है हमारे।
We are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis. We need to keep the faith. I have 2 people on debrief today who are keeping the faith march.
Hello and welcome, and thank you for staying with us right through the day on this coverage of the 4 states in the Union Territory that went to the ballot. And ladies and gentlemen, what a mandate it has been. There is a story within a story within a story in every state that we look at. But kudos to the voters. Kudos to the voters who have come out in large numbers and exercised their democratic right. Kudos to the voters for giving out clear mandates in each of the states, ensuring that they have decided overwhelmingly in favor of who they believe will take them forward in the next 5 years. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me is Zakka Jacob, our managing editor, and of course our political editor Maria Shakil, who've been there right through the day here in the studios as we take this coverage forward. Let's get a quick check on the leaderboard before I get chatting with them into the overall scenario, what it presents. Now the leaderboard very clearly, West Bengal, historic mandate for Mamata Banerjee. Even she would not have expected that the people of Bengal would come out and give her a mandate which is incremental to her 2011-2016 performance at a time when everybody thought that the Trinamool Congress is dissipating. In Tamil Nadu, Stalin finally gets his moment in the sunshine, finally gets the chance to move from Talapati to Talaivar. And in Kerala, it's near about striking 100 for Pinarayi Vijayan, and nobody would have expected this. Some pollsters predicted he would get there close. Perhaps the only place where the exit pollsters would say, I told you so. But it is all around Pinarayi Vijayan. And BJP back in power at the same levels as they were in 2016. Himanta Biswa Sharma, Sarvananda Sonowal, big thumbs up to them and to their allied partners, where they are getting nearabouts in terms of the score settling to their performance in 2016. That is the leaderboard. Zakka Jacob, as you poll through those numbers, are you looking at the pollsters and wondering what did they think and who did they ask, especially overall? But it's been historic.
Some of them will certainly have a sleepless night tonight. If not...
Just pause, Zakka, before we talk. Shots coming through of Mamata Banerjee coming out from the Kalighat temple. So we've got these visuals. Let's go straight across. So Mamata Banerjee stepping out, and it said that somewhere around 6 p.m. she'd step out of her residence and she would go to pray at Kalighat. It's been a historic mandate, and that number is only going up, inching towards the 220 number, Maria, as we speak, and we are waiting for Mamata Banerjee to step out.
And here...
Oh, big news coming through. Shuvendu has won Nandigram. Big news coming through. 17th round, one more round was left, was what was being said, and it's just coming through that we may have a situation like never before. Shuvendu Adhikari has won Nandigram. Mamata Banerjee loses in Nandigram, but a historic victory for the Trinamool Congress across Bengal. Now with the last round, there were many who were claiming victory for Mamata Banerjee, but right now we are given to understand that Shuvendu Adhikari has won by 1,622 votes. Mamata Banerjee defeated in Nandigram. Shuvendu Adhikari, there was a word that said that the last round of counting was still left. The 17th round was still left. Everybody said that Mamata has won by 1,200 votes, but it is actually Shuvendu Adhikari who's won by 1,622 votes. Big upset. Shogato with us. Yes, Shogato.
Well, we have been maintaining right from the very beginning, Anand, that this will go down to the wire, and we did not actually go by the initial estimates given out by some news agencies that Mamata Banerjee has already won Nandigram by 1,200 votes because the last round of counting, according to my sources on the ground, kept confirming that it was that the last round has not happened yet, and the information that we are getting from the counting center at this point in time, that the final round of counting has just got over, and Shubhendu Adhikari has won the Nandigram seat by 1622 votes. That's a very, very slender margin. All through the day today, it was either Shubhendu or Mamata Banerjee who were, getting past one another at different points in time during the course of the counting,
Right.
and it was a photo finish like we have been anticipating right from the very beginning, and now it has gone
how do you
Shubhendu
explain
Adhikari's
this?
way.
The state of West Bengal has gone to Mamata Banerjee through and through completely, and Mamata Banerjee herself losing an election.
Well, you see, yes, it's an upset for Mamata Banerjee herself, although, the overwhelming majority of the state of Bengal has gone for the Trinamool Congress. And it's a mandate definitely for Mamata Banerjee, no doubt about that. And there is no way that Mamata Banerjee would not become the chief minister of the state of Bengal. We do know that there are constitutional provisions by which Mamata Banerjee can become the chief minister and get.
Well, we just lost him there. It's still big because it's not showing up in our poll meter yet because those numbers may not have just come in. But Pallavi Ghosh joining us. Pallavi, Mamata Banerjee is in Kalighat. Imagine a narrative like this, which is again a never before perhaps, where the incumbent chief minister has lost the seat but has got a mandate which is never before as far as the Trinamool Congress's political history. Mamata Banerjee 184, 211 and now 219 for the Trinamool, but she loses Nandigram by 1,622 votes.
And this is where the dilemma or the irony is. I mean, she's been the face of these elections in Bengal. They said that, the Trinamool Congress she's not contesting on only one seat. She's contesting on all the 294 seats because she's the only face the Trinamool Congress has. The entire campaign was her-centric, and that's the reason why the win of the TMC is being solely credited only to her. But now look at this massive twist. She herself loses the seat in Nandigram. That's going to be a huge setback because first of all, Nandigram is where the Mahamati Manuj politics of the Trinamool Congress began from. Her entire politics actually began from Shingur and Nandigram, and having lost from that area is a blow to her, her whole political ethics. That's one. Second, a sitting chief minister, poised to become the chief minister once again, loses from Nandigram. Now, what does she do hence on? There are constitutional provisions. Within 6 months, she can always be made an MLC, MLA from any seat in West Bengal. But here's the moral dilemma. Will she opt out? Because these are early days yet. Will she opt out? Will she say, okay, fine, I take the responsibility. I lost from my seat and hence I'm not going to be the chief minister. Of course, there's going to be a huge hue and cry within the party because they'll say that our party won only because of her. So what if you lost a seat? That's one issue. So will she opt out? And if she does opt out and manages to get her way, who's the person who can take her place? Will there be another, say, a Dr. Manmohan Singh that she's going to be looking for? Who can be her alternative? Who can be her replacement for that point of time? These are going to be those interesting
but
takeaways.
this historic mandate, Maria, has been, and Pallavi, this historic mandate has been for Mamata Banerjee. It is the confidence reposed in Mamata Banerjee. She may have lost Nandigram by 1622 votes, but she has won in 219 seats.
Yes, all 219 going for her, Pallavi, and Mamata Banerjee losing by 1,622 when 2 hours ago reports had come in that she had won by 1,200 votes. What went wrong?
Also, I think this is within the margin where you can ask for a recount. So I'm pretty sure that the TMC will ask for a recount. Pallavi?
Yes, they are going to ask for a recount. Remember, that's exactly what happened, I think, in the last Amethi elections, where Rahul Gandhi also had asked for a recount, and that's when he had won. Same thing had happened with Mr. P. Chidambaram also in Shivaganga when he became the member of parliament from there. He won around when he asked for a recount. So is she going to do that? What we are being told are likely. But I'm just going to quickly come back to the point. It's not that she cannot become the chief minister. She can. Of course, it's the win of the Mamata Banerjee factor. But I'm more talking about a political or a moral stance she may want to take. You know, in politics, you often take a moral high ground. You say, okay, fine, I've lost my seat, so I don't want to become the chief minister. Let someone else become the chief minister. Of course, our party card is not going to agree to that. What's going to be the way out? These are just speculations, early days yet. But I would still say that let's not lose out the possibility where she may want to take a high moral ground by saying, look, I have lost from a high-profile seat from Nandigram to Shubhendu Adhikari. It's a massive win for him, a massive moral victory for him. And the BJP, I think, today is also going to make this point. Amit Malviya, when he was speaking to my colleague Payal Mehta, said that if she loses from Nandigram, what kind of a victory is it? So the BJP is always going to take those pot shots at her.
Yes, but Pallavi, look at the numbers. BJP has lost Bengal. It's very clear. What does this victory of Shubhendu Adhikari mean for the party then? In fact, Mamata Banerjee is now speaking.
তাই আর সময় না নিয়ে আপনারা সারাদিন অপেক্ষা করেছেন। প্রথমে তো আমি আমাদের বাংলা ন্যাশনাল চ্যানেল, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল চ্যানেল, রিজিওনাল চ্যানেল, লোকাল চ্যানেল সবাইকে আমার অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ, অভিনন্দন, কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাচ্ছি। আপনারা সকাল থেকে অপেক্ষা করেছেন এবং আমি যেহেতু অন্যান্য রেজাল্টগুলো দেখছিলাম এবং আমি একটা টার্গেট করেছিলাম,
I express my gratitude to you.
2-1 মানে যেহেতু এটা 21 সাল,
my target was of 221 seats.
এবং আপনারা দেখেছেন যে কোন একটা টিভির ইন্টারভিউতে আমাকে যখন ডাবল ইঞ্জিনের কথা বলা হয়েছিল, আমি বলেছিলাম ডাবল সেঞ্চুরি করব।
If you remember at a television interview when I was told about this double engine issue, I had said I will do a double century.
বাংলার মানুষের জয় হয়েছে।
I am thanking the people of Bengal because today is a victory for the people of Bengal. It's a victory for the people of Bengal. It's a victory for the brothers and sisters of Bengal.
ভারতবর্ষকে বাঁচিয়ে দিয়েছে। বাংলার এই জয়
Today Bengal has saved the entire country.
মানুষকে আমরা অভিনন্দন জানাচ্ছি এবং বাংলার এই জয় ল্যান্ডস্লাইড ভিক্টরি।
I wish to thank all the people of Bengal.
লড়াই করে
This is a landslide victory.
সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, টোটাল এজেন্সি, ইলেকশন কমিশন,
I fought against the entire central government, election commission, the ED.
মানুষের এই জয় বাংলাকে
Despite that,
দিয়েছে তাই নয়,
we won.
বাঁচিয়ে দিয়েছে, মানবিকতাকে বাঁচিয়ে দিয়েছে।
We not just saved Bengal, but we saved humanity.
আমি এখনো বলি এই ইলেকশনে
I think we've saved the people of Bengal.
স্লোগান খুব কাজে লেগেছে, আমার ছোট ছোট ভাই বোনেরাও দিয়েছেন, খেলা হবে আর জয় বাংলা। তাদের সকলকে আমি সত্যি খেলা হয়েছে।
They had my brothers and sisters had given the slogan of Khala Hobe and Joy Bangla. In the end, we have won the game.
ফুটবল গ্রাম বাংলার বুকে আমাদের দলের পক্ষ থেকে গরিব গরিব ক্লাবগুলোকে ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন করব। আমার ফার্স্ট প্রায়োরিটি এখন হবে, যেহেতু কোভিড ইজ মাই ফার্স্ট প্রায়োরিটি, কোভিডটা বাড়ছে, আমরা কদিন ধরে কাজ করছি।
My first priority is going to say
কোভিডের জন্য আমাকে ইমিডিয়েট
that COVID management is going to be my first priority.
আমাদের অফিসার
I will have to immediately begin my work. I've already begun my work. My officers have
শপথ গ্রহণ
already begun their work.
এত ল্যান্ডস্লাইড ভিত্তি হওয়া সত্ত্বেও আমরা ছোট্ট অনুষ্ঠানের মধ্যে দিয়ে আমরা কবে শপথ নেব আপনাদের বলে দেব। আর দুই হচ্ছে যে আমি মনে করি কবে বিধানসভা ডাকবো সেটাও আমরা বলে দেব। এই ল্যান্ডস্লাইড ভিত্তির পরে
I'll tell you when the assembly is going to be called after this landslide victory.
মানুষের কাছে আমরা কৃতজ্ঞ এবং
And
মানুষ
I
এত
don't
দিয়েছে
think
বলে
anything after this landslide victory matters. Nothing matters after the people.
পাচ্ছেন সেই সময়টা বলবো এই ঝড়ও আমরা সামলে দেব। শুধু অনুরোধ করব সবুজের ঝড়ে
People are scared because of COVID. And it's a responsibility and a duty to look after them.
কোভিডের ঝড়ে সামনে দেব এবং এটুকু আমি নিশ্চয়ই বলবো বিনা পয়সায় ভ্যাকসিন আমরা সবাইকে দেব এবং আমি আজকের দিনে সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্টকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব।
I am not going to say too much, but all I'm going to say that I will give free vaccine to everyone.
ইমিডিয়েট ফ্রি ভ্যাকসিন পৌঁছে দেওয়ার জন্য এবং তা যদি না দেয় তাহলে আমি কিন্তু
In fact,
আগামী
I'll
দিন
request
গান্ধী
the
মূর্তির
central
সামনে
government
আমি
that please give free
আমার
vaccine
অহিংস
to
আন্দোলন আমি
everyone
শুরু করব। আমি এখনো মনে করি সব রাজ্যরাই আমাদের অভিনন্দন জানিয়েছেন। আই এম সো হ্যাপি এবং আমার মতো হ্যাপি আজকে আর কেউ নেই এবং এতটা পাবো আমরা ভাবতেও পারিনি। মানুষ ঢেলে দিয়েছেন এবং মা বোনেরা ঢেলে দিয়েছেন, আমার সংখ্যালঘু ভাই বোনেরা ঢেলে দিয়েছেন, এমনকি কিছু কিছু জায়গায় যেভাবে ল্যান্ডস্লাইড ভিত্তি করে দিয়েছেন তার কোনো তুলনাই হয় না। আমরা প্রত্যেকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস পরিবার, মানুষের কাছে কৃতজ্ঞ। আমার শুধু একটা অনুরোধ থাকবে, আবেদন থাকবে আমার তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস কর্মীদের কাছে, আপনারা এত কাজ করেছেন, এত খেটেছেন, চিন্তার কোনো কারণ নেই। আপনারা দয়া করে এই কোভিডের সময়ে বিজয় মিছিলটা না করলে ভালো। আমরা বিজয় মিছিলের দিন পরে ঘোষণা করব। কোভিড কমে গেলে এটা খুব বড় বিজয় মিছিল হবে এবং সেই বিজয় মিছিল আমরা ব্রিগেড প্যারেড গ্রাউন্ডে করব। আমি এটা পরে ঘোষণা করে দেব। এখন আপাতত বিজয় মিছিল না করে, ভিক্টরি প্রসেশন না করে আসুন আমরা কোভিড নিয়ে মানুষের পাশে দাঁড়াই। আর যারা আমাদের ভোট দিয়েছে তাদের আমরা সম্পূর্ণভাবে সমর্থন করি এবং তাদের পাশে থেকে আমরা সবাইকে বাঁচাই, আমরা সবার পাশে থাকি। আমি এইটুকু আজ পর্যন্ত বলবো এবং স্যালুট টু মাই নেশন অলসো, স্যালুট টু মাই বেঙ্গল পিপুল অলসো, স্যালুট টু মাই মাদারল্যান্ড, স্যালুট টু মাই all the people from Bengal and all the people from all over the country. Now Bengal saved the country. I am proud to say that Bengal saved the country and we are proud of it. And regarding oath taking ceremony, we will do a very small way because COVID is in process, and I appeal to all of my workers not to go for any victory rally or anything right now, because we will do the victory rally after the COVID situation is over. And now we have to work for COVID, and I will request the central government to give free vaccine to all the people, 140 crores people. It is a matter of only 30,000 crores. So 30,000 crores is nothing for a central government, and they have the Reserve Bank and they have the other capacity. So if not, then I will start my movement. I will fight for COVID and fight as a street corner. I will start my Ahimsa movement in front of Gandhi statue also. Today I just said all this. So many people, they congratulated us. We are so grateful. Individually, I am going to thank them, but collectively also I am telling we are thankful and our humble regards to everybody, everyone and everybody. So please give us blessings. You have seen that how money power, muscle power, mafia power, and election commission, I must say, how they fought with us, just like a BJP spokesperson. Even really I am sorry, when I raised the issue for Nandigram, you people didn't believe that how they looted. You see the other state, full of state given one mandate, and one constituency, can they give the other mandate? Is it possible? It is not. It is totally, they were stopped surveillance, they have stopped survivor about 3 hours, they announced the winning, and after that they are saying something. So this is some looting is going on, some cheating is going on. We will fight in the court case, we will file the court case and we will fight for that. That is only one seat, we don't mind for that, because Bengal won the match. And it is that my target was 2-1. You know, my two candidates will be winning later on, because Murshidabad, 2 seats, the election is not taking place, it is on 16. Both the seats are our MLA. And Kharda also, we lost Kajol Sinha. That seat also he won. There also we have to go for election. That seat also we have to go for election. And so I think that 2-1 will cost. Let us cross the fingers, and I must congratulate my people, all the people. And I am grateful to my Bengal people, and whatever we have given the commitment to the people, we will fulfill all the commitment. And don't worry for Nandigram, forget one thing. For struggle, you have to sacrifice something. I struggle for Nandigram because I fought a movement, so I have forgotten now. It's okay. Let the Nandigram people, whatever they have given the verdict, I accept that. I don't mind for that, because it's a match. It is nothing. So we won. more than 2-1 seat. That is a landslide victory, and BJP has lost the election, and they have played so many dirty politics, dirty tricks. Even all the officers are saying, with high officials, you are under watch, you are under watch, you are under watch. I know each and everything. So it's okay that we have faced the horrible situation, we have faced the horror of the election commission, but ultimately I'll go to Constitution bench, because whatever they have done for this time in Bengal, the bias, in the bias way, if you tolerate like this, then India, there will be no democracy. I will appeal all the political parties also. We will go jointly to the Supreme Court, and we will ask the Constitution bench. There must be something, some limitation, some Lakshman Rekha for the election commission also. Only 3 nominated men, and here the retired officer, they cannot control this country. They have to take care also for the democracy. So আমরা মনে করি গণতন্ত্রের জয় হয়েছে, ভারতবর্ষে বিজেপির ধস নেমেছে। এই ধসই যেন চিরকাল জারি থাকে, আমরা কৃতজ্ঞ মানুষের কাছে। নরেন্দ্র মোদী, অমিত শাহ বারবার বলেছেন ডাবল ইঞ্জিন হবে, আমি বারবার বলেছিলাম ডাবল সেঞ্চুরি করব, এবং দেখেছেন কাদেরটা ভুল কাদেরটা ঠিক। সুতরাং আই এম সো হ্যাপি, এবং আমি মানুষকে কৃতজ্ঞতা জানিয়ে আমার মাথা নত করে বলি, যতদিন বাঁচবো প্রাণ ভরিয়ে তৃষা হরিয়ে আরো 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 দাও প্রাণ। আমার মাথা নত করে দাও হে তোমার চরণ ধুলার তলে।
Now that I bow my head and I promise that as long as I'm alive, I'm going to work for the people of Bengal.
আজ থেকে কাজ শুরু হয়ে গেল, এই কাজ চলবে।
I only pray that I am able to work for the people of Bengal, and even more than before.
Mamata Banerjee there saying, I accept the verdict of Nandigram and the people of Nandigram, but it's a small thing because Bengal has given a historic mandate.
And they have the numbers.
Take my oath, and then we will discuss into in details. But already they have taken some decision. That is already there. That they have already notified government some decision. And let us help the people. We will be with the people.
So Mamata Banerjee there posing the victory sign, saying we will be with the people. She's hopeful of getting up to 221, saying that the remaining 3 seats she'll get the mandate.
Microphone near V. Victory of the Bengal people, and victory of the country, and victory of democracy. ভালো আছে, আমি দেখছো তো এ পড়ে আছি, অ্যাঙ্কলেট পড়ে আছি। আমি তো তোমাদের অনেক দিন আগেই বলে দিয়েছি, আমি 10-12 দিন আগে মিটিংয়ে বলেছিলাম যে আমার প্লাস্টারটা কাটতে হবে, আমি ভালো আছি। ঠিক আছে, ঠিক হয়ে গেছে, আর এই জয় আমাকে আরো ভালো করে দিয়েছে।
Mamata Banerjee saying her feet is much better. She's got an anklet tied, brace there, but the fact is this victory is making her feel much better.
Till now, no, I have not received. বলে দেবো, আমাকে একটু পার্টির সাথে কথা বলতে দাও, কথা বলে দিয়ে বলে দেবো। কিচ্ছু নেই, কোনো কনফিউশন নেই। 221টা সিটে যারা যেতে তাদের কাছে ওটা কোনো কনফিউশন নয়, বরঞ্চ আমি বেঁচে গেছি, নাহলে আমার বারবার করে অত দূরে যেতে হতো। ভালোই হয়েছে, মানুষ যা করেছে ভালোর জন্য করেছে। আমি ওদের সালাম জানাই, ওদের আমি সালাম জানাই যে তারা যা রায় দিয়েছে ঠিক আছে, ইটস ওকে।
Whatever happens has happened for the best. If I would have won from there, I would have to keep on going there every day. But I'm definitely going to go to court because the officers have told me, and I've got news that there has been a mischief which has been created over there.
Well, it's been
আর আমি এখন একটু মাকালি বাড়ি যাবো, কারণ আমার কমিটমেন্ট ছিল তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দল হিসেবে জিতলে আমি আমাকে ওখানকার পুরোহিতরা বলেছিলেন আপনি কিন্তু ওই দিনই আসবেন, তা আমি বলেছিলাম কথা দিলাম। তো কথা দিলে আমি তো কথা রাখি।
My Pundits over there had told me that you must come on this particular day, which is why I want to keep my word, and I'm going to go and give puja to Makali, and I'm going to come back.
কালকে আপনারা 3:30
Rest the details I will hopefully tell you by tomorrow after speaking to my party colleagues. I'll tell you by sometime around 3:30 what my party colleagues discuss with me.
I will not forget, I will remember everything, but let us respect each and everybody. I also expect the respect from everybody. I don't mind whoever said what to me, I think humanity is the biggest thing. Let us forget all these things. Let us play the match with a spirit. The team spirit is a good spirit, and it's our country spirit, it is our democratic spirit, it is our constitutional spirit. I respect and I thanks to everyone whoever worked in favor of us, whoever not worked. I thanks to all. শুনতে পাচ্ছি না কি? আরে ওরা তো গোহারা হয়েছে, আবার কি চান? বলেছিল 200-র উপর শিখতে হবে, গোহারা হেরেছে। যারা গোহারা হেরেছে তাদের আর কি বলবেন? ওদের নিজেদের লজ্জায় মুখ দেখানো উচিত, মুখ ঢাকা উচিত। লেফট কংগ্রেস নিয়ে ওদের জিজ্ঞেস করুন, কারণ আমার পক্ষে কোনো পার্টি সম্বন্ধে তার ইন্টারনাল ম্যাটার সম্বন্ধে বলাটা ঠিক হবে না, শোভনীয় নয়। বেঙ্গল শো No. I said that let us be very humble. Our humble regards to all the central leaders who came here and who campaigned also against us. And also my humble regards to some people who came from different parts and helped us. They congratulated us also. So we talked to each other. I am so grateful to each of them. সেটা ঠিক করব, it depends on COVID situation. I said that very clearly that let us wait. আমরা 9 তারিখে রবীন্দ্র জয়ন্তী আছে, রবীন্দ্রনাথের জয়ন্তী আমরা প্রত্যেকে পালন করব মানুষকে থ্যাঙ্কস দিয়ে। আর আমরা ব্রিগেডের র্যালি যেটা করব পরে বলে দেবো। Let this COVID situation is over. Now our first priority to take care for COVID. এগুলো সব উত্তর একদিনে দিয়ে দিলে হয়ে যাবে, কাল পরশু আছে না দেবো। ওরা খুব ভালো কাজ করেছে। মাই থ্যাঙ্কস টু মাই ফুল টিম, মাই আইটি টিম, মাই ইউথ টিম, মাই ইয়াং জেনারেশন অ্যান্ড অল দ্য জেনারেশন। মাই স্পেশাল কনগ্রাচুলেশন, মাই কনগ্রাচুলেশন টু all of them. They worked very hard. We also worked hard. They worked very hard. We also worked very hard. বললাম তো কালকে 3টে বাদ বাকিটা বলে দেবো।
Mamata Banerjee saying that we will let you know of all the plans by 3 p.m. Tomorrow after discussing with the party members. Very, very magnanimous in her victory. She's saying that all right, Nandigram has decided in one way, but the people of Bengal, and I will work to fulfill all my promises to the people of Bengal. I thank all those who have participated in this entire dance of democracy, and also I will continue to ensure that we work in that spirit of camaraderie as a teamwork, because right now the situation to handle the priority is COVID-19.
And interestingly, I'm not too sure if Mamata Banerjee will be taking any high moral ground, because she is saying that as per her information, the TMC is leading in 221 seats. Nandigram may well be an aberration. That's what it looks like. So Pallavi, if she is still with us, Pallavi, the indication that is coming from Mamata Banerjee is that she is all set to take oath as the next chief minister. That will be a hat trick for her. She is not looking at, abdicating her throne.
No, it doesn't look like. We were just speculating a short while back, Maria, that is that something that she would want to look at, but she makes it very clear over here that as her officers, some of them over there have made it clear to her that, there has been some mischief which has been taken there, and therefore she's going to ask for a review. She's also going to approach the Supreme Court because she's accused the Election Commission. She said, doesn't matter. That's what she was saying in Bangla, that it doesn't matter if I've lost from Nandigram. It is just one constituency. I consider this win a double century, the real mandate of the people. And she said, whatever happens, happens for the best. So it's good I lost in Nandigram. Otherwise, I would have to keep on going up and down, and that would have not been possible for me. So I think she makes it very clear. She said, I have to fix a date. She's going to consult with her party colleagues and perhaps give us a clear idea of what she plans to do by post-lunch tomorrow, what is going to be their strategy. Very clearly, her fight is not yet over. She wants to also talk to other opposition leaders, but I think this is a strategy which she would want to adopt for later. I I think immediately she's also going to firefight all that criticism we're already seeing coming in from the BJP, and Amit Malviya being the first one to tweet. That's going to be one. But certainly she's reveling in this massive win, which she calls it. She said they kept on talking about a double engine ki sarkar, and I kept on speaking about a double century, and that is what I have delivered.
Well, absolutely. And Mamata Banerjee there very clearly saying that 221 seats, the remaining 3 seats, the seat of Kajal Sinha, whose demise because of COVID, they will go into re-elections, and of course 2 seats which are left, which she believes she'll get, and then she would get closer to that 221 number. Interestingly, she blames the Election Commission of bias, but it's an historic, overwhelming mandate which has come under the aegis of the elections being conducted peacefully across the state of Bengal, and the people have come out and voted in her favor. She's taking that mandate, and she says that we will look at chart the course to come forward in the days to come. No celebrations at the moment. The oath-taking ceremony also is going to be a low-key affair. But Mamata Banerjee is saying we want to move forward and we need to work together.
And it's a mix of English and Bengali.
Yeah.
Mamata Banerjee is sending a message to Delhi, and at the same time sending a message to all the opposition leaders that here is the challenger. She is ready to position herself as the challenger to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. That Modi-Shah challenger is Mamata Banerjee. Because, you know, the choice of the language is about positioning herself.
No, and she said it also. She said it that all the central ministers came here and I have defeated them, and we have come out and won a historic victory, and it is a historic victory. We have our political guest, but before that, Zakir Jacob, across the phases, the Trinamool has swept it across the phases. 219 is never before, and this is also a story which is never before in Indian politics.
Absolutely. The third term, 2011, she got 184 seats. Take a look at this. 184 seats in 2011. That increased in 2016, which in itself was quite remarkable. It went up to 211 seats. And now in 2021, right now, she's leading in 218 seats. 2 seats, the candidates have died, so there will be re-election there. If the Trinamool wins those 2 as well, she's looking at 220 seats. So with each term, the TMC has got a bigger mandate. Mamata Banerjee has got a bigger mandate. In this case, of course, the fight was against the BJP, the might and muscle of the BJP. And one thing, we've been talking about this through and through. The first few phases, the first 3 or 4 phases, which were supposed to be, the BJP's belt, particularly here in Jungle Mahal, as well as some of the outskirts seats of Kolkata, out of the 135 seats, the Trinamool is leading in 99 of those seats, down just 17. The BJP gained 32 seats, but what happened in the process is it lost a large number of these assembly segments here in Jungle Mahal, where it was leading in 2019. So a large number of these seats where the BJP had assembly segment leads it had 53 assembly segment leads in 2019. But in 2021, that's come down by about 20 seats. And mind you, this is just in the first 4 phases. So when the first 4 phases, this was the undercurrent, then slowly as you went by and by, phases 5, 6, 7 and 8, you eventually got this massive mandate of 218 now out of the 292 seats.
Well, just quick move away from Bengal. We'll come back to Bengal in just a bit. Let's get a quick check on Kerala. Oh, what a story there in Kerala. Almost 100 for the LDF, and what a comeback that they have made. Pinarayi, first Chief Minister since 1977 to get re-elected, and with a mandate greater than the one that he got in 2016. The other aspect is that the vote for LDF's governance in COVID times comes hands-on. Their push for development, their push for industry, all of that has worked, and even KK Shailaja teacher spoke about it while acknowledging the victory, and thanks to the people of Kerala. Question mark over the UDF's political future looms large, because 41 seats is not something which they should have done, especially after their Lok Sabha 2019 performance. The Muslim League's future very, very bleak, because the IUML has really turned out a very, very poor show this time around. And who's come second in terms of the vote share and the gains, because there is 0 as far as the BJP is concerned in terms of the total number of seats the BJP Plus has got, but have they gained in vote share? And the person who just come out and said it's a long way to go for the BJP to make inroads is what they are saying, but have they breached the 20% vote share mark? That would be a big achievement that the BJP would look at. But joining us now is the person who said that there was just one break into the assembly by the BJP. We've wiped that out too. Mr. Thomas Isaac is joining us. Good evening, sir. Congratulations on a historic victory. This is a never before in the history of Kerala. And congratulations to you and to the entire team within the LDF and under Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan. Congratulations, sir.
Yes, this is the highest number of seats that the left has gained in the state assembly any time in the post-independence period in the history of the assembly. So this is in fact a record victory. A significant feature is not just the defeat of UDF, but BJP has lost ground. Not only has they lost a single non-member they had in the assembly, though I don't have the exact numbers, but quickly looking at what is happening in various constituencies, my guesstimate is that vote share, instead of rising to 20%, would fall from 16% to something around 14%. So BJP has lost heavily the vote share, partly because they have selectively voted for UDF. For example, two of our prominent candidates, in Tripunithara and Kundarao, who she is also minister, lost primarily because BJP shifted something like 15,000 votes to UDF.
Mr. Isaac, you are of course among the 5 ministers who did not contest this time around. What do you think worked for LDF? It's history that has been made by Pinarayi Vijayan. Is it Pinarayi Vijayan factor? The emergence of a Kerala model of governance, particularly during the times of COVID?
Well, there are 3 governance factors. One is our success in tackling the crisis. I mean, Kerala has been facing one crisis after another, and latest is the COVID. And government has come on all out to support the people, protect the people, provide relief. And the trust in government has grown because of this experience. Second, unparalleled infrastructure investment that is going on in the state, using a para-state and special purpose vehicle, mobilize something like 60,000 crores of rupees for infrastructure investment, and around 10,000 crores is already spent and is visible on the ground. But even that has created such a great impression, because the state is infrastructure deficit state, and this has gone down.
Will we be now seeing an opposition unity, a new fulcrum perhaps, arrive in politics with left in Bengal, in Kerala, and Mamata Banerjee in Bengal? Pinarayi Vijayan, Mamata Banerjee coming together, opposition leaders all taking on the BJP? Some new strategy in works?
Well, if you take all the elections together, BJP should be very disappointed. It's a setback for them. And Bengal, it is very evident that polarization between Trinamool and BJP, the desire of the people to defeat BJP at any cost, has resulted in the third force, the Congress and the left, to be squeezed down. As to whether this is going to lead to an all-in opposition unity, how it is going to take, it is not for me to predict. But there is absolutely no doubt a greater opposition unity would be required. For example, just the case of the COVID, which is going on now, how can any central government allow the states to compete with each other, state and private sector to compete with each other, leave the whole vaccination to the market and so on? And this is a height of responsibility, and there has to be opposition to that. Opposition not in isolated statements, but I think there has to be a united opposition to this kind of misdeeds.
Well, the strategy forward, I think, has to be collectively decided among the federal structure with the centre in consultation. But Mr. Thomas Isaac, today is a day to celebrate the victory. Although celebrations will be muted and largely virtual, we wish health, safety for everyone, and congratulations to you and to the entire team at the LDF. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Mr. Isaac. We're going to take a very, very short break. The story there in Kerala, we will break down when we come back, is because this was an election for the UDF to capitalize on its gains as far as Lok Sabha 2019, but that's not happened. It's the LDF which has come back. And there are stories within stories in Tamil Nadu, in Bengal and in Assam. Lots to talk about after a very short break. Stay with us. Counting begins now.
On the day that counts, the best election team delivered yet again.
TMC is leading from constituency number 12.
The big update coming through from Kerala. BJP is pulling seats from the left.
The Congress is still 0.
Only CNN News 18 brought you the most authentic results. Powered by News 18 Live Result Hub.
TMC has crossed 207. BJP has come down.
Trust CNN News 18 for the real results.
What we are seeing is clear, decisive mandates across all the 4 states and also the Union Territory.
BJP doing well in Kolkata.
Here at CNN News 18, you're going to see the numbers as they're being counted at the polling stations.
Always first, always right. Elections equals CNN News 18.
नींद नहीं आ रही थी, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये 2 दिन मेरे पूरे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी मार्केट में वैन ला करके, क्योंकि यहाँ लखनऊ में जो बुरी स्थिति हुई है, उसकी वजह से जो लाश के वास्ते जो गाड़ी होती है, डेड बॉडीज को कैरी करके जो क्रेमेशन सेंटर तक ले करके जाती है, उन्होंने रेट्स अपने बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हाई कर रखे थे। इसी बीच में मैंने अपने एक दोस्त को राम मनोहर लोहिया अस्पताल में ही खोया, और खोने के बाद मैं खुद 4 घंटे हॉस्पिटल के बाहर वेट करती रही कि शायद कोई गाड़ी का अरेंजमेंट हो जाए, और मैं फेल हो गई वहाँ पे। दैट डे आई डिसाइडेड कि मुझे कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा जरूर करना है कि जो मैंने सफर किया है, अभी समाज में हॉस्पिटल से बाहर जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज हैं, जो गरीब परिवार के लोग हैं, उन इस वजह से उनकी आंखों में आंसू नहीं आने देना है, क्योंकि उन्होंने अभी अपने परिवार का एक सदस्य खोया है। उनके ऊपर वो विपदा ही बहुत बड़ी होती है, और अगर उनके ऊपर पैसे की मार उस पर से पड़ जाए तो फिर इंसान या तो सुसाइड के लिए सोचता है या कुछ गलत कदम के लिए सोचता है, बहुत निगेटिव हो जाता है समाज को लेकर के। तो ये निगेटिविटी से भी बचाना था और सेवा करनी थी, और मुझे कुछ ऐसा करना था कि हजारों लोगों के आंसू जो है मैं पोंछ सकूं एक अपनी छोटी सी सेवा के तहत।
तो ये बताइए वर्षा कि आपने परिवारों की बात की, आपको डर नहीं लगता, आपके परिवार को डर नहीं लगता? आखिरकार आप जा रही हैं कोविड हॉस्पिटल्स और कोविड वार्ड्स के बाहर, जिन बॉडीज से आप डील कर रहे हैं, जिनको हैंडल कर रही हैं, वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हैं।
डर नहीं लगता है, और दिन पर दिन जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ, मैं और भी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हो रही हूँ। मेरा डर अगर कहीं 10% या 5% जो रहा होगा, अब तो वो भी मर गया है। देखिए, जब आप इस तरह का कुछ
Welcome back. Zafar Islam, Soparno Moitra, Jaideep Majumdar and Rahul Verma have been very patiently waiting. I thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Just give me another 2 minutes because I want to quickly go across to Zakir Jacob on the magic wall to break down Bengal for us and to understand how this sweep has happened. It's a never before.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, it's across regions. It started off with the first few phases in Jungle Mahal, Jhargram, Bankura, Purulia, the area where the BJP was supposed to do well because it did well in the 2019 election. In the southern part of Jungle Mahal, it is the TMC, the tribal part. It's the TMC that seems to have swept that particular area. South and North 24 Parganas entirely swept by the Trinamool. Here in Kolkata, look at this. Greater Kolkata, it's about 30-40 seats. Only 1 seat, and that too happens to be Barakpur, I think, Bhatpara, from where Pawan Kumar Singh, Arjun Singh's son is contesting. That's the only seat where the BJP is leading in. Every other seat in this 40-odd seats in Greater Kolkata region, which includes Howrah, Hooghly, plus the Calcutta city seats, every one of them the TMC is leading in. Where the BJP has gained, yes, in the northern part of the state, in North Bengal, they've won substantial number of seats. In fact, Trinamool only having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats. the entire rest of the seats have been swept by the BJP, except this independent candidate. Also, a few seats here in Dakshin Dinajpur. But other than that, I mean, you take a look at the wider ambit of the state. Every major populous area from South and North 24 Parganas, you go further up to Nadia, and then further up Malda, Murshidabad. The entire sweep here has been by the Trinamool Congress, urban seats as well as rural seats. And this is, you know, this is a two-thirds majority. This is bigger than what she won in 2011.
So there was a current, or there was a wave, and there is an undercurrent, and it just swept the other way around. Suparna Moitra, congratulations to you and to the Trinamool Congress. But first to Zafar Islam, ऐसा लग रहा है कि भीड़ आपके यहाँ आई, लेकिन सीट तृणमूल ले गई.
I think today, having seen the numbers on your screen and the mandate which the people of West Bengal have given to Trinamool Congress, I must compliment them and wish them all the very best. But let me also remind them that there is an opposition, very strong opposition will sit in West Bengal who will safeguard the interests of people of West Bengal. We have been given a lot of feedbacks by 2 crore people which we had connected. They had given feedback. Our agenda was primarily based on those feedbacks which had been given by the people of West Bengal. Nonetheless, we didn't get the number of seats to form the government, but we will be a very formidable opposition party, and we will pursue the objective of all the people who have in West Bengal who have not been getting support from the government.
You have occupied the opposition space clearly, but this number of 72 is much less than what you got in terms of leads on seats, because you had 18 MPs. You have 18 MPs from Bengal in 2019, which is roughly around 128. Your performance has slipped majorly from 2019. What do you think went wrong for you from 2019 till now?
No, these are these are not identical elections. That's a general election. This is an assembly election. So you have to compare apple with apple, not with oranges. I'm sure that when 2024 we'll repeat the performance, we'll increase our number of seats in 2024. Having said that, you have to see from where we had started in 2016. It was only 3 seats, and now we are 70 plus. But this 70 plus will definitely now will work for the people of West Bengal. We have the mandate to sit in opposition.
Well, you've gone from 3 to 72, Zafar Islam. May I request you to please stay on with us. We also have Kailash Vijayvargiya at this point joining us. Kailash Vijayvargiya ji, namaste. कुछ तो गलत चला गया है समीकरण में और विश्लेषण में, क्योंकि जो आपकी उम्मीद थी पहले 3 चरणों में 4 चरणों में, वो तो नहीं दिखा, और पूरे बंगाल में ऐसा लग रहा है कि लोगों का मन कुछ और ही था.
नहीं, परिणाम देख तो लग रहा है, और डेमोक्रेसी में उसकी खूबसूरती है ये, जनता के मैंडेट को स्वीकार करना चाहिए, और हम बिल्कुल आत्ममंथन भी करेंगे, क्योंकि हमें विश्वास था उसके अनुरूप हमारा परिणाम नहीं आया. फिर भी यदि हम देखें तो हम 3 से प्रारंभ किए थे पिछली विधानसभा चुनाव में. हम एक सक्षम विपक्ष की तरह विधानसभा में बैठकर और सरकार का रचनात्मक सहयोग भी करेंगे. निश्चित रूप से एक मंथन की आवश्यकता है. हम मंथन करेंगे कहाँ हमसे चूक हुई है, क्योंकि हमारी अपेक्षा के अनुरूप परिणाम नहीं है, पर फिर भी सम्मानजनक है, क्योंकि हम एक अधिकृत विपक्ष के रूप में सदन में बैठने का अधिकार हमें जनता ने दिया है, और हम उस अधिकार का सदुपयोग करेंगे और सरकार को, प्रदेश को रचनात्मक विपक्ष की भूमिका में
कहाँ लगता है आपको कि कहाँ पे लगता है कि गड़बड़ हो गई? क्योंकि पहले अगर आप लोकसभा को देखें तो 40% वोट शेयर से आप फिसल कर करीब 37.25 या 37.5, तो 2.5-3% आप फिसले हैं, जबकि तृणमूल कांग्रेस को 4% का लाभ हुआ है. कहाँ पे लगता है कि
देखिए, ऐसा है कि राहुल जी ने एक स्टंट किया था कि ये कह दिया कि हम कोविड के कारण अब कोई सभा बंगाल में नहीं करेंगे. वास्तव में स्टंट नहीं था, वो एक रणनीति थी. टीएमसी के सामने आत्मसमर्पण था, वामपंथियों का, कांग्रेस का, दोनों का, और उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को रोकने के लिए अपने आप को भले ही खत्म हो जाए पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को रोकना है. इस प्रकार जैसे सुसाइड बम होता है कि नहीं, उसकी तरह उन्होंने काम किया है. पर मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो परिणाम है ये सबको ही सीख देंगे, हमको भी और
लेकिन कैलाश जी, अगर हम ये नंबर्स देखें तो तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने 2016 से काफ़ी बेहतर अपना परफॉर्मेंस किया है, और जो बीजेपी का 72 नंबर्स आ रहे हैं वो लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस जो थर्ड फ्रंट था उसके कॉस्ट पर आ रहे हैं। तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने अपना परफॉर्मेंस बेटर किया है। तो आपने जो नैरेटिव्स बनाए थे कट मनी का या फिर माइनॉरिटी अपीजमेंट का, क्या आपको लगता है वो सब सारे नैरेटिव्स रिजेक्ट किया है बंगाल की जनता ने?
देखिए, मैं समझता हूँ कि अभी एकदम इस पर कुछ भी बोलना जल्दबाजी होगा, क्योंकि ये चुनाव एक इमोशनल तरीके से खेला गया। इसमें इशू जो थे वो इशू तो कहीं दिखाई नहीं दिए मुझे लगता है। व्हील चेयर पर बैठना और एक तरीके से जिस तरीके से उन्होंने प्रचार किया वो एकदम बंगाल की बेटी, शायद ये जो नैरेटिव चलाया वो चल गया, ऐसा लगता है मुझे। अभी मैं कुछ इस पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता था, पर आपने पूछा तो मैंने बताया, पर इसमें मंथन जरूर करेंगे।
तो
लेकिन कैलाश जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि कहां पर आपको
का ये नैरेटिव था कि आप लोग बाहर ही हैं, आप बंगाल को नहीं समझ पाए हैं, तो क्या वो नैरेटिव वर्क कर गया कि आप लोग सब बाहर ही हैं,
मैं अभी
आउटसाइडर्स हैं?
टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करता, अभी इसके ऊपर कोई टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि हमने मंथन करना है हमें, और हम इसको खिलाड़ी भावना से ले रहे हैं। मुझे अटल जी की वो कविता याद आ रही, क्या हार में क्या जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत में, कर्तव्य पथ पर जो भी मिला ये भी सही और वो भी सही। तो हमें तो जो भी मिला है वो सही है। डेमोक्रेसी का सम्मान इसी प्रकार करना चाहिए, ये हमने हमारे पार्टी के नेताओं से सीखा है।
क्या काफी सारी सीटों में बहुत क्लोज फाइट्स हुए हैं? क्या आपको लगता है, क्योंकि आप तो बूथ बाय बूथ आप समीकरण भी करते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है काफी सारी सीटें जहां अनुमान से ज्यादा क्लोज फाइट्स हुए हैं, जो कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस शायद बाजी मार गई?
हाँ, लगता ऐसा है हमें कि जो लास्ट के चौथे चरण के बाद ममता जी ने जो पत्र लिखा सभी विपक्ष को, और उसमें शरद पवार जी की भूमिका और कांग्रेस का सरेंडर, सीपीएम का सरेंडर, ये सब बातें इसके पीछे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को रोको, भले ही अपने आप को खत्म करना पड़े। तो एक सुसाइड बम बांधकर सीपीएम और कांग्रेस उतर गई मैदान में, जिसके कारण टीएमसी का वोट बढ़ा है और हम रुक गए। पर कोई बात नहीं, ये भी हमने सीखा है बंगाल में कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है, जिसकी हमें कल्पना नहीं थी।
ये टीएमसी का जितने टर्न कोड्स थे जो आपने जिनको लाया था उनकी पार्टी से, राजीव बैनर्जी या वैशाली डालमिया हों या बहुत सारे अलग लोग हों, ज़्यादातर कैंडिडेट्स हार गए हैं। टीएमसी का कहना था कि ये टीएमसी वर्सेस टीएमसी बी हो रहा है चुनाव, तो आपको लगता है वो मूव सही नहीं रहा?
नहीं, अभी एकदम ऐसा कहना ठीक नहीं होगा। मैंने बताया ना कि ममता जी के कुछ बयान, जैसे सारे मुस्लिम एक हो जाओ, अभी चुनाव प्रचार के दौरान उनका दिया हुआ भाषण, तो वो भी एक विषय था। फिर सारे विपक्ष को उन्होंने एक करने के लिए पत्र भी लिखा, फिर इमोशनल बंगाल की बेटी, फिर इस प्रकार के सारे इशू चले, फिर चेयर पर बैठकर निकलना, तो लोगों की सहानुभूति। तो ये चुनाव कोई ऐसा डेवलपमेंट के नारे के साथ दिया गया हो या हम बंगाल का विकास करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं रहा। ये पूरा इमोशनली प्ले किया गया, ऐसा लगता है मुझे। और क्योंकि जब इस प्रकार के परिणाम आते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं एक अंडर करंट चल रहा था इमोशनली, उस अंडर करंट ने काम किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
जी कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
एक सवाल और, क्योंकि कैलाश जी ये जो पूरा चुनाव है, ये माना जा रहा था, भाजपा ये खुद मान रही थी कि फर्स्ट 4 फेजेस में आपने अच्छा काम किया, आपका परफॉर्मेंस बेटर रहा है। अमित शाह और प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी ने पब्लिक रैलीज में भी कहा था। लेकिन अभी जब परिणाम आ गए हैं और हम लोग जब देख रहे हैं ग्राफिक्स, और ये क्लियर है कि फर्स्ट 4 फेजेस में भी तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया है, तो क्या आपका इंटरनल असेसमेंट भी यही बता रहा था या कुछ और आया है?
मैंने कहा ना कि जब कोई इमोशनल अंडर करंट चलता है तो पता नहीं लगता। अब तो 77 से मैं चुनाव देख रहा हूँ, 77 से 77 के अंदर जब अंडर करंट चल रहा था, किसी को समझ में नहीं आया था। उसके बाद जब राजीव जी जब आए, तो उसके बाद श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी का इतना ज़बरदस्त अंडर करंट था, ये किसी को समझ में नहीं आया था। तो जब इमोशनल अंडर करंट चलता है तो समझ में नहीं आता, तब इसी प्रकार के परिणाम आते हैं। और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये परिणाम, चेयर पर बैठना, मुसलमान सब इकट्ठे हो जाओ, अंदर ही अंदर बताया गया कि मुसलमान का अस्तित्व खतरे में हो जाएगा बीजेपी के आने से, तो सारे अल्पसंख्यक एक हो गए। फिर बंगाल की बेटी, बाहरी लोग, ये सारा शायद हुआ होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। पर हम इसके ऊपर बिल्कुल आत्ममंथन करेंगे और आगे फिर बढ़ने के लिए हमें क्या करना है इसी
जी 3 से आप 72 पहुंचे हैं तो वो तो कम से कम एक पहल है, लेकिन हाँ मेहनत और करने की ज़रूरत है और कहाँ गलती हुई उसका समीकरण आप कह रहे हैं आप करेंगे। कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए, थैंक यू वेरी मच। जफर इस्लाम, सुपर्णो मोइत्रा विद अस, राहुल वर्मा इज विद अस, R.K. Radhakrishnan also with us and Jaideep Majumdar also with us. Suparno Moitra, congratulations, it's a historic win. It's like a never before which has happened. The Chief Minister may have lost Nandigram, although the Trinamool Congress believes the counting process is still not over and there could be a recount and you may push for it. But overall what's happened is also never before happened in the history, as far as if I remember correctly, in Indian politics, where an incumbent Chief Minister has come back with a mandate far greater, and not just for the first time, for the second time, because from 184 to 211 and from 211 to 217, going on or counting on to get for it to become 220 eventually. After the 16th of May, the two seats are also cast their ballot. But this is fantastic and historic. But I'm sure even you were not expecting this.
Anandji, let me wish you, Zakaji and Maria ji a very good evening, and also to the respected panelists. And now let me tell you, all of us bow our heads before the people of Bengal, because we have been reiterating that the citizenry is the bulwark of democracy, and in a democracy, the citizenry has the last word. So they have decided to repose faith in us, and we are back for the third time in a row. So entire congratulations to the people of Bengal, one. Second, much though we would have liked to celebrate, but there's an overarching health crisis with which India is battling. And I think it is not about Trinamool and BJP today. It is about how unitedly we fight COVID and defeat COVID is on the topmost of our mind. 2. 3, I have the utmost respect for Zafar Islam Sahab, but when he says that only the 70 people would keep an eye on us, I would only request him to rephrase his statement a bit and say that 10 crore of people would have an eye on the 294 people who have been elected, so that they fulfill the mandate given by the people of Bengal. Anand.
Zafar Islam, would you want to respond?
Well, I'm happy that at least he's acknowledging that his government will be monitored this time. This sensitiveness was missing completely in the past, because all the scam which has one after another, which is being done by the TMC and many of their leaders.